Yizhe, rejected in his job search, unexpectedly acquires a lavish system that propels him towards a triumphant life. While watching a live stream, he receives a hundredfold return on his virtual gifts. He takes beautiful women out for extravagant expenses, enjoying a hundredfold return as well. What? The campus Belle secretly harbors feelings for him? Is a delicate flower throwing herself at him? Has the fiery temptress been tamed? Living a life surrounded by beautiful women is simply exhilarating. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the System. Yizhe despondently returned to his dilapidated rental apartment in City A. Sighing, he glanced at the balance displayed on his phone and rose to prepare a bowl of instant noodles. A single and a half servings of instant noodles had become the most luxurious meal he could afford at present. Yet, only this last bag of noodles remained, indicating that he would soon have to resort to eating steamed buns. He could not fathom why, despite holding a master's degree from a prestigious university. Employers found him lacking and criticized him relentlessly. One HR representative even candidly remarked that they preferred graduates from ordinary universities over him, as they could offer lower salaries and save costs for the company. As Yizhe consumed his noodles, he opened a music app, hoping to unwind by entering a beautiful woman's live stream. Before he could even navigate to the follow page, the home page showcased a male streamer mockingly discussing the current job market for university graduates. Didn't they say they would reform the job market? How come I can't even get in? Some people even threaten me, saying they won't let me into their company, claiming they won't use any of your products. I just want to say, does anyone really care? Fuming, Yizhe lost his appetite for noodles, setting down his chopsticks to express his thoughts in the comment section. After venting, he finally entered Yuzu's live stream. She had only started streaming a few days prior and had a sweet demeanor that he enjoyed watching. Upon noticing his presence, Yuzu greeted him with a warm smile. Welcome home, brother Yinshan Jianshui. Yinshan Jianshui translates to seeing water from distant mountains, hence Yizhe's online name. On the screen, Yuzu's silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled, and the slight baby fat on her face accentuated her adorable dimples, making her even sweeter and more charming. Seeing Yuzu's radiant smile, Yizhe's earlier irritation evaporated, leaving only a sense of joy. He showered her with a few small gifts during the live stream, with a hot air balloon and a sports car being his most extravagant offerings. Fortunately, Yuzu was just a small streamer, so the 1200 diamond sports car allowed Yizhe to play the role of the big brother in her chat. I Yi Soda. Ah, brother Shui is here. Yohi, hasn't brother Shui been absent for 3 days? Yinshan Jian Shui. Hee, I've been a bit busy these past few days. Yuzu felt a flutter of anticipation, wondering if brother Shui would bestow her with gifts today. The competition among streamers on the app was fierce, and her live stream had remained lukewarm. Gazing at Yuzu's smiling face and the barrage of comments in the chat, Yizhe felt compelled to send her gifts. However, considering his balance, he ultimately decided against recharging his account. Perhaps it was best to hold off, as he still hadn't secured a job. The money he previously spent on gifts had come from his meager food budget, but now there was hardly anything left to spare. He was nearly unable to afford even instant noodles. Yuzu noticed that Yinshan Jianshui, who usually gifted her a sports car, had not sent anything today, and she sighed inwardly. Peng Fei. Someone who only sends a hot air balloon and a sports car can be considered a big brother. Yi Soda. And you? I haven't seen you send any gifts either. Yohim? Did I just see a stingy person who rarely gifts? Yuzu saw a few people bickering and felt a bit flustered, as it was her first encounter with such a situation during her brief streaming career. At that moment, a level 42 Komodo entered the room. Upon seeing the adorable, doll-like face of Yuzu, his eyes lit up. He had recently developed a fondness for cute girls. In the next instant, a rocket soared into the sky. Ping Fei. Did you see that? Now it's a real big brother. He came in for the first time and sent a rocket without uttering a word. This one rocket surpasses the total value of gifts that you guys claim brother Shui has sent in a month. Yi Soda, brother Shui. Show him what you've got. Yohi, I can't stand these internet trolls, brother Shui. I support you, let me send a heart bunny. Yohi sent Yuzu a heart bunny 1. Yizhe glanced at the balance displayed on his phone. Was this a joke? He didn't even have enough money to send a rocket. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Luxury system. Would you like to bind? Yizhe was momentarily taken aback. Being an avid reader of novels, he was well aware of this system. He hastily replied, bind. Ding, system officially bound. A system has descended from the heavens. Just when he was fretting over his joblessness, a luxury system arrives. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just when he felt sleepy. Yizhe, a frequent reader of novels, knew that protagonists endowed with a luxury system led blissful lives. Though he was still oblivious to the system's explanations, a surge of ambition welled up within him. At this moment, who cared about Komodo or anyone else? In the future lineup of luxury individuals, Yizhe would undoubtedly secure his place. Although he did not know why he was fortunate enough to receive this system, he understood that he was destined for a bright future. Job hunting? That was a thing of the past. A few minutes later, Yizhe had completely grasped the system. For every amount spent on attractive individuals rated above 8.0, he would receive a hundredfold return, with no monetary limits. This implied that within a single day, he could spend without restraint. Yizhe gazed at the 500 yuan in his bank account with fervor. This amount would be his lever to unlock wealth. Ding! New user gift package issued. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Initially thinking he would have to make do with 500 yuan, he was met with an additional surprise. Were it not for his shared living situation, he would have loved to let out a triumphant roar. You have received 5 million in cash, credited to your bank account. Yizhe quickly logged into his banking app, and upon seeing the balance display 5,500,000, his smile grew ever brighter. With bated breath, he awaited the next prize from the gift package, only to find the system remained silent. Was there no bodily enhancement liquid or something? TSK, how miserly. Well, having a cold 5 million was not the worst outcome. With this thought, Yizhe exhaled a deep breath and turned his gaze to Yuzu on his phone. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 21. Appearance rating, 8.5. Purity, 100 signifies immaculate. Each individual encounter deducts 1 point. Yizhe chuckled for naught. Only did this Yuzu possess an alluring visage, but she was also unblemished. His discerning eye had proven true. He had only observed this single streamer, who met all his criteria. Watching the screen where the exuberant Peng Fei continued to fervently extol the virtues of Komodo, Yizhe felt no ire whatsoever. In fact, he found himself stifling a laugh. He navigated to the recharge page of the Yuan application, intent on delivering a resounding rebuttal to this capering monkey. Ding! Random task triggered. The host must spend 3 million diamonds within 5 hours on the Yuan software. Successful task rewards the host with a random multiplier amount of diamonds spent, while failure incurs no penalties. Diamonds have been allocated. Yizhe clicked into the gifting interface, discovering that his diamond balance had indeed transformed into 3 million. Effortless wealth, accumulation delightful. In the next instant, colorful floor tiles erupted within Yuzu's live stream. As a gift effect enveloped half the screen, Far Mountain sent forth a carnival one. This marked Yuzu's inaugural receipt of a carnival. Her expression was a blend of astonishment and heartfelt emotion. Ire Yesuada. Holy cow. Yohua, I knew it. Shueiga would undoubtedly slap him in the face. Chapter 2. The loser must remove their makeup. Yuzu. Thank you, Brother Shuei, for the carnival. This is my first time receiving a carnival gift, and I am truly grateful. A single carnival costs 3,000 yuan, which has propelled Yizhe from level 23 to level 28. Komodo, however, was not pleased. What does this mean? A level 42 user like him being provoked by someone who has just reached level 28? Level 28, with expenditures barely exceeding 4,000. He himself had already spent 120,000. Kong Fei, upon witnessing the object of his derision silently showcasing a luxury item, was initially taken aback, then shook his head dismissively. The praises flooding the screen for Yuanshan Jianshui only served to reinforce his belief that this carnival was the pinnacle of Yuanshan Jianshui's achievements. Kong Fei, is he just trying to show off and overextending his credit card? Ire Yesua, you keep shouting here. Why don't you show us what you've got? Yoho. Indeed, I disdain such individuals. Komodo, huh? Watching the live stream doesn't mean you have to go hungry. Yuanshan Jianshui, thank you for your concern, but you're overthinking it. If your meal money is insufficient, you could always start a live stream. I'd be happy to donate a little. Yuanshan Jianshui, as for the incessantly shouting Kong Fei, just give me your address, and I'll send you some dog food. As soon as Yizhe's words left his lips, the public screen erupted with laughter. Everyone relished the moment of vindication. Komodo was left embarrassed, which irked him immensely. Komodo, huh? All right, shall we play then? Yizhe was eager to engage. After all, he had a random task to complete. It seemed he was on the brink of accomplishing it. Yuanshan Jianshui, sure. Komodo, all right. Yuzu, someone named Xiao Yao will be connecting with you shortly. Remember to accept the PK challenge. With that, Komodo vanished from the second position on the leaderboard. Kong Fei, no need for some to puff themselves up here. I'm just here to enjoy your failures. Yuzu felt a wave of concern wash over her. Brother Shui had been in her room for quite some time. This was the first time he had gifted such a substantial present, and she was deeply appreciative. She thought Brother Shui's circumstances must be modest as well, so the prospect of him facing off against someone else made her anxious. Sighing inwardly, she pulled out her phone to locate Brother Shui's WeChat. Brother Shui, this is quite extravagant. Once my salary comes in, I'll return this gift to you. Lin Yuzu, raised in a single-parent household, understood the struggles her mother faced in raising her alone. Thus, when she heard that some streamers earn more from live broadcasting than she did working outside, she promptly sought a local media company to become a streamer. Though Lin Yuzu aimed to earn money, she did not wish to bankrupt ordinary people in the process. Upon seeing Yuzu's message, Yize smiled. She was indeed the girl he admired. He reassured her, "Don't worry, the investments I made have already been recouped, so there's no cause for concern. This random task, even if he were to face a stroke of bad luck and receive a 1x cashback, would still net him 3 million. He certainly wouldn't require her to reimburse him." Yuzu felt a wave of relief wash over her upon reading Brother Shui's reply. She had heard tales of wealthy individuals selling cars and houses to shower gifts on streamers, only to later pressure them into returning the money when they ran out. It seemed she didn't need to fret about that. Just as she was pondering this, Xiao Yao sent a connection request to Yuzu. Xiao Yao, true to her name, was strikingly alluring, with elongated eyeliner and fiery red lips. Yize glanced at Xiao Yao's attractiveness rating and chuckled. If previously there were 4 major evils in Asia, then with the advent of beauty filters, there must now be 5. At 39 years old, Xiao Yao possessed a mere 69 points, yet with makeup and filters, she could still enchant others. Yuzu, shall we have a PK? With the video call already established, Yuzu smiled and nodded. Yes, let us. Xiao Yao proposed a 10-minute PK. Just as Yuzu was about to mute her microphone, Xiao Yao hurriedly interjected. Our brother duo wishes to add some stakes to the PK. I wonder what you think, Yuzu? Yuzu glanced at the barrage of comments. Brother Shui, what do you wish to play for? Hearing this, Yize felt elated. It was precisely the kind of challenge that resonated with him. Yuan Shan Jian Shui, the loser must remove their makeup on the spot. Yuzu, unfazed by the suggestion, had had numerous admirers since childhood and had often been the belle of the ball. She was confident in her looks. And even if Brother Shui lost and required her to remove her makeup, she was unperturbed. Yoho, haha, Brother Shui knows how to play. Yes, oh yes. I want to see what the other side looks like without makeup. The older members in the live stream expressed their support, while only Kong Fei scoffed derisively. Kong Fei. You talk as if victory is already assured before the game has even begun. He despised such individuals, who, without any concrete evidence, began to boast. Yuzu could no longer tolerate it. Just as she was about to kick this troublemaker out, Yize seemed to sense her intent. Yuan Shan Jian Shui. No need to kick him. How else will I get to slap his face later? Yoho, exactly. Let him stay? Yuzu nodded and conveyed the punishment proposed by Yize. Our brother Shui suggests that the loser must remove their makeup. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao's expression soured. She had no idea what the other side's looks were like, but if she had to remove her makeup, it would spell disaster for her streaming career. Komodo, what is there to be afraid of? A level 42 like me losing to a penniless kid in their 20s? Are you lacking confidence in your looks or in my abilities? Komodo, just play without worry. I guarantee your victory. Xiao Yao plastered a smile on her face, yet inwardly thought, I'm quite apprehensive about both my looks and your abilities. Although Komodo had been her supporter for a considerable time, he was not particularly generous. He had only sent a few gifts each time. This level 42 had also taken a long time to climb that high. However, hearing Komodo assure her of victory brought her some joy. The thought of finally profiting handsomely from him made Xiao Yao's smile broaden. How could I not? I have tremendous faith in you, brother duo. Komodo sent Xiao Yao 5 musical note airships. In an instant, Yuzu's health bar was decimated. Yoho, the other side just sent 5 airships. As soon as Yoho's words left his mouth, a cosmic airship soared into Yuzu's live stream. Yuan Shan Jian Shui sent Yuzu 6 musical note airships. Yuzu was utterly astonished. Thank you, brother Shui. Not only did I receive my first carnival today, but also my first musical note airship. The streamer appears to be on the verge of tears from emotion. Of course, she has moved. This is a rookie streamer finally receiving support from a big brother. Indeed, I noticed that brother Shui doesn't have many followers. Chapter 3. Does your family own airships? Komodo, seeing the other side's score surpassing his, let out a cold laugh. It took them so long to catch up. Had they spent half the time contemplating whether to swipe their credit cards? Komodo sent Xiao Yao 7 musical note airships. Yize observed the scores on the other side and chuckled. It appeared they were not particularly formidable. The gap in scores was minimal, evidently to save money. Given the circumstances, let us indulge in leisurely play, for the task duration spans a total of 5 hours. The character Far Mountain Seas Water generously gifted 8 musical note airships to Pomelo. Yize, unhurriedly, consistently bestowed one more than Komodo each time. Oh my water bro. Do you operate an airship factory at home? So many airships. Elder Ire USA. This feeling is exhilarating. At this moment, it was midday. And the originally modest livestream room, not particularly crowded, suddenly attracted a surge of viewers due to the intense competition between the two. The number of viewers in Pomelo's livestream skyrocketed from 53 to 312, and it continued to climb. Wait, is the tension really that high? Are we brawling in the middle of the day? All right. I do enjoy watching a good competition. Yize glanced at the remaining instant noodles in his bowl and thought, with the godly wealth system at his disposal, who still eats instant noodles? He grabbed his phone and stepped outside. It was time for hot pot. He hadn't indulged in meat for an entire month. Komodo, noticing that his opponent had pursued him, felt uncertain. Could it be that his adversary had merely been laying low? No, he surmised, they must be at their last gasp, as moments ago. The comments were rife with ridicule directed at him. What formidable player would permit others to frolic above their head? Perhaps in the next wave, his opponent would falter in their contributions. With this thought, Komodo promptly dispatched 10 musical note airships. Yize had just descended the stairs, and a mere 5 minutes from his home lay a bustling hot pot restaurant. Each time he passed by, the aroma was irresistible. Finally, he could dine there. Seeing that his opponent had not replied immediately only seemed to confirm Komodo's suspicions. Komodo, this is all their strength. Just competing isn't thrilling enough? Xiao Yao. Why don't you perform a dance you excel at? Xiao Yao agreed with a smile, rising to her feet, though anxiety brewed within her. Could it be that her opponent lacked strength? Komodo had only sent 22 airships, each costing 2,000 soft sister coins, totaling 44,000. After deducting the platform and guild fees, she would only receive 40, equating to 17,600 soft sister coins. This was far too little. Komodo was the archetypal individual who desired to meet offline after merely throwing some money their way. How could she possibly meet him? She relied solely on the powerful beauty features of the musical note software to thrive. Nevertheless, Xiao Yao maintained a commendable work ethic, smiling radiantly as she danced despite her inner turmoil. One must admit, her figure was indeed impressive. The 2 ample curves swayed vigorously with her movements, delivering a striking visual impact to the viewers in the livestream. Komodo had initially been captivated by these curves, remaining in the livestream room. Surely, the tactile sensation must have been sublime. Once this competition concluded, he would certainly persuade Xiao Yao to make an appearance. While Xiao Yao was enveloped in a joyful atmosphere, the situation on Pomelo's side grew tense. Some newcomers flooded the comments section. Where's Water Bro? Why has he stopped gifting? Keep going. No way. I just arrived. And the battle is over? Oh my, what's the rush? Perhaps he is recharging. Is that all he has gifted? And he is already recharging? Elder Ire USA. Such bravado. Water Bro has already contributed 28,000. Can you boast like that when your monthly salary is only 20,000? Yize had just crossed a red light when he glanced at the screen and smiled without uttering a word. Far Mountain Seas Water gifted Pomelo 15 musical note airships. Far Mountain Seas Water. Rest assured, this amount is trivial. I was merely preoccupied earlier. Elder Ire USA. I knew Water Bro had strength. The individuals who had inquired in the comments fell silent, their earlier smiles slowly fading from their faces. How infuriating. Why pretend to be modest when one possesses wealth? He furiously tore at the tissue in front of him, for he despised wealthy individuals. Why was it that everyone else had money while he toiled away without seeing a cent? Komodo, who owned a restaurant, earned a decent income, making over 60,000 each month. The money he had just recharged was saved from the previous month. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to push forward. This time, he must ensure Xiao Yao would come. At worst, it would be as if he hadn't earned money for 2 months. Komodo gifted Xiao Yao 20 musical note airships. Yize had already seated himself in the hot pot restaurant, having ordered his dishes. Upon noticing Komodo's additional 20 airships, he raised an eyebrow. Far Mountain Seas Water gifted Pomelo 25 musical note airships. Wow, 666. Already sent 54 and still going. Is today a day for spectacular effects? Pomelo, thank you. Water Bro, allow me to sing a song for you. Pomelo sang an English song, her ethereal voice resonating beautifully. And Yize found it even more delightful through his headphones. Komodo was beginning to panic. He had initially intended to play it cool, but had unexpectedly hit a wall. Xiao Yao was even more anxious. The opposing side had not responded immediately. Perhaps they had already exhausted their resources, given the volume of gifts they had already sent. A little extra effort was all that was needed. Her brother had promised her victory, hadn't he? After saying this, Xiao Yao winked at the camera. Komodo, momentarily lost in thought, poured in the remaining funds he had for purchasing stock. Komodo gifted Xiao Yao 20 musical note airships. Xiao Yao, wow, Duo Go is so powerful. To receive Duo GE's support truly is a stroke of luck for me. After Pomelo finished her song, the comments flooded with praise for her melodious voice. Far Mountain Seas Water gifted Pomelo 30 musical note airships. Far Mountain Seas Water, well sung, here's a reward. At this point, Pomelo genuinely believed in Water Bro's investment and felt fortunate for having the foresight to add him on WeChat. Previously, when she sought to add Water Bro, the operators had deemed his gifts too meager, insufficient for such a connection. Now, it seemed that had she listened to the operators back then, the one fortunate enough to be in her position might have been another streamer. Under the lights, Pomelo's eyes sparkled brighter, and her dimples deepened with her smile. Far Mountain Seas Water, have you learned to sing before? Pomelo, no, I learned by following the music on my own. Oh my, haha, this is exhilarating. It seems Komodo has hit a wall. Elder Ire USO. Haha, this is truly satisfying. Water Bro is incredible. Water Bro is so impressive. With Water Bro supporting the streamer, shouldn't he the streamer make Water Bro a moderator? Only then did Pomelo realize she ought to make Water Bro a moderator. My apologies, Water Bro. Haha, is this your debut as a streamer? Pomelo. Yes, today marks my 5th day of streaming. If you enjoy Pomelo, please follow me and come back often. As Ize savored a mouthful of steaming lamb, he glanced at the beautiful woman on his phone smiling at him and felt elated by the flattery in the comments. He could only think of one word: blissful. Ize indulged in 3 more bites of hot pot, and the health bar of his opponent showed no signs of recovery. He entered Xiao Yao's livestream room, where a battle anthem played, calling for others to send gifts as well. Far Mountain Seas Water, is this all? Chapter 4, Random Task Completed, Double Cashback Gained. Far Mountain Seas Water. Has our duel become so intense that we need others to assist us in scoring? Komodo's face flushed with alternating colors of embarrassment and rage. In a moment of impulsiveness, he attempted to recharge again, only to be met with a notification of insufficient funds in his bank account. Without a second thought, he selected his credit card on the recharge page and added another 100,000 soft sister coins. With reddened eyes, he incessantly tapped on the musical note airships in rapid succession, with 100,000 soft sister coins equating to 1,000,000 diamonds. He was perfectly poised to gift 50 musical note airships. He couldn't believe that the distant mountain could send more than him. Komodo gifted Xiao Yao 1,232,930 musical note airships, causing her eyes to narrow into slits of joy. The more gifts, the better. There were individuals making rounds who returned with news. It seems like they're going all in over there, having already sent over 30 and still going strong. Ize put down his chopsticks and leisurely began sending gifts as well. A young waitress, bringing in dishes, was taken aback upon seeing the number of gifts displayed on the screen, stealing glances at him. Upon returning, she mentioned to her colleagues that she hadn't expected him to be so affluent, as just 3 of his gifts equaled her entire monthly salary. As soon as she said this, several younger ladies began to look over at her frequently. The distant mountain gifted Xiao Yao 48,556,066 musical note airships. Ize promptly sent out all the diamonds he had recharged from the system. Ding. Task completed. You can draw your cashback multiplier at any time. Ize silently chanted for the draw. Congratulations, host. You have received a double cashback. 6,000,000 soft sister coins have been deposited into your industrial and commercial bank account. Although it was merely a double cashback, Ize felt a surge of warmth within. Completely unbothered by the absence of a 99-fold return, he had become a person with $1 million in income. Within the span of less than an hour, he had transformed from a financially constrained individual into one with considerable savings. Had it not been for the balance notification from his bank card, he might have doubted the authenticity of this reality. Then, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Was the source of this wealth legitimate? He hoped he wouldn't be apprehended. Rest assured, the funds from the godly wealth system are entirely legitimate and lawful. With the system's assurance, Ize felt completely at ease. He continued to relish his meal, and as the live broadcast PK time came to an end, it was announced that Yuzu had triumphed. Thanks to the gifts Ize had just sent, the online viewers in the live stream had surged to over 1,300. Incredible. A PK costing 300,000 soft sister coins. Brother Shui, do you need any more parts for your leg? Brother Shui, as long as your gender doesn't hold you back. I'll start broadcasting immediately. I'm quite attractive. I can also do a splits. Goodness, you upstairs, enough already. Meanwhile, some female streamers who were broadcasting at night noticed the stream and promptly sent private messages to Ize. Some even sent quite suggestive messages. Yuzu was in disbelief. She could earn 120,000 from this PK. That was 120,000. During her previous part-time jobs, she could barely make over 2,000 in a month from exhausting work. With this 120,000 after payday, she could send 100,000 to her mother so she could rest at home and not work. With reddened eyes, Yuzu bowed to Yizei. Distant mountain, let the other side face their punishment. Yay, let us see the punishment. What kind of punishment? Some newcomers in the chat were puzzled and began to ask. Yuzu explained in the chat. The loser has to turn off beauty filters and remove their makeup. Wow, this is quite a big deal. Haha, I love it. Xiao Yao felt a surge of irritation. She smiled at Yuzu and said, Sister, we're both in this streaming business. No need to be so harsh. How about we change the punishment? Yuzu chuckled, but our punishment was decided from the start. The audience is eagerly waiting to see. Seeing Xiao Yao attempting to backtrack, Yuzu, who thrived on the drama, promptly rushed over to Xiao Yao's stream. Seriously? If you can't handle it, why even stream? No wonder you're still a small streamer. You can't even stick to what was agreed upon. Hurry up. Xiao Yao looked at the screen pleadingly. Duo Gu, I don't want to do this punishment. At this moment, Komodo, who had lost the PK, wore a disgruntled expression. With a crowd of onlookers waiting for the spectacle, he replied irritably, a loss is a loss. You should face the punishment. Xiao Yao felt as if her teeth were grinding. He had promised to win the PK, and now he nonchalantly said to take the punishment? After struggling for a while, she ultimately relented and turned off the beauty filter. Without the filter, Xiao Yao's true age was starkly revealed. Her crow's feet were quite pronounced. The flesh on her face sagged, and her freckles became glaringly obvious. Oh my goodness, this is pure deception. Who are you, ma'am? Komodo was also bewildered. Was this truly the enchanting Xiao Yao? Although her upper body still had its allure, her face was certainly unappealing. No wonder she had always avoided meeting in person. She was indeed death under the light. He suddenly felt a surge of anger recalling all the money he had spent on her during this time. No way. He needed a refund. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao, unable to accept the barrage of comments, screamed and ended the stream. Yizei had enjoyed the lively scene and was now ready to savor his meal. The hot pot at this restaurant was truly splendid. Distant mountain, I have things to attend to. I'm logging off. Enjoy yourselves. Ariiso, bye, Brother Shui. Yoho, take care, Brother Shui. Yuzu, goodbye, Brother Shui. Yizei initially thought of confronting Feng Fei, but decided against it. With a sufficient balance, his mindset had shifted to tranquility. In the time that followed, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the culinary delights. Standing at 178 centimeters with striking features, Yizei possessed a captivating pair of peach blossom eyes. As his friend put it, Yizei's eyes could evoke deep emotions even in dogs. After finishing his meal, a brave girl approached him, saying, Hello, handsome, may I add you on WeChat? It was indeed a delightful occurrence. Even while out dining, he was being asked for his WeChat. Yizei glanced up. The girl's cheeks were slightly flushed, somewhat bashful. She rated a 72. If he added her on WeChat, they would surely communicate often. However, they could never be together, so he decided against it. Yizei smiled and offered a benign fib. I'm sorry, my girlfriend is quite strict. The girl paused, having assumed he was single since he was dining alone. Her already shy face turned an even deeper shade of red. I'm sorry, I thought you were single. No worries, let us settle the bill. Sure. Your total comes to 360 yuan. Chapter 5, The Immaculate Campus Belle. Yizei scanned the code to pay, leaving a balance of 11,000. 140 yuan in his industrial and commercial bank account. Since he had treated himself to the hot pot, he could only pay with his own money. TSK. Had he dined with a beauty, he could have received 100-fold cashback for that meal. He pondered who among his acquaintances might score above 80. Suddenly, he recalled a classmate from university, Su Momo, who had been renowned as the campus belle. In the depths of his mind, he conjured an image of Su Momo, and her profile materialized before his eyes. Yizei marveled at the prowess of the divine system, which allowed him to perceive her attributes without the need for a photograph. As long as the host knows the individual's name and has met them, they can view their profile. How convenient. Name, Su Momo. Age, 24. Beauty rating, 91. Purity, 100, flawless. A score of 91. Significantly higher than Yuzu. Truly, the campus belle is indeed the campus belle. Her flowing white dress had driven countless boys to madness. Another flawless individual. What incredible fortune. Both he had encountered were untouched by the world. He wondered what Su Momo was currently engaged in. For her family background was quite affluent. Yet, for some reason, Yizei always sensed an air of melancholy surrounding her. Yizei retrieved his phone and located Su Momo's WeChat, delving into their chat history. Su Momo was not merely the flower of their class. She also excelled academically. Yise's grades were a close second to hers. He stroked his chin, recalling how someone had previously shipped him with the campus belle. He chuckled softly, thinking it would be nice to reconnect with an old classmate. What is she up to now? At her home, Sumomo was lost in thought when she heard the distinctive WeChat notification, her heart skipping a beat. In disbelief, she took out her phone to confirm it was indeed a message from Yise. She steadied her racing heart and replied, "Just daydreaming. What about you?" Yise smiled at her response, amused by her air of nonchalance. Truly, she was a lady of privilege, while their classmates scurried about seeking employment. She remained idly lost in thought. Since she was daydreaming, why not invite her out for a bit of fun? They hadn't seen each other since graduation. The moment Sumomo read the message, her cheeks flushed crimson. Sure, where shall we meet? How easily she agreed to meet with the campus belle. The boys in their class would surely be envious if they found out. Yise pondered, given her affluent background, it would be unwise to dive into shopping immediately. Checking the time, he realized mealtime had long passed. Perhaps they could start with some drinks? Yise sent her the address of a tea house he had bookmarked previously, envisioning it as a perfect spot to bring a girl someday. Sumomo replied with an enthusiastic okay and happily went to change. The tea house was not particularly close to Yise, requiring an hour-long taxi ride. In the past, he would never have splurged on a cab. However, with 11 million in his pocket now, what was a taxi ride? Upon his arrival, he spotted Sumomo patiently waiting at the entrance. "Why didn't you go inside to wait for me?" Sumomo tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. "I just arrived and figured you wouldn't be long." "Then let us head in," he suggested. Inside, they chose a private room adorned with a miniature landscape and various artworks, creating an exquisitely elegant atmosphere. Yise asked for Sumomo's input as he ordered a few sets. Sumomo lowered her gaze, her long black hair cascading smoothly down her shoulders. She wore a delicate yellow dress that accentuated her fair complexion. Indeed, a beauty, a color that would be disastrous on most, yet suited her perfectly. After some time apart, their campus belle had grown even more enchanting. A faint blush graced Sumomo's cheeks as she playfully glared at him, teasing me upon arrival. Yise was entranced by her glance, recalling how many had paired them together during their school days. Back then, he had been solely focused on his studies, oblivious to such notions. His ambition was to earn a good living post-graduation, ensuring his parents enjoyed a comfortable life. Now, with wealth, he could boldly invite the campus belle out. Whether it was his imagination or not, the hint of sorrow on Sumomo's face seemed to have faded somewhat today. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I speak the truth. Everyone else is busy job hunting. Why are you daydreaming at home?" Sumomo sighed inwardly. Since childhood, her parents had seen her merely as a tool for future alliances. They had meticulously groomed her to become a socialite, ensuring she excelled in arts and etiquette. While other children enjoyed carefree play, she was bound to maintain an elegant demeanor, destined to become a lady of high society. Despite their affluence, her family was not on par with the elite. Thus, her parents aimed to introduce her to wealthy suitors, waiting for the opportune moment to make connections. This suffocating lifestyle left her breathless, yet she felt powerless to resist. Even her affection for Yise remained unvoiced, knowing her family would never approve of him, as they were merely of average means. She buried her feelings deep within, believing she would never cross paths with him again. Little did she know the joy that filled her heart upon receiving Yise's WeChat message today. "I don't need a job. I only have to be a pretty vase." Yise finally comprehended the burdens that weighed on the heart of his beloved. No wonder she exuded an aura of melancholy alongside her purity. It was as if fate had tailored her existence just for him. Yise was destined to grow ever wealthier. Once he surpassed Sue's family, her parents would surely relent. As he entertained this thought, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Sumomo, opposite him, felt a tinge of embarrassment, uncertain how she had divulged her family matters to him. Just as she was about to apologize, she found Yise gazing at her with those captivating, expressive eyes. Then, amidst the thunderous beat of her heart, she heard him say, "Momo, let's be together." What did you say?" Yise rose and moved to sit beside her, gently taking her hand. "You heard me correctly. Let us be together." Even he could sense the affection she harbored for him, and he was determined to seize this unexpected opportunity. It felt like a bank vault opening before him. Sumomo's cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson as she stammered. "But, I know what you are about to say. Rest assured, I possess a remarkable talent for investment and have accumulated quite a fortune. Soon, my assets will surpass your father's, and they will accept us." Sumomo paused, taken aback by his confession. She had never imagined the person she secretly admired would profess his feelings to her. Even more astonishing was that he had amassed such wealth in just a few short months since graduation. Her father had managed a company for years. While their liquid assets were modest, their total worth was substantial. If this were a dream, it surely was a beautiful one. Sumomo pinched her thigh discreetly to confirm the reality of this moment. Suddenly, She heard Yize exclaim, "Ouch. Are you attempting to harm your future husband?" In a fluster, Sumomo replied, "No, I thought I was dreaming." Yize chuckled, stroking her silky hair. "This isn't a dream. So, will our campus Belle agree to be with me?" Chapter 6. A's, let me be. Sumomo closed her eyes, deciding to take this leap of faith. Even if Yize lacked wealth, they could create their fortune together in the future. She nodded resolutely. "Yes, all right." Yize, overjoyed, planted a kiss on her forehead. "Hello, my girlfriend." Sumomo's heart swelled with sweetness. "Hello. Did you forget the suffix?" Then, she heard Sumomo whisper softly, "Boyfriend." Yize erupted into laughter, affectionately ruffling her hair. Sumomo gazed at him with a silly grin, astonished by the unexpected fortune of the day. Not only had he acquired a system, but he had also become the boyfriend of the cherished campus Belle, the white moonlight in everyone's heart. More importantly, had it not been for the system, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that their pure and innocent school goddess harbored a secret crush on him. As the tea began to cool, Sumomo pondered what she wished to do next. The faint worry that had lingered between her brows dissipated entirely, and with a sparkle in her eyes, she declared to Yize, "I want to go to the arcade." Yize raised an eyebrow. "Don't you want to play anything else?" Sumomo shook her head. "I just want to go there. I've never been, and I've spent my spare time learning various skills." "All right, since Momo wants to go, we shall go." He finished his tea in one gulp, wrapping an arm around Sumomo as they headed to settle the bill. "Hello, your total is 480 yuan. Ding. This purchase of 480 yuan has earned a rebate of 48,000 yuan, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank card." Yize beamed with delight as he read the text message notification. Nearby the tea house, there was a large shopping mall, with the entire basement dedicated to the arcade. Upon arriving, Sumomo eagerly looked around, her eyes wide with wonder at everything she beheld for the first time. Yize approached a machine to scan his code, purchasing 500 yuan worth of game tokens. As the tokens cascaded from the machine, the system's voice chimed in once more. "Ding. This purchase of 500 yuan has earned a rebate of 50,000 yuan, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank card." Yize could not contain his joy and began to hum a cheerful tune, a sight Sumomo had never witnessed before. At school, Yize was either buried in books at the library or sweating it out on the basketball court. She had admired him then, not for being the most handsome, but for his earnest and diligent demeanor, which was particularly captivating. Holding a large box of game tokens, Yize turned to see Sumomo gazing at him dreamily. He playfully brushed his fingers against her nose, teasing, "Haven't you dawdled enough at home?" Sumomo's cheeks flushed crimson. "No? Shall we play our way through?" "All right," she said, linking her arm with his as they walked toward the machines. Yize savored the soft sensation of her arm against his, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him. Their first game was a racing simulation, where Sumomo found herself lagging behind Yize. With a pout, she said, "Aze, let me win." As they transitioned to the motorcycle ride, he couldn't help but admire the graceful curve of Sumomo's body as she leaned down, relieved that her long skirt spared her from any embarrassment. Arriving at the claw machine area, armed with a basket of game tokens, they successfully captured an array of stuffed toys. Sumomo selected a few of her favorites and generously gifted the rest to other couples playing nearby. After their fun, Yize decided to take her out for dinner, leading her to a sky restaurant he had long desired to visit, renowned within the locality. Here, there was no menu. Whatever the chef prepared was what the patrons enjoyed. The online reviews were abundant, praising the authenticity of dishes from all corners of the globe. Sumomo discreetly observed Yize's expression and noticed he bore no signs of trepidation, which put her at ease. She had feared that his earlier words at the tea house were merely a ruse to alleviate her concerns while straining his wallet. They settled at a window-side table, where Yize, in high spirits, gazed at the scenery outside. "Since you don't have to work, how about going out tomorrow? I have a gift for you." Yize planned to gift Sumomo a car, making her return home more convenient and sparing her from the potential judgment of her rather unsympathetic parents. Sumomo pondered for a moment before nodding. "Okay." As they conversed, their dinner was served, revealing an extravagant seafood feast. The waiter presented a seafood tower as an appetizer, featuring an assortment of fresh seafood airlifted from abroad. It was Yize's first time dining in such an upscale establishment, and also his first experience with such fresh seafood. Yet he remained unfazed. After all, he had seen it in books and on television. Besides, Sumomo was right there, demonstrating how it was done. In no time, the soup and main courses arrived. Yize ordered a bottle of white wine, to which Sumomo waved her hand. "I've never had wine before. Is it not allowed at home?" Sumomo nodded. "All right, we'll save that for another time," Yize replied. It seemed imperative to gain the approval of her parents quickly. Otherwise, there would be many restrictions to navigate. He was uncertain about the world of elite families, but as a self-proclaimed tycoon, He believed that happiness for himself and his beloved was paramount. The dinner was a delightful affair, with both reveling in the joy of each other's company. To Yizhe, being with Su Momo felt like earning money in every moment spent together, while Su Momo found herself in the company of someone she had once thought unattainable. Her eyes brimming with joy. Ding! This meal cost 68,888 yuan, earning a rebate of 6,888,800 yuan, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank card. The system's notification heightened Yizhe's elation. After their meal, aware of Su Momo's strict home environment, Yizhe hailed a taxi to escort her back. Upon returning to the old building he rented, he contemplated that it might be time to expedite his plans for relocation. Glancing at his bank balance, he was astonished to see 17,917 for 132 yuan. Counting the digits one by one, he marveled at the staggering amount. His exhilaration was overwhelming, prompting him to take a refreshing shower. He expected to be so excited he wouldn't sleep, but as soon as his head hit the pillow, he drifted off into slumber. The following morning, Yizhe awoke to a WeChat message from Su Momo. A cute little kitten nestled in a box cheerfully wished him good morning, softening his heart. He promptly replied with a good morning. Su Momo replied instantly, "Are you up?" Yes. You're up so early?" "My biological clock is early, so I wake up early," she explained. Yizhe pondered this and realized it made sense. Her mother likely expected her to be the perfect daughter, leaving no room for sleeping in. "Have you told your family? Shall I take you out later?" "Yes," she replied simply. They agreed. Su Momo's response was brief, omitting any mention of the conversation with her family. When she had left home, her mother had cautioned her to enjoy herself, but to avoid associating with the wrong crowd. If discovered with unsuitable company, she would be forbidden from going out again. Su Momo nodded obediently, yet her heart had already soared to Yizhe. As the driver took her through the streets, it was evident that the young lady was bubbling with excitement. The driver sighed within, reflecting on how a well-behaved child had been stifled, deprived of the vitality that should accompany her age. However, as merely a driver, he felt it was not his place to voice opinions, contenting himself with silent contemplation. He glanced into the rearview mirror. "Miss, we have arrived." Chapter 7. Buying a car for Momo. "Thank you, Uncle Lou. You may head back now." "All right, Mississippi." Upon his arrival, Yizhe spotted Su Momo waiting at the designated spot. He opened the taxi door, calling out, "Momo." Hearing her name, Su Momo looked up, spotting Yizhe in the vehicle, and joyfully ran over. Yizhe and Su Momo intertwined their fingers. "I apologize for making you wait each time. We really ought to find a new place. Otherwise, it's inconvenient to go anywhere." Su Momo, a slight blush gracing her cheeks, shook her head in response. "No, I just arrived as well. Where are we headed?" Yizhe chuckled. "Hee, you'll know once we get there." The car came to a halt in front of the Porsche dealership. "Yizhe, are you planning to buy a car?" Yizhe replied, "To be precise, it's you who will be purchasing a car." Su Momo was momentarily stunned by his words. Was he really considering buying her a car so soon after they got together? And a Porsche at that? "But I already have a car. Your investment has only just broken even. Surely you still need funds. You should keep it for yourself." Yizhe felt warmth bloom in his heart. Any other woman would likely be ecstatic at such a gesture, yet here was Su Momo advising him to save. "What you have is yours, and what I give is mine. They are not the same." With that, he wrapped an arm around Su Momo's waist and led her inside. A sales representative approached them. "Welcome to the Porsche Center. Are you here to look at cars? Do you have a particular model in mind?" The young woman, noticing the striking couple, greeted them with enthusiasm, sensing that today would surely yield her a sale. Yizhe gently squeezed Su Momo's waist. "Go ahead and pick a model you like." Though she was unfamiliar with investments and stock trading, she knew it required a great deal of thought. "You really don't need to buy me a car. I have one. I seldom drive since we have a chauffeur at home. You should be saving your money to create more wealth." Yizhe sighed. "I've already set aside enough. This is for daily living. Just listen to me." Su Momo realized that his mind was made up, and she began to browse the cars. Despite their quiet conversation, Wang Min, standing nearby, overheard everything. She knew her instincts had been correct. Anyone capable of presenting such a large sum for daily expenses would surely buy a car. Wang Min eagerly suggested, "Since it's for you, I believe the Panamera would suit your temperament perfectly." Su Momo genuinely liked this model. Her own car was a BMW Mini, a gift from her father for her coming-of-age ceremony. However, she rarely drove it to maintain better control over her movements. Yizhe had brought vibrant colors into her otherwise dull life. Noticing the glimmer in Su Momo's eyes, Yizhe said, "Then let us choose the Panamera." Wang Min was momentarily taken aback. While she anticipated a purchase, the ease with which Yizhe decided on the Panamera felt unexpectedly casual. "Why are you standing there in surprise? Go choose the configurations," Yizhe urged. Wang Min quickly regained her composure. "Of course, this way please." She asked other staff members to fetch 2 cups of coffee from the Starbucks on the first floor before guiding them to select configurations. The first step, choosing a color, became a challenge, as none of the available shades appealed to Sumo. Yize also found them rather ordinary. I recall that the Panamera can be customized in iceberry pink. Wang Min smiled. Indeed, it can be customized in iceberry pink. But the price will be considerably higher. Yize waved his hand dismissively. Price is not an issue. How expensive can a Panamera really be? After all, I am now a millionaire, and the more I spend, the greater the returns. However, surprisingly, the seemingly innocent Sumo did not favor the iceberry pink. Yize was pleasantly surprised to see her starting to express her preferences. He realized he had never seen her in pink clothing or carrying a pink bag. Just as they were both pondering, Wang Min suddenly recalled something. Please follow me. We happen to have a Province Purple model available that hasn't yet been showcased. Our Porsche Center is the only one in the country with this Province Purple model in stock, and it comes fully equipped. Sumo's eyes brightened at the mention of purple, her favorite color. She turned to Yize. Shall we take a look at this purple one? Yize smiled in agreement. Let us go see. Wang Min led them to a car covered with a cloth. And Sumo felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The purple shades available in the market were often too dark and gaudy. Wang Min unveiled the cloth, revealing a subtle yet elegant shade of purple. Sumo's eyes sparkled. She felt this color resonated with her essence. Yet, she worried that such a unique hue would come with a hefty price tag. This purple is an original Porsche color, quite distinctive. Just the color alone adds an extra 186 million to the price. This is the only one in a city. Yize asked, do you like it? Sumo hesitantly nodded. Yes, I like it. They examined the various features, each one tugging at Sumo's heartstrings. Yize directly inquired of Wang Min. How much for this car? With the discounts applied, it will still be 3.7 million. Yize felt satisfied. This saved them the waiting process. Then it's settled. Please prepare the paperwork. Wang Min suppressed her excitement. She had never imagined selling a car could be so effortless. While the sales representative went to prepare the contract, Yize encouraged Sumo to continue looking in case she found another car she liked. Sumo had just begun to recover from her astonishment. While her family was well off, purchasing a car worth several million wasn't something one could just decide on whimsically. One car is sufficient. That's already quite extravagant. Yize pinched her cheek playfully. Whether it's extravagant or not is my decision. Now let us keep looking. Sumo resumed her browsing, while another saleswoman named Miao Yin, noticing Yize alone, seized the opportunity to introduce herself. She sauntered over, projecting her most alluring smile. Sir, you are quite the promising young man. Unbeknownst to her, the fervor in her eyes betrayed her intentions. Yize surveyed her with amusement. Name, Miao Yin. Age, 27. Attractiveness level, 75. Purity, 75. Well, this is intriguing. Her attractiveness and purity scores were identical, suggesting she had experienced a considerable number of encounters. Though not very old, her past was quite substantial, making Yize slightly wary. Miao Yin, unaware that Yize had scrutinized her information, continued to pose and display her physique. He noted, yes, those 2 assets were indeed impressive. It seemed his future task would be a tad challenging, but that was all right. He could endure that hardship. Miao Yin, seeing that her flirtations garnered no reaction from Yize, bit her lip, realizing Wang Min was returning. She had to act quickly. With sultry eyes, she whispered, Sir, I can offer you more exclusive services. Chapter 8. Oh, what makes it special? Yize mused inwardly, concealing his amusement. Oh, what makes it special? Miao Yin felt a blush creeping up. How could he not understand what she meant? Must she spell it out for him? You know, we could exchange contact information. And if you need anything, you can reach out to me anytime. Wang Min hurriedly approached, only to witness Miao Yin posing provocatively before her client. She couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. Miao Yan's misplaced ambitions compelled her to resort to such tactics to pry clients away from others. Countless individuals in the store had suffered due to her antics, and if Wang Min had her way, such a person would undoubtedly be dismissed. My apologies, sir. We can proceed to sign the contract over there, Miao Yin remarked, her heart slightly begrudging upon seeing Wang Min return so swiftly, though she refrained from voicing her displeasure. Oh, it's no trouble at all. We can reconnect when it's time to pick up the car. She was confident that no man could resist a woman readily available to him. Moreover, these wealthy second-generation heirs were often quite generous upon parting ways. With this thought, Miao Yin's spirits lifted as she cast a disdainful glance at Wang Min and departed. Yize called over Sumomo. Is there anything else you fancy? Sumomo shook her head. No, I only desire this one. Wang Min placed the contract before Yize, who promptly pushed it towards Sumomo. This action surprised Wang Min. Many claimed to be purchasing cars for their girlfriends while retaining ownership in their names, leaving their partners merely with the right to use the vehicle. Miss Su, how fortunate you are. Your boyfriend treats you so well, she remarked. Su Momo felt a swell of pride. Her man was undeniably handsome, both in appearance and in his treatment of her. When can I pick up the car? Wang Min respectfully inquired. We have expedited the processing for you. You may come to collect it the day after tomorrow. Beep. This transaction amounts to 3.7 million with a rebate of 370 million, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank card. Yize struggled to contain his excitement. 370 million. What an astonishing figure. Many toil their entire lives to earn a mere few hundred thousand, yet he had garnered such wealth merely by purchasing a car for his girlfriend. With this sum, he could afford a vehicle for himself. Initially, he had felt somewhat constrained with just over 17 million in hand. But now he could truly make his mark. As they awaited the completion of Su Momo's paperwork, Wang Min spoke up. May I have your contact details, Mr. Yi? This way, we can notify you promptly about picking up the car or any new models in the future. Yize pondered for a moment and acquiesced. Although he had little interest in Porsche, bringing other women to Wang Min for potential business didn't seem unwise. After all, Wang Min's service was exemplary, and her lack of ulterior motives pleased him greatly. Certainly, please scan my QR code, he replied, displaying his WeChat QR code. Wang Min excitedly added Yize on WeChat. Yes. Securing the contact of a major client was the first step towards future transactions. Mr. Yi, where will you be heading next? I can arrange for someone from the store to escort you. This gesture was quite considerate. Su Momo hadn't driven today and was reluctant to take a taxi. Money was not the issue. It was merely the inconvenience of time. I appreciate your kindness. Please take us to the Lamborghini dealership, Yize responded. Wang Min's heart skipped a beat. They had just purchased a car worth over 3 million, and now they were off to acquire a Lamborghini? Moreover, his nonchalant demeanor suggested that Mr. Yi was not merely a second-generation heir, but perhaps a self-made entrepreneur. Her respect for him deepened. Do you happen to have a car consultant over there? None. Yize looked at Su Momo, who also shook her head. I happen to know the supervisor there. I can ensure you receive superior service and discounts, Wang Min offered. Yize glanced at her, recognizing her keen awareness. He understood that such referrals typically earned the introducer a commission, but given her excellent service, he saw no reason to deny her the opportunity to profit. Thank you very much. Not at all. I'll call her now and have her meet you at the entrance, Wang Min said before escorting Yize and Su Momo to the car, stepping aside to make the call. Yize's phone rang. It was the customer manager from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, expressing gratitude for his trust and assuring him that he could reach out for any future inquiries. After hanging up, she added Yize on WeChat, and upon acceptance, he returned his focus to Su Momo. Su Momo linked her arm through Yize's. Aze, you are simply too good to me. Yize savored her gentle affection, responding, You are my woman. It is only natural that I treat you well. This was Su Momo's first relationship, and with someone she admired, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The pressures from her upbringing dissipated significantly, and she leaned her head against Yize's shoulder, relishing the warmth of the moment. Oh, by the way, darling, my car will also be registered under your name. Su Momo did not question further, softly acknowledging his words. Yize's large hand rested on her waist, even without any overt actions. She felt the warmth radiating from his touch, igniting a sense of shyness within her. Fortunately, the proximity of the Porsche and Lamborghini dealerships kept her cheeks from flushing too intensely. A middle-aged woman awaited at the entrance. Qi Jinghan had already been briefed by Wang Min about their general circumstances. Being potentially self-made, addressing him as Mr. Yi seemed entirely appropriate. As she recognized their arrival, Qi Jinghan greeted them with a beaming smile. Welcome, Mr. Yi. Welcome, Miss Su. Although she had heard from Xiao Min that Mr. Yi was a promising young talent, seeing them in person left her pleasantly surprised by their youth and attractiveness. Hello, Yize and Su Momo responded with warm smiles. Yize glanced at her name badge, noting that her name was Qi Jinghan, but he refrained from using the system to examine her profile. He had no interest in those who did not express interest in him or pique his curiosity. After all, one could not scrutinize every woman encountered outside. Welcome to our dealership. May I inquire if you have any particular models in mind? Do you have any recommendations? Given your remarkable youth and accomplishments, I doubt you would find conventional models appealing. I would suggest our flagship model, the Lamborghini Revuelto. With that, Qi Jinghan led them to the second floor, which was notably serene, its expansive space inviting. In the center stood a row of sofas, where Qi Jinghan guided them to sit and poured them freshly brewed tea. Yize felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this was top-tier service. Qi Jinghan pressed a button on her remote, illuminating the wall opposite them with sleek lines of light that gradually parted. The star of the day was now officially unveiled to Yize. Mr. Yi, behold our flagship model, the Lamborghini Revuelto. The car's stunningly cool exterior captivated Yize's gaze. This was the vehicle a man ought to drive. He rose and approached the car, with Qi Jinghan following closely. The Revuelto's design, characterized by its Y-shaped silhouette, was perfectly suited for a young and successful CEO like him. Equipped with a 6.5L V12 engine, it boasts a staggering 1,015 horsepower. It accelerates from 0 to 100 in just 2.5 seconds, and 0 to 200 in a mere 7.5 seconds, with a top speed of 350 kilometers per hour. This plug-in hybrid features a new torque distribution system that enhances power allocation during turns. The design boldly removes the cover from the V12 engine area, resulting in a uniquely striking appearance. As Yizhe settled into the car, the brown interior exuded elegance, complemented by 3 screens that radiated a sense of advanced technology. He was exceedingly satisfied as he gazed upon the vehicle before him, instantly deeming the previous Panamera inferior in comparison. Not only was Yizhe impressed, but even Su Momo found herself enamored. At the opportune moment, Qi Jinghan interjected, "Mr. Yi, would you like to take it for a test drive?" Yizhe diverted his gaze, declaring, "No need for a test. I'll take this one." Qi Jinghan was momentarily taken aback, while many clients made swift purchases. It was rare for someone to forego a test drive entirely. "Please prepare a contract for the top configuration," he instructed. "Certainly. And what about the color? Let us opt for the gradient that transitions from Nero Pegaso Black to Rosso Efesto Red." "Very well, we can extend that color scheme to the interior as well. However, please be advised that the top configuration will require a longer wait. A standard custom order typically takes 6 months, but since you've chosen a special edition color, it will be ready for pickup in a week." "That is acceptable," Yizhe replied nonchalantly. He glanced at the obedient Su Momo beside him and asked, "Shall I get you one as well?" Su Momo shook her head. "No, I'm perfectly content with the Panamera you just bought for me. Although this car is impressive, I feel it suits you better." Yizhe couldn't help but admire how sensible Momo had become. Qi Jinghan soon returned with the contract. "Mr. Yi, after discounts, the total comes to 16.3 million. Yizhe nodded. "Understood, I'll pay in full." Su Momo retrieved her identification and signed her name on the contract. Qi Jinghan, unfazed by the scene, beamed, "Miss Su, you are truly fortunate to have such a wonderful boyfriend who is not only accomplished, but also so trusting of you." After signing, Su Momo felt a wave of sweetness wash over her at Qi Jinghan's words. Yizhe regarded Qi Jinghan with satisfaction. She was indeed competent, her words brightening both their spirits. Qi Jinghan handed over her business card, having been in this industry for many years. "Please feel free to contact me for any future needs, Mr. Yi." Yizhe swiftly scanned the WeChat code on her card, replying, "Let us communicate via WeChat." Qi Jinghan nodded with a smile. Of course. Her WeChat name was simply her own, and Yizhe made a note of it. "Where shall I take you?" she asked. Yizhe pondered. Having been out for a while, it was time to treat his dear one to a meal. "What would you like to eat?" Su Momo thought for a moment. "I really want to try the food from the street behind the school." "All right, if that is what you desire, I shall take you there. Then please take us to a university." Qi Jinghan then realized that the two were indeed high achievers. A university was one of the top institutions in the country. Ding, this transaction of 16.3 million has a rebate of 6.3 million, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank card. Qi Jinghan instructed the driver before standing at the store entrance, watching the couple depart. The vehicle drove all the way to the entrance of the food street. Su Momo smiled as she took Yizhe's hand, intertwining their fingers. "Back in school, I always wanted to eat here with you." "Oh, why didn't you ever say so?" Su Momo's cheeks flushed, resembling a delicious peach. "I was too shy. And besides, you were always so focused on your studies that I didn't want to disturb you." "Ah, so you had a crush on me during our university days?" Upon hearing this, Su Momo's face reddened even further, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes." Yizhe burst into laughter, and as Su Momo felt embarrassed, he gently cupped her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. "I like you too, Momo. However, I didn't have any returns on my investments back then, and my family wasn't well off, so I never confessed. I wanted to be worthy of you, which is why I focused on my studies." His sweet words struck a chord in Su Momo's heart, leaving her dazed until they reached the most renowned clay pot restaurant at the school entrance. Yizhe playfully flicked her forehead. "Snap out of it." Su Momo coughed lightly in embarrassment, prompting another round of laughter from Yizhe. After ordering their favorite clay pot from their university days, they were interrupted by a familiar voice. "Yizhe?" Yizhe turned to see Lin Jia, a classmate from their university. Lin Jia, astonished to see them together, exclaimed, "No way, you two? Are you dating?" Yizhe, known for his solitary nature during university, felt indifferent towards Lin Jia. He responded coolly, "Yes." Lin Jia grinned, winking. "Nice. You were so focused on studying during university, and now just a few months post-graduation, you've already won the heart of a beauty. Is there something you need?" Yizhe inquired. "Oh, nothing much. I was just passing by, craving some rice noodles, and saw you two here." By the way, are you both attending the reunion in a week? You two are quite the stars of the class. After graduation, Yizhe had set the class group to mute, so he was unaware of the event. Meanwhile, Sumomo, who had a small group chat with a couple of close friends, also missed the messages in the larger group. As Sumomo was about to decline, Lin Jia urged, "You must go. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave." After Lin Jia departed, Sumomo checked her phone and saw messages about the reunion in the group chat. "Should we go?" she asked. Yizhe shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm fine with it. Since we ran into Lin Jia today, it wouldn't hurt to attend." Sumomo nodded. "All right, let us go together then." When their clay pots arrived, the two set aside thoughts of the reunion and focused on savoring their meal. Ding! This meal costs 66 yuan with a rebate of 6,600 yuan. Credited to your industrial and commercial bank card. After dining, Yizhe and Sumomo took a stroll by the lakeside. Reflecting on how Sumomo hadn't been working because her parents wished for her to secure a wealthy husband, he asked, "Do you have any aspirations for the future?" This question caught Sumomo off guard. Previously, she had felt hopeless, but now her partner was commendable, and her family had come to terms with their relationship. For a moment, she truly hadn't considered this matter. The breeze of late August tousled Sumomo's hair, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Yizhe, noticing her confusion, spoke gently, "It's all right if you don't know just yet. Since you are my woman, you won't need to work. However, I hope you can discover joy in life. If you express a desire to ride horses, I shall build you a stable for your enjoyment. There's no rush. You can take your time to think about it, but as long as it's something you like, I will always support you." His words warmed the heart of the school belle, and summoning her courage, she rose on her toes to plant a kiss on Yizhe's lips. "Azay, you're truly wonderful." Chapter 10. Where did you find this boyfriend? This was Sumomo's first kiss, and likewise, Yizhe's first kiss. Yizhe, of course, would not let the moment pass, deepening the kiss as he embraced her waist, only releasing her when her legs felt somewhat weak. Sumomo nestled her head against his chest, exclaiming, "I'm so lucky to be with you." Yizhe's large hand caressed her silky hair. After walking a bit longer, he hailed a taxi to take her home. It wasn't that he didn't want her to stay out overnight, but rather that the timing wasn't right. Upon arriving home, Sumomo saw her mother, Fu Chunlan, seated on the living room sofa. "You're back?" "Yes. You've been going out frequently these past few days. Who have you been with?" Sumomo knew she would eventually be questioned, and, recalling the warmth Yizhe had given her in recent days, decided to tell the truth. "I went out with my boyfriend." Fu Chunlan was utterly furious. She sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Who did you go out with?" "My boyfriend." "Boyfriend? Where on earth did you find a boyfriend? Have you grown bolder? Did I not tell you that you were meant to become a wealthy matron? How dare you date someone behind my back?" Fu Chunlan's neck flushed with rage. Yet, Sumomo had heard enough. The obedient girl was stirred by a hint of rebelliousness. She tossed the paperwork for the Porsche that Yizhe had bought her onto the sofa. "Here, take a look for yourself. My boyfriend gifted me a Porsche on the second day of our relationship." Her words left Fu Chunlan momentarily speechless, and with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, she picked up the contract to inspect it. Indeed, it was a Porsche, a top-tier model, signed by her own daughter's name. 7 million, paid in full. Their family business was not particularly large, and Su's father's liquid assets barely reached several tens of millions. It was inconceivable that he would casually buy his daughter a 7 million car. "Are you satisfied now?" Fu Chunlan's expression softened slightly. "How did you meet him?" "A classmate from university." But Fu Chunlan remained unconvinced. "A classmate? I know all the children from your class. There's no child of a wealthy family among them." Sumomo wearily replied, "Well, he isn't from a wealthy family. He makes his own investments." Fu Chunlan's eyes glimmered with interest. "He makes his own investments? That's quite impressive. But I must ask, did you ask him for this car?" Sumomo stared at her expressionlessly. "No, he offered to buy it for me." A smile crept onto Fu Chunlan's face. "Ah, he certainly knows how to win hearts. What car does he drive?" "He drives a Lamborghini Revuelto, worth over 16 million. As Sumomo spoke, she ascended the stairs, only to turn back and add, "Paid in full." At this, Fu Chunlan truly smiled. Well, if he can afford to buy a car worth over 16 million outright, then he must have even more money at his disposal. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that he might just be putting on a facade to impress you. Let us see how things unfold. Before she could finish her thought, Sumomo slammed the door shut. Fu Chunlan, feeling disgruntled, slumped back on the sofa. This ungrateful girl. Who does she think she is? Finding a golden goose is still due to my excellent upbringing. Now that she has a partner, she no longer regards me, her mother. Within minutes, Fu Chunlan had neatly stored away the car purchase contract and felt a surge of happiness. No matter how proud she gets, she is still my daughter. She will still have to take care of me in my old age. When there are issues with the family business, she will still have to step in. After placing the contract away, Fu Chunlan smiled at her reflection in the mirror. No need for a touch-up. She then headed out to play mahjong with her friends. Su Momo soaked in the bathtub, her brow furrowed. This home was suffocating. She would have resigned herself to it if things remained the same. But now it was different. She had A's. Reflecting on her bank balance, the allowance from home was meager, and the savings she had accumulated over the years were only enough to purchase an 80-square-meter apartment. She began to fantasize about having a home with A's. Back at home, Yizhe rubbed his head, realizing he had forgotten about moving. He glanced around the messy rental apartment, grabbed a few essentials, and stepped out. For tonight, he decided to stay at a hotel. Initially, he intended to go to the nearest hotel, but after 2 minutes, he suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. What am I thinking about proximity for? He now had a financial goal to pursue. Of course, he should opt for a 5-star hotel. Yizhe hailed a taxi and arrived at the renowned Guimao Hotel in City A. The receptionist's eyes lit up upon his entrance. His alluring peach blossom eyes and prominent nose added to his charm. Good day, how may I assist you? I would like to book a presidential suite. Certainly. How many nights will you be staying? Yizhe pondered for a moment, deciding that he would rest well at the hotel tonight and house hunting would take a few days. Let us book it for a week. The receptionist was taken aback. The presidential suite was priced at $88,800 per night, and he was reserving it for a week? That amounted to $620,000, enough to buy a house in a 4th-tier city. The receptionist's eyes sparkled. He was wealthy and quite handsome. If only she could win his affection, she would enjoy a life of luxury. Very well, sir. Please present your identification. Yizhe handed over his ID and proceeded to his room, while the receptionist silently vowed to win him over within the week. She quickly memorized his phone number, planning to add him on WeChat after her shift. Yizhe entered the presidential suite, marveling at its spaciousness, bigger than his entire rental apartment. He tossed his backpack onto the sofa, surveying the area, a large bathtub, and office space. Living in such an environment brightened his mood. He could hardly fathom that he was now residing in a presidential suite without concern for the price. He messaged his landlord about terminating the lease. As only 3 days remained on his rent, he decided against retrieving his belongings, considering it a parting gift for the landlord to clean the apartment. The landlord happily agreed. The deposit was equivalent to 2 months' rent. Hiring someone to tidy up would hardly cost much. The remainder would be his personal savings. With a bit of tidying, the apartment could be rented out again. Suddenly affluent, Yizhe retained his previous mindset. He occasionally felt compelled to check his bank balance. After counting it, he felt a surge of joy. At that moment, the bathtub was filled, and the hotel had provided bath balls. He casually tossed in one with rose petals, ready to indulge in a floral bath that night. The amenities in the room were included in the room rate, allowing for unrestricted use. Yizhe glanced at the wine rack, and, though he wasn't well versed in wine, he assumed that with such an expensive room, the wine wouldn't be subpar. He poured himself a glass, intending to savor it during his bath. Chapter 11. The Irritated Receptionist. Yizhe soaked in the tub, enjoying the night view outside. The hotel was on the 80th floor, and as he looked out at the precious landscape below, he felt a sense of wonder. Once he purchased a home, he would visit his parents, and ideally, bring them over. If that wasn't feasible, he could at least get them a new house. Their current home was too old, and every winter, it was drafty and unbearably cold. He took a sip of the wine and leaned back against the tub, exhaling a contented sigh. Just then, his phone rang, and he chuckled, assuming it was the campus bell missing him. Upon checking, he realized it was a friend request. The photo was of a girl's casual snapshot, piquing his curiosity as he accepted it. Before he could respond, the screen indicated that she was typing. Hello, I'm the receptionist who just checked you in. My name is Zhu Ting. Yizhe understood immediately. It was the receptionist who had looked at him with such intensity earlier. A thought crossed his mind as Zhu Ting's profile appeared. Name, Zhu Ting. Age, 25. Attractiveness level, 79. Purity, 90. Unfortunately, just 1 point shy in attractiveness, and she had already been with 10 others, not within his consideration. He replied leisurely, what is up? Zhu Ting felt a twinge of anxiety in her heart. It was her first time privately adding a guest on WeChat. If she were to be reported or discovered, it would spell disaster. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, giving herself a pep talk. I wonder if the handsome guy has a girlfriend? If he does, alas. Zhu Ting slumped onto her bed, sighing, as it was indeed the case. She had suspected as much. How could a young, dashing, and affluent man possibly be single? But wait, what does it matter if he has a girlfriend? As long as he isn't married, there is still a chance for her. If the handsome gentleman requires special services, he can reach out to me. Humph, men are quite simple, as long as one can make them happy in bed. There is no fear of losing one's place. Zhu Ting pondered for a moment and sent a flirty emoji. To her dismay, she received only a red exclamation mark in response. Frustrated, Zhu Ting hurled her phone onto the bed. Damn it. What else with the pretense? He is not even that good looking. He wouldn't even accept an advance. What a detestable fellow. Yi Zikai remained oblivious to Zhu Ting's inner turmoil, having nearly completed his own endeavors. After drying off, he emerged from the bathroom, and his phone chimed once more. This time, it was a message from Su Momo. Ace, what are you up to? Just finished showering. Would you like to see? Yi Zikai intended to tease her, assuming she would shyly decline. To his surprise, a video call request arrived immediately. He answered the call. Wifey. The mere utterance caused Su Momo's cheeks to flush crimson. We're not married yet. It's all the same. Whether we're married or not, you are still mine, Yi Zikai replied nonchalantly. Under the dim yellow light, the girl appeared even more innocent. Did you miss me so soon after we parted? Su Momo nodded, her large eyes fluttering. Yes, I missed you. I miss you too. I told my mom that I have a boyfriend now. Yi Zikai understood. Is it because you've been out for 2 days? How did you know? Just a guess. So what is her attitude now? Su Momo recounted her experiences returning home. Yi Zikai nodded. Over the next couple of days, keep an eye out for houses you like. We'll go buy one the day after tomorrow. Su Momo hesitated. No, I have a bit of money saved up. I can buy a small place for us to live together. As the conversation progressed, the school Belle's voice grew softer. Yi Zikai felt a genuine stir of emotion. It had nothing to do with finances. Surely, it was his responsibility to purchase a home for his precious darling. Su Momo anxiously protested. But you just bought 2 cars today. That's already quite extravagant. I have savings too. What is mine is yours. Although I can't afford anything too large. Yi Zikai's heart softened further as he adopted a serious expression. I command you to choose a villa you like. The price is not an issue. You wouldn't want to live in a place you dislike, would you? His words shifted her focus. And Su Momo began envisioning their beautiful life together. Then I'll take a look tomorrow. Yi Zikai's expression softened. Good girl, get some rest. A's, good night. Good night. The next day, Yi Zikai awoke and stretched luxuriously. The bed in the 5-star hotel was simply divine. With no stress on his mind, he enjoyed an exceptionally restful slumber. Today, he planned to take it easy and not step outside. After freshening up, he proceeded directly to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. As expected of a 5-star establishment, the dining experience was delightful. After his meal, Yi Zikai reclined back onto the plush bed. Since the system had not stipulated any specific avenues for spending, it implied that as long as one's appearance rating exceeded 80, even online streamers could offer rebates. Speaking of streaming, he suddenly remembered about Yuzi. He searched for Yuzi on WeChat and found a string of unread messages filled with her expressions of gratitude for his assistance and her victories, along with greetings for the morning and evening. Yi Zikai rubbed his nose, recalling that on the first day with Su Momo at the tea house, he had switched his phone to Do Not Disturb to avoid constant notifications. What time will you start streaming? Upon receiving the message, Lin Yuzi, just finishing her early class, could hardly contain her excitement. Brother Shui had finally replied. Since that fateful battle, her stream's viewership had significantly increased, from dozens to now over 1,000 viewers online. Although still far from the major streamers, she felt immensely grateful. With over 1,000 viewers, even if only 20-cent gifts, it was a considerable improvement from before. The company had started to take her seriously and had assigned her a new manager. The first thing the new manager said was to maintain a good relationship with Brother Shui, as long as he could return. She could earn more money and relieve her mother of her burdens. Brother Shui, are you done? I just finished class and will be preparing to stream at the company shortly, in about 40 minutes. Okay. Upon seeing Brother Shui's reply, Lin Yuzi knew he would be watching her, and her heart raced with anticipation. She greeted her close friends and hurried to the bus station. With 40 minutes to spare, Yi Zikai casually browsed through the music app, finding several appealing songs, but none with scores over 8. TSK, this app's beauty filter is remarkably powerful. Is it really so rare to find beauties above an 80 rating? He clicked into a group broadcast room named YU001, where 5 girls were dancing. And the one in the center, dressed in a striking purple bodysuit, caught his attention. Yi Zikai checked her profile. Name, Dong Shir. Age, 24. Appearance rating, 89. Purity, 98. This was the first girl he had encountered in over 10 minutes who met his criteria. In the lower right corner of the screen, each gift was associated with a corresponding dance. When someone sent a gift, that person would take center stage to dance. When no gifts were sent, the performers would revert to a neutral state. Yi Zikai typed in the chat, "What is the name of the girl in the purple outfit?" The MC responded, "That is our Ling Air." Yi Zikai glanced at the gift options, noting that sending a gift to Ling Air would cost 2 diamonds each for the "You're the best" gift. Having already exhausted his diamonds, Yi Zikai recharged his account with 10,000 yuan. Yuan Mountain Meets Water has sent you the best, 1314. Ding. This transaction of 2 628 yuan has yielded a rebate of 26,280 yuan, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank account. Chapter 12. I admit. Ling Er doesn't need debate me. Yi Zikai couldn't contain his joy, confirming that his assumptions were correct. Ling Er, upon seeing the 1314 attached to her gift, felt a mix of happiness and sorrow. She was delighted that someone appreciated her enough to send gifts, yet saddened that this meager amount of money required immense effort, as she had to dance numerous times to earn it. Yi Zikai found the situation amusing. He hadn't been watching streams for long, and this was his first time experiencing a group broadcast. Watching the beautiful girls dance captivatingly was a refreshing novelty. Now that he had validated his idea, Yi Zikai boldly decided to recharge his account with 1 million soft sister coins, vowing to earn money online today without stepping outside. The "You Are the Best" gift was too slow, at just 2 diamonds each. Even if he could send them in groups, it was still insufficient. This would only hinder his ability to earn money, right? Yuan Mountain meets water. How do you determine who receives gifts when sending them? Yi Zikai, now at level 49, had begun to attract the host's attention. The MC promptly replied, "Brother Shui, you can select who to send gifts to. Whoever you click on will receive it." Yi Zikai glanced at the gift-sending interface and confirmed that he could indeed choose the recipient. Hehe. Being level 49 and not knowing this. Isn't it quite normal not to know? I had no clue before watching the group broadcast. Haha. Does it really matter whether one knows or not? The very fact that they can ask this question signifies that they intend to offer other gifts. Indeed. Which of the other gifts isn't more valuable than the one in the bottom right corner? Even if it's just 1 diamond more, it's still a considerable amount. After Yi Zhe confirmed everything, he noticed the barrage of comments and chuckled to himself, wondering why there were so many excitable monkeys everywhere. He never acted that way when he was short on money. He would simply watch quietly, feeling envious inside. Far Mountain sees water. My apologies. Leveling up is a result of a PK, so I'm not too familiar with other aspects yet. This response struck the faces of a few of the excitable commenters. Who can't boast? Wow, Brother Shui is truly impressive. Level 49 is worth over 300k, and he received such a hefty sum in one live stream? Truly formidable. How amusing. One dares to speak while another believes. After gifting a set of 1314, you start calling him brother? In response, MC silenced the most boisterous commenter for 3 days. Those who come to YU001 are like family. Everyone is here to unwind. And inappropriate comments will lead to a mute. Far Mountain sees water. Well said. Far Mountain sees water sent out a note 1. Far Mountain sees water. This is a gift for MC. MC Xingyi was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Shui, for the note 1. This is actually my first gift. Wow, Brother Shui is quite generous. MC has received gifts. Far Mountain sees water gifted Ling note 1 10 times. Far Mountain sees water gifted Ling airship 10 times. Far Mountain sees water gifted Ling carnival 10 times. MC Xingyi loudly expressed gratitude for Yi Zhe's gifts. Thank you, Brother Shui, for the 10 rockets, 10 airships, and 10 carnivals. Yi Zhe had already spent 39 million on the note software, and now he spent over 60,000 more, leveling up from level 49 to level 50. When MC saw the upgrade notification, congratulations to Brother Shui for achieving level 50. Ling was left in a daze. As the gift effects on the big screen continued to float, Far Mountain sees water had truly sent her so many gifts. YU001 had been established for a month. There had been gift givers, but he was the first to bestow such a plethora of gifts upon her upon arrival. Ling felt as though she had been struck by a wave of immense happiness. She began to wonder whether Brother Shui would protect her or if it was merely a momentary whim. Regardless, she felt compelled to show her appreciation. She blew a few kisses and made heart gestures at the camera. Wow, Brother Shui is indeed generous. I can't believe it. What happened to the earlier mockery? Does it hurt to have your face slapped? Level 50. Just sending casually amounts to 60,000 soft sister coins. My annual salary is only 50,000. To the one above, can I say my annual salary is only 30,000? Xingyi joyfully exclaimed. Come on. Let us present a performance from our YU001 to Brother Shui. A few girls lined up, facing away from the camera as exotic BGM played. And each girl turned around with perfectly managed expressions and synchronized movements. Yi Zhe gradually began to appreciate the charm of group broadcasts. After the performance, Ling showcased a few of her signature dances. Ling adopted a sultry style, her blue eyeliner accentuating her allure. A single glance was enough to captivate. Oh my. Thank you, Brother Shui, for broadening our horizons. So beautiful. Yi Zhe thought to himself. Ling truly deserves her center position. Her entire performance was captivating. After executing 10 dances, Ling finally paused. Although her body felt somewhat fatigued, her heart was exhilarated. The adrenaline made her fingers tremble slightly. The other girls in the group were also enviously watching, but they bore no resentment toward Ling Er. In reality, there were no filters. Ling Er was indeed stunning, and it was only natural that they could not compete. Yi Zhe, pleased with the performance, gifted Ling Er 10 carnivals. Ling Er couldn't help but let out a shriek. 10 carnivals. That amounts to 30,000 soft sister coins. As the pillar of the group, her contract with the guild granted her 45. This meant that with those 10 carnivals, she would receive 13,500 yuan. Let us present a big brother dance to Brother Shui. The remaining 4 girls formed 2 rows, while Ling Er fetched a majestic big brother banner from a spot out of the camera's view and gracefully walked through the middle. With each step, she swayed elegantly. Wow, Ling Er. All right, I admit, Ling Er doesn't even need to bait me. BGM played as Ling Er and the other girls began to dance together. You can't deny, Yi Zhe was utterly entranced. Ling Er and Su Momo showcased entirely different styles. How could he possibly resist? A WeChat notification chimed, and Yi Zhe opened it. Yuzi, Brother Shui, I've arrived at the company. Just by looking at the message, Yi Zhe could discern the girl's excitement, and he recalled the charming little dimple on her lips. TSK, there are indeed many beautiful women. Am I a bit of a scoundrel? No, I mustn't think that way. I merely wish to provide a home for each girl. How could that be a sin? He replied to Yuzi, okay. His attention returned to the YU001 live broadcast, where Ling Er continued to dance fervently. Far mountain sees water. Until what time are we broadcasting? Shingi, Brother Shui. We have 2 sessions a day. The first is from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and the second is from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Far mountain sees water. All right, I have other matters, so I'll take my leave for now. Ling Er waved her hand, realizing that Brother Shui inquired about the broadcasting time. This meant he would return. With this thought, Ling Er danced even more passionately in the time that followed. Little did she know, finding a streamer who met the rebate conditions wasn't that easy, and it was a rare find that he would return. In Yuzi's live broadcast, she saw the ID she had been eagerly anticipating enter the room, and she immediately sweetly welcomed him. Welcome home, Brother Shui, on the 6th day of solo play. Wishing everyone a joyful Lantern Festival. Chapter 13, Reign of Carnivals. Yohoa, Brother Shui has arrived. Ire Yesoada, haha. Yuzi has finally waited for Brother Shui after longing for him like the stars and the moon. Yuzi felt a bit embarrassed as she realized everyone was teasing her. Oh dear, you guys are making fun of me. I want to be friends with you anymore. Yoho, oh dear, you're making fun of me. Ire Yesoada, I want to be friends with you anymore. Yize joined their playful banter. Far mountain sees water. Then who will you be friends with? Yuzi blinked her big eyes. Humph, I'll be friends with whoever is nice to me. Her adorable demeanor had everyone in the live broadcast room laughing. Far mountain sees water gifted Carnival 10. Far mountain sees water. How about now? Am I good to you? Yuzi smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon, her dimples radiating sweetness. Yes, Brother Shui is the best. Far mountain sees water, the best. Yuzi hurriedly added, the best in the world. HHHHH. Ha ha ha, so cute. So wonderful, I love sweet girls. Yuzu, upon noticing the compliments flowing in through the comments, felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her, breaking into a silly grin. With a flourish, she exclaimed, I recently learned to dance, and I'd like to share it with everyone. As the background music began to play, it was Justin Bieber's Love Me. Today, Yuzu donned a charming white dress adorned with delightful strawberry patterns. Her youthful figure swayed gracefully to the rhythm of the music, singing along, love me, say that you love me. Oh, so adorable. Darling, you are like a fragrant, soft strawberry cake. A smile crept onto Yi's lips as well. Yinshan Jianshui gifted her with glow sticks, 66 in total, with a flurry of additional gifts following. The screen was awash with the glow sticks sent by Yi's. Wow, how romantic. Yuzu's little fan. Oh my gosh, I can't help but ship them together. A faint blush crept across Yuzu's cheeks. Whether from the heat of dancing or the shyness induced by the comments, it was unclear. Thank you, Water Brother, for the 5 sets of 66 glow sticks. Thank you, Water Brother. Due to the heightened attention Yuzu received, the management was keenly observing her interactions during the live stream. Seeing Yuzu getting along well with Water Brother, they felt a sense of joy, sensing that Yuzu might just become the leading star of their guild in the future. As for how far she could go on the entire platform, it would depend on Yinshan Jianshui's financial support and affection for Yuzu. Yinshan Jianshui, are we just chatting and not engaging in any PK? Yuzu tapped her forehead. Oh dear, I think I might have forgotten something. The management had instructed her to engage in PK 3 times during a live stream. However, she often forgot because she had never won against her opponents before. Haha. Little scatterbrain, how could you forget to PK as a streamer? I truly adore Yuzu. If only I could make her smaller. Then I could keep her in the palm of my hand. Yuzu replied, wow, that sounds so blissful. You'd have a cute little Yuzu to accompany you. Yiz was utterly charmed by her adorableness. Yinshan Jinshui, if you remember, shouldn't you hurry? Ha ha ha, are you dawdling while your big brother is sending you money? There's a bit of a domineering CEO vibe here. Yuzu selected a random PK. Her opponent was a girl with twin ponytails dressed in a lowly outfit. Her ID named Dongyan. Yuzu politely greeted her. Hello, what kind of streamer are you? With my looks, I'm obviously a beauty streamer. Yuzu paused for a moment and chuckled. Oh my, what a coincidence. I'm also a beauty streamer. Dongyan replied, great. Then let this PK be our beauty showdown. Whoever loses must call the other a big beauty 10 times. How does that sound? Yuzu agreed, sure. She set up a 10-minute PK, and the match officially commenced. Yinshan Jianshui. It seems that in order for the opponent to acknowledge Yuzu's beauty, I must put in some serious effort. Oh, I'm really shipping them so hard. Yuzu shyly remarked, please don't tease me. Wow, haha, the little girl is shy. Wow gifted Yuzu with 28 hot air balloons. Ayer Yesawa generously sent Yuzu 52 heart bunny gifts. The opposing team's health quickly began to dwindle. And Wow curiously glanced at the other side. Upon seeing the competition, he thought to himself that this time little Yuzu might not necessarily win. Although the numbers were equal, the opponent had a level 61 client at home. What does level 61 mean? It means they VE spent 2 million just on this app. Water Brother had only reached level 49 yesterday, but today he managed to hit level 50, indicating he had already spent several thousand today. Unsure if he had any resources left. Wow, there's a level 60 big brother on the other side. Ayer Yesawa level 60? That seems quite formidable, but I still choose to believe in Water Brother. I also believe in Water Brother. Looking forward to Water Brother creating more brilliance. Yiz felt a warmth in his heart. The atmosphere around Yuzu was indeed quite pleasant, and she had already begun to gather supporters. He knew he must not disappoint their expectations or Yuzu's. The opposing team had surged ahead with 200,000 points, leaving Yuzu with only a sliver of health. Yiz promptly opted for the carnival gift, the most expensive on the platform. Yinshan Jianshui gifted Yuzu with a carnival worth 12,315. Wow, last time it was an airship bombardment. Today it's a shower of luxurious gifts. Ayer Yesawasi, I knew Water Brother would have the strength. The comments exploded with excitement, and everyone became animated. The platform featured hourly rankings, with each hour presenting a new leaderboard. The higher the rank, the greater the exposure received. As Yiz continued to shower Yuzu with carnivals, her ranking on the hourly leaderboard ascended. The number of viewers in the live stream increased significantly, rapidly rising from over 1,000 to 2,000, then to 3,000. It was worth noting that this was not the peak evening time when everyone returned from work. Typically, fewer people watch the live streams during this time. Yuzu warmly welcomed the new fans entering the live stream. Yinshan Jianshui gifted Yuzu with 3,036. Wait, are we really having a shower of luxurious gifts in broad daylight? I almost doubted my eyes. The piking streamers, Yuzu is silver while the opponent is gold. And it's already this intense? The level of the streamer doesn't matter. It all comes down to who has the stronger big brother. Exactly. My question is, how does such a small streamer already have a big brother supporting her? Water Brother, do you need any spare parts for your big leg? Water Brother, as long as gender isn't an issue, I'm willing to be your family cook. Yiz couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing comments. The netizens were simply too entertaining. The kind words danced across the screen, greatly satisfying Yiz's vanity. Unlike the recognition he received from family and teachers in school for his academic achievements, this time, he was acknowledged for his financial prowess. Yinshan Jinshui, haha, being a family cook is a bit much. Oh my, Water Brother has already seen my comment. How far are we from Water Brother marrying me? Haha, I'm about to laugh myself sick. Meanwhile, the opposing player, Xingxing, was becoming increasingly anxious. What was happening? A mere random PK? And yet he encountered a big brother? At this moment, Xingxing had already sent Dong Yan 130 airship gifts, spending 260,000 soft sister coins. Yet the gap with the opponent hadn't widened? He paused his gift-giving progress and logged into Yuzu's livestream with a secondary account. Seeing that Yinshan Jianshui was already over level 50, it seemed he was a newly emerging big brother. However, he had promised Dong Yan that he would win this match. He knew Dong Yan's personality too well. She always believed herself to be quite beautiful, simply unappreciated by others. If she were to lose the match and end up calling the opponent a big beauty, who knows how she would sulk? Xingxing sent Dong Yan 330 airship gifts. Meanwhile, Yi's continued to leisurely send carnivals, his combo uninterrupted. Each carnival was worth 10,000 diamonds, more than an airship gift. And Yuzu's health was quickly catching up. Yuzu, unaware of where she had procured 2 cheerleader pom-poms, waved them enthusiastically, rallying support. Go, water brother! Go, water brother! The background music in the live stream shifted to Zhang Jie's enchantment. Let the gods beneath my feet pave the path of a hero. A single tear turns back midway. All I can do is fight, fight. Yi was amused by her adorableness, and his spirits soared, prompting him to shower her with gifts at an even quicker pace. Meanwhile, Xingxing felt a twinge of frustration. The opponent was clearly a new streamer with few fans, yet a formidable rival had emerged. No, it was not merely a contest of equals. This rival was even more formidable. He had prepared 500,000 soft sister coins for the day, initially intending to showcase his prowess in the live stream for a while, but it seemed this PK would demand all his resources. Irritated, he thought of the audacious far mountain meets water. No matter. After all, his level was superior. He would go all in with the 500,000. With this thought, Xingxing's speed of gifting surged. Yoho had also been stealthily gathering intelligence in Dong Yan's live stream with a secondary account. Yoho, the opponent's speed has increased. Incredible, incredible. Both sides are so powerful. El Yeso. Then I shall contribute my strength as well. I follow Water Brother's lead. El Yeso gifted Yuzu a sports car, 2030. Yuzu promptly encouraged, those who appreciate me in the live stream can send gifts too. Let us not let Water Brother fight alone. We are one family. Others followed suit, sending gifts. Dong Yan's expression darkened. Humph, the opponent is quite competent. With just 1 minute left in the PK, Xingxing had dispatched 250-note airships, leaving his 500,000 depleted. Xingxing, indeed, they possess strength. I have exhausted my funds for today. Dong Yan lamented, am I destined to lose? Can anyone in the live stream assist me? Xingxing felt a pang of sympathy, yet he was merely a small, affluent heir using his allowance. Once the funds were spent, they were gone. He could hardly borrow money from friends, having always lent to others instead, and he had no intention of breaking his habit for Dong Yan. Dong Yan slumped onto her chair, her heart heavy with reluctance. Yet, at this moment, there seemed to be no other recourse. Yoho, the opponent sent 250 airships and has now run out. Far Mountain Meets Water gifted Yuzu a grand carnival, 2202-212-49250. Yi's gifts also paused at this intriguing number. As the countdown concluded, Yuzu triumphed due to the abundance of gifts. She joyfully tossed her pom-poms aside. Yay, we won. Yuzu gestured for the opposing team to unmute. Reluctantly, Dong Yan complied. You won. Yuzu replied, of course, because I have the best water brother in the world. Dong Yan scoffed. Yuzu, unperturbed, said, you spoke of punishment. It is now time for you to fulfill it. Since teaming up with Xingxing, Dong Yan had been dominating low ranks, having not tasted defeat in quite some time. Her frustration was palpable, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Meanwhile, Yuzu's audience grew impatient, urging her on Dong Yan's public screen. Finally, Dong Yan spoke, Big Beauty, Big Beauty. She hastily repeated Big Beauty 10 times before ending the call. Yuzu then lowered her head to retrieve a microphone, standing to bow deeply before the camera. Then, holding the microphone, she cleared her throat. To earn the title of the most expensive Big Beauty, I first want to thank my parents for my striking beauty. Secondly, I extend my gratitude to the Note software and my guild for providing a platform to showcase myself. Most importantly, I thank my incomparable water brother. Without him, even with beauty and a platform, I would be at a loss. Yuzu blew a kiss to the camera. Lastly, I want to express my heartfelt thanks to all my supportive family in the live stream. Without you, I would not have persevered until today. I love you all. Yize couldn't help but smile at her whimsical demeanor and sweet words. Perhaps even Lin Yuzu herself was unaware of how much her character had transformed. The burdens of wanting to earn quickly and provide a better life for her mother, who had raised her alone since her father's passing, seemed to dissipate with Far Mountain Meets Water's generous donations. A newfound vivacity began to blossom within her. Yuzu initiated 2 more random PKs, encountering streamers in rooms with fewer than 30 viewers. Yize spent only 60,000 diamonds and effortlessly achieved victory in both matches. Yuzu cheered, yay. This is my first 3 consecutive wins. I'm so happy. Far Mountain Meets Water. There will be more consecutive victories in the future. Yuzu beamed, all right. In gratitude, Yuzu sang several songs for Yize and the audience. Delighted, Yize had recharged a total of 1,010,000 soft sister coins that day, leaving a small remainder. He gifted all his remaining diamonds to Yuzu, who was immensely grateful. Far Mountain Meets Water had contributed 950,000 soft sister coins in her live stream. and she retained 40, which amounted to 380,000. Lin Yuzu felt filled with hope for the future. The guild she belonged to was merely a small one, run by the owner Wang Peng, who was also an avid live stream enthusiast. Initially, he had intended to run the company for leisure, but upon receiving a call from his subordinate, he was taken aback. What? A streamer has emerged from my guild? Ha ha ha, what wonderful news. I knew whatever I pursued would be successful. He listened intently to his subordinate's report, pondering for a moment. Let's have the operations manager take her under their wing. Is her current contract at 40? Yes, Mr. Wang. When she finishes streaming, have her revise the contract. Starting from today's donations, let us adjust her commission to 45. Understood. Lin Yuzu was unaware of the greater surprise awaiting her as she diligently continued her live stream. Chapter 15. Triggering a random task once more. Ding. This time's expenditure of 1,010,000 has yielded a rebate of 101 million, which has been credited to the industrial and commercial bank card. After watching the live stream for quite a while, Yizhe felt a bit fatigued. Glancing at the clock, he realized mealtime had long passed, which explained his hunger. After enjoying a lavish 500 yuan lunch downstairs and chatting with Su Momo for a bit, he indulged in a delightful afternoon nap. Upon waking, Yizhe, feeling a bit restless, decided to hit the hotel gym for some exercise. Now that he had wealth, he aimed to prioritize his health. It seemed he would need to incorporate fitness into his routine. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system chimed in with a notification. Ding. Random task triggered. Accumulate 1.5 hours of exercise in the gym. Task success will reward a villa in Suihua Garden. Failure incurs no penalties. Yizhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt like embracing the system in gratitude. This was a timely boon. He desperately needed a house. Otherwise, he couldn't be staying in a hotel. He was aware that Suihua Garden was a renowned villa district in City A, comprising 12 uniquely styled villas. Moreover, each villa has been meticulously designed by the renowned architect Sun Jian, whose expertise is not easily acquired. The more Yizhe pondered, the more invigorated he felt. As if a surge of energy coursed through him. After a brief warm-up, he commenced his workout on the elliptical machine, a device gentle on the knees, allowing him to persist with ease. Although Yizhe lacked muscular definition, his weight was proportionate, rendering him anything but frail. A touch of muscle would render him even more perfect. After a grueling 45 minutes on the elliptical, his shirt was thoroughly drenched at the neck. He then transitioned to the anaerobic section to continue his workout. Anaerobic exercise was more excruciating than aerobic, yet the sense of accomplishment it brought was unparalleled. While he was exercising his back, a male voice nearby interjected, "Your form is incorrect. It should be done this way." Yizhe turned to see a brawny gentleman demonstrating the correct posture on an adjacent machine. The kind-hearted stranger not only showed him how to perform the exercise, but also monitored him closely, correcting his form. Yizhe felt immense gratitude. Knowing that improper technique in anaerobic workouts could easily lead to injury, it seemed wise to consider hiring a personal trainer at the gym in the future. With a companion by his side, he found it much easier to persevere through the remaining time. Task complete. The villa at Building 08 of Suihua Garden has been assigned. At last, he heard the notification confirming the task's completion, and his motivation to continue exercising waned. Given his physical condition, he had already reached his limit. Yizhe thanked the generous stranger and hurried back to his presidential suite for a refreshing shower. He was eager to explore his newly acquired villa. Once again lamenting the inconvenience of not having a car, he summoned a taxi to Suihua Garden. En route, the driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and chuckled. "Hey there, young man, visiting a friend?" Yizhe cast a brief glance at him and replied coolly, "I'm going to see my own house. My car is in for maintenance." The driver, caught off guard by the unexpected revelation, fell silent. It was no wonder. Although Yizhe had just exited the Guomao Hotel, he bore no signs of luxury. The journey continued in silence. Lin Yu, meanwhile, had no classes that day and ended up broadcasting live for 6 consecutive hours, even dining while chatting with her fans. A multitude of online viewers praised her for her delightful eating habits, suggesting that should she ever find herself in a bind, she could transition to a career as a food streamer. Just as Lin Yu was about to leave, the operations director intercepted her and ushered her into the office. Confusion clouded her mind. Had she done something wrong to warrant such formality? She began to reflect on her behavior. The operations director, observing her serious demeanor, chuckled. "No need to be nervous. I called you in for 2 matters. First, you will now be directly managed by me, so feel free to approach me with any issues. Additionally, the resources from the guild will significantly favor you going forward." After speaking, the director produced 3 contracts. "Secondly, our boss holds you in high regard, and we've amended your contract. Your personal commission will increase from 40 to 45. Lin Yu instantly understood the reason behind this change. She took the contract, reviewed it carefully, and noted that only the commission had been altered. Relieved, she signed her name. "Thank you for valuing me. I will strive to do my best and build a good rapport with Brother Shui," she declared. The operations director smiled with satisfaction, appreciating her understanding. "Well done today. You may head back now." Upon exiting the guild, Lin Yu's excitement bubbled forth. An increase of 5%. Moreover, today's tips were included in the calculation. The amount she would receive next month would be even greater. Lin Yu boarded the bus back to school, enthusiastically bombarding Brother Shui with messages of gratitude. Her spirits lifted as she gazed out the window at the scenery. Meanwhile, after enjoying the sights, Yize arrived at the entrance only to be stopped by the security guard. "Who are you?" the guard inquired. Yize replied, "The homeowner, here to view the property." After verifying his credentials, the guard permitted him entry. The taxi was not allowed within, and the driver, witnessing Yize's successful verification, was astonished. Indeed, he was the homeowner. This young man was surprisingly unassuming. Unaware of the driver's thoughts, Yize's sole focus was on the grandeur awaiting him inside. His villa was Building 08, a considerable distance from the entrance, yet this journey revealed the opulence of the villa complex. He marveled at the communal swimming pool, basketball courts, and tennis facilities. Lush greenery and serene lakes adorned the area, with black swans gracing the waters. Rumor had it that a large golf course was situated not far from the villas. Due to the excellent privacy of each villa, Yize wandered for over 40 minutes. Well, consider it a workout. Finally arriving at his villa's entrance, all fatigue vanished. Using the initial password provided by the system, he entered, finding the interior impeccably furnished and spotless. Every design element was aesthetically pleasing, harmoniously integrated with the greenery. The living room featured a sunken curved design, the kitchen was open plan, and even the outdoor swimming pool was elegantly connected to the interior with a glass roof. Yize explored every corner of the villa with childlike wonder, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. "Ah, such a beautiful home will be mine," he exclaimed, elated. He promptly changed the entrance code and registered his fingerprint. Finally, he reclined on the spacious 3-meter bed in the master suite, sighing in contentment at the luxurious mattress. "Ah, isn't this the renowned model from H-Stens?" he mused. No wonder it felt so divine. The system truly spared no expense. A single mattress was worth over 1,000,000 yuan. After resting for a while, Yize decided to return to the hotel, finding the lack of a car rather inconvenient. Once he had navigated back to the hotel and had dinner, he opened the music app to discover that both Yuzi and YU001 had finished their live broadcasts. He glanced at the time. It was already 8 p.m. YU001 had seemingly ended his stream around 7 p.m. "Oh well, I've earned quite a bit. I once he fret over the rebates for just one night." Chapter 16. Viewing the property. The next day, Yize awoke feeling sore all over. After a prolonged period of inactivity, suddenly engaging in intense exercise had taken its toll. Fortunately, the hotel boasted a spa center. After breakfast, he planned to indulge in a massage. Today was the day for Su Momo to pick up her car. So Yize texted her to arrange a lunch meeting before heading to the dealership. Noticing a red dot behind Lin Yu's name, he contemplated for a moment and decided to lift her do not disturb setting. Upon reading her messages, he found that she had shared the news about her commission increase with him. "She truly trusts me," he thought. Encouraged by her lively messages, he replied, "Keep it up." Lin Yu had grown accustomed to Brother Shui's taciturnity. In her mind, he was a successful middle-aged gentleman. Therefore, it was perfectly normal for him to be busy and respond to her messages with delays. As long as he replied, she was content. Lin Yu had previously worried that her messages might disturb him, but since he hadn't mentioned anything, she deemed it appropriate to refrain from being bothersome. Haha. A classmate noticed Lin Yu's cheerful demeanor and remarked, "Hey, Lin Yu, have you had some good news lately? You're always smiling." Lin Yu had no intention of sharing with her. After all, she wasn't her close confidant. She replied nonchalantly, "Oh, is that so? Am I not smiling every day?" Seeing her silence, her classmate shrugged and walked away. It was only when she met up with her best friend in the neighboring class that Lin Yu shared her encounter with her elder brother. Lin Yu patted her friend and exclaimed, "Although I haven't received my salary yet, I've decided to treat you to a grand feast at noon to celebrate." Her friend beamed with joy. "Yay, our Yuzi has finally made it. I'm truly so happy for you." Yize lay on his bed while a gentle hand massaged his back. How comfortable it was. This was the essence of life. This spa was particularly attentive to the privacy of its guests, so in this room, it was just Yize and the masseur. By the end of the massage, Yize was on the verge of drifting into slumber from sheer relaxation. Upon returning home, Yize tidied up his belongings. Glancing at the few articles of clothing in his suitcase, he resolved to take Su Momo along for a shopping spree after picking up the car. Yize recalled how Su Momo often went out for Korean cuisine with her classmates during their school days. Thus, He decided they would indulge in Korean food together at noon as well. When Su Momo ventured out this time, her mother wore a smile on her face. It was a bit exasperating, as it was merely due to seeing that her daughter's partner was wealthy. As usual, she had the driver drop her off and left. This time, Yize actually arrived before Su Momo. Su Momo was clad in a black A-line dress, adorned with pearl jewelry. The black dress accentuated her already fair complexion, making her skin appear even whiter. Her long, thick eyelashes cast a small shadow in the sunlight. Upon spotting Yize waiting for her at the door, Su Momo joyfully ran over and embraced his arm. "Ace, I'm late." Yize gently patted her arm, reassuring her, "No, I happened to be nearby, so I arrived a bit early." Once inside, Yize allowed Su Momo to order first, later adding several dishes himself. Su Momo asked, "How did Ace know I like Korean food?" "My parents don't even know." Yize replied, "Your parents are solely focused on grooming you into a socialite, so of course, they wouldn't consider your preferences. I remembered how you used to talk with your two best friends about going for Korean food, which is why I chose this place." Su Momo felt as if she had eaten honey. It was sweet to know that even back then, when she and Yize had little interaction, he remembered her fondness for certain cuisines. Could it be that they had mutual crushes at that time? The arrival of the waiter interrupted her reverie. "After we finish with the car, shall we go shopping? Perhaps get my husband a new outfit?" Su Momo shyly nodded. Yize, noticing the smile at the corner of her mouth, thought how easily flustered his pure and innocent school Belle was. After their meal, the two took a taxi to the Porsche Center, where Wang Min was already waiting at the entrance. "Mr. Yi, Ms. Su, your car paperwork has been completed." Yize nodded, and before he could speak, Miao Yin approached. "Xiao Min, the supervisor is looking for you." Wang Min was taken aback. Didn't the supervisor know she was currently handing over a car? Could there be an unexpected situation? Remembering Miao Yan's previous actions, she narrowed her eyes and chose to continue with the car handover. "Once I finish with the car, I'll go find the supervisor." Wang Min glanced apologetically at Yize and Su Momo. "I'm sorry for taking up your valuable time. Please follow me." The car handover ceremony, filled with photos and flower presentations, finally concluded. Yize turned to Su Momo with a smile. "For the next few days, my dear Momo will have to take on the role of driver." Su Momo replied, "But I haven't driven in a long time." "It's all right, you have the basics. You'll adapt after a bit. I'll be in the passenger seat, so don't worry." Hearing his words, Su Momo felt a sense of reassurance and nodded, "Okay." Wang Min respectfully interjected, "If you need any more Porsche vehicles in the future, Mr. Yi, please feel free to contact me." Yize dismissively replied, "Rest assured, I will continue to patronize your business." Wang Min smiled with delight as she watched the two drive away, only turning back to Miao Yin once the car was out of sight. "I'm going to ask the supervisor if they were looking for me. Don't think I'm unaware of your underhanded intentions. You and Mr. Yi are worlds apart, and Ms. Su is leagues more beautiful than you. You should really rein in those sordid thoughts. Otherwise, those in the know will recognize this place as a Porsche Center, while others might mistakenly believe it to be a den of vice." Wang Min shot her a glare. "What nonsense." Miao Yin was taken aback. She had not expected the usually reticent Wang Min to be so sharp-tongued, leaving her momentarily stunned. Watching Wang Min's retreating figure, Miao Yin was seething with anger. Yize, seated in the passenger seat, couldn't help but marvel. This sports car is truly unlike an ordinary sedan. The power of the Panamera is already impressive. I can hardly imagine how astonishing the 1,015 horsepower of his Lamborghini must be. "Have you chosen a house yet?" Su Momo nodded. "Yes, I've shortlisted a few. Which one do you prefer?" One was a villa at Suha Bay, over 670 square meters, with 3 floors including a basement and a sizable garden. The second was a villa at Juanhao, for 120 square meters, with a more compact layout across 4 floors. The last was a large flat in the street, 360 square meters, with a splendid view. Yize nodded. "Let us go with the one at Suha Bay. My Momo deserves the best. We are going to buy a house now." Su Momo replied, "Honestly, I think the large flat is already sufficient since it's just the two of us living there." Yize insisted, "Let us buy the villa at Suha Bay outright. If you fancy a flat later, we will purchase that as well." Seeing that Yize was still intent on buying for her, Su Momo fell silent, realizing it was best to say less. She understood that the more she spoke, the more he would buy. Ace didn't seem to be putting on airs, and she couldn't help but feel proud of him. "My man is truly exceptional." Su Momo parked the car by the roadside and called the real estate consultant she had inquired with. Lu Ping had just returned from showing a property to a client and was enjoying a bowl of noodles at a nearby eatery. "Hello. I'm the one who wanted to see the villa at Suha Bay yesterday. My surname is Su." Lu Ping quickly set down his chopsticks. "Ah, yes, I remember you. Are you looking to view the property?" "Yes, if it's convenient, we can head over now." Lu Ping eagerly replied, "Of course. Let us meet at the entrance of Suha Bay. We'll need about an hour to get there." Chapter 17. One might think there was a eunuch at the door announcing the arrival of the emperor. Lu Ping was thrilled. Yesterday, this young lady had inquired about several properties. Today, she was coming to view one, indicating her strong interest. With an hour to spare, he hurried to finish his meal and make his way to the villa. In his haste, Lu Ping accidentally burned his mouth. Lu Ping arrived early at the entrance of Suha Bay, where the afternoon on a weekday saw few visitors. He kept a watchful eye on both directions for any approaching vehicles. In less than 10 minutes, he spotted a purple Panamera entering his line of sight. Wasn't this a new color? It must be the factory paint. What was it called again? Province Purple? It looked stunning. If this deal went through, he could earn over 100,000 in commission and even change his own residence. Dressed in a suit, Lu Ping looked every bit the part of a real estate agent. Su Momo parked next to him and rolled down the window. Yizhe said, "Hello, we're here to view a property." Lu Ping immediately approached with a smile. "Hello, I'm Lu Ping, but you can call me Xiao Lu. Let me take you inside." He exchanged a few words with the security guard, who promptly allowed them entry. Yizhe said, "Let's get in the car." Lu Ping nodded enthusiastically. "All right." Upon arriving at the villa, Lu Ping introduced the property, explaining that it was originally purchased by a local tycoon for his daughter. The renovation process was quite laborious, yet just as the house was completed, the daughter fell in love with a foreigner while studying abroad and refused to return. After some time, during a period of economic downturn that strained finances, the decision to sell was made. Su Momo grew increasingly satisfied with the interior, which perfectly matched her preferred pastoral style. No need for any renovations. Her own home was adorned in an opulent style that she found utterly unappealing. After a brief tour, Yizhe spoke up. "Can we sign the contract today?" Lu Ping, taken aback by the suddenness, momentarily faltered. Yizhe, smiling gently, reiterated his query. Lu Ping replied, Yes, of course. The seller has fully authorized us. We can sign online." Yizhe responded, "Excellent. Lead us to the signing." Lu Ping, overjoyed, nodded vigorously. "All right, I'll take both of you to the office for the contract." Regarding the price, Lu Ping assumed the two had already negotiated, as Miss Su had inquired in detail via WeChat the previous day. Upon exiting the villa, Lu Ping drove ahead, with Su Momo, having regained her driving skills after the journey, maneuvering the car with increasing steadiness. Lu Ping rushed into the office to prepare the contract, while Su Momo parked behind. As she entered, an acerbic voice cut through the air. "Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this our future sales champion?" A second voice chimed in with laughter. "Indeed. Busy every day, yet unable to close a single deal. Come now, don't be so harsh. Young Lu may not have merits, but certainly bears the burdens." One remarked. "Let us see what our future sales champion is up to," another added. Lu Ping, uninterested in the banter of these two nuisances, brushed them off, aware that despite having no deals in a month, a successful transaction today would rightfully earn him the title of sales champion. Signing online. "And is it the villa at Suha Bay? Have the price terms been settled?" The owner wanted to settle for a low offer, one of them speculated. As Yizhe entered, arm around Su Momo, he immediately caught the disdainful tone of a male voice. Lu Ping, noticing their arrival, nudged Xiaming aside and offered them 2 bottles of Evian. "Right this way." Xiaming, upon seeing the striking couple, felt a tightening in his chest, fearing that Lu Ping might actually sell the property. But then he thought, no way. These youngsters couldn't possibly afford a house in Suha Bay, even for a rich second generation. It's unlikely they could casually pull together over 100 million. With that thought, his posture straightened. "Hey," he began, but Yizhe shot him a half-smile, a look that sent a chill down Xiaming's spine. Despite his youth, his gaze was piercingly sharp. Suddenly, Xiaming felt less inclined to jest. Reluctantly closing his mouth, Yizhe took a sip of water, much better now. Upon entering and hearing those words, I almost thought a eunuch was announcing the emperor's arrival at the door. The room fell silent for a moment before laughter erupted around them. Xiaming, seething with anger, exclaimed, "What is so funny? Do you really think they can afford this? The cost of their entire outfit doesn't even match my watch." Lu Ping interjected, "Have you verified their funds? Let us proceed with the signing." Xiaming continued his tirade, provoking even the typically demure Su Momo to defend her partner. Just as she was about to speak, Yizhe gently patted her hand, and her anger dissipated upon meeting his reassuring gaze. Yizhe, unfazed, instructed Lu Ping, "Please call your manager." Lu Ping nodded and knocked on the door to the manager's office. To his surprise, the manager, Xing Li, was a decisive woman. Having overheard Lu Ping mention the purpose of their visit, she greeted Yizhe with a warm smile. "Hello, Mr. Yi. How may I assist you?" Yizhe gestured towards Xiaming. "This individual has insulted my character, and I find myself in a rather foul mood, which diminishes my desire to purchase a house. As for the verification of funds, I can empathize with your position." With that, he presented his industrial and commercial bank card balance to Xing Li. "I wonder if I possess the qualifications to purchase this property?" Xing Li, upon seeing the lengthy string of numbers, was momentarily stunned. Such liquidity, whose funds casually reached the billion mark. Xie Ming, who was elated over selling a 3-bedroom unit this month, suddenly felt dwarfed. With respectful hands, Xing Li returned the phone to Yi Zhe. Mr. Yi, you jest. If you lack the qualifications, I dare say very few in City A could afford such a purchase. She turned to Xie Ming. Your bonuses for this month are nullified. You shall retrain with the newcomers. Apologize to Mr. Yi at once. Xie Ming, sensing the shift in the manager's demeanor, broke into a cold sweat. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. Please forgive my insolence. His tone dripped with sincerity. Yi Zhe scoffed lightly. You certainly know how to bend and stretch. Channel that ability into selling houses instead of undermining colleagues. Xie Ming nodded fervently. Yes, Mr. Yi. You are absolutely right. Yi Zhe waved dismissively. Enough, I don't wish to see you. Attend to your duties. Xie Ming hurried back to his station. While the other who had mocked Lu Ping dared not utter another word. Lu Ping cast a grateful glance at Yi Zhe, who smiled back. Let us continue with the signing. Chapter 18. A romance between two wealthy individuals. Lu Ping said, All right, Mr. Yi, please present your identification. Yi Zhe looked at Su Momo. Please write down my girlfriend's name. Lu Ping remarked. Miss Su, you are indeed fortunate. Your boyfriend loves you so dearly. Su Momo smiled. Yes, I feel very blessed. Notification. This transaction amounts to 111.5 million, with a rebate of 11.15 million already credited to your industrial and commercial bank account. The contract was swiftly finalized, leaving Su Momo in a state of disbelief. This was a villa worth 111.5 million, including all fees and taxes. Was it truly a gift to her? They had only been dating for less than a week. Once back in the car, Su Momo boldly wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on him. With her being the initiator, he couldn't resist deepening the kiss. When he finally released her, her cheeks were flushed crimson. She shot him a playful glare, a look that nearly made Yi Zhe stand up in surprise. Su Momo's glance was enchanting, blending her innate purity with a touch of allure. Who could withstand such a gaze? Yi Zhe gently turned her face toward him and pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips. He began to feel that the confines of the sports car were too small. Perhaps he should invest in a larger vehicle and hire a driver. That way, he could enjoy more intimate moments with her in the back seat. Now that the house is bought, can you tell your parents about moving in? He asked. Yes. I'll discuss it with them and do my best to persuade them. She replied, smiling sweetly. Good girl. Su Momo drove directly to a nearby large shopping mall, her mind seething with indignation. That Xie Ming had looked down on her man simply because A's attire was too understated. She was determined to procure a splendid wardrobe for her man. Upon entering the mall, Su Momo promptly led him into Prada, given that A's was a private investor. His recent wardrobe primarily consisted of comfortable clothing, making Prada an ideal choice for him. The sales associate greeted them warmly as they entered. Welcome to Prada. Without hesitation, Su Momo replied, We are here to purchase menswear, and guided Yi Zhe to the men's section. She instructed Yi Zhe to stand still while she assessed various outfits against him. The sales associate, observing Su Momo's designer dress and her familiarity with the store, realized she was quite affluent. Thus, she offered her suggestions at opportune moments. After some deliberation, they selected several outfits. Su Momo turned to him. Ace, why don't you try on these pieces? Yi Zhe obediently headed to the fitting room. The first ensemble featured a black short-sleeve shirt adorned with a small logo on the left chest, paired with 5-pocket denim jeans. Yi Zhe's physique was commendable, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuding youthful vitality. The second outfit was a matching set of a denim short-sleeve shirt and shorts, complemented by white Prada downtown sneakers. After purchasing 5 outfits, 2 pairs of sneakers, and a black handbag, Su Momo nodded in satisfaction. As they approached the checkout, Yi Zhe reached for his wallet, but Su Momo snatched his phone away. You've already gifted me a villa and a car. Let me handle this small expense, she insisted. With his phone out of reach, Yi Zhe had no choice but to acquiesce. In fact, he was more than willing. Well done, Momo. Your independence makes me want to cherish you even more. The total expenditure amounted to 1,960,000 yuan, and Su Momo left the store, her heart full. After their departure, 2 sales associates began to converse. I initially thought he was a kept man, but it seems otherwise. What happened at checkout? Well, the handsome gentleman attempted to pay, but the beautiful lady said, You've already given me a villa and a car. This small amount is on me. The other associate gasped, No way. Is that for real? It certainly doesn't seem fake, especially since the gentleman remained so composed throughout. Wow, is this the love story of 2 wealthy individuals? Unbeknownst to them, it was indeed Yi Zhe's first visit to Prada, but with money in his pocket, he felt a newfound confidence and thus appeared completely at ease. They then visited Rolex, where Su Momo purchased a green submariner for Yi Zhe. After circling him to admire the watch, she declared, "This is nearly perfect. But we definitely need more clothing. Let us shop at another store." Yizhe chuckled, "Let us stick with just this for now. I'm about to move, so we can buy more after I settle in, okay?" Su Momo reluctantly agreed. Yizhe smiled as he took her hand. "Now? Isn't it my turn to buy you something?" "I don't need anything. I have plenty of clothes," Su Momo replied. "Since you have enough clothing, let us buy you some jewelry," Yizhe insisted, pulling her into the nearby Cartier boutique. He pointed at the classic love bracelet adorned with diamonds. "Could you please take that one out for her to try?" The sales associate, noticing the luxurious shopping bags in their hands, was eager to assist and presented the bracelet for Su Momo to try on. Yizhe then selected a matching ring, bracelet, earrings, and necklace for her. She looked stunning in everything. "Beep. This purchase of 226,900 yuan has earned you a rebate of 22,690 yuan, credited to your industrial and commercial bank card." Su Momo's thoughts drifted as she realized A's had gifted her the love collection. Truly, he was always subtly confessing his feelings, regardless of the occasion. Yizhe refrained from purchasing anything too extravagant, believing that the best things should come gradually. Eventually, they both exited the mall, content. When it came time for dinner, Yizhe led her to a renowned Western restaurant nearby. "Beep. This meal costs 60,000 yuan, earning a rebate of 6,000 yuan, credited to your industrial and commercial bank card." As Su Momo reluctantly bid farewell to Yizhe, he mischievously remarked, "If only you'd persuade your parents sooner. You could live with your A's brother." She playfully punched him. "You naughty boy, always teasing me." "Oh, so, does our Momo wish for me to bully others?" Su Momo pressed her finger against Yizhe's lips. "No, you may only bully me." Her cheeks flushed crimson at the words. Regardless of what the future held, she vowed to always cherish him. He was indeed a man of great affection. Thus, she would endure the teasing of the young schoolflower. Seizing the moment while Su Momo was still flustered, Yizhe playfully slapped her backside. "All right, time to head home." With that, he gathered his numerous clothing items and shoes and took a taxi back to the hotel. Yizhe collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling deeply after a long day. Nothing felt as comfortable as lying down. Meanwhile, Su Momo drove home in high spirits, fondling the jewelry Yizhe had gifted her while waiting at a red light. As for Yizhe's earlier comment, she was still lost in the sweetness of the day, completely oblivious to its underlying implications. Upon arriving home, she dramatically tossed the purchase contract in front of her parents, confident that their materialistic nature would lead them to agree to her living in the villa. Su Momo chuckled to herself as she pondered this. Chapter 19. The Changing Face of Su's Father. After Ling Er concluded her livestream, she pulled out her phone in the dressing room to check the messages on the music app. Following her encounter with the distant mountains and flowing waters, she had sent her thanks and contact information to the other party, but now, the message remained unread. Her teammates, noticing her distracted demeanor, inquired with concern, "Has Shui not added you yet?" They were quite close, familiar with Ling Er's situation. Ling Er softly replied, "No." Her teammates reassured her, "It's all right. Perhaps the big brother has been busy these past few days. He might add you tonight." Ling Er smiled at her friend. "Yes, that could be." Meanwhile, Yizhe had just finished showering and was comfortably lying in bed, playing on his phone. Ever since he had sent a substantial gift during YU001's livestream, the app frequently recommended female streamers to him, both solo and group broadcasts. Yizhe's account level had risen to 58, a status that ensured he would receive a welcome from any streamer or MC, even without spending. His follower count had also increased by several hundred, and his inbox was overflowing with messages. Thoughts of Ling Er crossed his mind. Oh, she had sent him a private message in gratitude after he gifted her a sports car during the livestream. Yet, he had spent 600,000 diamonds in YU001's broadcast, and she had shown no acknowledgement? As he pondered, Yizhe searched for Ling Er's name in the app. Upon clicking into his private messages, he realized he had misjudged her. Ling Er's short essay is certainly no less than Yuzu's, and she also attached her WeChat ID at the end. Yizhe switched to the WeChat page to search for her, then continued to browse through the music app. Dong Shishir, Ling Er, resided in the company dormitory, where typically two people shared a room. However, the company, in an effort to win her over, provided her with a small private dormitory for herself. Upon returning to her dorm, the first thing she did was take a shower. After her shower, Dong Shishir sat on her bed, massaging her sore feet that ached from wearing high heels during her live stream. Standing for such extended periods necessitated some massage every day upon her return. While she rubbed her feet, her mind wandered to distant mountains and flowing waters. Did Water Brother not favor my style? Is that why he only came once? But if he disdained her aesthetic, why then did he send her 60,000 soft sister coins? After massaging her feet for a while, she still couldn't piece together her thoughts, and with a sigh, she resolved to stop pondering it. Water Brother was her first significant patron since she began streaming, which made her reflect on him so often. Dong Shirshir took out her phone to watch dance videos and noticed unread messages on WeChat, so she clicked in. The next moment, she let out a shriek. Water Brother had added her on WeChat. Glancing at the time, it was precisely when she was on her way back to the dorm. Hearing her scream, someone in the adjacent room knocked on her wall. Dong Shirshir quickly covered her mouth, recalling that she had just been rubbing her feet and spitting for quite a while. She hurriedly washed her hands and face before accepting Water Brother's WeChat request. Water Brother, you've finally added me. Yize, who happened to be fiddling with his phone, replied in an instant. I've been a bit busy lately. Dong Shirshir was ecstatic. Water Brother even provided an explanation, which indicated that he would indeed return in the future. The streaming hours were currently relatively early, as many people returned home from work after they had already logged off. However, this was necessary in the early stages to test various time slots and accumulate as many followers as possible. It would take a few more days before she could join the larger crowd to capture the evening traffic. I thought Water Brother didn't like my type. Seeing her message, Yize chuckled. This girl certainly knew how to play her cards. Now that he had her contact information, she began to act coy and seek affection. However, with her looks, Yize didn't mind indulging her, and he found the novelty of different personalities intriguing. I'll make sure to watch you, he assured. After exchanging some more messages with Dong Shirshir, Yize fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Yize awoke feeling refreshed. Checking the calendar, he realized there was still some time before he could pick up his car, so he decided to return to his hometown to visit his beloved parents. With that thought, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed downstairs to check out. Coincidentally, the front desk staff was the same young lady who had checked him in. Oh, what was her name again? Yize glanced at the system for a reminder. Name, Zhu Ting. Age, 25. Appearance rating, 79. Purity, 89. Wow, what a surprise. He recalled that her purity rating had been 90 the last time he checked, and now it was down to 89. It was evident that this young lady had quite the ambition. Upon seeing him in his Prada outfit and sporting a new green Submariner watch, Zhu Ting felt a surge of resentment. She never expected that her advances would be so readily dismissed by him. That infuriating man. With that thought, she shot Yize a glare. Yize found it amusing but didn't take it to heart, knowing that there would be many more like her in the future. He checked his flight ticket and saw that there was a flight in exactly 2 hours, making it just the right time to head to the airport. Meanwhile, Su Momo, after finishing her meal, informed her parents about her plans to move out. Su's father instantly erupted in anger. After all the effort I put into raising you, and this is how you repay me? Just a few days into a relationship, and you want to move out? I heard from your mother that he gifted you a Panamera, but that still doesn't justify living away from home. Su's mother chimed in, trying to soothe the situation. Oh, dear, let us talk this over calmly. Look at yourself, getting so worked up. What if you end up making yourself sick? Su Momo felt a twinge of disdain. They were clearly at each other's throats behind closed doors, yet they pretended to be the picture-perfect couple in front of her. She had anticipated this turn of events. Not wanting to engage in further argument, she leisurely placed the contract for the villa she purchased yesterday on the table. What is this contract? A contract for a Panamera? Is it worth bringing it over just to show me again? Su Momo said helplessly. Su's father snatched the contract from the table, revealing it to be a purchase agreement for a house. Huh, so you bought her a house? Is that why you're turning your back on me? Su's mother perked up at the mention of a house. You bought Momo another house? Su's father looked at Su Momo. A house should make you forget about him. Before he could finish, he was taken aback by the amount written on the contract, as it prominently stated Suhabei, which indicated that the property was quite expensive. Chapter 20. Using my prestige as a doormat. Su's mother gasped upon seeing the amount on the contract. A villa worth over 100 million? Only then did a hint of a smile appear on Su Momo's face. Yes, indeed. The house in Suhabei is worth the price. It's several times better than the one the Su family currently lives in. Su's father squinted his eyes. This young man was indeed generous, having been in a relationship with his daughter for such a short time, yet bestowing such a lavish gift. A person who could casually spend over 100 million surely had even more wealth at their disposal. Su's mother was also astonished. With these conditions, he surpasses anyone I could introduce to my daughter. Su's father shared her sentiment. You? All you do is play mahjong. What else do you know? Feeling slighted in front of her daughter, Su's mother was not pleased. I maintain your dignity before our daughter, and yet you treat my prestige as a mere doormat. The height of the wealthy socialites I can associate with is determined by you. I assent it. I would love to meet the wife of the wealthiest man in Huagua, but that depends on whether I am worthy. Fu Chunlan rolled her eyes and chose to remain silent. Su's father asked, what does this young man do? Su Momo sensed an opportunity. He is an individual investor. Su's father placed the contract back on the table, changing his tone. Haha, very good, very good. Quite accomplished for someone so young. Now that she had her own house, he encouraged her to move in. A house without occupancy will quickly fall into disrepair. I still have work, so I'll take my leave. Su's father patted Su Momo on the shoulder. Remember to hold on to him tightly. Don't let his heart stray. The affectionate expression on his face was one she had never seen, not even when she excelled in her studies or received awards for her hobbies. She suppressed the melancholy in her eyes, clutching the contract. I'll go pack my things. Feeling the paper in her hands, Su Momo touched the necklace Yizhe had given her, and her mood began to shift from gloomy to bright. She realized she no longer harbored any expectations of receiving parental love from this household. It no longer mattered. She now had a beloved. Upon returning indoors, Su Momo promptly sent a message to Yizhe, sharing the delightful news. At that moment, Yizhe was already in the first-class lounge. It was his inaugural experience in first class, and he felt a sense of anticipation. The lounge was markedly superior to the outside world, providing him with considerable comfort. Moreover, there was a buffet available, and he savored a bowl of beef noodles, which surprisingly delighted his palate. This heightened his eagerness for the in-flight service. Noticing Su Momo's exuberant tone, he could easily discern her elation. Congratulations on breaking free from confinement. I love you, my dear husband. All this is your accomplishment. Yizhe raised an eyebrow, pondering if Momo had changed her address. It seemed that shedding her shackles had infused her with newfound vitality. My darling has worked hard moving houses. I've already arrived at the airport. Where are you headed? Back home to visit my parents. I'll wait for your return at home. A wave of warmth surged through Yizhe's heart. The very notion of home brought him immense joy. He transferred 200,000 yuan to Su Momo, who was startled by the notification from Alipay. Why did you send me money? You're moving. Naturally, you will need to acquire some new things. Since this is our home, as the pillar of the family, I must contribute as well. Su Momo felt a comforting warmth in her heart. Hee. If you put it that way, I shall accept it. From now on, whatever I give you, just graciously accept it. Su Momo obediently agreed. After a brief exchange, it was time to board the plane. Upon entering the aircraft, Yizhe's first impression was the spaciousness. Typically, air travel felt cramped, and after 3 hours, it became quite uncomfortable. However, in first class, he could fully stretch his legs and enjoy a personal space free from disturbances, just as he donned disposable slippers. A flight attendant arrived with a welcome drink. Once he settled into a comfortable position, she presented him with the menu for meal selection. Given that the flight to his hometown was relatively short, the onboard meal offerings were not particularly extensive, yet they surpassed his previous experiences. He ordered a set meal of ginger scallion salt-baked chicken with thick noodles. Yizhe began exploring his seat and discovered a pair of noise-canceling headphones that allowed him to watch movies directly on the plane. Adjusting his seat to a full recline, he settled in to enjoy a film. Indeed, first class was quite pleasant. However, he had heard that the first-class cabins on international flights were even more luxurious. Not only was there more room, but each seat also had a small bar beneath the armrest stocked with chocolates and various beverages. The aircraft's restroom even allowed for showers to be reserved. Imagine being able to wash up before resting on a flight. For those who enjoy drinking, a small bar on board offered a selection of alcohol. The mere thought of it was immensely appealing. Yet, in comparison, the allure of the plane he was currently on diminished significantly. After watching a movie for over half an hour, his meal arrived. The flavors were quite delightful, prompting Yizhe to reflect on the pleasures of wealth. His parents had never experienced first-class travel. If he could persuade them to join him in a city, they too could relish such an experience. Upon disembarking, Yizhe first purchased a plethora of items for his parents before heading to the train station to catch a high-speed train home. Since his hometown was a fourth-tier city, although there was a small airport, flights to a city were not daily. This spontaneous trip necessitated a train journey. Fortunately, many high-speed trains ran from H City to his hometown, M City, allowing him to arrive home just as night fell. As he gazed at the kitchen lights from downstairs, he knew his mother was likely preparing dinner. He hurried upstairs, feeling a surge of excitement as he neared home. Knock, knock, knock. Familiar footsteps echoed from within. His father's heavy steps were particularly audible on the floor. Who is it? Yizhe smiled. Dad, it's me, Yizhe. Yiting paused at the sound of his son's voice before quickly opening the door. Joy illuminated his face upon seeing Yizhe. Son, what brings you back? Wow, you've brought back so much. Yiting exclaimed, taking the bags from his son and calling toward the kitchen. Honey, our son is home. Lu Ying emerged from the kitchen. What? Upon seeing her son's tall figure, she exclaimed, Oh my eldest son is back. Let me add a few more dishes. Yizhe changed into slippers and sniffed the air. Did mom make cola chicken wings? Yiting chuckled. Haha, you've always had a keen nose. Yizhe grinned. Who can resist when mom's cooking is so aromatic? Are you still job hunting? Why the sudden return? Is it difficult to find work in a city? If the job market is tough, you can always come back. Your parents can support you. Besides, my son is so talented. A graduate of a prestigious university. How could he not find a job? As Yi Ting continued, Yi felt a lump in his throat, overwhelmed by gratitude for having such wonderful parents. In the face of job hunting challenges, he found solace in the support of a remarkable system. Chapter 21. Folding. No matter how you fold it, there's always a face. Yi embraced his father. Hey, what are you thinking about? With such wonderful parents, how could I ever bring shame upon you? It's simply impossible. I've returned home in style. Yi Ting, interpreting his son's words as an effort to alleviate his worries, recalled how Yi had always been one to share good news while keeping difficulties to himself. Yi chose not to elaborate further, deciding they could discuss matters over dinner. He changed into comfortable home attire and approached the kitchen, wrapping his arms around his mother's waist from behind. Mom, besides the chicken wings, what other delicious dishes have you prepared? Lu Ying patted his hands away. Go outside. It's smoky in here. There's fruit in the fridge. Wash some for yourself, and you'll soon find out what's for dinner. Yi obediently responded and stepped outside. After a while, without checking his phone, he discovered dozens of unread messages. Most were from Su Momo, Yuzu, and Ling Er. Among them, Su Momo had sent the most updates, detailing which room she chose and what items she had purchased, essentially providing a step-by-step report. Yi felt slightly overwhelmed. It seemed that Su Momo's clinginess had skyrocketed after escaping her confinement. Perhaps this was the sweet burden of love. Reflecting on their relationship, he realized they were each other's first loves. Patiently, he replied to the messages from the campus beauty, offering suggestions where she seemed uncertain. Su Momo clutched her racing heart, realizing just how deeply she loved Yi. After responding to Su Momo, he clicked on Ling Er's profile. The first thing he saw was a picture, a full-body shot. Yi gasped, as Ling Er was clad in a form-fitting black leather dress. Her fiery red lips and smoky eye makeup accentuating her allure. Her figure was nothing short of breathtaking. The curves above and below were captivating, emphasizing her slender waist. He thought to himself, how delightful it would be to hold such a figure. Ling Er, brother, I wore this for my live stream today. Does it look good? Yi, it looks stunning. Meanwhile, Yuzu had sent a photo of their dinner. Yi, dinner is quite early. Yuzi, hee, has brother Shui eaten yet? Yi, not yet, still not ready. Yuzi, then later, can you show me brother Shui's dinner for tonight? Sure. Seeing that mom looks like she wants to sit a bit longer, Yi silenced his phone and went to chat with Yi Ting. Yi shared numerous amusing anecdotes from a city that left Yi Ting marveling. Yi Ting had previously worked in a shoe factory, but after it closed down, he transitioned into the fast-moving consumer goods industry through a recommendation. He typically drives a truck, transporting beverages and negotiating partnerships with various supermarkets and snack shops. The more drinks he secures orders for, the higher his salary climbs. He had only traveled twice in his youth. Once to in-city and once to a city when Yi went to university, when he and his wife accompanied their son to school. Observing his father's curiosity brought Yi immense joy. The more curious you are, the easier it will be for me to take you away. The two enjoyed a lively conversation until Lu Ying announced that dinner was ready. Yi Ting and Yi responded in unison, great. The table was adorned with Yi's favorite dishes, cola chicken wings, Beijing-style shredded pork, 3 fresh vegetables, mapo tofu, and spinach egg drop soup. Lu Ying removed her cooking apron and joined them for the meal. Yi took out his phone to snap a picture of the food and sent it to Su Momo and Yuzi. Seeing her son's actions, Lu Ying's eyes sparkled. Son, are you dating? Yi scratched his nose. His mother truly had a keen eye? You noticed that too? Humph. Don't forget who your mother is. Yi Ting chimed in. Do you have a picture? Let us see. Yi, who had always been focused on his studies, worried that they might think he had turned into a bookworm. To their surprise, shortly after graduating, he had already found a partner. Yi found a group photo with Su Momo and showed it to them. Yi Ting and Lu Ying exclaimed, oh my, this girl is truly beautiful. You are wasting your potential with her. Yi rolled his eyes. I am more than enough for her. Yi Ting and Lu Ying exchanged a glance and laughed in unison. Yi, let us eat, or it will get cold. At the dining table, they continuously piled food onto Yi's plate. Before long, his bowl was overflowing. Yi helplessly remarked, you all eat your food. I'm 24 now. Why do you still treat me like a child? Lu Ying replied matter-of-factly, of course. No matter how old you are, you will always be my son. Yi suddenly recalled a video he had seen earlier. While browsing online, he came across a clip from our province. It depicted a son returning home from university for the summer break, where his parents reminded him to tell anyone collecting fees that the adults were not home. Lu Ying and Yi Ting echoed in unison, naturally. You children cannot just open the door to strangers. What if you encounter a bad person? All right, I know. But having the feeling of being cared for by parents is truly wonderful. Yi chuckled and began to focus on his meal. Lu Ying, eat slowly. No one is going to snatch your food. If they're isn't enough, I'll make more. Yize swallowed his food. I'm full. I'm full. You all should eat too. 20 minutes later, Yize took on the task of washing the dishes and prepared some fruit from the refrigerator. He called his parents to the living room table. Do you like the gifts I bought for you? Yize purchased Lu Ying a set of gold jewelry and branded clothing. Previously, his aunt had always flaunted the gold bracelet her husband bought her. Now that he had money, he had to compensate his mother. Lu Ying, oh my, where did you get the money? Aren't you still looking for a job? I appreciate it, but you can just return it later. Yize straightened his face. Mom, I've already thrown away the receipts. It can't be returned. If you don't want it, you'll have to sell it to a gold store for cash, but that would mean losing money. Lu Ying, feeling distressed, tapped his forehead. You rascal. This is just wasting money. After all that, it's a loss. Lu Ying had no choice but to accept, although she feigned disinterest. The corners of her mouth betrayed her. Yi Ting watched his partner trying on jewelry and clothing, feeling quite envious. Yize noticed the expression on his father's face and couldn't help but chuckle. Alas, Dad, after buying things for Mom, I don't have enough left for you. Yi Ting interrupted. It's fine. Just buying for your mother is enough. I don't need anything. As he comforted his son, Yi Ting's eyes remained fixed on Lu Ying, admiring her in front of the mirror. Yize burst into laughter. How could I be so unfair? You have something too. Yi Ting, I have something too? Of course. Yize presented them with the latest model of a threefold watch, along with a Vacheron Constantin Overseas Series black watch he had purchased for himself. Yi Ting was immediately astonished. Oh my, isn't this the threefold model? It looks magnificent. Chapter 22, Then we shall enjoy life with my son. Son, later download the software that Dad needs. After admiring the phone, upon seeing the watch worth over 200,000, Yi Ting was utterly stunned. Son, tell your dad, where did you get this money? You aren't like those kids online, using a credit card to buy gifts for your parents, are you? Lu Ying, overhearing, approached, her earlier joy now replaced with concern. Yize, you can rest assured. What recent graduate has a credit card limit that high? Yi Ting thought the same. Yize cleared his throat before steering the conversation back on track. During my university days, I developed a keen interest in researching stocks and funds. The money I have recently earned comes from my investments in the stock market over the past few years. I just sold some stocks, which is how I got you these gifts. I came back this time to take you both to a city. Fortunately, Mom and Dad aren't very knowledgeable about the stock market, so they had no concept of it. Plus, since he had never lied, his parents had always trusted him. Otherwise, he might not have been able to convince them. Lu Ying and Yi Ting exchanged glances. Perhaps we shouldn't go. We have relatives and friends here, and we wouldn't know anyone there. Yi Ting. Yes, it took Dad a lot of effort to establish his market, and now it's quite stable. So let us not go and cause you any trouble. Yize sighed inwardly, knowing it wouldn't be easy to persuade them to move. However, this was only the beginning, and he wouldn't force them. After all, he feared they might not enjoy themselves without friends there. Yize, all right, then we want to go. How about we buy a new house tomorrow? Yi Ting, Change houses? Yize, yes. The housing prices are dropping significantly. We must buy now. Moreover, our heating has always been poor, and winters are just too cold. Lu Ying was about to speak when Yi Ting squeezed her hand. All right. Then we shall enjoy life with our son. Only then did Yize smile. Although Lu Ying felt puzzled, she refrained from undermining her husband in front of their son. Cheerfully, she began a video call to show off to relatives. Oh, my aunt, look. This set of gold jewelry is stunning. Isn't it? Little Zay bought it for me, claiming he's making money outside. I said I didn't want it. But he insisted that the receipts were lost, and it couldn't be returned. Truly, what a spendthrift. Yi Ting and Yize exchanged a silent chuckle. Yize transferred the contents from their phones to the new phone before returning to his room. Lu Ying cautiously inquired of Yi Ting. What prompted you to agree to the house exchange? Yi Ting replied, Are you not familiar with that child, Xiao Zhe? Once he sets his mind on something, who could possibly deter him? If you prevent him from purchasing, do you expect him to acquire a residence in City A for us? That is utterly implausible. Land in City A is prohibitively expensive. Yi Ting continued, Well, it seems our son intends to devote all his earnings to us. Since this is his heartfelt intention, we should graciously accept it. We ought to focus on maintaining our health and not complicate matters for him. Lu Ying pondered for a moment and realized the truth in his words. Leaning against her husband, she sighed. I truly did not expect to enjoy such comforts alongside our son at this early stage. Yi Ting chuckled. Indeed, it's commendable that our son harbors his own aspirations. It is far better than laboring tirelessly throughout our lives as we have. Having resolved a significant concern, Yize felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. As he reclined in bed, he responded to messages from Su Momo and Yuzi. The following morning, Yize was roused by his mother's voice. Get up for breakfast. Overwhelmed, Yize turned over, reluctant to rise. Lu Ying entered, swiftly drawing the curtains open to let the sunlight flood the room, and playfully slapped his backside. Hurry up and get up for breakfast. It will be cold soon. Slowly, Yizhe sat up, accepting that being awakened by his mother was his fate. After lingering in bed for a few more minutes, he finally stretched and proceeded to wash up and eat. After breakfast, Yizhe took his parents to the finest residential community in the area, the Oasis community. While M-City also boasted a villa district, the items they purchased yesterday were already quite conspicuous, and the management of that villa district was less than satisfactory. Conversely, the Oasis community was renowned for its superior management and represented the most expensive housing option in M-City, aside from villas. However, since it had already been a year since the properties were delivered, they could only hope to find some second-hand houses available for sale. Yizhe led them to a nearby real estate agency. A male sales representative eagerly approached, greeting them. Hello, are you looking to choose a house? Yizhe nodded yes. Do you have any properties in the Oasis community? Zhou Xian responded. Indeed, sir, please follow me. Lu Ying exclaimed. Oh dear son, are you planning to buy a house here? It's rather expensive. Yi Ting added. Yes, the cost of housing here is 12,000 per square meter, while our local prices are only 6,000. Even second-hand homes are not affordable. Yizhe whispered to his father. I intend to purchase here. The management is excellent, and the location is prime. You will even have a view of the river. If you disagree, I will ultimately proceed in my own name regardless. Seeing his son's resoluteness, Yi Ting ceased to persuade him further. Sales representative Zhou Xian began to show them photographs and floor plans of the available houses. Yizhe inquired, are there any units available in the tower? Zhou Xian cautiously glanced at the young man. Having noted the expensive watches worn by both father and son when they entered, each timepiece was more luxurious than the last, whether it was the Submariner or the Vacheron Constantine, far beyond what a mere agent could afford. Observing their conversation, Zhou Xian inferred that the affluent member of the family was indeed this son. Zhou Xian nodded. Yes, there are currently 2 units in the tower available for rent. One is fully furnished, while the other is a shell unit. Both have identical layouts and square footage, with the only distinction being their respective floors. Yizhe gestured for his parents to take a look at the furnished unit. This property had been delivered over a year ago, and the previous owner had fully renovated it, with the formaldehyde largely dissipated, making it suitable for immediate occupancy. This arrangement would spare his parents the hassle of renovations while he was away. Can we view the property now? Zhou Xian confirmed. Certainly. We have the keys in the office. We can go see it right away. However, as Zhou Xian went to retrieve the keys, he discovered that there was none for that particular unit. He quickly inquired with a colleague and learned that someone was already viewing the property, which provided him with some relief. There is indeed someone currently viewing the property. We can head over directly. Yizhe nodded and followed Zhou Xian with his parents in tow. The tower was ideally situated, surrounded by other homes in a star-like formation, and offered a picturesque view of the river. The unit itself was on the 8th floor, ensuring a swift elevator ride. Additionally, being of Chinese descent, they naturally favored auspicious numbers such as 6 and 8. As they entered the home, they found an older male sales representative along with a middle-aged couple already present. Upon noticing Yizhe and his family, the male sales representative addressed the couple. See, I told you this property is exceptional. Look, more visitors have arrived. The middle-aged couple felt a sense of urgency. The house was indeed attractive, but the price posed a significant obstacle. The middle-aged sales representative sighed. I've already quoted the lowest price possible. The homeowner is quite firm on their asking price, and I have no leverage. Yizhe found the chatter somewhat bothersome but refrained from interjecting, recognizing that others were also prospective buyers. Zhou Xian guided them through a tour of the property, which spanned 145 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living areas, and 2 bathrooms, all adorned in a contemporary Chinese style. After the tour, everyone, including Yizhe, Yi Ting, and Lu Ying, expressed their satisfaction. Yizhe turned to Zhou Xian. Do you know the neighbors above and below? Zhou Xian replied. The couple downstairs is young, friendly, and easy to converse with. The upstairs neighbor is an elderly lady who lives alone. I've chatted with her, and she is also quite pleasant, enjoying calligraphy and flower arrangement. Yizhe nodded, understanding that while it was a single unit per floor, encountering unreasonable neighbors or children running amok could be quite distressing. All right, please call the homeowner to arrange for the contract signing. The middle-aged couple had been deliberating for over a month. They genuinely liked the property, but the price exceeded their budget. Hearing that the young man was ready to commit only heightened their anxiety. What on earth? You're just going to close the deal? Didn't you know I was here first? Yizhe raised an eyebrow. Oh, while it's true you arrived first, it appears that the price is a concern for you. Naturally, the one who pays first is the one who secures the purchase. The middle-aged woman was momentarily at a loss for words. She truly desired the property, yet the cost was daunting. If they bought it, they would be left with little savings. Stifled by her thoughts, she struggled to catch her breath. Yizhe scoffed lightly and turned to Zhou Xian. Let us head back to sign the contract. As they reached the door, Yizhe glanced back. Apologies. But this will soon be my home. Once your tour is complete, kindly exit through my door. Yi Ting and Lu Ying exchanged glances, sensing a change in their son's demeanor. However, they recognized that a bit of assertiveness was advantageous in the world outside, prompting a sense of pride and contentment. The group returned to the real estate agency, where Yi Zhe and his parents awaited the original homeowner to finalize the contract. Yi Ting and Lu Ying remained strikingly attractive, while Yi Zhe had inherited only a fraction of their good looks. Observing his parents, who were still enchanted by their new phones, Yi Zhe suddenly recalled a detail and assessed his mother's attractiveness rating. Indeed, she scored a remarkable 91. Does this mean that spending money on my mother could yield returns? Yi Zhe tentatively transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Ding! This expenditure of 100,000 yields a rebate of 10 million, which has already been credited to the industrial and commercial bank card. Wow, it actually works. Lu Ying, upon receiving the transfer from her son, was taken aback. Why did you send so much money to your mother? Yi Zhe chuckled. Hee, it's a token of filial piety from your son. Lu Ying cast him a resigned glance. Once you earn a bit, you spend extravagantly. Now that you have a girlfriend, it's time to save a little for your future. Yi Zhe replied, rest assured, I've saved some on my own. Yi Ting, nearby, felt no jealousy. In their family, it was the wife who managed the finances, and even if the son handed him money, he would still have to hand it over. Zhou Xian refilled their teacups before returning to his own tasks. Yi Zhe mentally called out to the system. Hey system, you're being rather unfair. Why didn't I receive any cashback for the money I spent on my mother's gift yesterday? The usually silent system unexpectedly responded with 6 notifications. Ding, 1 task point has been issued. Yi Zhe was astonished. What exactly was a task point? He then noticed 2 words in the upper right corner of the system panel. Mall. He was taken aback. When did the system open a mall? Just as he was pondering this, he saw the words personal panel beneath the mall. A personal panel? I have a panel too. He clicked without hesitation. Name, Yi Zhe. Age, 24. Health, 56, currently in a sub-healthy state. Energy, 60, seemingly lacking vitality. Intelligence, 88, categorized as clever. Appearance, 78, slightly handsome. Task points, 1 goodness. These values are alarmingly low, even in a novice village. What is the maximum value? Please don't tell me it's 200. Maximum value is 100 points. Yi Zhe sighed in relief. Thank goodness for that. The only relatively high score was intelligence. Next to intelligence, stamina, and appearance, there were small triangles. He clicked the triangle with his mind, revealing supplementary information. Intelligence included memory, stamina encompassed endurance, and appearance was further divided into height, looks, and physique. How detailed. However, it's fine. Since they have been categorized, I shall strive to improve accordingly. Yi Zhe entered the mall and was greeted by a plethora of candies. Memory-enhancing candies, endurance candies, height candies, and so forth, all available. Each candy even had a price tag. The most expensive was the health candy, costing 10 task points each. Wow, I just obtained 1 task point. Increasing health is prohibitively expensive. The host can also enhance health value through daily adjustments in routine and diet, as well as increased exercise. Indeed, the system is correct. Now that I have ample funds, neglecting my health is out of the question. How would I spend the money otherwise? But how do I earn more task points? Task points can be obtained by successfully completing random tasks issued by the system, which can yield 1 to 100 times the cash rebate and random numerical task point rewards. What? Completing tasks doesn't guarantee task points. Earning rebates from spending on women is no longer that significant. Can I simply receive task points without the random multiplier rewards? No. Damn, this system. Cursing the system deducts 1 task point. What the hell? I can't believe this. Cursing the system again deducts 1 task point, leaving him with 1 task point. Yi Zhe was exasperated, yet dared not curse further, feeling immensely frustrated. He closed his eyes, attempting to calm his anger through deep breathing. Lu Ying noticed her son's deep breaths. What is the matter, son? Did you have a quarrel with your girlfriend? Yi Zhe abruptly opened his eyes and shook his head. No, I saw a video online that made me upset. Chapter 24. Why does the money keep multiplying? Lu Ying laughed and scolded him. You, at your age, can still let a video get you worked up? Yi Zhe forced a smile. It's all good now. I'm not angry anymore. I just saw the author's pinned comment about the scripted effects. Just then, the former owner of the house finally arrived. Upon learning that Yi Zhe purchased the house for his parents, he grasped Yi Zhe's hand with enthusiasm. Haha, truly impressive for someone so young. If my son were like you, I wouldn't need to sell my house. Yi Zhe chuckled and asked his mother to take out the documents. Yi Ting watched with delight, thinking it was great that his daughter-in-law now had a house in her name. He wondered how his sister-in-law would act around his wife in the future. One day, her husband working at the hospital would be insufferably smug. After Lu Ying signed the contract, the system's voice echoed in Yi Zhe's mind once again. Ding! This expenditure of 1,450,000 yields a rebate of 145 million, which has been credited to the industrial and commercial bank card. Yi Zhe felt invigorated. It's abundant. There's simply no end to it. Why does the money keep multiplying? The new house is fully equipped, even with a dishwasher and a robotic vacuum cleaner. There was nothing more he needed to purchase. But when he suggested taking his parents to buy a few new outfits, they adamantly refused. Yi Zhe had to concede. It was best to leave it as is. Spending too much would be hard to justify. He decided to buy a car on his next visit. Afterward, he took his parents out for a steaming hot lamb spine hot pot before returning home. Ding! This expenditure of 290 yuan yields a rebate of 29,000 yuan, which has been credited to the industrial and commercial bank card. Yi Ting took a half day off today. After the hot pot, he returned to work. Yi Zhe and Lu Ying went home together. Once at home, Yi Zhe observed Lu Ying bustling about and suddenly asked, "Mom, don't you get bored at home alone after Dad goes to work?" Lu Ying paused her tidying. "It's fine. There are plenty of chores to keep me busy." Yi Zhe suggested, "How about I enroll you in a dance class?" Lu Ying replied, "At my age, what dance would I learn?" He insisted, "Come on, Mom. You're still young. We should hire a housekeeper to help out, so you can have some leisure time." With that, Yi Zhe took his mother to a local dance training institute. Upon inquiry, he discovered that learning dance and pursuing hobbies had become quite trendy among middle-aged individuals. They even had a special class for them. The oldest lady in the class was 58, a decade older than his mother. Upon seeing this, Lu Ying felt less resistant. While paying, the staff praised her for having such a filial son. Hearing others commend her son, Lu Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. Seeing his mother happy, Yi Zhe felt a sense of joy as well. He also enrolled her in a Pilates class before finally returning home with Lu Ying. Though she verbally complained about him, her heart was filled with happiness and pride. After a long day, Yi Zhe changed out of his home clothes and flopped onto his bed. Oh, nothing compares to the comfort of a bed. After not hearing from Yi Zhe all morning, Su Momo didn't throw a tantrum. It was rare for Ace to return home, and given his personality, he was surely busy buying things for the family. With money, one can accomplish anything. Su Momo's house was nearly finished as well. She planned to create a flower house in the yard, filled with her favorite blooms. If only I could adopt another puppy. I wonder if Ace would like one. Yi Zhe gazed at Su Momo as she shared her daily life, unable to suppress a smile as he replied. Su Momo truly seemed like the perfect candidate to bring home as a wife, exceptionally virtuous and understanding. Yi Zhe also noticed messages from Yu Zi and Ling Er. Yet he chose not to respond. For the time being, they were merely tools for him to cash out, and he intended to enjoy himself as he pleased. After indulging in a delightful nap, Yi Zhe was roused by the enticing aroma of his mother's cooking. The dining table was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Yi Zhe spent the day helping his parents move before boarding a flight back to his city. Su Momo arrived at the airport to pick him up in a Porsche Panamera. As he disembarked, he spotted Su Momo in a vibrant red dress, holding a large sign that read A's, along with a bouquet of roses. Her face radiated purity, and this was the first time Yi Zhe had seen her in such vivid colors. She resembled a gorgeous rose, eagerly awaiting his picking. As a natural beauty, she stood out even more with the sign and flowers amidst the crowd. Before Yi Zhe could approach, he noticed a man stepping up to Su Momo, pulling out his phone and saying something. He presumed the man was trying to obtain Su Momo's WeChat contact. Su Momo politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, but I have a boyfriend." Upon turning around, she spotted Yi Zhe's. She dashed toward him, causing the man who had sought her contact to leave. Realizing she indeed had a boyfriend. "Welcome back," Su Momo said, handing the flowers to Yi Zhe. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, saying, "This is my first time receiving flowers. Thank you, darling." Su Momo giggled, realizing that what she had read online was true. Men often remember their first bouquet fondly. With one hand carrying his luggage and the other holding Su Momo's, Yi Zhe made his way outside, attracting envious glances from bystanders. He overheard a young man lamenting to his girlfriend, "Look at that guy's girlfriend. Not only is she beautiful, but she also knows how to surprise her boyfriend. Now look at you." His girlfriend retorted dismissively, "I'm already here to pick you up. Why should I compare myself to her? Why don't you mention that her boyfriend is handsome too? You have a high nose bridge. I could get you flowers too." The man's voice came again. "Wow, you really pay attention, huh?" From this distance, you can tell if his nose bridge is high or not. Do you even know what a high nose bridge means? What do you mean? Are you saying I can't satisfy you? Haha, you know exactly what I mean. Yi Zhe quickly led Su Momo away, feeling a bit embarrassed. While Su Mo was taken aback, having never expected her airport pickup would spark a couple's quarrel. Once in the car, Yize smiled at Su Mo and said, "Ah, I truly envy you, Mo. Your boyfriend has such a high nose bridge." Su Mo, not quite understanding, took it as a compliment about her own looks and earnestly examined his nose, saying, it is quite handsome." Yize chuckled heartily, while Su Mo remained perplexed. "It's fine, let's head home," he said. Su Mo loved hearing those words. They gave her a sense of belonging. Perhaps it stemmed from her childhood, where she received little affection, and the limited love she did receive was often conditional, making her particularly reliant on Yize now. Upon arriving at Suhibei, Yize felt a warm sensation in his heart as he observed the changes in the home. He feigned confusion, saying, "So, my room is next to yours? If you haven't had time to prepare my room, it's okay, I can stay in the guest room tonight." Su Mo anxiously twisted the hem of her dress, saying, You can share a room with me." Chapter 25. Unexpectedly, you covet my beauty. Yize stifled a laugh, trying hard to contain his amusement. He exclaimed in surprise, I get to share a room with you? Unexpectedly, you covet my beauty. Su Mo blushed fiercely, unsure where to place her hands, stuttering, "No, I don't." Yize feigned a hurt expression. "Oh, so my wife doesn't like me? Very well, I shall take my leave now." Su Mo grabbed his arm, pleading, "Don't go. Covet. Yize could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Su Mo finally realized he had been teasing her and stomped back to her room. Yize chuckled for quite a while, finding her adorably amusing. Even if she didn't want him in her room tonight, he still couldn't resist. Su Mo had left the door open, and Yize approached from behind, wrapping his arms around her. "Upset? I just couldn't help but tease you because you're too cute. No, I won't be mad at Ace." Yize pinched her cheek gently. "Good girl." After dinner, they chatted for a while before Yize said, "I'm going to take a shower now." Today, he was determined to claim this rose for himself. It was also his first time, and he felt a flutter of excitement within. Su Mo softly replied, In the bathroom." Su Mo thoughtfully prepared his toiletries separately. After showering, Yize emerged wrapped in a towel. Su Mo had already organized his luggage, neatly hanging his clothes in the wardrobe. She kept her head down, avoiding his gaze, hurriedly stating, "I'm going to take a shower," before dashing into the bathroom. The bedsheets were adorned with cute green floral patterns, and he chuckled as he climbed into bed to play on his phone. This time, he managed to catch the live broadcast of YU001. As soon as he joined, he heard MC Sheng Yi's enthusiastic welcome. "Welcome back, my water brother." Ling Er immediately noticed Yuan Shan Jian Shui entering the live stream. Last time he was at level 49, now he had reached level 58. She bit her lip, realizing there were other streamers vying for attention. Yuan Shan Jian Shui, sending a carnival, how many jumps? MC, is water brother trying to impress Ling Er? One carnival can make her jump 300 times. Yize contemplated, realizing that 300 jumps for one carnival seemed excessive. He didn't want to go overboard. Yuan Shan Jian Shui, no need for that. Let us say I'll send a carnival for 100 jumps. Ling Er felt a surge of excitement. Would she receive a shower of rewards again? Although 100 jumps for one carnival was already meager, receiving multiple would still be exhausting. It seemed her massage time tonight would need to be extended. Yuan Shan Jian Shui gifted Ling Er 10 carnivals. Wow, thank you, water brother, for the 10 carnivals. So cool. Water brother arrives with a shower of rewards. Congratulations to water brother on reaching level 60. OMG, is this the romance that belongs solely to water brother? Haha, Ling Er is going to be spoiled. Feeling for Ling Er for a second. Haha, Ling Er must be hoping for water brother to spoil her. Usually, it takes 2 diamonds for 1 jump, but now it's 30,000 diamonds for 100 jumps. Indeed, it was 10 carnivals. Ling Er felt jubilant, blowing Yize a kiss before adopting a pouty, crying expression as she began to dance. Su Mo emerged from the shower, her fair skin flushed from the steam, instantly capturing Yize's attention. Yuan Shan Jian Shui, Sheng Yi, keep count for me, and let me know when I come back if I've completed it. You got it, bro. I promise to complete the task. With that, Yize exited the music app, casting his phone aside. Yize pulled Su Momo into his embrace and kissed her passionately. 40 minutes later, he lay contentedly on the bed, feeling rejuvenated. His initiation into intimacy had been thoroughly fulfilled. No wonder in films and dramas, men often indulge in a smoke after a busy day. Even he, a non-smoker, felt an urge to light one up. Su Momo, struggling to rise for a shower, was ensnared once again in Yize's arms. We'll go together in a bit, he said. Obediently, she nestled back into his hold. On my first day back home, I showed my mom the dishes she prepared, and she immediately discovered I was in a relationship, she recounted. And then? Yize inquired, gently stroking her hair. Then I showed them our photos together. Sumomo's heart raced with anxiety at the thought. What did they say? They said I am unworthy of you. At this, Sumomo's spirits lifted. It should be the other way around. I am the one unworthy of you. Yizei's fingers playfully tousled her hair, admiring one of her fluffy locks, which, though not voluminous, felt delightful to the touch. He continued, you looked stunning in that red dress. Sumomo, suppressing her shyness, asked, do you like it? Rather than merely liking how you look in the red dress, I cherish the freedom you possess to be yourself. He continued, from now on, you needn't concern yourself with your parents. Pursue your passions without restraint. If you wish to work, do so. If you desire to open a shop, I shall invest in it. If you dream of starting a company, I will support that as well. Above all, I hope you remain perpetually happy. Tears of gratitude welled in Sumomo's eyes as she recalled a phrase she had previously encountered. Perhaps her past unhappiness had merely served as a prelude to her relationship with Yizei. Now, no more tears, he chided, lifting her into his arms. Let us go take a shower. Naturally, he had no intention of letting her off easily in the bathroom either. An hour later, he emerged with Sumomo in his arms. Glancing at the crimson blossoms on the sheets, he turned to lead her to the adjacent room, but Sumomo, blushing fiercely, insisted on changing the sheets first. They then embraced and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Yizei felt invigorated. He carefully avoided waking Sumomo as he made his way to the guest bathroom for a shower. Sipping hand-brewed coffee while basking in the morning sunlight, he mused, life is indeed a breeze. In high spirits, he prepared a simple breakfast of sandwiches for them before ascending to rouse Sumomo. Upon seeing Yizei in his loungewear, a wave of shyness washed over her. Descending the stairs to find the breakfast he had prepared, she felt a pang of guilt. I should be making breakfast for you. It matters not who cooks. Besides, you were utterly exhausted yesterday. Sleeping in is perfectly reasonable. Sumomo's heart swelled with sweetness. Will you accompany me to pick up the car later? Yes, certainly. By the way, we should hire a housekeeper to take care of you. Sumomo replied. I thought since I'm not working, tidying up my own space would be a joyful endeavor, so I didn't hire anyone. That simply won't do. There will be plenty of nights when you'll be quite busy. It's best to find a housekeeper. Sumomo blushed again, but this time did not refuse. All right, I'll look into it shortly. We can have the property management assist in finding someone. Sounds good. Chapter 26, Hiring a Bodyguard. As Xingli spotted the violet Porsche Panamera, she promptly approached them. Mr. Yi, Miss Su. Yizei nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, please, this way. We have prepared a vehicle handover ceremony for you. Yizei waved his hand dismissively. No need. We'll be leaving directly. Momentarily taken aback, Xingli bore no ill will. Wealthy individuals often perceive time as their most precious commodity, rendering a trivial ceremony inconsequential. Very well, please follow me. After a brief inspection of the vehicle confirmed its condition, Yizei drove off, the Lamborghini and Panamera cruising together on the street, exuding an undeniable allure. However, a city is notorious for its traffic congestion, making for a less than exhilarating drive. Nonetheless, Yizei remained thoroughly satisfied. With a car now at his disposal, he took Sumomo to his villa in Suehua Garden. The security guard recognized him and granted them passage. Once they had left, the guard muttered to himself. I told you, how could anyone living here not own a luxury car? Last time he came by taxi. This time, he has swapped it for a Lamborghini. I know this car, over 10 million. He could never earn that in a lifetime. Such a stunning vehicle. The engine design is incredibly innovative. Sumomo was astonished. She had assumed Yizei would be living with her and had not anticipated that he possessed a house of his own, one even grander and more luxurious than hers. Upon entering, her eyes sparkled as she explored. Yizei, your house is absolutely beautiful. It's no surprise it was designed by Master Sun Jian. Choose a room. From now on, whenever you visit, you can stay here. As Sumomo prepared to ascend the stairs to select a room, she paused. Aren't you going to stay at my place? Yizei pinched her cheek playfully. We can't be together all the time, can we? Though a touch disappointed, Sumomo quickly rationalized this. Yizei had his own responsibilities. Even couples require a sense of novelty. Unbeknownst to Yizei, Sumomo had already consoled herself. Then I shall choose the room adjacent to yours. Yizei chuckled. That works, as long as you like it. You can decorate it however you wish. I really like it as it is now. It contrasts nicely with my place, providing a fresh perspective. Excellent. After Sumomo contacted the property management at Su, he wanted to inquire about hiring a housekeeper. Yizei decided it was time to employ a driver and bodyguard as well. With his newfound wealth, he needed protection in case he encountered any envious adversaries. Without delay, he conducted an online search, discovering an abundance of options in a city. He soon found 3 security companies and reviewed their ratings. One company seemed subpar, while the other 2 appeared satisfactory. Despite one having a few negative reviews, Yizei resolved to visit them both before making a decision. After confirming locations with the two companies over the phone, Yizhe and Su Momo set off toward the closer establishment. Upon arrival, the owner greeted them with a bright smile, extending his hand. "Hello, you must be Mr. Yi, the one who called." Indeed, as the owner led them inside, Yizhe was immediately hit by a pungent cloud of smoke. His heart sank. It was clear this company was not suitable for collaboration. The owner continued to boast about their advantages and past clients, but Yizhe halted in his tracks. "It sounds promising, but I want to be going in. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future." He took Su Momo's hand and turned to leave. The owner, taken aback, called after them, "What seems to be the issue, Mr. Yi? Are you dissatisfied?" Yizhe cast a cool glance in his direction, causing the owner to stop in his tracks, suddenly intimidated by the young man. By the time he regained his composure, Yizhe and Su Momo had already driven away. "Blast! I lost a client. All that money spent online to boost our reputation for nothing." Upon arriving at the entrance of the second security company, Su Momo finally had the opportunity to speak. "Well, I don't particularly like that company either. The boss seems rather crafty." Yizhe gently caressed her silky hair. "Indeed, our Momo is absolutely right." The boss of the second company soon emerged to greet them. Though the scale of this establishment appeared smaller than the previous one, it was evident that the owner had a military background, which greatly pleased Yizhe. During their conversation, the boss maintained a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, further enhancing Yizhe's satisfaction. After some inquiry, it became clear that everyone in the company, from the owner to the staff, had military experience, and each was a capable individual. "Please summon your employees. I wish to select two." Yizhe chose an individual who, though not the largest in stature, exuded both strength and agility, and he also selected a female bodyguard for Su Momo. "You all can drive, correct?" "Yes, we can." "Very well. Then it shall be the two of them." Yizhe nodded in satisfaction. The boss inquired, "How long do you wish to sign the contract for?" "Let us start with a month. If I am dissatisfied midway, I reserve the right to replace them." "Certainly, you can rest assured on that front." As for the pricing, since these were professional bodyguards, the rate was 170,000 per person per month, with the female bodyguard costing a bit more at 220,000 per month. Yizhe replied nonchalantly, "That is acceptable." He understood the reasoning behind the higher cost for the female bodyguard, as training them proved to be more challenging. However, the boss and the two selected individuals were far from as composed internally as they appeared outwardly. In reality, due to the boss's unwavering integrity and lack of online marketing knowledge, the company was on the brink of collapse. Perhaps in 2 months, this company would cease to exist. Yizhe's order was akin to a timely rain, granting them hope to persist. As the contract was signed, Su Momo proactively stepped forward to affix her signature. "My Momo truly knows the ropes, signing without me even having to say anything." The boss was somewhat surprised but did not dwell on it. "Ding, this transaction of 390,000 has a rebate of 39,000, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank account. Tian Feng, you will be responsible for my protection." "Sure you. You will protect my girlfriend." "Understood." "All right, boss." Yizhe smiled. "Do well, and I will increase your salary in a month." Tian Feng and Sure Yu exchanged glances and replied enthusiastically, "Yes." Others looked on with envy. Yizhe then suggested, "Boss, let us add each other on WeChat. I will need bodyguards in the future." The boss, taken aback, replied, "Of course, thank you, Mr. Yi." Having resolved the issue of bodyguards, Yizhe added Tian Feng and Sure Yu on WeChat, instructing them to come find him tomorrow before heading home. Yizhe returned to Su Momo's place that day, where the property management had also found a nanny. The individual who arrived was a seemingly honest and diligent woman, surnamed Qian. Both Yizhe and Su Momo were quite satisfied, offering her a monthly salary of 40,000 and asked Aunt Qian to start work the following day. With a beaming smile, Aunt Qian left, having previously worked as a live-in nanny for only 15,000 a month. She was astonished by the generous offer from her new employer and vowed to work even harder, determined not to betray the trust placed in her. Chapter 27. The girl who likes you will also be there. Leisurely, Yizhe lay on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Su Momo sat beside him, placing his head on her lap, gently massaging his scalp with her fingers. With his eyes closed, resting on the supple thigh of the campus Belle, he reveled in the softness of her touch. It was an immensely pleasurable experience. After half an hour of massage, Yizhe grasped her small hand. "Thank you for your hard work, my dear." "It's no trouble. It's what I ought to do." Yizhe cherished her bashful demeanor, lifting her up the stairs. Momo had worked so hard. He must ensure that little Yi properly comforts her. An hour later, Su Momo was utterly exhausted. Feeling as though her man was becoming increasingly impressive, Yizhe casually squeezed her soft snowball-like form, engaging her in light conversation. His health was not particularly robust, and he did not smoke, Thus, he enjoyed chatting while holding her close after their tender moments. Su Momo gradually grew accustomed to her man's affectionate habit, having never experienced such with others, and assumed that men generally appreciated conversing post-intimacy. Suddenly, both of their phones buzzed simultaneously. They exchanged knowing glances. It was the class group chat. They had completely forgotten about the gathering scheduled for tomorrow. Yizhe pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and indeed, it was Lin Jia from their previous encounter. Lin Jia, Yi and Su Momo, our couple of visual appeal, must remember to come tomorrow. Lin Jia's words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly causing a stir in the class group. Wang Jia, what the heck? What is going on? When did the campus belle and the class stud get together? Lu Chuhua, you mentioned they are the campus belle and class stud. What is so surprising about them being together? Wang Duo. Wait, Lin Jia, how did you know? Lin Jia, I happened to pass by the snack street near the school and saw them dining together. He Luo, listening in, felt exceedingly displeased. He had long harbored feelings for Su Momo and was dismayed that a quiet bookworm like Yizhe had beaten him to it. What could a diligent student working to support himself offer her? He probably hadn't even found a job yet. If they were spotted together at the snack street behind the school, agreeing to be with him would mean lavish meals would be commonplace. Yizhe replied in the group. Yes, we will be attending. Wang Duo, whoa, you're impressive, Yizhe, quietly snatching the campus bell. The self-important He Luo, believing himself far superior to Yizhe, chimed in the group. Heh, since it's the first gathering after graduation, allow me to host. Just in time. I recently inherited my family's company. Upon this declaration, the group erupted with applause. As he read the flattery from his classmates, He Luo felt even more smug. He Luo, let us book the restaurant at Wangfu Hotel. This statement elicited even more praise. Some sought future favors, while others praised his generosity. Wangfu Hotel is a local landmark, known for being the very place where the prince used to dine. Its scenic views and unique ambience also made it rather expensive. Yizhe smiled. This He Luo seems quite willing to splurge. Su Momo was taken aback. Huh? You know he likes me? Haha, back then. He was so persistent in pursuing you that it would be hard not to notice. Su Momo, TSK, indeed quite bothersome. Initially, I turned him down rather politely, but he pretended not to understand. Eventually, I had to be direct, yet he remained undeterred. However, as far as I know, there are girls who like you too. This revelation rendered Yizhe speechless. Girls who like me? Besides you, are there others who harbor feelings for me? You, what is the matter? Don't mock me. Yizhe pulled her closer. I'm not mocking you. I'm just eager to express my affection. Su Momo buried her face in his shoulder. I like you immensely too. But how come I didn't know that others like me as well? We girls are aware. Zhang Lu often steals glances at you. Zhang Lu. Yizhe searched through his mind. Are you referring to that tomboy, Zhang Lu? That's her. OMG. This is the first time I've heard of it. Su Momo absent-mindedly traced circles on her chest with her finger. Back then, you were completely oblivious to the world. Solely focused on your studies. How could you have known? But it's fortunate that A's has this disposition. Otherwise, it might not have been her to enjoy such luxuries. Yizhe felt a flutter of excitement as her finger teased him, grabbing her mischievous hand. Since you're still so spirited, let us engage in something amusing. Early the next morning, Yizhe and Su Momo received a call from their bodyguard. Considering they were merely attending a class reunion that day, they instructed him to come the following day instead. Tian Feng, ensure you marveled at their good fortune to be trailing behind such wealthy and carefree masters. Yizhe glanced at Su Momo, who was helping him with his clothes, and rubbed his lower back. Alas, he realized he should return home today. Having just embarked on this new chapter, he found it challenging to maintain restraint, and as a result, the blossoming rose that was Su Momo thrived splendidly, while he, the gardener, felt somewhat overwhelmed. Ugh, this diminished vitality is truly affecting him. Let us drive separately. After we finish dining, I'll head back to my place, he suggested. All right, she replied. Dressed in a new LV ensemble that Su Momo had purchased for him, Yizhe drove his Lamborghini Revuelto towards the Wangfu Hotel. Just as He Luo parked his BMW X5, he heard his classmate call him from behind. He Luo? Today, He Luo donned a custom suit that effectively concealed his shortcomings. However, given the exorbitant price of the tailored suit, he only owned 2 sets in total. He was confident that Su Momo would soon regret accompanying that impoverished boy. Yizhe, turning around, he chuckled. Haha, it's me. Oh, I really envy you. Driving a BMW X5 and inheriting the family business. Meanwhile, I haven't even found a job yet. He Luo replied. Oh, I just recently took over. Once I get settled, I'll see if there is a suitable position for you in the company. I appreciate it in advance, brother Luo. He Luo's vanity was thoroughly gratified, and he cheerfully said, let us head inside. City A is quite expansive, and the villas in Suha Bay are situated in the opposite direction from Wangfu Hotel. Thus Yizhe and Su Momo arrived late. Upon entering, they observed their classmates scattered about, engrossed in their phones or engaged in conversation. As soon as they stepped inside, a momentary silence enveloped the room before it erupted in joyous commotion. "Look, our campus belle and class heartthrob have arrived," Lin Jia exclaimed. "Finally, you're here. Quickly take a seat. We've saved you spots." Yize nodded. "Apologies for our tardiness." He Luo's gaze was fixated on Su Momo the instant she entered. Today, she wore a delicate lavender dress that exuded elegance. Observing Yize in his LV attire, He Luo was aware of Su Momo's family background and thought to himself that she must have spent her money on those clothes for him. Instantly, he felt a surge of disdain. If one is impoverished, they ought not to don designer labels, especially garments bought by women. It was truly a shame for men. Chapter 28. The slap in the face resounded loudly. He Luo remarked, "Haha, it's nothing. It is indeed a bit far to reverse here." Several envious boys who were resentful of him winning over the campus belle chimed in. "Yeah, reversing does take a little longer. But not everyone has a family business to inherit, like Brother Luo. Indeed, I encountered Brother Luo in the parking lot, and he was driving a BMW X5. He Luo humbly interrupted, "Oh, please don't say that. We wouldn't want our campus belle to feel upset." Yize leisurely took a seat, watching their performance. While Su Momo was about to speak, but was halted by Yize. He wished to see what tricks they had left up their sleeves. Zhang Lu, who had a fondness for Yize, could no longer contain herself. "What are you all talking about? Relying on family wealth is hardly commendable." Yize looked at the person defending him, momentarily failing to recognize her. "TCH, Zhang Lu. Who doesn't he know you have a crush on Yize? Are you feeling heartbroken seeing him struggle?" Zhang Lu's face flushed crimson. "Stop talking nonsense. I simply cannot stand your pretentiousness." Ah, so it was Zhang Lu. The former tomboy now sported long hair, and he truly hadn't recognized her. Others who also disapproved of He Luo's arrogance chimed in. "Exactly. You talk about reversing. Yize is also dressed in LV, you know?" He Luo then said to Su Momo, "Next time you buy clothes for Yize at LV, use my membership for a discount." "Oh, so it was the campus belle who bought it for him?" Yize nonchalantly remarked. "You know, this outfit was indeed purchased by my dear Momo. Clothes gifted by a girlfriend are truly delightful." He Luo's discomfort intensified. Just then, the waiter began serving dishes, and the previously tense atmosphere eased. "It's been a few months since graduation. I wonder where Yize is currently employed," He Luo inquired. Yize maintained a slight smile. "Oh, I'm not working." One of the boys who had just backed him up chuckled. "This is the first time I've heard someone describe being a stay-at-home son so refreshingly." Yize had yet to tire of the banter when Su Momo could no longer hold back. She elegantly tucked her hair behind her ear and casually remarked, "You know, I feel quite fortunate to be dating Ace." Lin Jia, the class's sweetheart, asked, "What do you mean?" Wang Duo added, "I also believe Yize can't possibly be a stay-at-home son, especially with such excellent academic performance." Su Momo replied, "Oh, I must say, Ace is simply too low-key. This is the first time I've seen someone give a Panamera as a token of love to their girlfriend." Saying that, she placed the Panamera key on the table. At that moment, those who had just mocked Yize were rendered speechless. This was no ordinary keychain, but a genuine car key for a Panamera. However, they could hardly believe it, awkwardly responding, "Haha, Momo, isn't this a gift from your father?" Su Momo smiled, snuggling up to Yize's arm. "Darling, I want to drive your Lamborghini Revuelto when we go back. I also want to experience what it feels like to have 1015 horsepower," she added. Yize chuckled, sipping his drink. "Haha, if you want to drive it, just say so. When I picked it up, I mentioned we each have one. You didn't want it." Su Momo continued to be playful. "Oh, I didn't want you to spend more since you just gifted me a villa in Suha Bay." Classmates who were close to Su Momo knew she wasn't one to boast. "Haha, congratulations, Momo. You've secured the class's hidden tycoon." Su Momo shyly replied, "I never expected it. I was astonished when Ace took me to sign the contract." Zhang Lu felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that the boy she admired was already so exceptional. The distance between them had widened further. "Well, the campus belle's family is quite wealthy too. They seem well matched." She downed her drink in one go, but why did it taste so bitter? He Luo and several others who had just mocked Yize turned pale, especially He Luo. As he gazed at the BMW X5 key in his hand, it struck him as nothing short of a farce. Others looked on at Yize with astonishment. As Su Momo's words detonated in every heart like a thunderclap, the mention of a Palmera, a Lamborghini Revuelto, or a villa in Suha Bay, each was an unattainable dream for them. What was Yize even doing? Indeed, he had just claimed not to be working. Of course, working a lifetime wouldn't suffice to afford a property in Suha Bay. The properties there are worth over 100 million. Not to mention that even running a business might not guarantee one could purchase such an estate. How long has it been since graduation? And yet, He was already capable of affording such an extravagant home. Su Momo felt disdain within her. What a bunch of fair-weather friends. Yet, she was pleased that no one misjudged A's. Yize smiled nonchalantly, individual investor. Wow, Yize is indeed a promising young man. Yes, indeed. Just moments ago, some clueless individuals mocked him, only to realize he was too disdainful to engage in their petty squabbles. What was that saying? Ah, yes, 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 do not argue with fools. One boy immediately approached with a drink to apologize. Oh dear, I failed to recognize your stature. Please do not hold it against me. Allow me to toast to you. Yize shot him a glance, driving, not drinking. The lad awkwardly chuckled, unperturbed. Haha, understood, I'll drink to that. Yize didn't spare him another glance. The others began to neglect Luo, showering compliments upon Yize instead. Some even asked if they could pay for tuition to have Yize teach them about investing. TSK, the food here is delightful, but these individuals are truly unappetizing. Yize rose. You all continue dining. I have some matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Su Momo followed suit. At the door, Yize turned back. Oh, by the way, the meal was exquisite. Many thanks to Luo for the hospitality. With that, he wrapped his arm around Su Momo's waist and exited. Luo's face turned a ghastly shade. A slap in the face indeed. A few of Su Momo's close friends also departed. Zhang Lu picked up her bag and left, prompting curiosity among those still inside, who followed suit to catch a glimpse of the Lamborghini Revuelto. When they finally beheld Su Momo stepping into that magnificent bull, their blood surged with excitement. A few hastily took out their phones to capture the moment and share it in their class group. Lu Chuha exclaimed, wow, this car is incredible. The sound is simply exhilarating. Wang Duo added, the Palmera is stunning too. Just the original purple paint costs 1.86 million. TSK. I thought Yize was just climbing the social ladder. Who knew he was actually a diamond bachelor? Luo, observing the messages in the group, realized that the car was indeed real, and thus the property must be authentic as well. He felt utterly humiliated to continue dining here. Despite having spent a fortune to treat everyone, he turned out to be the greatest fool. Disheartened, he proceeded to settle the bill. Meanwhile, the others remained unconcerned, as the dishes had all been served and surely could not go to waste. Thus, the remaining few continued to indulge in food and drink. Chapter 29. Do you want to sit? Yize and Su Momo were left unable to enjoy their meal amidst the crowd of sycophants. Su Momo expressed her desire for hot pot, leading the two to drive to a Sichuan-style hot pot restaurant she frequented in the past. After placing their order, Su Momo remarked, TSK, how did I not notice so many detestable people back in school? Yize chuckled, such is human nature, it's quite normal. Su Momo still felt a twinge of anger. I couldn't bear to listen, and you managed to endure it. Yize replied with a playful tone. One must first suppress their opponents to truly relish the satisfaction of a later rebuttal. Ah, now I understand. The end result was indeed quite gratifying. I saw in the group that they were all praising our car's beauty. Yize nodded. Indeed, the car is handsome, haha. Su Momo found herself increasingly enamored with the man before her. His demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation since their school days. Yet, no matter how he changed, he remained irresistibly captivating to her. This was Yize's first visit to this restaurant, and he was unprepared for the fiery hot pot Su Momo had ordered. He was taken aback by the heat, while Su Momo laughed heartily. She handed him a box of milk. Isn't it spicy? But spicy is precisely how it should be. Yize exclaimed, indeed. I simply wasn't prepared and have been caught off guard. I can handle my spice. Su Momo observed his stubbornness, but chose not to confront it. After their meal, they returned to their respective vehicles. As Su Momo had deliberately made that remark merely to counter those earlier mockers, Yize drove his Lamborghini back to his villa in Suehua Garden. Upon entering, he rubbed his head, realizing he hadn't returned to stay long enough to hire a housekeeper. He contacted the property management to arrange for 2 live-in housekeepers. Glancing around the house, he decided to convert one of the rooms into a gym. He needed to ramp up his health, otherwise, keeping up with Momo was becoming quite the challenge. What would he do if others came over in the future and drained him dry? Without further ado, he pulled out his phone and ordered a plethora of items. Relaxing on the large sofa in the living room, Yize opened his phone. As he clicked into a music app, a notification popped up indicating that the live stream YU001 he followed was currently broadcasting. Yize decided to check in on Ling Air, as he hadn't chatted with her in a few days. Upon entering the stream, he noticed Ling Air's teammate, Ing, seated in an ornate European-style chair. Ling Air stood beside her, microphone in hand, energetically campaigning for votes. Ling Air is just 3,000 points away from passing. Could you assist her in surpassing this milestone? Ling Air doesn't wish to end her shift so early. Seeing a special effect as Yuan Shan Jianshui entered the live stream, Ing exclaimed, Welcome home, water brother. Ling Air felt a surge of joy upon seeing him enter, But her confidence waned as she recalled that Water Brother hadn't replied to her messages in days. Oh, Water Brother is here. Then Ling Er will surely be fine. Indeed. Yuan Shan Jian Shui, what is the mode? Ying, noticing Water Brother's confusion about the rules, explained, Water Brother, we are now in the individual competition phase. Each person takes turns to perform, vying for the final MVP. Yuan Shan Jian Shui. So the ones with higher scores just sit back, and others watch? Ha ha ha. Exactly, Water Brother. Water Brother sees through the essence of the matter at a glance. Yuan Shan Jian Shui. Ling Er, do you want to sit? Ling Er eagerly nodded. Ling Er wants to sit. Yuan Shan Jian Shui. By the way, Ying, did Ling Er behave well during her last performance? Ling Er nodded again, grabbing the microphone. I behaved and danced thoroughly. Ha ha ha. So it turns out Water Brother was the one who prompted Ling Er to dance last time? I thought so. Ling Er was dancing to the point of questioning her life choices. Seeing the barrage of comments, Yize understood that this girl had indeed danced obediently. Yuan Shan Jian Shui. All right, given that you behaved well, I'll let you sit. Yuan Shan Jian Shui, how many points are needed? Ying replied. Ling Er is 3,000 points behind the next contestant and 20,000 points behind the leading Ying. In the distant mountains, the sight of water gifted Ling Er a carnival. The magnificent effects of the carnival obscured half of the screen, and Ling Er's score successfully surpassed that of the first-place contestant, Ying. An immense joy enveloped Ling Er, mingling with feelings of grievance, excitement, and happiness. She was delighted to rest her feet on a chair, exhilarated that Water Brother had not forgotten her and had come to see her. Yet, a sense of grievance lingered, as Water Brother had not responded to her messages, leaving her in a state of uncertainty for the past few days. While it was undeniable that she was beautiful, the beauty enhancement feature of the app was remarkably powerful, coupled with the lighting adjustments provided by the company. Thus, to the audience viewing the livestream on their phones, she did not stand out significantly compared to others. Recently, she noticed that the sweet girls in their group were more readily accepted. Even without a big brother, those who embodied a sweet style had numerous sisters supporting them. Conversely, there were few girls who favored her, leading her to realize the truth in the saying that being popular nurtures one's appeal. In comparison, she had become rather average within her team. As various emotions intertwined, the usually strong Ling Er found her eyes moistening. Yize noticed Ling Er's eyes had reddened. Distant mountains. Clear water, what's wrong? Do you feel wronged upon seeing me? Ling Er had been striving to hold back her tears, but such is human nature. When one bears grievances alone, the burden is manageable, yet once someone sees through the fade and offers a word of comfort, tears may flow uncontrollably. The moment she glimpsed Water Brother's comment, tears cascaded down her cheeks. A teammate waiting to take the stage quickly handed her a tissue. Ling Er, originally embodying a bewitching persona, now appeared somewhat pitiful with her tears. Oh my, a beauty is still a beauty. Even crying looks exquisite. Ling Er feels wronged. She has never won a championship. With Water Brother's arrival, she now has support, hence the grievance. The comments flew across the screen, illuminating Yize's understanding. Distant mountains, clear water. Haha, why cry? I'll be visiting you often from now on. Oh, Water Brother has spoken. He says he will come to see her often. 55,555. I'm moved just watching this. Ling Er deserves it. Ling Er's time in the spotlight had elapsed. Now, the last-placed contestant, Bing Bing, was rallying for votes. Yize had just learned the rules and understood that in the individual competition, whoever took the mic would have their performance counted. Thus, he patiently awaited Ling Er's turn once more. He minimized the live stream to the upper right corner and opened WeChat to see what messages Ling Er had sent him in the past few days. None of the initial pretentiousness remained. Her messages had transformed into sharing mundane aspects of her life, along with playful inquiries about why he hadn't responded to her. As Yize scrolled through her messages, he could distinctly perceive her sense of despondency and anxiety. The last message read, Water Brother, have you found another favorite streamer? Even if you don't send gifts, could you come to my livestream often? Chapter 30. It's not about the level. It's about the money in one's pocket. Yize replied, don't overthink it. I've been quite busy lately. Once I'm done, I'll come to see you. However, at that moment, Ling Er, still on stage, would only be able to read his message after her broadcast ended. Returning to the livestream, Yize noticed Ling Er had composed herself, though her eyes still bore a hint of redness, which tugged at his heartstrings. Recently, Ying had garnered the attention of a level 67 big brother, who consistently secured first place for her. She had been fervently chatting with him on WeChat. Yet he was rather impatient, clearly aiming for an offline meeting. This prospect troubled Ying. Their livestream had not been active for long, and everyone had limited tickets, allowing this Onkong brother to secure first place with just a few thousand diamonds daily. It wasn't that she held herself in high regard. After all, how many streamers did not meet their big brothers offline? The issue was that Kong's expenditure was far too meager. After the platform and guild took their cut, her earnings were minimal. How could she possibly meet him offline? Moreover, just from his voice, she could tell that Kong was quite older. Thus, when she saw Water Brother's arrival, she felt a surge of joy. It was time for Kong to realize that securing first place was no easy feat. At the critical moment when Ying was about to summon Kong, she noticed her first place being challenged, which ignited Kong's fury. Kong, haha. Has Linger's big brother arrived? Is he here to contest the first place? Seeing the two engage in a verbal spar, Ying felt elated. Distant mountains. Clear water. Apologies, but today's South first place is reserved for Linger. Kong. Who does a level 60 think they are to speak so boldly? Distant mountains. Clear water. It's not about the level. It's about the money in one's pocket. With funds in hand, one speaks with confidence. Oh wow. The big brothers are clashing. Let them fight. I love watching this. I'm rooting for Kong. His level is higher. I support Water Brother. Despite being busy lately, his level is rising each time he appears. I also think Water Brother is more impressive. Upon noticing the comments favoring Water Brother, Kong's anger intensified. Kong. Haha. Young man, you may be youthful, but your words are bold. Distant mountains, clear water. Indeed, Brother Kong, you have a keen eye. I am indeed young, hence my words are invigorating. Distant mountains, clear water. It seems Brother Kong is older, hence your words may carry more weight. Ling couldn't contain her laughter upon seeing Water Brother's reply. With tears still glistening on her eyelashes, her laughter exuded a captivating charm. Yizhe thought to himself, truly, beauty can be both a blessing and a curse. Ying also wished to laugh, but Kong was her big brother, and she needed his support for gifts. She couldn't afford to sabotage her own prospects. Kong was seething. Kong, I hope the money in your pocket is as powerful as your words. Kong gifted Ying 5 musical note airships. After presenting the 5 airships, his total score surpassed hers, prompting her to rise from her seat. Seeing her stand, Ying promptly took her seat. Wow, 5 cosmic airships. The individual competition has barely begun, and we're already using airships? Yizhe had already sent numerous airships to Yuzu, finding the effect somewhat tiresome. At that moment, he noticed a permanent outfit, Dragon Hunter. It included the Urban Ranger for 10,000 diamonds, the Dragon Seeker for 20,000 diamonds, and the Dragon Master for 30,000 diamonds. Only by sending these exclusive gifts totaling 27,000 could one unlock this outfit, which would remain effective during the gift's validity period. With such a striking effect, Yizhe certainly had to utilize it. He was convinced that no man could resist the allure of such a magnificent dragon effect. It was far more impressive than those other permanent gifts priced at 20,000 and 30,000 diamonds. Distant mountains, clear water gifted Linger the Dragon Seeker. A colossal azure dragon spewed forth water, transforming into a waterfall that unfolded at the center of the screen, mesmerizing the dragon-seeking hermit. Wow, a great dragon. Wow, I'm not ashamed to admit it. It's my first time seeing a dynamic effect like this. Me too. The sudden jolt caught me off guard, causing my phone to tumble into the yogurt bowl. Ha ha ha, my heart aches for the one above for just a moment. Wow. This special effect is even more visually stunning than that of the airship. Victory. This effect deserves a score of 20,000 points, akin to that of the airship. However, Water Brother has bestowed more gifts than Brother Kong. Thus Linger currently reigns supreme. Ying rose to return her seat to Linger, her heart brimming with joy. Yes, indeed. This is how it should be. Let the competition commence. Otherwise, what significance is there in securing first place with scores of 40,000 or 50,000? Kong felt a surge of frustration upon seeing the comments praising the dragon's special effects. How infuriating. Everyone seems to have a way with words, boasting about the dragon's effects as if they could afford to spend lavishly on airships themselves. Kong had established a kitchenware disinfection company, providing sanitized and sealed tableware to various restaurants. Today, he secured deals with several upscale hotels and felt quite pleased with himself, only to find his plans thwarted at YU001, which left him feeling repeatedly slapped in the face. Kong, now fueled by indignation, hastily charged his account to send gifts. Kong gifted Ying an airship of musical notes. Linger stood up once more, and Far Mountain Gaze Water gifted Linger a Dragon Hunter. Yizhe quickly reciprocated. Far Mountain Gaze Water. Linger, why not remain seated? Aren't you too tired of swapping places? Linger and Ying exchanged glances, realizing the wisdom in the words. It would be better for the two elder brothers to determine the victor before they stood again. Thus, Linger obediently returned to her seat. Seizing the moment, Ying picked up the microphone, playfully pleading. Is there anyone else who can lend a hand to Ying? I would love to sit too. Can others assist Ying? We can't let Brother Kong fight alone. Indeed, shall we pool our resources? I shall offer Ying a sports car. I can only muster a heart-shaped bunny. TSK, I'm out of my league here, but I can contribute 10 shining stars to create a meteor shower for Ying. Hong Kong, you need not contribute. This is a battle between me and Far Mountain Gaze Water. Ying felt a pang of annoyance. What a foolish man. He was hindering her earnings. Yize chuckled upon witnessing the unfolding scene, realizing tonight would not lack excitement. Far Mountain Gaze Water. Very well, I shall accompany you in this game tonight. The others in the team watched in envy as Ying and Linger's elder brothers clashed. They too wished for elder brothers. If they could achieve a daily performance exceeding 5,000 diamonds, they would be utterly grateful. Truly, it is a case of droughts and floods. Linger was uncertain of Water Brother's true prowess, yet she always sensed a depth to his strength. Lacking a microphone, she settled upon her chair, directing heart-shaped gestures towards Water Brother. At times, she formed a heart with her thumb and forefinger. At others, she raised her arms above her head, or placed her hands over her heart. Chapter 31. Ascending to VIP Level 62. Hong Kong gifted Ying an airship of musical notes. Far Mountain Gaze Water gifted Linger a dragon hunter. Yize did not send additional gifts, merely exceeding Hong Kong's by one. To Hong Kong, this was a blatant provocation. He was a man who cherished his pride, particularly after establishing his business. He could not tolerate such affronts. Disregarding the need to purchase machinery in a few days, he transferred all his funds into the Music Note app. Hong Kong gifted Ying an airship of musical notes, totaling 20. Far Mountain Gaze Water. Impressive strength. Far Mountain Gaze Water gifted Linger a dragon hunter, totaling 21. Upon seeing this, Linger couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Water Brother possessed a rather cunning side, lavishing praise while simultaneously returning gifts. Ying's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She too wished to witness how much Brother Kong would bestow upon her. Due to the duel between the two, an increasing number of viewers flocked to YU001. Wow, it's quite the lively scene. I reckon this is yet another case of rage ignited by a beauty. How could he respond so quickly? Well then, I shall send a carnival. This time, it will require effort on your part. Hong Kong gifted Ying 10 carnivals. Victory, grateful for the 10 grand gifts from Brother Kong. Oh, has he begun to send expensive gifts? Quite well, this means my returns will be even greater. Far Mountain Gaze Water gifted Linger a dragon hunter, totaling 11. A green dragon soared through the city skyline, distinct from the previous ranger display. This time, the ranger leaped forth, riding the dragon, heralded by resonant roars. Yize unlocked the final outfit in this series. Clad in ranger attire, his entrance effect would henceforth transform into that of a little green dragon. Wow, this grand dragon is entirely different from the last one. Truly magnificent. The effects of gifts priced the same as grand gifts are simply stunning. At 3,000 soft sister coins each, Water Brother dispatched 11. OMG. That's half a year's salary gone. Though the weather isn't particularly cold, I still wish to warm my hands in Water Brother's wallet. Victory was equally thrilled, expressing gratitude once more. Thank you, Water Brother, for the 11 grand dragons. He was ecstatic. As the revenue from the live stream increased, his happiness surged. The MCs and other staff, also shared in the profits of this group. Thus, every point contributed by the elder brothers meant an increment in their wages. Hong Kong scoffed, dismissing them as a bunch of bumpkins, fawning over a mere dragon effect. Hong Kong gifted Ying 25 carnivals. Yize's phone rang. It was the property management calling to confirm they had found someone and to schedule a time for a nanny interview the next day. Yize glanced at his phone, noting 830 points, and couldn't help but reflect on how commendable the property management was, instructing them to come tomorrow at 10 before hanging up. Hong Kong noticed that Far Mountain Gaze Water, who typically replied instantly, did not respond this time, and he chuckled. Hong Kong. I suspect my brother has run out of funds. Ying, why not take your seat? Brother Kong truly possesses remarkable strength. First the airship, then the carnival, as if he were tossing them away without a care. Indeed, if I were that wealthy, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. However, I believe Water Brother has not exhausted his resources. He still possesses strength. What is this? Did Water Brother whisper secrets into your ear? Linger, observing Hong Kong's remarks, rose to cede her seat to Ying. Upon returning to the live stream, Yize noted the discussions unfolding and smiled quietly. People are often swayed by the winds of popularity, and he understood this well. Far Mountain Gaze Water gifted Linger a dragon hunter, totaling 30. Far Mountain Gaze Water. I received a call. Linger, I assured you that tonight you would securely hold first place, so no need to rise. Ying stood up, unperturbed. Her time had long passed. Yet at this moment, who would care about the passing of time? It was all about witnessing the two elder brothers vying for supremacy. After contemplating, she handed the microphone to Linger. Linger, wow. I express my deepest gratitude to my illustrious brother Shui for his generous bestowment of 30 magnificent dragons. Brother Shui, your grandeur is truly unparalleled. What an intriguing turn of events. How delightful. I concur wholeheartedly. Hong Kong graciously offers the radiant carnival of Ying 30. Yuanshan Jian Shui presents Linger the Dragon Rider 31. What is the situation with this individual? Does he still possess the means? After their encounter, he has already expended 19 million. Yet, this Yuanshan Jian Shui consistently surpasses him, spending even more. Does he still have reserves? No, it must be that he is at his wit's end. So let us deliver a fatal blow. Truly astonishing. He could have accomplished great feats with a modest expenditure. Yet, he unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent. Hong Kong presents Ying the Carnival 20. Yuanshan Jian Shui gifts Linger the Dragon Rider 21. Hong Kong is in a state of panic. He has burned through the diamonds he just recharged, and instead of widening the gap, his rival has outstripped him. Even if the opponent had a slightly slower pace in catching up, he would have felt secure. Could it be that he has stumbled upon a tough adversary? The opponent's level is not higher than his. It is merely that they have been preoccupied and unable to grind. The more Hong Kong contemplates, the more anxious he becomes. No, I cannot continue to give. He has only 50,000 left in his account, which is insufficient to procure equipment. In the wake of momentary excitement, he is now left with nothing but regret. How will he explain this to his family? The crucial matter is that he has yet to win over the girl. He feels increasingly stifled and quietly logs off when no one is watching. Did Brother Hong Kong leave? Wow, he slipped away without a sound. He must have been overwhelmed. TSK, just a moment ago he was speaking of a duel between two, and now he runs when faced with defeat. Shengyi exclaims, "Congratulations to our Linger for securing today's MVP in advance." The other four girls each take a confetti cannon to the stage, surrounding Linger as they twist open the cannons. Golden fragments cascade down, and Linger catches a piece of gold paper in her hand, playfully toying with it. There is not a trace of defeat on Ying's face. How splendid. No need to negotiate with the old man. Ha ha ha. She simply feels like howling to the heavens. Not that she prides herself, but she genuinely does not wish to make arrangements with that miserly old man. Yuanshan Jianshui, is it still Linger's time? Shengyi's little head turns, quickly comprehending that Brother Shui wishes to bestow a little more. Understood. Brother Shui, please let me know if you have any requests. Yuanshan Jianshui gifts Linger the Dragon Rider 2. Yuanshan Jianshui, level up. Linger's score breaks through the 5 million mark, and Yizei's level ascends to 62. Shengyi, congratulations to our Brother Shui for leveling up to 62 on YU001. Linger feels an indescribable sensation in her heart. She never dreamed she could surpass 5 million points. After this PK, she will earn over 220,000 just from the distribution. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, knowing that Brother Shui's indifference was not due to a lack of affection, she must hold on to him tightly. Chapter 32. Could it be a reincarnation of a demon? Level 62. Who knows how much it costs to reach level 62? I just searched. Reaching level 62 costs a staggering 3 million soft sister coins. Goodness. 3 million just on watching a live stream? The world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. What is there to not understand? Brother Shui is surely not short on funds. If I had money, I would spend it similarly. Shengyi. Alright, the time now belongs to Maruko. Maruko, you are 990,000 points away from the previous individual. Maruko's hair seems to stand on end. How much? What did you say? Shengyi. 990,000 points. Maruko, can you believe it? Are you speaking human language? Ha. Maruko is on the verge of tears. How will she ever catch up? Maruko, nearly in tears, continues to rally support. Are there any fans of Maruko here? We don't need to chase too much. We just need points. Otherwise, while they are embroiled in a fierce battle, I can't even manage to pull out a single sports car, and that would be quite embarrassing. Upon hearing this, it proves effective, and soon someone gifts her a plane. Subsequently, more individuals begin to send Maruko small gifts, and as the time reaches 0, Maruko also faces her elimination moment, along with the other two sisters. Yizei, having no pressing matters today, remains in the livestream room. This is his first time participating in this mode. He wants to see if there are any rewards for achieving MVP. Surely, it cannot simply end after securing first place, right? He then observes that only Linger remains on stage, with the background announcing solo. Shengyi, now please welcome our MVP of the day, Ling. She will present a solo performance for everyone. The lights dim, and a single beam shines down upon Linger. She dances beneath the solitary light like a sprite of the midnight hour, her splendid figure captivating all. One must admit, Linger truly possesses an abundance of charm. Her figure appears not overweight, so why is there such a significant allure? This puzzles Yizhe immensely. He recalls Su Momo, whose family is also well off. Yet she does not possess such a presence. Compared to Linger, the campus Belle seems like a mere dumpling. Alas, it seems the only way to transform a dumpling into something grander is through one's own efforts. After watching the solo, Yizhe exits the YU001 livestream room and continues his search. He browses through several other streams, but finds none that meet the system's criteria, until he enters a livestream room called Where the Lights Flicker, where the audience is sparse, with only 200 viewers. Two girls stand on stage, one on the left and one on the right, with the PK health bars displayed above. However, unlike other live streams, both girls are completely unmade up. Yizhe glances at the top left corner and notices the live stream's title states no beautification. Wow, now that is bold. Not only are they barefaced, but they have also turned off beauty filters. This piques Yizhe's interest immensely. He has never encountered such a daring livestream before. After watching for 2 minutes, Yizhe understands the rules of this livestream. Two individuals dance in a PK, and whoever scores higher gets to go to the front of the camera to apply makeup. The one with the lower score must remain barefaced. After a round of PK, the victorious participant stays on stage while the defeated one is replaced by another for a new PK. Yizhe exclaims, "These individuals truly know how to play." Deciding to linger in this livestream room, he hopes to find someone appealing, as the attractiveness of the streamers here is immediately evident. When the third person takes the stage, Yizhe's eyes light up. Even without makeup or filters, her beauty is unmistakable. With delicate willow leaf eyebrows, slightly drooping eyelids, and eyes that seem to hold autumn's waters, her frail frame is complemented by fair, supple skin. She stands there, appearing as though she could be whisked away by a gentle breeze. Yizhe suddenly finds this livestream room all the more intriguing. Unlike other streams filled with sweet girls or seductive ones, this one has a delicate lindayu, unadorned and unembellished. Yet, the goal has certainly been achieved, as the moment this girl appears, the gifts she receives are noticeably more than others. Yizhe checks the system for this girl. Name, Zhang Ruer. Age, 23. Beauty level, 93 points. Purity, 99. Oh, this young lady is the most stunning individual that Yizhe has encountered thus far. It is also his first time witnessing such fragility during a live broadcast. Although the same song is playing and both dancers are executing identical movements, Zhang Ruer's performance evokes a profound sense of compassion. With this thought in mind, Yizhe eagerly anticipates her appearance post-makeup. Ruer, having garnered ample votes, has approached the camera to commence her skincare routine. As she draws nearer to the lens, everyone in the live stream can clearly discern her delicate, fair skin. Wow, Ruer's complexion is truly enviable. If I looked like Ruer, I wouldn't even need makeup when I step outside. Haha, you only say that. If you truly resembled her, you'd be more diligent with your appearance than anyone else. Haha, true enough. I thought I recognized her. Isn't this my wife? This comment elicited laughter from Yizhe. Yuan Shan Jian Shui. It took you this long to recognize her, which means she must not be your wife. He, who seldom comments, joined in the jest. Exactly, I recognized her at a glance. This is my beloved. A flood of comments followed. Amidst the chatter, Ruer triumphed with a score of 2,700. The new round of competition had commenced, yet Ruer remained, initiating her makeup routine in front of the camera. She indeed possesses the credentials, as her score began to soar once more. Yizhe also joined the ranks of gift givers. Yuan Shan Jian Shui presented Ruer with a Dragon Knight 1. The exclusive effect associated with the Great Dragon soared within the livestream, accompanied by a tremor. This was the most extravagant gift received since the broadcast began, and MC Xiancheng was ecstatic. He expressed gratitude to Brother Shui for the singular Great Dragon. Only then did Ruer lift her gaze, casting a languid glance at the camera, her lips curving into a subtle smile. In that fleeting moment, the viewers were captivated, as if 1,000 words were conveyed within her gaze. That smile was even more enchanting. I can't believe it. Who can resist that? She doesn't even exude a seductive aura. Yet how can she be so alluring? Surely she must be a reincarnated spirit. While applying her foundation, Ruer caught sight of this remark and shot an admonishing glance at the camera. I'm dead. I can't stand it. I genuinely wish I were wealthy. I would gladly offer my heart and soul to her. Wow, that is quite gruesome. Observing the excitement of the crowd, Yizhe thought, very well, I shall fulfill your wishes. Soon after, the Great Dragon effect reappeared in the livestream. Yuan Shan Jian Shui gifted Ruer with Dragon Knight 10. Chapter 33. Oh, does it seem like she is unwilling? Thank you, Brother Shui, for yet another 10 great dragons. Zhang Ruer had not anticipated that a benefactor would truly appear in the livestream today. Her style was rather niche, and her admirers were indeed few. Coupled with the unique format of her broadcast, many viewers tended to come for the spectacle and mockery. Not only was the atmosphere in the livestream pleasant today, But a benefactor had also arrived. Immediately upon entering, he had gifted 11 great dragons. She recognized the Dragon Knight, which, like the carnival, cost 30,000 diamonds. She must seize this opportunity. Ruer stood and gracefully bowed to the camera. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to her slender waist that seemed barely graspable. Yi Zhe was astonished. That waist was undeniably slim. It appeared even more delicate than MOMOS. He was determined to claim this fair maiden. He was curious to discover just how slender her waist truly was. Yuan Shan Jian Shui gifted Ruer with Dragon Knight 10. Ruer rose once more, this time adding a heart gesture with her fingers. This brother Shui is quite affluent. He just gifted 21 great dragons. TSK. I've turned off the effects. I'm certain brother Shui will continue gifting, and I fear my hands will become numb from the vibrations. You're quite clever. My hands are already numb. Hehe. I suddenly have a thought. Danger, danger, danger. Your thoughts are perilous. Congratulations to Ruer for her second consecutive victory. After 3 consecutive wins, she will perform a solo dance for everyone. Ruer is just 1 win away from a solo performance. During an 8-win streak, she can even change her outfit. The gameplay is quite varied, and Yi Zhe's interest was piqued. The next PK began, and the newcomer, Xiao Rui, was also making her debut. She presented a stark contrast to Ruer, yet her beauty was commendable. Yi Zhe glanced at her profile. Name, Xia Rui. Age, 22. Beauty level, 79 points. Purity, 93. Alas, she fell short by just 0.1 points. Otherwise, she would have been another lucrative prize. Following Yi Zhe's 21 great dragons, the number of viewers in the livestream swelled from over 200 to more than 1,500. With the increase in viewers, the number of gift givers also multiplied. In contrast to Ruer's delicate demeanor, Xiao Rui exuded a vibrant energy, garnering quite a bit of admiration. Even without Yi Zhe's intervention, both sides exchanged blows with fervor. At that moment, a mysterious figure of level 72 entered the livestream. Level 72. That individual had spent 11 million on the music software. To put it into perspective, Yi Zhe had only spent 31 million. This person had spent several times more than him. Welcome to the livestream, the mysterious individual. Master 278,734. Mysterious person 278734. What is the name of the girl on the right? On the left is our Ruer, and on the right is our Xiao Rui. Mysterious person 278734. Xiao Rui is quite nice. Upon hearing the esteemed praise from the level 72 benefactor, Xiao Rui's heart soared with joy, akin to fireworks bursting forth. Is her own benefactor about to arrive? The next moment, the mysterious figure provided an answer. Mysterious person 278734 gifted Xiao Rui with a Carnival 1. Carnival. It was Xiao Rui's first time receiving a carnival, and she leapt up in sheer delight. Witnessing Xiao Rui's exuberance, the mysterious benefactor felt even more pleased. Meanwhile, Ruer's side, aside from Yi Zhe, was filled with fans of levels 10 and 20, whose combined gifts barely amounted to 1 huazi. With Ruer trailing behind in points, she stood up to dance. Yuan Shan Jian Shui, send you a heart as a gift. Upon seeing this, Ruer inwardly scoffed. Sending me gifts comes with conditions. Nevertheless, she obediently returned a heart gesture to Yi Zhe. It seemed Yi Zhe discerned her inner thoughts, continuing to tease her. Oh, you seem somewhat reluctant? Ruer shook her head, once again offering him a heart. Before anyone else could comment, the mysterious person spoke first. Mysterious person 278734. 630,000 on the leaderboard. Is that all? Yuan Shan Jian Shui. Oh? The second place holder speaking to the first? Perhaps you should catch up before you speak? Oh my. The elder brother just arrived and is already clashing with brother Shui. Mysterious person 278734. What SA level 62 to me? Far mountain sea water. How I play is my own concern and has nothing to do with you. Mysterious person 278734. Alright. Let me show you what true strength is. Far mountain sea water, please. Little Rui felt a surge of anxiety. What were these two up to? The tension was palpable. Both of these gentlemen were newcomers, and if either managed to drive someone away, it would be a loss for the entire live stream. Mysterious person 278734 gifted Little Rui 25 carnival tokens. Wow, 25 tokens. Now that's impressive. Truly formidable. Thank you to the Divine One for the 25 tokens. Mysterious person 278734. Don't be surprised. It's merely the cost of a meal. Yi Zhe rolled his eyes. This 13 was just showing off. Claiming it was just a meal. What a joke. Far Mountains Sea Water bestowed 30 Dragon Ranger tokens upon Roair. Far Mountains Sea Water. Indeed. This amount of money is hardly worth mentioning. Jean Xian raised an eyebrow. It appeared that Far Mountain's sea water possessed some degree of prowess. But what a pity it was that he encountered himself. Had he not stumbled upon this live stream, this 13 would have continued to flaunt himself. He had no fondness for those who could outshine him. Thus, Far Mountain sea water could only remain on the sidelines. Mysterious Person 278734. Not bad, a bit of strength. Mysterious Person 278734 gifted Little Rue 35 carnival tokens. Far Mountain sea water gifted Row Air 40 Dragon Ranger tokens. TSK, my bank balance is calculated in small goals. What do you have to compare with me? Always talking about levels. If I wanted to, I could easily reach the highest rank. As soon as Yize finished sending his tokens, the 1.5-minute PK round concluded. Congratulations to Row Air for her third consecutive victory. Next, let us invite Row Air to present a dance. At this moment, Row Air's eyes, as soft as flowing water, sparkled with starlight, while a playful smile blossomed upon her face. That smile was as youthful as a child's, animating her entire visage. Two utterly contrasting qualities melded beautifully upon her countenance. How lovely! Yet, one wonders what her true personality is like offstage. Jean Xin was thoroughly displeased. The time was far too brief. It made it seem as though he lacked strength. Mysterious Person 278734. The time was too short. When will Little Rue take the stage? MC Xian Chung smiled amiably. Just wait for 4 more ladies, and then it will be Little Rue's turn. Mysterious Person 278734. Can't we continue? Xian Chung thought to himself, I would love for you two to continue, but I can't deny the other ladies their chance, can I? It simply isn't feasible at the moment. The Divine One can wait, for Little Rue shall soon grace the stage. Alternatively, the Divine One could also await the individual competition half an hour later. Jean Xin clicked his tongue in impatience. He couldn't wait at all. Yet, he had no choice but to endure. If he left now, wouldn't he that only embolden the opponent? Regardless, he had to wait, and it was better to do so until it was Little Rue's turn. It would be quicker than waiting for the individual competition. On stage, Row Air had already commenced her dance, to a fast-paced BGM. Yet, her movements exuded a languid grace. Chapter 34. As long as the money is right, I can adopt any pose. After the dance, it was time for another PK round. By the time Little Rue took the stage again, Row Air had finished her makeup. Yize, unfamiliar with cosmetics, found it intriguing, for it was genuinely his first time witnessing such a look, whether on the street or in the live stream. Row Air understood how to accentuate her strengths. Her makeup was a refined version of classical style, while preserving her unique features. It harmonized well with modern attire without seeming out of place. Little Rue stepped onto the stage once more, her intuition telling her that today, she would feast well. The two stood on stage simultaneously, and the PK continued. Jean Xin, eager to reclaim his prestige, abandoned any pretense of subtlety and launched a furious barrage of strikes. Mysterious Person 278734 gifted Little Rue 122,030 carnival tokens. The Divine One was still on a rampage. How dazzling. Was the Divine One aiming for a 1.5-minute continuous attack? Yize was unwilling to fall behind and joined in the frenzy. Far Mountain's sea water gifted Row Air 103, 550 Dragon Ranger tokens. Yize smirked. I have been single for over 20 years, and you underestimate my golden right hand. Jean Xin was taken aback as he witnessed his opponent surpass him in power, gritting his teeth as he quickened his pace. During this 1.5 minutes, both of them struck from start to finish. Their fierce competition attracted a throng of viewers, and the online count surged past 10,000. What the heck? What happened? Are DeLong and Huazi being sold wholesale today for just 10 cents each? Scammer. I just topped up 1 yuan worth of diamonds, wanting to gift Huazi, but the app told me I lacked sufficient diamonds. I don't understand the world of the wealthy. How nice it would be to have that money for myself. What? You think you look better than the beauties? Or that you can charm them more? Oh, come on, as long as the money is right. I can adopt any pose. Ha ha ha, you're truly disgusting. At the moment the timer hit 0, Jean Xin had sent a total of 270 tokens, while Yize had sent 300 dragons. Thank you to the Divine One for the 270 tokens. Thank you to Brother Shui for the 300 dragons. Wow, Brother Shui is a professional dragon keeper? How wonderful. It's been ages since I've seen such an intense PK. I thought it was a guild competition. Turns out it was merely a small internal PK. Mysterious Person 278734. Did you use an auto-clicker? Far Mountain sea water. Do I need an auto-clicker to defeat you? I've been holding back. Though Yize said this, he was shocked internally. What? There is such a thing as an auto-clicker? Why didn't anyone mention it earlier? Damn, clicking manually is exhausting. However, he couldn't use it in today's match. He had no time to download it during Row Air's winning streak. He would have to study it after her broadcast ended. This time, without Yizhe prompting her. Roair eagerly began sending hearts nonstop. Mysterious person 278734. Damn it. You wait until little Rue comes back up. Far mountains, sea water. The way you say that reminds me of that wolf who gets blasted to the skies. I will return. Ha ha. Brother Shui truly knows how to roast. Indeed, that wolf has chased sheep his entire life and seems to have never even had a bite, right? Jean Xin was even angrier. But then he thought, well, since you disdain the use of an auto-clicker, I might as well use one. Let us see how you compare with me. Winning against little Rue, Roair celebrated her 8th consecutive victory. She was free to change her outfit. Please wait a moment while Roair changes. In the meantime, let us watch the PKs of other ladies. Before Roair could return to the stage, little Rue had already taken her turn. Without Roair blocking the way, little Rue achieved her first 2 consecutive victories of the day. Jean Xin felt considerably better. This was the way it should be. The person he supported had to win. Roair returned from changing her outfit, and Yize's eyes sparkled once more. This Roair truly had a plethora of surprises. She returned dressed in ancient attire, looking absolutely stunning. Even Jean Xin thought Roair was indeed different from before, though he still preferred livelier ladies. Little Rue appeared to be more resilient. Unlike Roair, who seemed as if she might faint with a little exertion, Rue has returned, once again becoming the champion, while Xiaorui has resumed her role as the challenger. This time, Jean Xin, brimming with confidence, activated the clicker, setting it to 400 clicks. He had managed 300 clicks himself just moments ago. Was it really too ambitious to set it to 400? Ding. A random task has been issued. Deliver 500 carnival gifts in this PK. Successful completion grants 2 task points. Failure results in doubled hair loss. Hadn't the previous random tasks been devoid of penalties? Why was there suddenly a punishment now? This felt exceedingly unfair. Delivering 500 gifts in just a minute and a half. Was he expected to exhaust himself? Doubling hair loss? By how many times? If his luscious locks were to vanish, how could he continue to play the handsome role? Damn it. He was all in. As the countdown commenced, Yize began to click furiously on the carnival gifts. Oh dear, this time Brother Shui isn't sending the big dragon. He has also started sending carnivals. Wow, these 2 brothers truly have prowess. The combo is relentless. ISNT this just like throwing money around. The viewer count in the live stream surged again, now exceeding 30,000. Xianxing quickly sent out a 10-minute lucky bag, welcoming the new handsome and beautiful viewers to the stream, offering a lucky bag worth 1,000 diamonds. Anyone who was a member of their fan club could snatch one. Xianxing was quite clever. To join the fan club, one first had to follow and then receive a fan signboard as a gift. This way, the number of fans in the live stream would surely increase, and it would be impossible for the stream to start with a meager 200 viewers like before. On stage, Ruer and Xiaorui cheered for their respective brothers, with Ruer having completed her makeup and joining in the dance. Rather than a duel between 2 sisters, it had transformed into a battle of the 2 brothers. Yize's fingers were moving so swiftly that they seemed to leave a blur. For the sake of his hair, he was truly giving it his all. As the timer ticked down to 45 seconds, Jean Xin slowly realized something was amiss. How had he been surpassed again? In a flurry, he adjusted his settings, changing the maximum from 400 to 500 clicks. However, this alteration wasted precious seconds, causing his combo to break. TSK. It seems Brother Shui will win again this time. ISNT that a certainty? This is getting interesting. Xianxing's voice was hoarse from excitement. Overseeing a total of 5 live streams at Lantern and Stars, the operator could either leave early or stay in the office until all live streams concluded. Si Yunqi had just arrived home when he received a call from a colleague. Si Gu, we hit the jackpot today. Si Yunqi frowned, puzzled by the abruptness of the message. What do you mean, hit the jackpot? The number of viewers at Lantern and Stars had surpassed 40,000. The 2 brothers were in a fierce contest. Ruer alone had received hundreds of huazi. Si Yunqi, in his excitement, input the wrong password. What? Are you serious? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Si Yunqi immediately hung up the phone, not even bothering to enter his house. Standing at the door as he opened his phone to enter the live stream at Lantern and Stars. Upon seeing the 500-hit combo from Yuanshan Jianshui, he burst into laughter. The corridor's motion-activated lights illuminated brightly as he hastily entered the correct password to go inside. Chapter 35. Can I come find you after the stream tonight? Yize emerged victorious once again. 500 carnival gifts dispatched. He let out a long breath, shaking his right hand, relieved to have completed the task. What a grueling effort. Task successful. 2 task points have been awarded. Yize paid no heed to the flirtatious glances Ruer cast his way, quickly checking his personal panel. Name, Yize. Age, 24. Health, 56, currently in a subhealthy state. Energy, 60, seems to be somewhat depleted. Intelligence, 88, categorized as intelligent. Appearance, 78, somewhat handsome. Task points, 1. System, something SMS, isn't it? Wasn't the reward supposed to be 2 task points? Why does it show only 1? Because you previously had 1 task point. Heh. Yize wanted to express something poetic and flowery, but fearing his task points might drop to 0, he swallowed his words. Oh, look at my memory. I remember now. Yes, heh. Well, it's better than nothing. 1 is better than none. Yize redirected his attention back to the livestream. Jin Xin was seething as he observed the barrage of comments praising Yuanshan Jianshui. However, feeling increasingly frustrated from a string of losses, he found it particularly vexing that, despite having diamonds in his balance, he was still losing. Mysterious person 278734. I have matters to attend to today. Let us battle again tomorrow. Yuanshan Jianshui. It depends on the situation. You're not a beauty, so why should I wait for you? Jin Xin was furious, but recognized the truth in the other's words. Mysterious person 278734. Aren't you afraid? Yuanshan Jianshui. Do you think I'm afraid? I simply don't wish to engage with you. Mysterious person 278734. Heh. I see your balance is running low. I understand. I've been here since the beginning. Brother Shui has indeed spent quite a bit today. But spending a lot doesn't mean he has run out of money. The screen was ablaze with debate. This person truly enjoyed the punishment. Having come to earn money, he was unwilling to back down. Yuanshan Jianshui. Very well, let us have a personal match tomorrow. Otherwise, it's too much hassle. Mysterious person 278734. Agreed. I was thinking the same. Xiansheng immediately chimed in. Our personal matches occur every night at 10 p.m. Mysterious person 278734. Agreed. See you at 10. After saying this, Jin Xin departed, while Yize remained, as Ruer had achieved a streak of 9 victories. How aesthetically pleasing it would be to reach 10. Yuanshan Jianshui. Come on, let us continue the PK and secure a 10-win streak for Ruer. Ruer covered half her face with her sleeve, revealing only her eyes, casting a gentle glance at the camera. In the final round, Yize utilized 5 carnival gifts to elevate Ruer to a 10-win streak. Following this, he exited the livestream. Ding! This expenditure of 31.89 million returns a rebate of 318.9 million, which has been deposited into the industrial and commercial bank card. Yize chuckled, moving his fingers, securing his 3 small goals. This life was truly delightful. After enjoying a soothing bath in the luxurious tub, he retired to bed. After they concluded their livestream, Si Yunqi convened a video meeting with the team, urging them to seize this wave of traffic. He promised to provide them with more resources and streaming support in the future, while also advising Ruer to nurture her relationship with Brother Shui. Hearing Si Yunqi's assurances, everyone at Lantern and Stars felt elated. The greater the exposure of the livestream, the more viewers would flock to it, thus increasing their chances of success. It was a win-win situation. The next day, Yize awoke to several messages from girls wishing him good morning, and he replied to each one. He then video called his mother, only to find that Tian Feng had already arrived at Yize's villa. Tian Feng remains a bachelor, and despite being in his 30s, he is yet to marry. Consequently, Yize decided to invite him to reside in the villa. Tian Feng, with a naive expression, inquired, "Where will I stay?" Yize led him to the courtyard and pointed towards a charming 2-story villa. "You may select any room you fancy there." Tian Feng was genuinely astonished. He had anticipated that you would assign him a modest guest room on the basement or first floor, as is customary in such situations. To his surprise, even a bodyguard could have a villa. "I won't be going out today, so you needn't worry about anything. You can use today to pack your belongings," Yize instructed. Nodding in agreement, Tian Feng drove back to gather his things. After preparing a bowl of noodles for himself and finishing his meal, he was about to check his phone when the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found the property management staff accompanied by 4 ladies for interviews. Yize posed a few questions and decided to retain 2 of them. Aunt Gong and Aunt Jun exuded a reliable aura, and Yize offered them a salary of 40,000 a month, allowing them to choose their preferred rooms in the 2-story villa. The prospect of not having to cook for himself further elevated Yize's spirits. Aunt Gong even held a nutritionist certification, ensuring that not only would he be spared from cooking, but the meals would also be nutritionally balanced. The 2 aunts went back to collect their luggage, and Yize instructed them to come the following day to prepare breakfast. With some leisure time on his hands, Yize attempted to video call his mother, but after waiting for a while with no response, concern crept into his heart. He quickly dialed his father. "Dad, is Mom home? I can't reach her." Yi Ting, busy delivering goods and surrounded by noise, replied, "Your mother? At this hour, she's in her dance class. Didn't you enroll her?" It dawned on Yize that he was unaware of his mother's dance schedule. After jotting down the timings for her dance and Pilates classes, he felt relieved. Knowing his father was busy during the day, he reminded him to drive safely before ending the call. Yize retrieved his phone and accessed the music app. He now boasted a fanbase of 30,000, having long since disabled direct messaging on the backend. Only mutual followers could send him messages. The absence of private messages was indeed necessary, as some fans exhibited alarming fervor. Thank you, Brother Shui, for your affection. Can I come find you after the stream tonight? My WeChat ID is 13xxxxxx. Yize clicked on her profile and confirmed it was indeed Ro Air's account. Wow, this Ro Air is quite bold. Neither Yuzi nor Ling Air have suggested an offline meeting yet, and here she is, taking the initiative. Moreover, she had sent only this message. Yize stroked his chin, a smirk creeping onto his face. If she is presenting herself on a silver platter, how could I refuse? He was eager to see what she was like in person. Yize copied Ro Air's phone number and added her on WeChat, receiving an instant acceptance. Brother Shui, which city are you in? City A? I'm in City A2. Yize raised an eyebrow, pondering the coincidence. Brother Shui, could you give me an address? I'll come find you after the stream. Attached was her health report. Sure. Goodness, had she prepared a health report? If Yize hadn't seen that Ro Air's purity was rated at 99, he might have thought her a seasoned veteran. She had everything ready. Chapter 36, Feeling Sad. Shall we leave? It seemed another challenging evening was ahead. He planned to conserve his energy for the night. After dinner, Yize video called his mother again. Son. Yize beamed at the sight of his lively parents on the screen. Mom, how about a family trip? Luing replied, your dad is working. I'm not keen on going alone. Then isn't it time for dad to take a break? You both should explore the magnificent landscapes of our homeland together. Yi Ting chimed in, I'm still quite vigorous, and besides, if I'm not working, what would I do? After contributing to this family for decades, you deserve some leisure. It would be wonderful for you and Mom to travel together. Yi Ting suggested waiting a bit longer since they had just moved into a new house, and leaving it unoccupied might lead to deterioration. Luing nodded in agreement, adding, and I've just developed an interest in dancing. Yize contemplated this and decided to wait a little longer. All right, I'll heed your wishes. How is your dancing going, Mom? Luing beamed with pride. Our teacher says I have a natural talent. Yize chuckled. I knew our Luing would excel at anything she undertakes. The three of them laughed together, continuing their chat before Yize finally ended the video call. He sent his mother 300,000. Mom, a little pocket money from your son. Acknowledging that her son was now earning, Luing accepted it without protest, showering him with compliments. However, she had little use for the money, so she decided to save it for him. She had read online about the stock market's volatility. What if her son faced losses in the future? At least she could use her savings to help him bounce back. Yize also transferred 200,000 to his father. Dad, here is some pocket money for you. Don't tell Mom. Yi Ting chuckled, pleased that his son thought to give him secret funds. Ding. This expenditure of 300,000 has yielded a rebate of 30,000, which has been credited to your ICBC account. Yize glanced at the candy in the mall and inquired mentally. Can my parents eat the candy from the mall? Yes, as long as you have enough task points. However, this is limited to your parents, spouse, and children. Yize nodded, appreciating the system's thoughtfulness in allowing family members to benefit as well. Yet, he was acutely aware of the long road ahead, as he currently possessed only one task point. Reflecting on this, he noticed that YU001 had ended the stream. With time still to spare before his appointment with the mysterious person, Yize entered UZ's livestream. Today, she donned a JK uniform, exuding youthful energy. Upon seeing Yuan Shanjin Shui enter, UZ was filled with delight. However, when she noticed his level 66 badge, a pang of bitterness welled up within her. It seemed Brother Shui had been preoccupied with other streamers during his absence these past few days. She shook her head to dispel her sour feelings. Putting on a bright smile, Brother Shui is here. Yo, wow. Brother Shui has arrived. It's been days since we last saw you. AI Air Yisuda, haha indeed. We've all missed you. UZ added, Yo and AI Air are your loyal fans, eagerly awaiting your return every day. Yo, haha, does Brother Shui have a lack of fans? Yuan Shanjin Shui. Ah, I can tell. Only those two seem to miss me. UZ doesn't T. Yuan Shanjin Shui. Since UZ doesn't care, I shall take my leave. How about you two start a stream instead? Yo, what a delightful surprise. AI Air Yisuda. Haha, if you say that, I might take you seriously. Brother Shui. UZ hurriedly interjected. How could that be? I want to see you too. Yuan Shanjin Shui. Oh? Just how much do you want to see me? Her face flushed crimson. Super want. Ha ha ha. The child has been embarrassed. Laughing Fortune. UZ is so adorable. Ah, it seems the streamer only wishes for Brother Shui's company, not ours. Feeling sad. Shall we leave? Oh dear. You all seem to take pleasure in tormenting me. Ha ha. This is utterly delightful. So charming indeed. I won tea leave, I won tea. Just teasing you. The distant mountains have seen the water, gifting Yuzu with 20 dragon rides. Thank you, Brother Shui, for the 20 grand dragons. This marks the first time I have received such a gift. Wow, impressive. This grand dragon must be worth 30,000 diamonds. Just like the carnival, right? Indeed. You are absolutely correct. TSK, no wonder. If I were Yuzu, I would eagerly await Brother Shui's arrival too. Yuzu, engrossed in retrieving something, did not notice the comments on screen. She produced several confetti poppers. Look, I bought these confetti poppers myself. They just arrived today, and I haven't seen their effects yet. Since Brother Shui has gifted me, let us open a few together to see how they look. After witnessing their effects, whichever one Brother Shui prefers shall be your exclusive confetti popper. With that, she unveiled a silver popper. This is the feather confetti popper. With a bang, white feathers cascaded beautifully from within. What do you think? Is this visually appealing? Oh wow, it possesses quite an ethereal charm. Oyi Suada, it's lovely. But I believe it would suit you better to gift it to your elder sister. Distant mountains, sea, water. I concur with Earl's sentiment. Yuzu, alright then. Let us proceed to the next one. The subsequent popper was a ribbon confetti popper, which, upon the sound of a bang, launched ribbons into the air, gently drifting down. Distant mountains, sea, water. Let us move on. This one seems quite suitable for festive occasions. Yuzu nodded, okay. She then retrieved another popper adorned with dollar bill patterns. With a bang, the room was filled with scattered dollar bills. Distant mountains, sea, water. This one is perfect. I shall choose this as my confetti popper. Yuzu joyfully settled down. Great. I'll place an order for a whole box after I finish my stream. The rest will be for the other brothers and sisters. Oh wow, haha, a whole box? Given Brother Shui's generosity, that might not be enough. Oyi Suada, that makes sense. It's always wise to buy a bit more. Distant mountain, sea, water. Yes, do purchase more. Brother will reimburse you. Yuzu felt a surge of joy, not solely due to Brother Shui's offer of reimbursement, but because his words hinted at his frequent presence. What could be more blissful than having an elder brother visit regularly? Moreover, he always brings ample provisions. She sometimes couldn't help but fantasize about what it would be like if Brother Shui continued to support her. Perhaps she could save enough to open a small shop after graduation, or pursue something she truly loves. She shook her head. It was too early to ponder such thoughts. Yize continued to engage for a while longer, and upon noting the time had reached 10 o'clock, he gifted Yuzu 30 carnivals. Distant mountains, sea, water. You may continue your stream. I shall take my leave. Yuzu, but I haven't shown you the confetti poppers yet. Distant mountains, sea, water. Let us save it for next time. Chapter 37. Rower is the most beautiful. Rower is the first. Upon entering the brightly lit live streaming room, Yize discovered that the mysterious figure had arrived early. Mysterious person 278734. I thought you wouldn't dare show up. Distant mountains, sea, water. I simply arrived punctually. Upon seeing distant mountains, sea, water enter, Rower proactively blew him a kiss. Little Rue also sent a kiss to the mysterious figure. The order of the personal competition was determined by the girls playing rock, paper, scissors, with the first contestant being Xiao Man. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Man from the brightly lit room. I have a great fondness for dance and painting. If anyone likes Xiao Man, could you help me get through my first mic? The first mic requires only 3,000 points. Xiao Man embodies a sweet girl persona. Although her sweetness differs slightly from Yuzu's, Yize could discern that this was merely Xiao Man's character, constructed through adorable attire. Her aura was evidently more suited to a mature style. As the 3-minute countdown concluded, Xiao Man barely managed to get through. The second contestant was a tomboyish girl, whose gifts came solely from other girls. However, lacking support from higher-level elder sisters, she failed to receive even 3,000 points and left early. The third contestant was Little Rue, finally giving the mysterious figure a chance to shine. This time, the duration was more generous than during the PK, allowing for a 3-minute window, sufficient for the gifts from Gene Xin to multiply. He set the clicker to 720, meaning 4 gifts per second, testing the waters with 720 carnival gifts to see if the opponent could surpass him. Should they exceed him, he would send more. Mysterious person 278734 gifted Little Rue 12. 330 carnival gifts. Wow, here comes the rain of gifts again. I've grown weary of expressing envy. This battle is bound to be intense. Isn't it? Absolutely. Yesterday, the divine figure lost and is surely eager to reclaim his honor. Though, is it truly necessary to spend so much just for pride? What do you know? They're wealthy. They can't be concerned about appearances. Besides, for them, this amount isn't substantial, is it? Si Yunshi observed the continuous cascade of carnival gifts, his lips curling into a constant smile. He hoped both elder brothers could exert their strength, generating more achievements. but preferably without scaring anyone away. Little Rue exclaimed. The divine figure is so imposing. So many gifts. Oh my goodness. It's already a 300 combo. And still going. Divine figure, you are my deity. Haha, Little Rue, you crack me up. Those classic lines are making a comeback. Yize calculated the time and realized the opponent was sending gifts at a speed of 4 per second, totaling 720. When it was his turn, he decided to send 900. Mysterious person 278734 gifted Little Rue a staggering 658, 700, 719, 720 carnival gifts. The number of viewers in the live room soared to 30,000 due to the sheer volume of carnival gifts. Am I seeing things? 720 gifts? Indeed, you're not mistaken. It's 720 gifts. At this moment, the seasoned viewers in the live room felt immensely proud, exclaiming, "Look at this! A mere small PK in my live room carries such weight. 216,000 soft sister coins. That's an extraordinary sum. I've never witnessed such wealth." Jean Xian, noticing their flattery, felt a sense of pride. 216,000 is nothing. I've prepared 5 million today. Jean Xian runs a company in reality, with assets reaching several modest goals. He doubted that distant mountain sea water could match such financial prowess unless he possessed billions in assets. Anyone with merely tens of millions would hesitate to spend so lavishly. This is liquid capital. Meanwhile, Jean Xian, sipping a drink at home, wore a determined smile. Little Rue's voice had grown hoarse. As the personal competition host had a microphone. Thank you, divine figure, for the 720 gifts. It's utterly romantic. This is the most beautiful meteor shower I've ever witnessed. Mysterious person 278734. Just a small gesture, merely testing the waters. What a show-off. Merely testing the waters. If you truly have the ability, why not crush me in one go? Distant mountain sea water. There's some skill, but not much. Wow, such audacity. Is 216W still somewhat formidable? I am willing to endure the scolding, as long as you grant me 216W. Can you show a bit of ambition? I want it too. Ahem, a bit of ambition, but not much. Mysterious person 278734. Everyone can boast. Let us see your performance soon. It's not yet Ruer's turn. You have a few minutes to borrow some money. Far mountain sea water. You'll find out soon enough. The fourth girl to perform was eliminated for failing to accumulate 3,000 points. Finally, it was Ruer's turn, and anticipation filled the hearts of everyone present. Hello everyone, I am Ruer. My hobbies are dancing and gourmet food. Those who like Ruer can support me together. As the countdown commenced, the carnival on Yize's side also began a barrage of hits. Far Mountain Sea Water gifted Ruer a carnival of 130. I wonder how much can be sent. So exciting. Xian sends a heart-shaped bunny to show support. I'll send a hot air balloon too. Ruer, thank you to Brother Water for the carnival hits. I appreciate everyone's heart-shaped bunnies and hot air balloons. Fans of Xiao Rue chimed in. If you all send gifts, how will God and Brother Water determine the victor? Are you foolish? Just watch the hits. Whoever has more when they stop is the winner. Exactly, we can't rely solely on the big brother. The fans of Xiao Rue fell silent. Not having considered this point, only thinking of not causing trouble for the big brother. As Yize's carnival gifts increased, Jean Xian felt increasingly uncertain. Is he really that wealthy? Soon, Yize's contributions surpassed those of Jean Xian. Ruer, thank you for your generous support, Brother Water. The voice of MC Xian Chung expressing gratitude intertwined with Ruer's thanks, igniting the entire live stream. Wow, this live stream is exhilarating. I haven't witnessed such an intense PK in ages. Far Mountain Sea Water gifted Ruer a carnival of 700,810. Still sending more? Jean Xian's expression grew grim once again, repeatedly stumbling in this person's shadow. He truly found it intolerable. It seemed this 500W would all be thrown in. Far Mountain Sea Water gifted Ruer a carnival of 8508888999900. Xian Chung, thank you, Brother Water, for the 900 large huas. Far Mountain Sea Water, looking forward to your next performance. A thunderous sound. The old servant makes a dazzling entrance. Brother Water, I cook exceptionally well. Brother Water, my home is particularly organized. Brother Water, Far Mountain Sea Water. Thank you all for your kindness. My home doesn't currently lack people. Let me send everyone a lucky bag to share some joy. Far Mountains Sea Water sent lucky bags in the live stream, urging participation. After sending 3 lucky bags, Yize finally paused. The live stream's comments were instantly flooded with messages about the lucky bags. Ruer is the most beautiful. Ruer is number 1. Ruer is the most beautiful. Ruer is number 1. Chapter 38. Then, Ruer expresses her heartfelt gratitude to everyone. A warm current surged within Ruer, feeling genuinely cherished by Brother Water. Many might not encounter a big brother even after leaving the live streaming industry, yet she met Brother Water shortly after starting her broadcast. Thinking about meeting Brother Water tonight made her a bit anxious. She wondered what he looked like. Would he be a big brother or an uncle? Never mind. Regardless of his appearance, she was prepared. She needed money, a substantial amount of it. Brother Water was the wealthiest person she had met in her barren life. His willingness to spend so much on her indicated his interest. That's why she boldly skipped the flirtation and directly proposed to meet him tonight. Amidst the flurry of lucky bag messages, compliments and exclamations filled the chat. Brother Water is incredibly generous. He.S. sending 10,000 diamond lucky bags. ISNT 10,000 diamonds the largest lucky bag? Xian Sheng. Yes, the largest lucky bag is indeed 10,000 diamonds. Xian Sheng also expresses gratitude on behalf of the staff at Lantern Lights for sending 2 more lucky bags for everyone's enjoyment. Wow, another lucky bag of 10,000 diamonds. How exhilarating. Hee, grabbing one is a win. Buffed. This person casually sending gifts worth millions. And you think 3 lucky bags are enough to amuse you? If you're so high-minded, then don't grab. What nonsense. Exactly, whereas the administrator. Kick this person out. Such a downer. Jean Xian clenched the wine glass in his hand. Damn it, not only did he lose, but he also gained public favor. Truly infuriating. Aside from Ruer and Xiao Rue, only Xiao Man remained in the live stream, and she couldn't possibly catch up to Xiao Rue's hundreds of huas, leading to her elimination. This was truly a battle belonging to Yi Zhe and Jean Xian. Warm up over, the real battle begins. Flies rubbing their hands. Haha. You all enjoy the spectacle, don't you? Xian Sheng. Alright, it's now Xiao Rue's turn. You are still 185 carnivals behind Ruer. Hehe. The extra 5 huas will require our joint effort. Delightful, Ruer can win, thanks to my glow stick. ISNT your focus a bit misplaced? ISNT the PK this intense? 185 huas? Ah, that is truly daunting. If we need to widen the gap, 1T we need even more. Jean Xian shared the same sentiment. He glanced at his remaining funds, which stood at 284W. Somehow, it felt insufficient. That far mountain sea water had just spent 270W. Even if he went all out, would a 14W distance be enough to secure victory? A sense of uncertainty crept in. Let us send some gifts and see. If it's not enough, then so be it. Perhaps the other side is merely putting on a facade. Mysterious person 278734 gifted Xiao Rue a carnival of 125,0200. Xiao Rue, thank you God. You're magnificent. The competition between the two elevated the live stream to the pinnacle of the hourly charts. More people poured in. Huazi you? So formidable. 7. I must say, this girl appears vibrant and is my type. 7. A level 71 big brother made this statement. And his words were adorned with diamond animations, visible to all. Fans of Xiao Rue, seeing another high-level big brother express his admiration, seized the opportunity. Brother 7. Investing here is worthwhile. Indeed. 7. Xiao Rue is worth it. Seeing a flurry of comments praising him, 7 felt a twinge of interest. 7. Then let us play a bit. But God said this is a battle between him and Brother Water. What is there to fear? God will surely understand. Gold Xian, who had been continuously sending gifts, felt a surge of joy. He was concerned about not being able to widen the gap. But now a level 71 big brother had arrived. The mysterious 1278734. Welcome. He swiftly typed 2 words amidst the flurry of messages. You see, I told you. The Almighty will not utter a word. 7 gifted the Carnival 1210, and Xiaorue's fans rejoiced, while Roer's followers were less than pleased. It was supposed to be a contest between 2 formidable rivals, yet halfway through, a powerful ally arrived. This is utterly unfair. Can we summon helpers too? You can indeed. Didn't each of you send gifts last round? Just as tensions began to rise between the 2 factions, Yi Zhe interjected. Yuan Shan Jian Shui. No worries, let them come. We'll take on whoever. Damn, Brother Shui is so imposing. From now on, I'm Brother Shui's devoted admirer. I'll be Brother Shui's charming accessory from now on. 7 reached the 80th carnival and chuckled upon seeing Yuan Shan Jian Shui's comment. Although he boasted a high level, he rarely watched streams, and the gifts he sent typically sufficed to keep the streamer engaged for quite some time. He had encountered people with a penchant for boasting, yet their abilities often fell short of their bravado. 7. I hope you prove to be different from the boastful individuals I have encountered before. Yuan Shan Jian Shui, rest assured, I will broaden your horizons. 7 resumed sending gifts. The mysterious 1278734 4. Gifted Xiaowei Carnival 820910931945. 7. Gifted Xiaowei Carnival 219255. Xiaowei squealed with excitement. Thank you to the Almighty for the 945 Huazi. Thank you to Brother 7 for the 255 Huazi. You two are the radiant beams of light illuminating Xiaowei's dazzling path tonight. Wow! The two big brothers collectively sent 1200 Huazi. Almighty is impressive. Brother 7 is impressive. Though I didn't spend my own money, I am still thrilled watching this unfold. Rower felt a twinge of unease. Xiaowei's household had received too many gifts, and Brother Shui had already sent 900 Huazi. She wondered if Brother Shui could withstand the pressure. After all, it was a 1 against 2. Rower took the microphone from Xiaowei. Xiansheng, how far are we from Xiaowei? Xiansheng, we are 1025 Huazi short. Rower wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Everyone has heard. We are quite distant from the first place. Rower understood the enormity of the gap. So she was fine with not being first today. I'll be living on instant noodles this month. I'll use the rest of my meal budget to support Rower. Let us go for it. I'll switch my Nanjing to the cheapest Zongnanhai. The saved money will go to you. Right? We haven't even started fighting yet. We cannot concede easily. Rower's display of vulnerability ignited her fans' protective instincts. Each one felt compelled to contribute their share. Rower's eyes glistened with emotion. I'm so touched. Thank you all so much. Yize adjusted himself comfortably, a smile gracing his lips. Rower was quite skillful in rallying support. A few words had everyone willingly reaching for their wallets. Yize grew increasingly eager for her arrival later that night. What would she be like in real life? The countdown for Xiansheng began. Good. The time belonging to Rower starts now. Who will emerge as the champion of tonight's individual match, Xiaowei or Rower? Press 1 if you believe Rower will win. And press 2 if you think Xiaowei will triumph. Chapter 39, A Flexible Character. The barrage of comments relentlessly pressed numbers 1 and 2. While fans of Rower showered her with gifts, hot air balloons, heart-shaped rabbits, heartfelt notes, airplanes, and cruise ships cascaded in. However, due to Xiaowei's 1200 Huazi, the effects of her gifts had yet to fully display. Yize set his clicker to register 7 taps per second, aiming for a total of 1260 Huazi within 3 minutes to secure first place. Yuan Shan Jian Shui gifted Rower Carnival 12390. Rower, thank you, Brother Shui, for the Carnival combo. Si Yunqi had been monitoring the flickering data from his office all day, and, seeing Yuan Shan Jian Shui's ongoing combo, he felt reassured. Brother Shui's capabilities surely extended far beyond this. Now he could only hope Xiaowei's two big brothers would step up, prolonging the battle a little longer. When Si Yunqi initially proposed a format without beauty filters, others in the company were skeptical. Only Rower and Xiaowei possessed the looks to compete in this group. Rower wasn't exactly the mainstream type, yet Si Yunqi had pushed through pressure and signed a bet contract with the boss to establish this streaming room. Though he had anticipated this moment, witnessing it unfold filled him with immense excitement. The onlookers and Rower-s fans in the stream were equally thrilled. Yuan Shan Jian Shui's combo had reached 1,000. Yize, lounging on a sofa on the first floor, munched on grapes he had washed himself, feeling quite relaxed. How wonderful it was to have a clicker. If he had to tap manually, his fingers would surely cramp up. When the two ants arrived tomorrow, he wouldn't even need to wash fruit himself. Yize mused, contemplating hiring a maid, though he feared his mother might dismiss her outright. Perhaps he should allow them to gradually accept the notion of their son's newfound wealth before broaching that subject. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Shui must be sending gifts at a rate of 7 per second. 7 per second? So in 3 minutes, that would be 1260? Oh my, if that's the case, Rower will reclaim the top spot. Jean Xian could no longer sit still. He had to send 1260 Huazi himself. Hadn't he just dispatched 900 Huazi in the first wave? Now, he was truly humbled. The other party must be far wealthier than he. He even felt a twinge of regret. Why had he provoked the other party? He had no idea what business Brother Shui was in to have such wealth. He pondered whether Brother Shui would find him absurd if he shamelessly reached out. Unbeknownst to him, his reference to Brother Shui had already become habitual. Seven felt no particular emotion. He had merely come to enjoy himself. Recognizing the other party's true prowess, he deemed it unwise to provoke them. One must always choose the softest fruit to pick. The 3-minute countdown concluded, and Rower's skin flushed a rosy hue from her continuous expressions of gratitude and excitement. Yize thought, if her skin could also turn pink with excitement, how much more beautiful she would be. Oh wow, Brother Shui is amazing. Brother Shui, you are my idol. He truly sent 1260 Huazi. That's ruthless. Brother Shui single-handedly eclipsed the gift totals of the two big brothers. What a display of wealth. Rower's eyes sparkled as she bowed deeply in gratitude. Jean Xian recognized he could not compete, nor could he pretend. So what was the point of wasting his money? The mysterious 1278734. Brother Shui, can you check your private messages? Huh? The Almighty wants Brother Shui to read his private messages? Is it a challenge for an offline duel? Get real. The wealthiest individuals are usually the most protective of their lives. Do you think this is a gang fight? An offline duel? Yize was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the message. He too was curious about the reason behind this enigmatic individual requesting him to open a private chat. As he initiated the conversation, a flurry of messages flooded in. Some were from aspiring streamers seeking assistance with their homework, while others were fans in the live stream expressing their admiration. It took Yize a couple of scrolls to locate the private message from the mysterious person. Apologies for the recent impositions. May I inquire about your business, Brother Shui? I wonder if you could mentor me? Shui Gu had not yet followed him back. So before he could respond, Jin Xin could only send this single message, his heart fluttering with both apprehension and anticipation. Yize began to regard this mysterious individual with newfound respect. Just yesterday, he had boasted defiantly about challenging him in today's individual competition. Now, having realized he could not outmatch Yize, he was inquiring about his secrets to success. Truly, a person capable of adapting. Yize merely replied in a nonchalant manner. Individual investor, and then chose to disregard him. Upon seeing Shui Ji's reply, Jin Xin felt not anger, but rather a sense of normalcy in the aloof demeanor of such an esteemed figure. Returning to the live stream, he noticed that Xiao Rui was fervently campaigning to catch up with Roair's score. However, both 7 and the mysterious individual 278734 had ceased to gain points. A minute had passed, and their scores remained stagnant at over 20,000. Are Shunzong and 7 not gaining points anymore? Did they stop to strategize? Yet both of these esteemed figures remain in the live stream. Mysterious person 278734. I cannot compete. Brother Shui is formidable. I admire your prowess. 7. Just dabbling. With a master around, I won't squander my votes. Si Yunqi and Xiao Rui were momentarily stunned, not expecting the competition to conclude so swiftly. However, they quickly regained their composure. Xiao Rui expressed her gratitude before exiting the competition. The two events from yesterday and today had already propelled her to great heights, filling her with joy. Moreover, Brother Shui was indeed impressive, his financial resources seemingly boundless, and she understood the rationale behind the two esteemed figures' decision to cut their losses. Si Yunqi observed the surge in fan numbers within the live stream, a result of Brother Shui's magnetic appeal, and realized that as long as Roair could secure Brother Shui's favor, the revenue from the live stream would undoubtedly flourish. Thus, he felt a sense of satisfaction when Roair requested a day off today, knowing that every streamer experiences such moments. It was far better for her to come to terms with it than to regret it in the future. Besides, Brother Shui certainly did not appear to be an average wealthy individual. Xianqing, congratulations to our Roair for clinching the championship in today's individual competition. Roair, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Brother Shui and all the fans who support me. Your love has propelled me to today's victory. I shall strive even harder to present better live streams for everyone. We are so grateful to Roair, and to me as well. The comments flooded in as Roair delivered an elaborate expression of gratitude before performing a dance, concluding the live stream. Barely 10 minutes after the live stream ended, Yize received a message from Roair. Brother Shui, I've left the company and am now taking a taxi to your place. All right. Yize replied briefly before heading to take a shower. After freshening up, Yize donned a brown silk robe and settled on the first floor, casually playing a movie as he awaited Roair's arrival. Chapter 40. Yet another one needing his guidance from a young age. Upon receiving the address from Yize, Roair realized her gamble had paid off. The property prices here were such that selling herself would not suffice to purchase even a fraction of it. In fact, many second-generation rich individuals could not afford it either. The closer she drew to the villa, the more her heart raced with uncertainty about what Brother Shui might be like. Unlike the typical second-generation rich kids who flaunted cars, money, and houses in their social circles, Brother Shui's social media offered no such insights. She could only glean an inkling of his wealth from his generous gifts in the live stream and the address he provided. Finally arriving at the villa's entrance, the taxi came to a halt. The guard inquired for her name before calling Brother Shui. Roair observed the guard speaking respectfully on the phone, after which she was granted entry. Building 08. The neighborhood was well lit, so even in the deep of night, the paths were brightly illuminated. After nearly 40 minutes of walking, she arrived at the entrance of Building 8, a journey that heightened her anxiety. When she pressed the doorbell, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Upon hearing the doorbell, Yize's lips curled into a smile. The most beautiful girl he had encountered thus far had finally arrived. Opening the door, he was greeted by Zhang Roair, Adorned in a champagne-colored acetate slip dress, her youthful visage under the moonlight resembled a delicate flower. Even the most stoic of men would feel a twinge of compassion upon seeing her. Truly deserving of a 93-point beauty rating. Yizhe was instantly captivated upon their first meeting. Zhang Rou'er, momentarily stunned to see a handsome young man at the door, wondered if this was Brother Shui. The boy appeared to be around her age, his lips curving into a smile as he gazed at her. Brother Shui? Zhang Rou'er inquired tentatively. Yizhe responded with a simple, come in. Once inside, Zhang Rou'er closed the door behind her, noticing a pair of women's slippers placed at the entrance. As she bent down to change her shoes, she could feel her heart pounding like a drum, her cheeks flushing. This was indeed a delightful surprise. She had anticipated an old man for the sake of money, only to find a strikingly handsome young man instead. Heaven had truly smiled upon her. After slipping into the slippers and glancing around the villa, she marveled at its grandeur. The interior design clearly bore the mark of a professional, exuding an air of sophistication and harmoniously blending with the greenery. Yizhe observed her astonishment and chuckled lightly. What? Did you come to see me just to admire the house? Zhang Rou'er's face turned a shade of crimson as she shot him a playful glare. Well, it's not every day one sees such a beautiful house. I was momentarily captivated. Yizhe raised an eyebrow. Oh, is it only the house that captivates you? Zhang Rou'er gracefully approached Yizhe, wrapping her arms around his. Rising on her toes, she leaned closer to his ear, whispering, Brother Shui is even more enchanting than the house. Feeling her breath against his ear, Yizhe's heart raced, and he felt a surge of desire rising within him. He led Zhang Rou'er to the master bedroom, and her earlier nervousness had completely dissipated. I'll go wash up, she said. Yizhe glanced at her. Go ahead. Reclining comfortably on the bed, he listened to the sound of running water from the bathroom while browsing short videos on his phone, his mind wandering. Ding. This expenditure of $663 million has yielded a rebate of $663,000, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank card. Another small target achieved. Life was indeed pleasant. His musical software level had also advanced to level 73 due to today's spending, only 2 levels away from reaching the maximum. Just days ago, Yizhe had been someone who deliberated over sending a hot air balloon. Now he was already a level 73 mogul. Before long, Yizhe's attention was drawn back to the present. Zhang Rou'er had boldly emerged from the bathroom. A playful droplet of water slid down from her hair, disappearing into the floral depths below. Yizhe swiftly pulled her closer. Even the moon seemed to shy away behind the clouds. 45 minutes later, Yizhe leaned against the headboard, his hands exploring as he sought out the soft curves. TSK, this one certainly needed nurturing from a young age. Yet, Zhang Rou'er truly lived up to her name. Her flexibility unlocking 3 new positions for Yizhe. Zhang Rou'er nestled against him, her heart brimming with sweetness. Brother Shui was wealthy, handsome, and quite vigorous. Brother Shui, Yezhe, please refrain from calling me Shui Gu. It brings me joy to have you around, Zhe Gu. With that, she leaned in and offered him a kiss, willingly attending to Yezhe's needs. A new day commenced. As Yezhe opened his eyes, he noticed that the pillow beside him had grown cold, indicating that Rou'er had been awake for quite some time. After freshening up, Yezhe descended the stairs and found Rou'er in the kitchen preparing a meal, while Aunt Gong and Aunt Jin busied themselves with other chores. Yezhe approached the kitchen and embraced Rou'er's slender waist from behind. Isn't there an aunt at home? Why are you cooking yourself? Zhang Rou'er turned and planted a kiss on his lips. I wanted you to taste my culinary skills. So obedient. What reward do you seek? Zhang Rou'er replied. I seek no reward. I simply wish for you to savor my cooking. Yezhe raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond, understanding that such declarations were mere tactics of seduction. If she had no ulterior motives, she wouldn't be so eager to offer herself. Yet, she was already his woman, and treating her well posed no harm. Moreover, for Yezhe, it was indeed a mutually beneficial situation. Messages from Su Momo, Juzi, and Linger flooded in, and Yezhe reclined on the sofa to reply. Before long, he felt a delicate pair of hands kneading his shoulder. Zhe Gu, shall we eat? Zhang Rou'er had noticed him chatting with other girls and felt a pang of anxiety. However, she quickly reassured herself that a wealthy man like Zhe Gu could not possibly be exclusive to her. Just being with him was already a stroke of luck. So she chose to turn a blind eye. Yezhe squeezed Zhang Rou'er's hand and stood up. All right, let me see what delectable dishes my darling has prepared for me. Upon reaching the dining table, he was pleasantly surprised to find an array of dim sum and a pot of chicken soup. What time did you wake up? Zhang Rou'er sat beside him, serving him a bowl of chicken soup. Not too early. You should try it. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation. As the chicken soup filled his mouth, its savory flavor enveloped his palate, fresh yet not overwhelming. It's delicious. Zhang Rou'er sighed with relief and began to eat as well. After indulging in a few more dishes, each more delightful than the last. Yezha finished his meal. Zhang Rower rose to wash the dishes, but Yezha stopped her. What? Do you wish to find a job as a maid here? Her cheeks flushed slightly. No. Then don't bother. Let the aunt handle it. Zhang Rower whispered softly in his ear. Zegu, I've taken a day off from work today. Oh, but you're in the midst of a promotion. Is it all right to miss work? Yes, it's fine. No live stream is more important than you, Zegu. Yezha gazed at her fair skin and playfully pinched her cheek. All right then, let's go. I'll take you shopping. Chapter 41. The only flaw was the incessant buzzing of a fly in the store. Zhang Rower felt a thrill at the prospect of shopping with Zegu. All those items she could only admire from afar would now be within her grasp. As Yezha drove her out, Zhang Rower's eyes widened at the sight of the car. It was incredibly cool. She didn't know much about cars, but she could tell it was expensive just by its appearance. Yezha chuckled at the sight of the starry-eyed woman beside him. Her expression seemed at odds with her delicate beauty. She recalled how the woman had waited a long time after he answered the security call yesterday, clearly without a car. Do you have a driver's license? Zhang Rower answered softly. Yes, I do. Yezha nodded and directly took her to the Porsche dealership. Once they arrived, Zhang Rower marveled at the grandeur of the showroom. Thinking to herself, Zegu truly is a wealthy man. Even his car is this extravagant. As they entered, Miao Yan's eyes brightened upon seeing them. Noticing that this woman was different from the last, her excitement grew. A new face? So generous to gift a Porsche to a newcomer? I must seize this opportunity. Yezha frowned slightly. This woman was relentless. Mr. Yi, back to buy a car again? Yezha shot her a glance, but chose not to respond, intending to consult someone else. Just then, Wang Min exited the manager's office and hurried over upon hearing Mr. Yi. Regardless of whether he was her client, it was always prudent to check in. Soon, a familiar voice piped up. Where's Wang Min? Wang Min recognized that this was indeed the extravagant Mr. Yi and quickened her pace. Miao Yan interjected. Wang Min is busy. Mr. Yi can consult me just the same. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Min's voice came from behind. Mr. Yi, I'm here. What car are you interested in this time? Seeing Wang Min approach, Yezha nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Min noticed that the woman beside Mr. Yi was even more attractive than the last. She seemed a bit fragile, but with Mr. Yi's wealth, that was easily remedied. Take her around and see what type of car she likes, Yezha instructed. Wang Min nodded in understanding. Miss, what type of car do you prefer? Zhang Rower paused for a moment. Then a wave of joy washed over her. She had initially thought Yezha was simply picking up a car, but to her surprise, he was gifting her one. Upon entering, she glanced at the prices displayed on the cars and gasped, astonished that a single vehicle could be so expensive. To think she could own a Porsche now. She abruptly looked up at Yezha, her lips moving but unable to form words. She had indeed sought Yezha for financial gain. But before she could voice her intentions, he had already been so generous. A different emotion surged within her. Noticing her silence, Yezha pinched her cheek. What's wrong? Have you been rendered speechless with joy? Zhang Rower nodded dazedly, prompting Yezha to burst into laughter. All right, I brought you here to buy a car. So you won't have to trek half an hour next time, right? Zhang Rower felt a sweet thrill. Yezha's mention of next time implied that she truly was becoming his woman. This realization exhilarated her even more. Meanwhile, Miao Yan watched from the sidelines, green with envy. How infuriating. What was she lacking? Why was Mr. Yi indifferent to her? In the past, she could charm anyone at the bar with ease. Wang Min, patiently waiting and saying nothing, gestured for Zhang Rower to follow. Ladies, shall we start viewing cars from this section? Zhang Rower followed Wang Min, while Yezha, feeling lazy, settled into a seat designated for client reception. Miao Yan, undeterred, trailed after them. A sales associate who was close to Wang Min brought over a pot of tea for Yezha, just as Miao Yan was delivering snacks. Yezha's annoyance intensified. He addressed the server. Is your supervisor in the store? Yes, how can I assist you? Yezha replied, please summon them. Of course. Miao Yan perched herself at a corner table. Zegu, you can just tell me if you need anything, she said, casting him a flirtatious glance. Yezha, wishing not to lower himself, closed his eyes on the sofa, regretting not having brought Tian Feng along. The supervisor soon arrived, and, upon seeing Miao Yan, narrowed her eyes. What are you doing here? You need to leave. Reluctantly, Miao Yan exited, and the supervisor turned to Yezha. Mr. Yi, how may I assist you? After a long pause, Yezha finally opened his eyes. Your store service is quite commendable. The supervisor felt a surge of joy, ready to respond, but then heard Yezha say, however, the only flaw is that there's always a pesky fly buzzing around. I hope I won't have to see Miao Yan lingering around me when I visit again. Otherwise, I am quite certain that other establishments would be more than happy to welcome my patronage. The supervisor was on the verge of perspiring, fully aware that the troublesome Miao Yan would not remain quiet. She had heard from Wang Min that General Manager Yi was a person of considerable wealth. His return visit signified his satisfaction with the service. The The supervisor was certainly not going to let this lucrative opportunity slip away. Coincidentally, other sales staff had been incessantly complaining about Miao Yin, and she had already made up her mind. Indeed, you are right. I will arrange it immediately. Miao Yin was blissfully unaware of her impending dismissal. As she saw the supervisor coming out, she was about to enter the office when the supervisor called out, Miao Yin, come with me. Zhang Ruer surveyed the surroundings and found herself quite fond of the vehicles on display, yet her heart was set on the Cayenne Turbo GT40T. Although sports cars exuded a certain allure, the practicality of the Cayenne was undeniably superior, with ample interior space. The Turbo GT40T she selected was the pinnacle of the Cayenne lineup. Wang Min escorted Zhang Ruer to the VIP lounge to meet Yizhe. Upon their entrance, Yizhe beckoned Zhang Ruer over. She obediently perched herself on his lap, and he wrapped an arm around her waist, asking, have you made your choice? Zhang Ruer nodded affirmatively, yes. Wang Min, noticing Yizhe's gaze upon them, interjected, the lady has chosen the Cayenne Turbo GT40T. Yizhe nodded in acknowledgement. Have you selected any accessories you fancy? Ruer shook her head. Not yet. I'll come to find you once I've made my selections. Yizhe smiled. Go ahead. And once you've completed your choices, come back for the contract signing. Ruer, brimming with joy, exclaimed, thank you, Brother Zhe. She planted a kiss on his cheek before heading off with Wang Min to choose accessories. Wang Min understood the principles of sustainable development and did not merely recommend the most expensive options, but rather sought the most aesthetically pleasing combinations. Nevertheless, the total still rose by 860,000, not to mention the purchase tax, insurance, and other associated costs. The final price of Zhang Ruer's vehicle amounted to 3,480,000. As Wang Min busied herself with the contract, Zhang Ruer returned to the lounge to find her benefactor. The supervisor addressed Miao Yin sternly, pack your belongings and leave. Miao Yin was taken aback. Supervisor, why am I being dismissed? My performance isn't the lowest. The supervisor coldly replied, you have offended the wrong person. And you haven't made any sales this month, have you? It's simply survival of the fittest. Miao Yin, in a state of panic, pleaded, I'm about to close a deal. Please don't fire me. The supervisor remained resolute. You have received numerous complaints, and both your performance and relations with colleagues indicate you are unsuitable for this position. There's no need to plead. Gather your things and depart. The company has terminated your employment, and you will receive your due compensation. Realizing that hope was lost, Miao Yin emerged, tearfully collecting her belongings, only to spot Wang Min finalizing a contract. She lunged at Wang Min, screaming, you little wretch. It's all your fault. Chapter 42. The field may be resilient, but the oxen truly cannot toil any longer. Wang Min was caught off guard and fell to the ground, a surge of anger igniting within her. Other employees hurried over upon hearing the commotion to separate the two. Even as Miao Yin was pulled away, her mouth continued to spew accusations. Is it you? You little wretch. If it weren't for you, how would the supervisor have dismissed me? Don't think you're so impressive just because you've sold a few cars recently. Wang Min regained her footing, straightened her clothes, and delivered a resounding slap to Miao Yin's face, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints as evidence. The colleagues were astonished at this display of assertiveness from Wang Min. Miao Yin, momentarily stunned from the blow, was about to unleash a torrent of insults when Wang Min quickly stuffed a nearby cleaning cloth into her mouth. Shoo, keep it down. You'll scare away my clients. I'm not done with you yet. With that, she took the contract and departed, leaving her colleagues in a state of shock. Miao Yin, frightened into silence, managed to break free from her colleague's grasp and furiously discarded the cloth onto the floor, rushing off to rinse her mouth. Fortunately, the area they occupied was far from the VIP lounge, sparing Yizhe and Zhang Ruer from witnessing the scene. The earlier incident did not deter Wang Min. She smiled and said, Madam, your identification card, please. Zhang Ruer hesitated. My ID? Yizhe chuckled. The car I'm gifting you doesn't require anyone else's ID but yours. Zhang Ruer blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I thought Yizhe narrowed his eyes. You didn't think I brought you here to buy a car under my name while you merely had usage rights, did you? Zhang Ruer felt exposed, her cheeks flushing with warmth. This sum was inconsequential. I stated it was a gift, and naturally, it will be registered under your name. Zhang Ruer felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful for her prompt decision. A benefactor as generous as he was indeed a rare find. She handed her identification to Wang Min, while Yizhe settled the payment. Wang Min confirmed, we have expedited the process. There's an identical new vehicle in your city, and you may pick it up in 3 days. Yizhe nodded in satisfaction. Yes, please exchange contact information, and once the car arrives, you can contact her. Understood, Mr. Yi. Ding, a consumption rebate of 34,800,000 has been issued to the industrial and commercial bank card. Yizhe, buoyed by the system's announcement, pulled Zhang Ruer closer. Let us go. Now I can take you shopping. Zhang Ruer, suppressing her excitement, rewarded him with a passionate kiss once they reached the car. Throughout her life, she had been nicknamed Sister Dayu. Although she disliked the moniker, no matter how much she protested, everyone continued to call her that. Gradually, she ceased to argue. If they wished to see her as Dayu, then she would treat them in kind. Zhang Ruer lost her parents in a car accident at the tender age of 5, leaving her to rely solely on her grandmother. After she began to rebel, people started to shower her with sympathy. Classmates, teachers, and neighbors began to indulge her. She could not fathom their motivations, yet as long as it benefited her, she welcomed it. However, everything changed when her grandmother fell ill. She suddenly found herself in dire need of money, lots of it. Hence, when approached on the street with the prospect of earning money as a streamer, she decisively joined the current company. Yi Zhe was the first influential figure she encountered, and she was determined to hold on to him tightly. Sensing her fervor, Yi Zhe instinctively understood that her emotions were not solely tied to the car. It felt more like an outlet for her suppressed feelings. He comfortingly patted Zhang Ruer's back, and as their lips parted, he noticed her eyelashes glistening with unshed tears. Yi Zhe sighed internally. Are you not in the mood for shopping? Zhang Ruer rested her head on his shoulder. I'm fine with anything. Yi Zhe drove them back to the villa, and upon entering, Zhang Ruer pulled him into the room, engaging in a fervent embrace. After a passionate encounter, Yi Zhe gently caressed her back, choosing not to pry, but rather to savor the tranquility of the moment. Zhang Ruer's skin was exceptionally fair. Perhaps due to its delicate nature, it was easy to mark. Observing the faint imprints on her pristine body, Yi Zhe felt a stirring within him. After another 45 minutes, he carried the exhausted woman to the shower and then back. Zhang Ruer was obedient and compliant throughout. He transferred 500,000 to Zhang Ruer, knowing that though she had not asked, many matters in life could indeed be resolved with money. Ding, a consumption rebate of 5,000,000 has been issued to the industrial and commercial bank card. Zhang Ruer heard her phone ringing and lazily turned over to grab it, leaning on Yi Zhe as she checked the message. The moment she saw the 500,000 yuan transfer, she thought she must have misread it. Sitting up, the blanket slipped from her shoulders, and as she rubbed her eyes and glanced at her phone again, she confirmed it was indeed 500,000. A warm wave surged within her, and tears welled up before she even realized it, cascading down her cheeks. The delicate flower wept, looking even more fragile. Yi Zhe felt a pang of heartache. Why are you crying? His words, though meant to console, only triggered her to sob openly. She buried herself in Yi Zhe's embrace, recounting her grandmother's situation, initially contemplating asking the company for an advance on her salary. Yet, without asking anything, he had resolved her urgent dilemma. Yi Zhe's heart swelled with compassion. Is 500,000 enough? Zhang Ruer nodded vigorously. Yes, it's enough. It's sufficient for the surgery. After that, I can wait for my salary. I love you, Zegu. As long as you don't mind, Ruer, I will be yours for life. She exclaimed. Haha, after we finish our meal, let's choose a room for you here, Yi Zhe proposed. Zhang Ruer was elated. Really? Yi Zhe playfully slapped her bottom. When have I ever lied to you? Here, she would have her very own room. It signified that Zegu had agreed to make her his woman. How could she not be thrilled? Hooray, long live Zegu. Let us go downstairs for dinner. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to the hospital, she replied, nodding excitedly. The food prepared by the aunties was delectable, and with a significant matter settled in her heart. Zhang Ruer devoured a full bowl of rice. The two aunties, pleased to see their cooking appreciated, felt a wave of joy as well. That evening, Yi Zhe turned down her advances and had a peaceful, dreamless sleep. Before he drifted off, he pondered why the system's tasks had yet to arrive. He needed to earn task points to enhance his physical abilities. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to cope. Recently, the meals had been so sumptuous that he had requested the aunties to prepare more oysters and leeks. The fields were resilient, but even the oxen could not toil any longer. The following day, before the system broadcast time, Yi Zhe awoke. This little lady's sleeping posture was atrocious. She had entangled herself around him like an octopus, leading him to dream all night of being constricted by a python. Chapter 43, His Infuriatingly Uncontainable Charm. Zhang Ruer clung too tightly. Before Yi Zhe could fully liberate himself, she was already awake. Her eyes, still slightly dazed, sparkled with clarity as they focused on Yi Zhe. She lifted her little face and smiled. Good morning, Zegu. Yi Zhe caressed her cheek. Good morning. As the morning sun streamed in, Yi Zhe descended the stairs, only to see Tian Feng bustling about, moving things around. Recognizing the fitness equipment he had purchased, Yi Zhe clicked his tongue. He had forgotten all about it in his busy schedule. Boss, you're awake. I saw the equipment piled up and thought I'd help tidy up, Tian Feng said. Well done. You're right to do so. Can you teach me how to train in the future? Yi Zhe inquired. Tianfeng grinned widely. "No problem, boss." Since Yize's supercar came with a driver, it was not convenient for bringing along a lady. Thus, a few days ago, he had contacted Qi Jinghan through WeChat to purchase a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Today, he could pick it up. After breakfast, Yize set out with Tianfeng and Zhang Rower. He realized he had been buying cars far too frequently. However, after this, he had no further desire for new vehicles. They were merely tools for transportation, as long as they sufficed. On the way to the dealership, Su Momo called him, and Yize answered without hesitation. "Darling, what are you doing? I miss you. On my way to pick up a car. Otherwise, the supercar isn't very convenient." He replied. Su Momo's voice turned slightly forlorn. "Can I come to find you?" "Not today. I need to go to the hospital shortly," he explained. Su Momo felt a twinge of disappointment. Since Yize had alleviated the gloom from her family, she particularly wanted to cling to him now. It had been 2 days since she last saw him, and she missed him dearly. "All right, you take care then." Yize sensed the melancholy in her tone. Zhang Rower would return to livestream after her hospital visit, so he suggested, "How about you come over for dinner tonight?" Su Momo was about to hang up when she was pleasantly surprised. "Sounds good. I'll wait for you." Tianfeng, with his keen ears, picked up on the conversation about the bodyguard, but as a mere bodyguard, he had nothing to add. However, Zhang Rower, observing the tenderness in Yize's demeanor while he spoke, surmised that the woman on the other end was quite significant. "If you're busy, I can go to the hospital on my own," she said, turning to the driver. "Please stop by the roadside. I need to get off." Yize sighed, exasperated by his infuriatingly uncontainable charm. "Don't be difficult. We still need to go to the hospital after picking up the car." But wasn't he Rower interrupting his meeting with another woman? He pulled her closer. "Be obedient, or next time, you'll have something to worry about." Zhang Rower recalled his prowess in bed, feeling both a bit frightened and a bit tempted. The prospect of him making her worry intrigued her. Yet she understood the importance of knowing when to stop and didn't push further. Qi Jinghan had been in the automotive industry for quite some time, and each brand had its connections. Upon seeing Yize accompanied by a different woman at the Rolls-Royce dealership, she felt no surprise. For such a wealthy tycoon, having women come and go was hardly extraordinary. She stepped forward with a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Yi. This way, please." Yize nodded in acknowledgement. The Phantom had cost him 12 million yuan, even after a discount. It was the only car registered in his name, and he found himself enamored with it. After swiftly completing the purchase, Yize and Zhang Rower settled into the back seat, marveling at the comfort of the Phantom. Meanwhile, Tianfeng was on edge. This was a Rolls-Royce, after all. It was a vehicle he would typically admire from afar, snapping photos whenever he passed by. He drove cautiously, fearing any bumps or scrapes would be beyond his means to compensate. After a while, Yize observed the numerous cars surpassing his own. "No worries, drive confidently. It won't be counted against you." Only then did Tianfeng increase his speed. Upon arriving at the hospital, Tianfeng felt his body tense up. He had been too rigid while driving. He stretched a bit before hastily following the two into the hospital. The place was rife with quarrels, and if anything were to happen to the boss, he wouldn't want to remain in this line of work any longer. Zhang Rower first paid the surgical fees before leading Yize into the ward to see her grandmother. In the 4-person room, there was an elderly man barking orders at his wife, a young man engrossed in a video game, and a middle-aged woman who frequently cried. The atmosphere was quite chaotic. As soon as they stepped in, Yize frowned. The elderly woman's health was already poor, and this environment was hardly conducive to recovery. It was far too noisy to even sleep. Zhang Rower approached the bedside. "Grandma, I'm here to see you." The grandmother opened her eyes and affectionately patted her hand. "Rower, you've come. Don't tire yourself out with work. You needn't come to the hospital." "I'm not tired at all, Grandma." Noticing the two unfamiliar men behind her granddaughter, the grandmother inquired, "Rower, who are these two?" Zhang Rower stood up and pointed at Yize. "Grandma, this is my boyfriend, Yize, and the one beside him is our friend. She is now Ziji's woman, and there's nothing wrong with that statement." However, a flicker of unease crossed her heart as she glanced at Yize. Unfazed by Zhang Rower's introduction, Yize stepped forward to grasp his grandmother's hand, inquiring, "Grandma, how are you feeling?" Upon hearing Yize's acknowledgement, Zhang Rower felt a sense of relief wash over her. The elderly woman, upon learning that her granddaughter had brought along a companion, felt her pain diminish. Good, I'm doing well. You need not worry about me. I know my own body." After spending some time chatting with the elderly lady, Yize stepped outside to communicate with the nurses about transferring her to a private room. Just as Yize inquired, a patient was being discharged, allowing him to deposit an additional 500,000 into the grandmother's account while moving her to a single occupancy room. When the elderly lady learned of the room change, she immediately protested, "I'm perfectly fine here. There's no need to change." Zhang Rower turned to Yize, who nodded reassuringly, and together they persuaded her for a while. Upon hearing that her granddaughter had received a promotion and a substantial bonus, the elderly lady finally relented. During a brief moment, Zhang Rower confided in her grandmother that her boyfriend was a wealthy heir who treated her splendidly, praising Yizhe several times until her grandmother felt reassured. The surgery to remove the tumor was scheduled for 2 days later, and the three of them accompanied the elderly lady until the afternoon before departing. Once outside the hospital, Zhang Rower felt an even greater affection for Yizhe, who was not only wealthy and handsome, but also gentle and considerate. If the hardships she endured in her first 23 years were merely a prelude to meeting Yizhe, she felt incredibly fortunate. Resting her head on Yizhe's shoulder, she pondered how she might repay him. Before she could formulate her thoughts, the car had already arrived at the media company's entrance. Before stepping out, she bestowed upon him a sweet kiss, saying, "Thank you, Zegu, I love you." Yizhe nodded, replying, "Go on." He did not delve into whether Zhang Rower loved him for his wealth or for himself. Either way, it mattered little to him. He admired the young woman, recognizing the immense strength within her delicate frame and the sacrifices she had made for her grandmother's health. Reflecting on his own previous state before having a system, he recalled how he could be of no assistance to his family during trying times. Thankfully, his parents were in good health. Yizhe glanced at the time, noting it wasn't he during his mother's class, and initiated a video call with her. Chapter 44, Blooming Only For You. Su Momo, having finished her lunch, began to prepare herself. After indulging in a bath, she proceeded with her skincare and makeup routine. Donning a deep V-green French dress complemented by golden and pearl accessories, her hair styled in glamorous waves, exuding an air of elegance. Yizhe was utterly captivated. If Zhang Rower embodied delicate beauty, then Su Mo radiated a multifaceted charm beyond mere innocence. The trace of sorrow had vanished, replaced by a vibrant energy. Su Mo noticed Yizhe staring in awe and couldn't help but chuckle. She stood on her toes and pecked him on the cheek, teasing, "Are you mesmerized?" Yizhe deepened the kiss, replying, "Indeed, our Mo is simply stunning. Should I hide you away? Perhaps renovate my room to create a birdcage with a round bed surrounded by golden pillars?" Su Mo laughed. "Without your key, I wouldn't be able to escape?" "Yes." She nestled her head against his chest, declaring, "There's no need for that. I am forever yours, blooming solely for you." Yizhe felt warmth in his heart as he embraced her, and they entered the car. Tian Feng drove them to a newly opened Mexican restaurant that had received excellent ratings. The decor mirrored that of a primitive tribe, brimming with Latin flair. Upon entering, they spotted a group of young women posing for photos. The striking couple attracted considerable attention. Yizhe reveled in the gaze of onlookers, feeling like a winner in life. He left the task of ordering to Su Mo, encouraging her to choose her favorites first. With a modest appetite, she ordered 2 beef tacos and a chicken pozole before handing the menu to Yizhe. He chose a highly rated Mexican shredded beef dish, chilaquiles, and beverages. The meal unveiled a new culinary realm for Yizhe, who would have never considered entering such a place in the past. The delightful flavors elevated his mood. Initially, he intended for Tian Feng to join them, allowing him to dine alongside, but Tian Feng declined, expressing gratitude for simply being able to accompany such a wonderful boss. He didn't wish to intrude on what was evidently an expensive meal. Seeing this, Yizhe did not insist and let him find a place to eat nearby. After their meal, Yizhe took Su Mo shopping. Do you have something in mind to buy?" she asked. "Me? I don't need anything. I'm here to buy for you." Su Mo shook her head. "You needn't spend unnecessarily. I don't really need anything." Since their first meeting, her bag had remained the same, and today he intended to buy her a new one. Su Mo hesitated, glancing at her bag. While she didn't have many, she wasn't particularly concerned about it. Surprised that he had noticed, she felt a warm glow in her heart. "This bag is quite versatile. I truly don't need a new one. Shoo, let your husband take you to do something special. Just follow along." Only then did Su Mo relent, unable to suppress the smile that played upon her lips. The affection she had long been deprived of seemed to be gradually filled by Yizhe. He led her into a nearby mall, heading straight for the first floor of LV. Upon entering, the staff greeted them warmly. The man accompanying the couple was clearly formidable, having bodyguards, which made the sales associate even more eager to assist. Yizhe glanced at the prices of the women's bags, which now seemed exceedingly reasonable. "Take a look and see if you find anything you like." The sales associate's heart leaped with joy, deducing from their attire that they could undoubtedly afford the bags. Wouldn't that mean a commission for her? Su Mo selected 2 bags, draping them over her shoulders and turning to him. "Zay, do they look good?" Yizhe nodded. "Yes, quite nice. All right, let us take these 2. "Is that all?" "Yes." Yizhe sighed, realizing that his sweet girl was quite adept at saving him money. These items weren't exorbitant, and he thought they could afford to purchase more. He remembered seeing on television that some people had a hobby of collecting various brand bags. Even if they didn't use them, merely having them was a source of comfort. With that thought in mind, he stood up from the couch, took a stroll around the store, and called over a sales associate. In addition to these bags, I'll take all the remaining ones as well. The associate was momentarily stunned. What? Sumo was equally surprised. Zay, this is far too many. I can't carry them all. Yizhe shot an annoyed glance at the sales associate. What are you standing there for? Start packing. Only then did the staff realize this young man was serious. And she burst into a radiant smile. Of course. Please wait a moment while I pack them up for you. Other sales associates rushed over to assist, filled with envy at this extraordinary sale. Sumo nestled sweetly into Yizhe's embrace, her face aglow with joy. I'm afraid I'll be spoiled by you. Yizhe chuckled, inhaling the delightful scent of her hair. Being spoiled is fine. Do whatever you wish, as you have your husband. Next time, I'll take you to buy something from another brand. Yes, you're the best, husband. Tianfeng, witnessing his boss's extravagant generosity, remained unfazed, quietly standing by to protect them. After waiting for a while, Yizhe grew impatient upon noticing that they had yet to finish packing. Let us settle the payment first, he suggested. You may take your time with the packing and just deliver it directly to the address you have. All right, they replied. Yizhe swiped his card and, amidst a chorus of admiring gazes, took Sumo by the hand and departed. Time was not on their side, and the two decided it was best to return home. As they drove, Yizhe realized he had never stayed at Sumo's place, so he instructed Tianfeng to head to Suhebei. Sumo felt a surge of joy. She had meticulously decorated her home, and it appeared vastly different from when she had first purchased it. She had even reserved a room next to Shiyu's for Tianfeng, ensuring it would be convenient for Yizhe whenever he came to visit. Yizhe couldn't help but admire her thoughtfulness and teased. So, is there a room for me as well? Sumo's cheeks flushed with color. You and I in the same room, she exclaimed. Yizhe chuckled. Oh, so I share a room with our Momo? You only know how to tease me. With that, he lifted her into his arms and carried her into the room. But I haven't showered yet, Sumo protested. No worries, we can shower together. They embraced and kissed as they approached the bathtub. Yizhe turned on the tap to fill it with water and continued to savor the sweetness of her lips. Before long, the bathtub erupted with splashes of water, turning Sumo's face a deep crimson. The tub trembled as if it might shatter, and the air in the room grew thin. Their heated moans resembled the bubbling of a hot spring emerging from the depths of Sumo's throat. Soon, they were both panting like fish out of water. Just as Sumo was on the verge of fainting, Yizhe finally relented, gently rinsed her off, and carried her out of the bathroom. Chapter 45. Are you there, my dear brother? Yizhe gazed down at the slumbering girl in his arms, pressed a kiss to her forehead, and succumbed to sleep himself. When he awoke in the morning, Sumo had already vanished from the bed. After taking a quick shower, he ventured downstairs in search of her. She was nowhere to be found in the living room or the kitchen, and it was only after inquiring with the maid that he learned she was in the exercise room, practicing yoga. Upon entering the room, he found Sumo attempting advanced yoga poses, and he immediately felt a pang of concern. Hearing a noise, she turned to glance at him, and upon seeing her beloved, she halted her movements. You're awake? She exclaimed, rushing over to kiss him on the cheek while standing on tiptoe. Yes, don't mind me. Continue your practice. All right, she replied. Nevertheless, practicing yoga in front of someone she liked made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Yizhe watched her from the corner, feeling his thoughts stray. Thinking that since they had no pressing matters, he locked the door behind them and embraced her from behind. Nearly an hour later, he carried her to the shower. After a long-awaited cleanup, they headed downstairs for dinner, but Sumo was too shy to lift her head. In truth, the maids and bodyguards had already eaten in the kitchen, and they were delighted to see their employer's relationship flourish. After dinner, Sumo spoke up. Darling, I'd like to try making short videos. What kind? He inquired. I'm thinking of starting with a vlog series. I've always found it interesting. I just wonder if anyone would watch my videos. That sounds wonderful. I'm thrilled that you have something you want to pursue. Whatever you need, darling. I'll support you. Really? But won't you think it's a bit too public, like I'm seeking fame and abandoning the company? Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Yizhe gently stroked her hair. How could I think that? As long as you're happy and enjoy it, I'll be happy too. And who says you won't succeed? I've seen many prominent streamers who, after gaining a large following, formed their own teams and collaborated with various brands. Sumomo's eyes lit up. You really think so? Of course, why would I lie to you? Darling, you're so good to me. You can film in the villa. It's all beautifully arranged by you. Who knows? After you start filming, everyone might praise your aesthetic sense. Sumomo felt her confidence growing. Should I hire an assistant to help with filming and scriptwriting? She proposed. I'd prefer to try it myself first, she declined. All right then, best of luck, my treasure. Throughout the day, Sumomo immersed herself in watching others' videos, learning about different filming angles and transitions. Yize's phone buzzed repeatedly. It was a series of stickers sent by Zhang Ruer. The first sticker featured an adorable little girl with the caption, "Are you there? My dear brother." The second showed her swinging her legs by the bedside. "Can you keep me company once you're done?" The third depicted the girl tilting her head at the screen. "You haven't paid attention to me in so long." Yize chuckled at the cuteness of the stickers, which were accompanied by a somewhat pitiful tone. He responded with a cute sticker of his own, captioned, "I'm here." Almost instantly, she replied, finally paying attention to me. "Brother." Yize changed the subject, asking her what she was up to, and they chatted for a while. Afterward, he responded to messages from Yuzu and Ling Air before opening his music app. At that moment, Yuzu found herself somewhat exasperated. Ever since Water Brother had made a profitable investment, the number of viewers in her livestream had surged. With more viewers came more unwanted attention. Just half an hour into her stream, a user named Bright Future sent 3 large rockets. Noticing that Yuzu was also from Sea City, he immediately commented in the chat, "What a coincidence, a fellow city sister." Yuzu smiled and replied, "Thank you, Brother Bright Future, for the rockets. Yes, we are indeed from the same city." "So what if we're from the same city?" He typed. "Well, what else could it mean? Surely he wants to meet up offline." Another user chimed in. "Really? Just 2 rockets, and he is hoping for a meetup? Isn't that a bit presumptuous?" Bright Future was left embarrassed by the comments, but he indeed harbored such intentions. He relished the thrill of seeking out small streamers, having succeeded with this tactic numerous times before. Given that Yuzu's follower count wasn't particularly high, he thought that securing her would only require a bit more effort. Bright Future sent over a carnival gift. Despite being a college student and not yet in the workforce, Yuzu recognized his intentions through the chat comments. She forced a smile, suppressing her distaste as she thanked him for the 3 gifts, her signature dimples fading under the strain of her feigned cheer. "Oh, so you think you didn't send enough before, and now you're sending more gifts?" Bright Future. Isn't it a stroke of fate to meet someone from the same city in this vast internet? Bright Future. How about we grab a meal together sometime? Don't worry, brother won't do anything. El yesoda. Ha ha ha. That has quite a laugh. It's like a man saying, "I'll just hold you, and I won't do anything." Others chimed in on the chat, echoing El yesoda's sentiment. "I'm just here for a cuddle. I promise I won't go further. I'm just moving around. I promise I won't go all the way." Yuzu felt a surge of anger. "Come on, everyone, stop making jokes at my expense. I eat in the school cafeteria anyway." At this moment, she didn't care about the other party's dignity. Who did he think he was? Just because he sent a few gifts, he felt entitled to such presumptuous thoughts? Prospects are bright. I understand, it feels insufficient. Prospects are bright sent a carnival gift of 1235. Prospects are bright. How about this? At this moment, the moderator in the live stream was conflicted about whether to expel Prospects are bright. Indeed, this individual was rather bothersome, yet he was genuinely showering gifts upon Yuzu. Perhaps it was best to observe the situation a bit longer. After all, a considerable sum had been spent. Let Yuzu earn a little more. Yoho, the total gifts are barely $10. What are you thinking? Ari Iso. Exactly, Brother Shui has sent an unfathomable amount of money without making any demands. Upon hearing Brother Shui's name, Yuzu couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Not only was he generous, but he also possessed a gentlemanly demeanor. How she wished Brother Shui were present. However, given his busy schedule and his infrequent replies on WeChat, she felt too shy to reach out to him for support. Just as Yuzu was lost in her thoughts, a spectacular effect erupted from DeLong's contribution. Amid the familiar visuals, she spotted the equally familiar ID, Distant Mountains, Sea Water. Brother Shui had truly arrived. Distant Mountains, Sea Water sent a Dragon Knight gift of 12,320. Instantly, Yuzu's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Brother Shui, you've come." Chapter 46. Success rewards 1 centimeter, failure deducts 2 centimeters. In that moment, Brother Shui felt like the romantic figure emerging from a rainbow cloud in Yuzu's heart. The barrage of comments erupted in a cacophony of welcome for Yize, leaving him utterly bewildered. Distant Mountains, Sea Water. What is going on? Why is everyone so excited? Did you all miss me? The audience began to recount Prospects are Bright's antics, and after watching for a while, Yize grasped the situation. To be honest, such behavior was not uncommon. A significant number of streamers ended up in relationships with their top supporters. However, those chosen as partners had typically spent substantial sums. This individual had contributed a mere fraction, yet expected to meet a young lady offline. It was quite absurd. Moreover, Yuzu was a paragon of purity. Distant Mountains, Sea Water. Oh, a local meetup? Without even a top supporter position, how can you make such a request? Prospects are Bright was irate. Why were there so many obstacles in his way? He had already donated 27,000. For that amount, one could indulge in a fine companion at a club, yet here, he hadn't even managed to obtain a WeChat contact and was subjected to ridicule? He was determined to assert himself, as he was no less noble than any of them, and today he would confront distant mountains, see water. Prospects are bright. Securing the top position is a piece of cake. Prospects are bright, gifted 15 to the carnival. In the blink of an eye, the top supporter position shifted hands. Prospects are bright. Is this not a breeze? Yize chuckled lightly. With the system at his disposal, he was confident that no one could surpass him. He leisurely sent another 20 dragon gifts. Distant mountains, see water, continue. Yo-ho ha-ha. To challenge Brother Shui is to overestimate oneself. Yuzu grinned, her eyes sparkling. Wow. Thank you for the 20 dragon gifts, Brother Shui. You are magnificent. The comments flooded with expressions of envy, while prospects are bright. In a fit of rage, smashed his cup to the ground. Damn it. He was in it to win it. Who didn't he have money? He simply preferred the thrill of basking in the admiration of strangers in the livestream rather than going to a club. He was eager to witness the faces of these onlookers once he emerged victorious. Prospects are bright sent 30 to the carnival. The Grand Carnival stage occupied a substantial portion of the livestream space. Yuzu also changed the music to the intense BGM used during PK matches. Not far away, Sumomo, hearing the commotion, settled beside Yize. It turned out her man was engaged in a PK battle in the livestream, and the sweet smile of the streamer made her involuntarily compliment. So adorable. A twinge of jealousy stirred within her as she linked her arm through Yize's. So you've been busy watching the livestream, huh? Yize turned and playfully pinched her nose. Is my Momo feeling jealous? Though Sumomo felt a hint of jealousy, she feared that admitting it would make Yize think her petty. So she huffed lightly. Not at all. I still have my confidence. This remark elicited a chuckle from Yize. Indeed, our Momo is the most beautiful. Sumomo turned his face to meet her gaze. So am I your favorite person? Of course. Satisfied with his response, Sumomo planted a kiss on Yize's lips before returning to her spot to continue studying her script. Prospects are bright. Seeing the lack of immediate response, felt emboldened. Prospects are bright. Hee, Brother Shui you all speak of is not so impressive. He is merely intimidated by me. Yize rolled his eyes. Did he not understand the folly of prematurely popping champagne? Distant mountains, sea water sent a Dragon Knight gift of 20. Distant mountains, sea water. Let us save the banter for after you win. Otherwise, the only fool will be you. Haha, I knew Brother Shui must have been busy. On a weekday morning, there were few streamers and even fewer viewers. The clash between the two was swiftly elevating Yuzu's live stream to the second position on the hourly leaderboard. New viewers were drawn to the spectacle, with supporters on both sides. Seeing backing from his audience revitalized prospects are bright, and he promptly sent down $50. What the heck, $50? That's more than my annual salary. Yize sent 50 dragon gifts. Distant mountains, sea water. Impressive. Just as prospects are bright prepared to continue showering gifts, he received a phone call from his wife. Where have you been? Are you not coming to pick me up? His wife's furious voice jolted prospects are bright back to reality. Recalling the money he had just spent, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After all, he was a man who had married into the family, and all his funds were from his wife. Previously, he had spent little on smaller streamers, but now, having squandered so much without even securing the top position, he was doomed if his wife found out. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream noticed that the second position had suddenly changed to Yoho, who had gifted Yuzu a single buck. Huh? Did he leave? Crap. I just searched, and not only did he leave, but his account has been deleted. What? If you can't win, just give up. Why delete your account without any stakes? Yize was momentarily stunned before realizing that the individual likely wished to conceal their excessive spending. The moderator felt elated. Knowing their decision not to expel him was indeed wise, as it had generated substantial revenue for Yuzu. Yuzu was the most jubilant. That obnoxious man deleting his account was a blessing. Thank you for the gifts, Brother Shui. Is there a dance you would like to see? Distant mountains, sea water. How about a flute dance? A blush crept across Yuzu's cheeks. The flute dance, renowned for its alluring movements, was a staple in any live stream. Oh, let us indulge in a visual feast with Brother Shui. Flute dance, sachet. Yuzu stood up and began dancing. Her sweet demeanor lending a unique charm to the performance, igniting a fire within Yize's heart. It seemed it was time to prioritize meeting Yuzu. He sent another 10 large gifts before exiting the livestream. Ding! This expenditure of 360,000 has yielded a rebate of 3,600,000, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank account. With ease, he unexpectedly acquired a substantial sum. Relishing the grapes washed by his aunt, while gazing contentedly at the diligent beauty studying not far away, observing Sumomo immersed in her studies. He couldn't bear to disturb her. After indulging in some affectionate moments together, he instructed Tianfeng to drive him back to his residence. Reminiscing about the fitness equipment that arrived at his home, he realized he had yet to engage in any workouts. Even unaware of how Tianfeng had arranged the equipment inside, He called upon Tianfeng to instruct him on the correct postures to avoid injury. Ding. Random task triggered. Bench press 40 kilograms for 30 repetitions. Successful completion rewards a 1 centimeter increase. Failure results in a 2 centimeters reduction. Wait, a reward of just 1 centimeter? And a penalty of 2 centimeters? What exactly does this centimeter pertain to? Height, hair length, or something else? It can be applied to any area. The host must now choose where to allocate it. Failure will deduct 2 centimeters from the selected area. Damn. Must I confirm this right now? Moreover, any failure post-confirmation will directly affect the chosen area. His height was already 178 centimeters. Even a boost to 179 centimeters would be hardly noticeable in daily life. He had contemplated applying it to Xiao Yi's. Yet, the thought of failing and suffering a 2 centimeters reduction caused him to glance towards Xiao Yi's nervously before hastily shifting his gaze back to Tianfeng. Is bench pressing 40 kilograms for 30 reps difficult? Tianfeng replied, not at all. 40 kilograms is considered a beginner level. However, completing 30 reps will indeed test your endurance. Well, let us do this. He resolved to go for it. Do you confirm? Confirm. Challenge commencing countdown. Chapter 47. The man who brought a bodyguard to the bar. What? There's a countdown too. And only 20 minutes left. Tianfeng assisted him in adding weight and corrected his form, squatting in front of Yi's to prevent any potential danger from fatigue. The initial repetitions felt relatively effortless, leading Yi's to think that this random task was not so daunting after all. However, by the 13th rep, the ease had vanished from his face, and he felt his arms growing heavier. By the 18th rep, his arms were trembling, and he contemplated resting for a moment, as long as he completed the task before the countdown expired. Ding, the challenge must be completed in one go to be considered successful. Yi's wished to express his frustration but held it back. He couldn't afford to lose a task point. Unexpectedly, his pent-up anger fueled him, enabling him to perform the subsequent reps with renewed vigor. As he reached the 25th rep, he felt as though he might perish. He had never trained like this before. To jump straight into such rigorous exercise was utterly cruel. Tianfeng, oblivious to his boss's inner turmoil, praised him, as expected of the boss. This level of perseverance is unparalleled. Damn, all for the sake of happiness. While his length was considerable, a 2 centimeters reduction would be a devastating blow. He held his breath and completed the final 5 reps. His arms felt as if they could no longer lift. Task completed, 1 centimeter successfully increased. Due to the host's outstanding performance, an additional task point is rewarded. Yi suddenly felt a warm, tingling sensation in his lower regions. Realizing that this was the system's way of modifying Xiao Yi's, he resisted the urge to rush to the restroom to check. Hearing that he received an additional task point, the frustration he had felt earlier faded, replaced by a smile. Having concluded today's workout, he had no desire to move further. Tianfeng remarked, "Let me give you a massage. Engaging in such intense exercise abruptly without a massage will leave you unable to move tomorrow." Yi's wholeheartedly agreed. He was nearly unable to move already. After over half an hour of massage, Yi's felt significantly better. To prevent the system from launching such surprise attacks in the future, daily exercise was imperative. However, working out with Tianfeng every day would surely become rather tedious. He decided it was time to seek out a beautiful coach. As for tonight, to reward himself for his hard work, Yi's resolved to unwind at a bar he had never visited before. That evening, Yi's and Tianfeng stepped into the Sunmi bar. A beautiful marketing representative approached them with a smile. "Hello, may I ask how many of you there are? Do you have a reservation?" Yi shook his head. 2 people, no reservation. As it was his first visit, he inquired of the marketing representative, "Are there any seats available?" "Yes, we have one large booth available in Zone S." The large booth was typically reserved for gatherings of multiple people, and the minimum consumption was higher. Given that there were just the 2 of them, it wasn't the most appropriate choice. Yet, this was the nearest bar with a pleasant ambience, and he was too lazy to seek out another one. "All right, we'll take it." The marketing representative, beaming with joy, led them to booth SS2. This location offered a splendid view of the entire bar, semi-enclosed, with sofas more comfortable than those at scattered tables. Under the dim lights of the bar, various neon and spotlight effects created an intoxicating atmosphere. The marketing representative handed the menu to Yi's, stating, "Our minimum consumption here is 18,888 yuan. Yi's nodded. Being in a city, he was mentally prepared for such prices. If this were his hometown, M City, he figured 1,800 yuan would suffice for the minimum. He turned to Tianfeng. "Anything you want to drink?" Tianfeng, sitting upright, seemed out of place in the bar's environment. "Boss, I won't drink. I need to drive later. It's chaotic here, and I must remain vigilant." Yi's chuckled, genuinely pleased with Tianfeng's attitude. The marketing representative cast a surprised glance at Tianfeng, realizing that his demeanor was unlike the typical bar-goer. He must be a bodyguard. She then looked back at Yi's. whose charming peach blossom eyes appeared even more alluring under the bar's lights. A handsome man accompanied by a bodyguard at the bar was indeed an intriguing sight. At that moment, Yeez was oblivious to the marketing representative's expression as he was focused intently on the menu. The myriad of drinks, many of which he had only heard of but never encountered, made him decide to order the Supreme Little Dragon package for 38,888 yuan. The package included black spade A gold, purple gold, and green gold. The marketing representative's gaze towards him ignited with enthusiasm. She had just secured an order for a little dragon. It seemed her commission for the night would be substantial. Noticing her flirtatious glances, he glanced at her profile. Name, Luo Xiao. Age, 22. Attractiveness level, 78. Purity, 88. As expected, her purity level was not particularly high, and her attractiveness rating was below par. It was best to steer clear of such troublesome romantic entanglements. After placing the order, he surveyed the bar's patrons. Having just passed the dinner hour, the bar was already buzzing with energy, with the band on stage performing lively tunes. Soon, he spotted two women who met his standards, one rated at 83 points and the other at 86. However, their romantic histories were as notable as their appearances, with the 83-point woman possessing a purity level of merely 67. The 86-point woman fared slightly better, with a purity level of 74. Yi shuddered. Better to leave it be, he thought. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Random task triggered. Acquire the WeChat contact of a woman rated above 8 points before leaving the bar. Successful completion rewards 3 task points. Failure results in the host suffering from foot odor for 2 days. He had no tasks at hand, substituting expletives with stars. The randomness of these tasks was becoming increasingly bizarre. Foot odor. How could a dashing gentleman like himself be subjected to such an outrageous punishment? He glanced again at the two women with scores exceeding 80, pinching the bridge of his nose, finding it exceedingly difficult to take action. The abrupt shift in the bar's music interrupted Yi Zhe's thoughts, the bass reverberating, making hearts race. A row of alluring women took the stage, brandishing the little dragon set. Behind them, several young men waved glowing signs as the DJ's excited voice rang out. Congratulations to Mr. Yi of SS02 for winning a Supreme Little Dragon set. Yi Xiao, handsome and suave, exuded charm and valor. The other patrons in the bar joined in the raucous cheering, the atmosphere electric with applause. After a lap around the venue, the leading sirens placed the ace of spades on the table, and a cascade of golden confetti erupted from above the booth. Some men at the scattered tables cast envious glances at Yi Zhe, while the women, captivated by his looks, showered him with flirtatious glances. Yi Zhe felt an exhilarating rush. This was an unprecedented thrill. Observing the scene, he couldn't help but marvel at why the young masters in novels frequently graced bars with their presence. The emotional value of a 30,000 package was extraordinarily fulfilling. Chapter 48. Today, your expenses are on me. Tianfeng was also visiting a bar for the first time. His life revolved solely around exercise. Today, compelled by his boss, he experienced this intoxicating atmosphere. It was the first time since his retirement that he bore so many gazes, most of which were directed towards his boss. However, he remained vigilant, his muscles tensing even further. Just then, a few women approached Yi Zhe's booth. The leader, a fiery short-haired beauty, spoke up. Handsome, I see there are only 2 of you. Mind if we join you? Drinking alone was indeed rather dull. Yi Zhe smiled and replied, not at all. Please sit. The women squealed in delight at his smile. Ah, how can he be so handsome? He looks even better when he smiles. Their words greatly pleased Yi Zhe. The short-haired beauty and a woman with big waves surrounded him, while a girl with twin ponytails took a seat beside Tianfeng, and a lady in a green dress positioned herself at the edge of the booth. Yi Zhe scanned the 4 women seated before him. The girl in the green long dress stood out amidst the heavily made-up crowd, exuding a refreshing neighborly charm. Her sparkling eyes met his as she inquired, how come we didn't see you when we arrived? The big waves beauty chimed in. Some people left at the scattered tables. We just came in. The ponytailed girl playfully added. We spotted the handsome guy ordering the little dragon set, and thought we'd come say hi. Ah, just arrived. Among the 4, the neighborly girl clearly possessed a higher beauty score and spoke less. He checked each of their profiles, confirming that only the neighborly girl met the criteria. Name, Xiaoran. Age, 26. Beauty level, 85. Purity, 99. She was actually 2 years older than Yi Zhe, though she looked none the older. Her high purity level was also remarkable. It seemed fortune favored him, as he was unsure how to fulfill his task, and here came a neighborly girl just in time. The atmosphere at the booth grew increasingly vibrant. The ponytailed girl seemed particularly intrigued by Tianfeng, boldly squeezing his arm. Wow, big brother, your muscles are impressive. The short-haired beauty chuckled. Doesn't it go without saying? His chest muscles are almost bigger than yours. The ponytailed girl shot her a look. Hey, I'm proud of my modest bust. I save fabric for the country. Having little interaction with girls, Tian Feng's face flushed crimson. Utterly at a loss for how to handle the situation. The two women beside Yize also initiated their advances, either leaning in closely or subtly adjusting their clothing to reveal more skin. Only the neighborly girl remained passive, which piqued Yize's curiosity. He wondered how she had become friends with these other women. The marketing beauty, standing guard nearby, felt a pang of jealousy. Had they not shown up, she could have shared a few drinks with him. Yi Xiao was wealthy and handsome. If she managed to charm him, she could quit this job for good. Noticing her gaze, Yize smiled inwardly, finding her amusing. Her thoughts were written all over her face. He gestured for her to come over. She paused momentarily, her eyes lighting up. Could it be that Yi Xiao had taken an interest in her? She had many admirers. Yize shattered her fantasy with a single sentence. Could you bring me the drink menu again? The sparkle in the marketing beauty's eyes dimmed instantly as she handed over the menu. Yize pointed toward Xiaoran, indicating for the marketing beauty to pass the menu to her. With more people, these drinks seem a bit scant. See if there's anything you fancy. Don't be shy today. Your expenses are on me. Xiaoran looked up at him, slightly taken aback. It seemed this person indeed had some financial means. Being newly acquainted, she hesitated to order anything too extravagant yet felt that opting for something cheap might come across as stingy. She pushed the menu back toward him. You order. I'm fine with anything. Yize raised an eyebrow. His interest piqued further. He addressed the marketing beauty. Then let us go for another Supreme Little Dragon set. The marketing beauty beamed with joy. The Supreme Little Dragon was 888. Today's commission on drinks was shaping up to be the most lucrative in weeks. All right, mister. Yi, I'll arrange that right away. The women erupted in cheers once more, showering him with flattery and compliments. Ding, this transaction of 888 will earn a rebate of 888W, credited to the industrial and commercial bank card. It appeared the system had automatically attributed this transaction for the Supreme Little Dragon to Xiaoran, causing Yize's smile to broaden. Everyone raised their glasses. Cheers. As the champagne flowed, Yize savored the taste in his mouth. Ah, the sweet fragrance of wealth. The short-haired beauty clung to his arm, her ample curves pressing against him. Big brother, shall we play something fun? Oh, what do you have in mind? Let us play liar's dice. Yize was familiar with the game. Each player had 5 dice, concealed, and they guessed each other's numbers. The girl beside him chimed in sweetly, but just playing isn't exciting. How about we add some stakes? Oh, what kind of stakes are you thinking of? The loser chooses truth or dare. If they refuse both, they must drink. Sounds good. Everyone at the table joined in, including Xiaoran. In the first round, Yize won, instructing the short-haired beauty to request a random man's WeChat. She complied. In the second round, the ponytailed girl won, demanding Tian Feng to touch her abs. Tian Feng initially reached for his drink, but then recalled it was a beverage Yize had ordered specifically for him. Facing the ponytailed girl's bold gaze and his boss's eager expression, gritting his teeth, he raised his shirt. Go ahead. The other girls, witnessing Tian Feng's abs, were enraptured. No wonder she clung to him so tightly. Only Xiaoran seemed lost in thought, staring blankly at her drink, her mind elsewhere. Yes. With a playful flick of her twin tails, she let her fingers glide over the chiseled contours of his abdominal muscles, the veins tracing their path across the lower 2 sections. The desire to consume him whole surged within her. Tian Feng lowered his shirt. All right. Have you had enough of that? The twin-tailed girl pouted in response. Of course, I haven't had enough. The game continued. Xiaoran lost to the girl with the flowing waves, and despite her friend's teasing, she chose not to engage, downing a glass of liquor instead. The treatment for the great dragon was markedly superior to that of the little dragon. Even the bar was showered with paper bills and gold foil from the ceiling. The DJ's auspicious phrases poured forth as if they were free, intensifying the intoxicating atmosphere. More girls approached, eager to share a drink, but Yize declined them all. These girls didn't even merit a glance. Their appearances were simply inadequate. Xiaoran was clearly not in her element, losing increasingly and drinking excessively. I'm sorry. I need to use the restroom. The twin-tailed girl offered. Shall I accompany you? Are you all right? Xiaoran waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. I can manage on my own. Once she left, the short-haired girl sighed. Ah, my poor Xiaoran. Dumped after 5 years with her first love. Yize inquired. Why? Isn't she quite attractive? The girl with the flowing waves angrily downed another drink, because the other party latched onto a wealthy boss and dumped her. Chapter 49. It doesn't matter. Tian Feng's fist will impart the lesson of humility. The twin-tailed girl tugged at her. Oh, stop it. Xiaoran will be heartbroken if she hears that when she returns. We brought her here to unwind. It made sense now. No wonder Xiaoran felt so out of place here. She likely didn't frequent such venues. Considering how much she had drunk, Yize stood up. You all continue. I'll step out to the restroom. Tian Feng immediately followed, ready to intervene should any inebriated fool misbehave. After taking care of his business and washing his hands, he heard Xia Ran's voice from outside. Let go of me. A middle-aged man with a greasy face and thinning hair grasped her wrist, leering. Huh, what are you pretending for? You come to a bar and still play coy? Get lost. Xia Ran kicked at the man, who, instead of becoming angry, appeared even more intrigued. Yize wiped his hands and stepped outside. I think you'd do well to heed the lady's words. The man turned to him, chuckling. Heh, since when did weaklings aspire to be heroes? Yize remained unperturbed. It was inconsequential. Tian Feng's fist would teach him a lesson. Go help Xia Ran. Tian Feng nodded and delivered a swift kick, sending the man tumbling into the men's restroom. The force of the kick startled Xia Ran, causing her shoulders to hunch. Yet her gaze towards Yize radiated gratitude. Thank you, thank you. She hesitated before continuing. Shall we add each other on WeChat? If it weren't for you two, I might have been taken advantage of. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Yize felt a surge of joy inside. The task had been accomplished. Random task completed. 3 task points have been awarded. Not long after they returned to their booth, Tian Feng rejoined them. This time, Xia Ran seemed more engaged. No longer lost in thought. After spending another hour at the bar, Yize, plagued by a headache from the music, decided to head home with Tian Feng. Before leaving, he gifted the unfinished drinks to a few girls. The next morning, perhaps due to having had 1 drink too many, Yize awoke with a slight headache. Thankfully, he had not embarrassed himself the previous night. He was merely experiencing a bit of a hangover. It seemed his tolerance for alcohol was not too shabby after all. The auntie, aware of his revelry the night prior, prepared a light porridge for breakfast. Just as he was enjoying his meal, Zhang Roer's call came through. Brother. Yize noticed a tremor in her voice and comforted her. What's wrong? Today is Grandma's surgery day. Can you come keep me company? Yize pressed his head in realization. It was indeed the day of Roer's grandmother's operation. Don't worry, I'm heading to the hospital now. Okay, I'll be waiting for you, brother. Yize hastened his meal, urging Tian Feng to drive him to the hospital. When Zhang Roer spotted Yize, it was as if she had found her anchor. Brother, you're here. The once fragile flower now seemed on the verge of breaking. Yize enveloped her in a comforting embrace, stroking her hair. Yes, I'm here. I'll stay by your side. Rest assured, Grandma will be fine. A sense of calm washed over Roer. The waiting felt interminable, each minute stretching infinitely. Finally, the operating room light dimmed, prompting Zhang Roer to rush forward. Doctor, how is my grandmother? The doctor smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, the surgery went smoothly. She'll just need to stay for observation a few more days. If all goes well, she can be discharged and recuperate properly. The weight lifted from Roer's heart, and a smile blossomed on her face. When Grandma was wheeled out, she was still asleep. Roer took a leave of absence to care for her in the hospital. Watching Yize offering comfort and busily attending to matters made her heart swell with sweetness. He was undeniably her benefactor. Without his presence, her newly established streaming channel would still be struggling to attract an audience. The longer the wait, the more perilous her grandmother's condition seemed. She might have to resort to the man who had previously wanted to support her, a figure who could easily be her father. With thinning hair that sent shivers down her spine. Yet, her Ge was perfect, wealthy, handsome, and gentle. She had to hold on to him tightly. When Grandma awakened, it was already afternoon. Roer rushed to grasp her hand. Grandma, you're awake. Grandma smiled weakly. My dear, you've come. You took leave for me. Didn't you? It's my fault for causing you trouble. Roer shook her head fervently. Don't say that, Grandma. Without you, I might have ended up in an orphanage. Grandma then turned her gaze to Yize. Young man, thank you. After his visit that day, she had inquired with the nurse and learned that all medical expenses were covered by her granddaughter's boyfriend. Yize's parents enjoyed a harmonious relationship and could not bear to witness such a scene. No need to thank me, Grandma. The doctor said the surgery was very successful and Roer is excelling at work. You should just enjoy your life from now on. Grandma's smile deepened, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes radiating warmth. Good. You two must take care of each other. Zhang Roer stayed at the hospital, and Yize accompanied her until evening, bringing dinner for both before leaving. Hospitals are truly peculiar places, even if one is in good health. Prolonged stays can make one feel unwell. Once back home, Yize indulged in a long, soothing bath, and the discomfort dissipated as he lay comfortably in bed. He opened his phone to reply to several messages, and, upon seeing Ling Er's text, remembered he hadn't visited her streaming room in days. Checking the time, he opened the music app, and sure enough, YU001 was live streaming. As soon as the MC spotted Yize's ID, he erupted with excitement. Welcome home, water brother. Hearing the MC, Ling Er's face displayed sheer disbelief. She thought she had misheard. It wasn't until Maruko nudged her that she realized Water Brother had indeed arrived. If it weren't for Water Brother occasionally messaging her, Ling would have thought she was about to lose him. Meanwhile, on the big screen, Water Brother had already reached level 73, and Ling felt a newfound resolve brewing within her. Maruko whispered softly at her side, "What are you daydreaming about? We're just about to start the individual competition, and you stand to gain quite a fortune." Ling contemplated within her heart that she aimed not merely for this one occasion, but for a long-lasting windfall. The order of the individual competition shifted from random to a sequence where those who received the least tips in prior segments would go first. The MC, Shingi, announced, "Let us welcome Maruko." Covering her face in embarrassment, Maruko took the stage, mortified to be the first once again. When would fate bestow upon her a wealthy patron who would fall for her? Just as the countdown reached its final second, Maruko finally accumulated enough points to advance to the next round. Ling was the second to last to perform. Yuan Shan Jianshui, Ling ranked second to last? Upon Yize's utterance, Ling's fans began to voice their grievances. Although Ling possessed beauty, she was not particularly favored in the live stream. In Yize's absence, a few high-level patrons had come and gone, but none returned for a second visit. Ling understood the underlying reasons all too well, as these patrons would request private messages containing photographs the very day they gifted her. When she refused, they never returned. Chapter 50. Do you know how I have spent these days? Yize sighed, lamenting how his absence for a few days had caused such a decline. Today, he must help her reclaim her standing. As Ling took the microphone, her first words were barely completed when the carnival effects shot up into the sky. MC Shingi was ecstatic. It had been so many days. Water Brother, how have I endured these days? Although Ying could secure first place daily, the gap between her victories and Ling's when Water Brother was present was vast. The income from the live stream was intrinsically linked to his contributions. Thanks to Water Brother for gifting Ling 30 Huazi, Ling skipped her self-introduction and began expressing her gratitude to Water Brother. The barrage of comments surged in speed. Shingi, why are you so excited? Indeed, I feel Shingi is even more thrilled than the streamer. Shingi cleared his throat. It's just that Water Brother hasn't been here for several days. Time was still ample. And Ling continued to rally support. To all the family members who adore Ling, could you help contribute? Ling wished to ride the coattails of Water Brother's generosity to forge ahead even further. One vote from you, one from me, and Ling will debut tomorrow. Let us go? I'll send a huge rocket. Gifts of all sizes poured in, and Ling expressed her gratitude incessantly. Ultimately, she positioned herself in first with a score of 1,030,000. Yize sent 30 Huazi and paused, allowing the excitement to build. His assets had already accumulated through earlier investments in cars and homes. He had since distanced himself from the ostentatious behavior of a newly wealthy individual. Now, he embraced the enjoyment of life. He recalled the last time he engaged in a lively exchange with Ying's supporters and decided to wait for her main patron to finish his initial wave of gifts before he would contribute further. Ying, as expected, was the most popular in the group, and she was the last to take the stage. With a beaming smile, she welcomed Water Brother back. Competing with her fans meant she would earn even more. As she took the stage, the barrage of comments noticeably increased. Hey guys, today marks 1 month since Ying's fan club was established. I'm definitely going to help you secure first place. Let us go. While the comments expressed enthusiasm, Ying's fans were caught off guard by Yuan Shan Jianshui, who had not appeared for several days. It seemed the scores they had prepared were insufficient, and the patrons began to frantically send gifts. Other fans were busy posting announcements in their fan groups to rally support. Now streamers have fan clubs, just like celebrities. It adds a certain charm, unlike sending gifts alone, which can be rather dull. The screen lit up with effects of rockets, dragons, carnivals, and cruise ships. Before long, Ying surpassed Ling's score, claiming first place. Shingi announced, "Congratulations to Ying for temporarily ranking first with a score of 1,200,000. 1,200,000, once unimaginable to Yize, had now become a mere stepping stone. The rivalry between Ling and Ying would be delayed again as they awaited the remaining 3 girls to take their turn. Though they could not catch up, it was only fair to allow them the opportunity to earn as well. Not wishing to wait too long, he opted to step out. Yuan Shan Jianshui, I'm going out for a bit. Remember to call for me when it's your turn. Ling, Water Brother has spoken. Water Brother, call me when the 3 have finished their turns. Why you Ling? All right, Water Brother. With Ling's reply, Yize took his leave. At such a late hour, Yizu had already returned to school and was offline. Zhang Roer had taken leave to accompany her grandmother in the hospital, leaving the group empty. With little else to do, he wandered about. The algorithm recognized his recent habit of watching live streams and recommended similar content. Every few videos, a live stream would pop up. However, they all seemed lackluster, and he swiftly scrolled past them until he stumbled upon a live stream titled Su Xin Hongsway, radiating warmth under soft lighting. A gentle beauty glided a gel stick across the microphone's protective film, her demeanor captivating. Dressed in a moonlit qipao, her long hair gracefully pinned up, the jade on her wrist accentuated her delicate, fair skin. The sound emanating from her phone resembled white noise, washing away his fatigue. He was intrigued by this unique streaming format and glanced at the description: ASMR healing live stream, aiding sleep and relieving stress. Various menus were available for selection on either side of the screen, with distinct tools for sending different gifts. Most tools could be unlocked with sunglasses. A hot air balloon would unlock services like hair washing, ear cleaning, makeup, and whispering stories, while a large rocket would unlock all options in sequence. The current gel stick was one such unlocked tool. Yize relished the ambience of the live stream and found the woman's grace irresistible, promptly checking the host's profile. Name: Xiao Sushi. Age: 29. Beauty level: 96. Purity: 99. Wow, such high scores, even surpassing Zhang Rower by 0.3. No wonder she didn't need to dance or sing. Her live stream boasted over 500 viewers, likely drawn by her beauty. After watching for 2 minutes, Yize noticed that while the viewer count was high, the number of gift givers was surprisingly low. Had they all drifted off to sleep? Suddenly, a large rocket soared into the sky, and moments later, the woman on screen displayed a look of surprise. Lowering her voice to a whisper, she said, "Thank you, Boss Yuanshan Jianshui, for the large rocket." Such generosity. The previously quiet barrage of comments erupted. Wow, such extravagance. This is the first time I've seen someone send a large rocket in an ASMR live stream. Grateful for the support. Sushin began with a gentle rub of her hands, hoping that the boss would have sweet dreams tonight. Her voice was soft and soothing, akin to a gentle breeze that washed over Yize's heart. An indescribable sense of comfort enveloped him as he raised his hand to soothe Su Xin to sleep. Beginning to quietly appreciate the moment, he expressed gratitude for the boss's attention. Su Xin removed the plastic wrap from both the glue stick and the microphone, pouring essence oil into her palm and continually rubbing it across the sides of the microphone. Yize, curious, rubbed his own hands together, noting that his voice was decidedly rougher than that of the woman. A few minutes later, Su Xin produced 2 small wooden blocks, tapping her nails against them to produce a melodious sound. These simple wooden blocks could be played in various ways. After a while, Su Xin placed the 2 blocks together, creating friction. She then pressed one of the blocks against her face, opening her mouth as she tapped it, and indeed produced an even more delightful sound. After a series of prop changes, Yize felt himself drifting towards sleep when a WeChat notification chimed. It turned out to be Ling Air's turn. After responding, he typed in Su Xion's live stream to inquire, "What time will you finish?" He had to step out for a moment. Su Xion replied, "I will finish at 3 o'clock. You can attend to your matters first. We'll continue the soothing project when you return." Yize observed the continuously scrolling list of projects. "No worries, you carry on. I'll return before you conclude." Having said that, he left the live stream without waiting for Su Xion's response. Chapter 51, Exhibition Hall. Upon returning to the YU001 live stream, MC Sheng Yi greeted him with an excited welcome home voice and background music, leaving Yize, who had just transitioned from Su Xion's stream, feeling slightly disoriented. Fortunately, he adapted within a few minutes. Initially, he intended to take his time, but with the soothing live stream beckoning him, he resolved to expedite his actions. Ling Air took the stage, and a green dragon traversed mountains, rivers, and seas, landing majestically atop a peak and roaring. The surrounding mist seemed to shy away from the dragon's might, gradually revealing an ethereal landscape. Far mountains greet waters gifted Ling Air with dragon soars to the heavens, bringing her score to 123/100. Ling Air expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Shui, for the 50 and 60-foot dragon soars to the heavens." Sheng Yi exclaimed, "No, it's not over yet. 90, 100. Thank you, Brother Shui, for the 100-foot dragon soars to the heavens." Dragon soars to the heavens? This seems different from that Dragon Rider. So, can anyone tell me how much this special effect costs? 30,000. It's priced the same as Carnival and Dragon Rider. Sheng Yi affirmed, "Indeed, 30,000 W for a dragon soars to the heavens." Brother Shui's generosity is a staggering 3 million. Ling Air exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Shui. You are magnificent and majestic." Brother Shui is the most handsome man in the world. Ling Air's fans flooded the comments with expressions of gratitude. Brother Shui is incredible. Why can't there be more tycoons like Brother Shui in the world? Ying Ying's fans were disheartened as they had just contributed to 1 million. Believing they were nearing their goal, only to see Brother Shui donate 3 million, coupled with the previous one, 3 million and gifts from other fans. Ling Er achieved a score of 4.08 million, securing her place at the top once again. Ying remained at 1.2 million, still 2.88 million behind. While Ying had two big supporters, they were insufficient to maintain a lead against a tycoon like Yize. Having established their support group for a month, they were determined not to disappoint Ying, prompting an emergency second crowdfunding effort. Some fans, still busy and unable to watch the live stream, were taken aback. What is going on? We just did this last night and again just now. Wasn't that enough? Brother Shui from Ling Er's side has arrived. We mustn't fall short. Otherwise, last night as crowdfunding would have sufficed. I returned at the worst possible time. I'll contribute again. They managed to gather another 1 million and promptly sent it in. Ying was deeply touched. Thank you. Thank you to the winner's army for your contributions. Thank you for your unwavering support and care for Ying. With the other three contestants eliminated, only Ling Er and Ying remained to continue their duel. Far Mountain's Great Waters gifted Ling Er with dragon soars to the heavens, bringing her score to 123,200. Ling Er expressed, "Thank you, Brother Shui, for the dragon soars to the heavens. So many that they haven't all been displayed yet." She bowed deeply to Yize from the stage. Far Mountain's Great Waters. "Ha, rise, it's no big deal." Sheng Yi exclaimed, 200. Brother Shui has sent another 200 dragons. Whoa, casually tossing out 600,000 soft sister coins. Seriously, Brother Shui, is your home a money printing factory? Sheng Yi announced, "Congratulations, Ling Er, for achieving 10.08 million. You've broken the 10 million mark in the individual competition. I can't believe it. That is absurd. I thought it was a guild competition." Yize noticed comments about a competition he was unfamiliar with. Far Mountain's Great Waters. What is a guild competition? Sheng Yi explained, "Brother Shui, the guild competition is a contest involving all the teams under our guild." Far Mountain's Great Waters. When? Sheng Yi responded, "In 4 days. Far Mountain's Great Waters. Got it." Ling Er's smile widened, her lips continuously spilling forth auspicious words. The fact that Brother Shui inquired about the guild competition indicated the possibility of his attendance. His support today had eased the burden on her heart, calming her previously restless spirit. With her mind at ease, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Even though she endeavored to hold her head high, they streamed down her cheeks. Yize sighed. This girl, unlike the delicate Zhang Raoer, was sensitive at heart. Would she cry every time he visited? The alluring persona of Ling Er, when crying, indeed possessed a beauty reminiscent of a weeping maiden. Far Mountain's Great Waters. Stop crying. Sheng Yi chuckled. Overwhelmed with joy again, are we? Ling Er replied, "Yes, I'm so happy I can hardly contain it." She managed to stifle her tears as Ying took to the stage. Ying jested, "Ling Er, don't cry, it's my turn now. With your score so high, how can I catch up?" Saying this, she plopped down on the ground like a child throwing a tantrum, eliciting laughter from the audience. Ying's fans felt a pang of sympathy. Just moments ago, when Ling Er took the stage, Ying had told them in the fan group that she would stop chasing. It was too much. She couldn't keep up. They truly couldn't gather more. But for the sake of appearances, during this round, Ying still managed to contribute 30,000 with heartfelt gestures. The battle concluded. Ling Er's score of 10.08 million was undeniably the first place. Far Mountain's Great Waters. I'm leaving now. Ling Er felt a tinge of regret that Brother Shui departed so early. He hadn't yet witnessed her carefully prepared dance. However, she reassured herself that there would be future opportunities, which alleviated her disappointment. Yize eagerly returned to Su Xian's live stream, barely registering the system announcements in his mind. Fortunately, her projects were numerous by the time Yize returned. The 99 Diamond project was just nearing its conclusion. "Welcome home," the woman whispered gently, indeed evoking a sense of returning home within him. Yize rewarded her with a carnival gift. Su Xian was about to exclaim in surprise when she quickly lowered her voice, causing Yize to chuckle. Despite being 5 years older than him, how could she still exude such youthful charm? "Thank you. Thank you for the generous reward, dear boss. This is the first time Sushin has received a carnival gift. Thank you. Yuan Shan Jinshui. Haha, you're being overly polite. There will be more to come in the future. However, the first carnival is indeed special, and no number of thanks can express the gratitude I feel in my heart." This sincerity also moved Yize. "Wow, I've been in Sushin's live broadcast room for half a month, and today she has truly encountered a soft-hearted deity." Haha, a soft-hearted god of wealth, is it? I hope the god of wealth is even softer-hearted and gives Sushin more gifts. Indeed, I wish to shower gifts upon the host as well. But as a university student, my living expenses are rather limited. Yuan Shan Jinshui. then just light up an exhibition hall. Sushin was taken aback. This person had just arrived today and had already gifted 4,000 yuan. Since she hadn't signed with a guild, she would receive 2,000 yuan of that. Ever since Xiao Sushin took on sleep-aiding broadcasting as a side job, today marked her highest income day. And now, this individual named Yuan Shan Jian Shui even mentioned wanting to light up her exhibition hall. Did the carnival boss need to cycle through projects? You could select your favorite project and have a customized video sent to your works. Yuan Shan Jian Shui, no need for cycling. As for the customized video, let us discuss it after I've listened to everything. With that, he started to light up the exhibition hall for Sushin. Chapter 52, Endurance Candy. Yuan Shan Jian Shui sent out little hearts, 1314. Yuan Shan Jian Shui sent out roses, 1314. Yuan Shan Jian Shui sent out large beers, 1314. Yuan Shan Jian Shui sent out the pearly treasure, 10. Yuan Shan Jian Shui sent out a sea of flowers, 10. One by one, the gift effects blossomed on the screen, growing from small to large. Sushin paused her ear cleaning, captivated by the dazzling effects, silently sending heart signs to Yize. She had a premonition that this month's earnings would indeed be quite substantial. As the exhibition hall lit up one after another, Yize also ceased his gifting. Sushin resumed her ear cleaning, gently reminding Yize that wearing headphones would enhance the experience. Yize glanced around his home and realized he didn't have headphones. But it didn't matter much. As he listened, drowsiness enveloped him, and he tossed his phone aside, falling asleep. An hour later, Sushin spoke up. But Yuan Shan Jian Shui didn't respond. She knew he had fallen asleep, so she gently leaned closer to the microphone and whispered, "Sweet dreams." The next morning, when Yize awoke, his phone had automatically shut down due to a dead battery. After charging it, he went to wash up and exercise. Tian Feng temporarily acted as his coach, guiding his movements. Despite the absence of random tasks this time, he was particularly diligent. Tian Feng even praised his tenacity. After exercising, while showering, Yize recalled that he had accumulated as many as 5 task points. He remembered that in the system mall, he could exchange for candy with just 2 task points. Excitedly, he clicked into the system mall panel, only to feel deflated. Indeed, 2 task points could be exchanged for candy, but it was all stamina and endurance candy. Yize pulled up his panel again. Name, Yize. Age, 24. Health, 56, currently in a sub-healthy state. Energy, 60, seems rather lacking. Intelligence, 88, classified as smart. Stamina, 58, below passing level. Appearance, 78, somewhat handsome. Task points, 5. Both health and stamina were low. Feeling his body, he thought it was manageable. Yize decided to redeem an endurance candy first, so he would find it easier during future fitness-related random tasks. More importantly, with the increase in women around him, his stamina and endurance had become vital. Without hesitation, Yize confirmed the redemption for the endurance candy. In the next moment, a yellow candy appeared in his palm. Thankfully, there was no golden light effect. Otherwise, it would have been quite the blunder if he needed it urgently later. Bringing the candy to his nose, he detected a hint of lemon fragrance. Placing it in his mouth, the lemon-flavored hard candy immediately dissolved into a liquid sensation that vanished down his throat. Shortly thereafter, Yize felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body. He gazed at himself in the bathroom mirror, and several minutes later, when the warmth subsided, he couldn't discern any visible changes. He swept his damp hair back. Well, it was merely endurance candy, not a candy that alters appearance. So it was normal that there were no visible effects. His stamina increased from 58 to 60, leaving him with only 3 task points. Yize felt a renewed anticipation for upcoming tasks. He was even contemplating improving his parents' health in the future. However, he knew that good things take time, and he couldn't rush it. Drying himself with a towel, he stepped out. His phone was fully charged, and he opened the music app. At 3:10 a.m., Sushin replied to him. He hastily skimmed through the lengthy thank you note she sent, and only when he saw her WeChat ID did his lips curve into a smile. He opened the WeChat page, searched for her, and added her, noting her as Yuan Shan Jian Shui. He then replied to several messages from other women, including Ling who once again expressed her gratitude. However, this time she added a sentence at the end. The company granted her a 3-day leave. Does brother have any fun places to recommend? Yize couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that Ling had reached out before Yuzi. Indeed, Ling was no longer content with being passive. She no longer wanted to wait so long to see Brother Shui. Therefore, she decided to take a gamble. If Brother Shui turned out to be an old man, she would accept it. She had read a joke online stating that whenever someone saw a Beauty and the Beast pairing, they felt they could also achieve it. But when they actually met, they realized that not everyone could earn such wealth. Regardless of what Brother Shui looked like, she had already received wealth she never dared to dream of from him. She had prepared herself mentally and gathered the courage to say this. After sending it, she anxiously awaited a reply, hardly sleeping at all. The moment she heard her phone beep, she jolted awake to see Brother Shuei's response. I'm in City A. It's quite nice here. Her heart raced, and her fingers hurriedly typed. Then I'll trouble Brother Shuei to be my guide. No problem. All right, I'll book the flight for tomorrow and let you know. Okay. Their meeting was thus confirmed. With all this commotion, Ling couldn't sleep anymore, so she decided to sit up and check for flights. Su Momo had said little today, merely wishing him a good morning and mentioning it was her first day trying to shoot short videos. Yize replied with encouragement. Zhang Rouer was still in the hospital, but the doctor reported that her grandmother's condition was improving, and she could be discharged in 2 days. Seeing that her grandmother was recovering well brought Yize joy. He transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Zhang Rouer didn't immediately accept the 100,000 yuan, but sent a message instead. There are still some funds left for the hospital expenses. Why are you sending me money again, brother? Your grandmother will be discharged soon. You need to focus on your live broadcasts and can't always take care of her. Use this money to find a good, attentive caregiver. A warm surge of emotion washed over Zhang Rouer. This man was perpetually so considerate. Was it not said that affluent individuals tend to be indifferent? Initially, she believed their relationship was merely transactional. However, the man repeatedly breached the walls of her heart. Xiao Baihua smiled radiantly. All right, thank you, brother. Good girl. On the other hand, Yuzi sent a photo featuring a tabby cat lounging amidst the grass. The adorable furry creature was the first thing she saw in the early morning. The tabby in the picture was even clasping its paws, exuding immense cuteness. Just like you, Yize mused, feeling increasingly like a charismatic playboy. Yet he vowed to pamper his woman. While attending class, Yuzi noticed his reply and felt her cheeks flush. This man was teasing her so early in the morning. What a mischievous fellow. Her close friend, with a knowing smile, leaned in and whispered, why the blush? Is it because someone you fancy messaged you? Yuzi straightened up immediately, shooting her friend a glare. You're so sharp. I did not. Don't say nonsense. Whether I'm speaking nonsense or not, someone knows well. The two were quietly jesting, unaware of a boy in the front left corner observing everything in silence. Chapter 53, A Lack of Decorum. Joy brings a lightness of spirit. And as Yize descended for dinner, he felt triumphant. Linger was coming to visit for 3 days starting tomorrow. So today he planned to spend time with Su Momo and Zhang Rouer. This would also serve to encourage Su Momo, who was filming her vlog on the first day. As for Zhang Rouer, given her clingy nature, he wondered how she would fare if she didn't see him for even a few days. After dining, Yize instructed Tianfeng to drive them to Suhebei. On the way, he purchased a strawberry cake and a large bouquet of roses for her. Using his fingerprint, he entered the villa's courtyard and spotted Momo and Shiryu in the flower room. Su Momo rarely went out, and Shiryu, as her bodyguard, had not much to do, so he took the initiative to handle the filming. Yize discreetly hid the items behind his back, treading softly toward the flower room. Shiryu, being well-trained, had already noticed Yize and Tianfeng. Observing the camera in Shiryu's hands, Yize was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the shots. He gave Shiryu a thumbs up. Just as Shiryu was about to speak, Yize made a shushing gesture. He wanted to give Momo a surprise without Shiryu ruining it. He adjusted his angle to ensure he wouldn't be in the frame, then approached Su Momo from behind and exclaimed, surprise. The young lady jumped in surprise, turning around to see her beloved man holding her favorite cake and flowers. Even though she already had her own flower room, she felt deeply touched. She accepted the flowers and cake, inhaling their fragrance, so fragrant. It's wonderful that you came. Today is your first day filming. I'm here to cheer you on. Su Momo sweetly nestled in his embrace. You're so good to me. Shiryu paused the camera and took Yize's hand, leading him inside, while Tianfeng and Shiryu assisted Su Momo with the camera. Yize inquired, am I interrupting you? Su Momo replied, not at all. Vlogs don't capture everything. It's mostly just waking up, eating, exercising, and snippets of daily life. I can film putting the flowers you gave me into a vase to decorate the room as material. As long as I'm not in your way, he said. After cuddling for a while, Su Momo resumed filming. Perhaps due to Yize's presence, this filming felt effortlessly natural, with the autumn sunlight illuminating her face beautifully. He had a premonition that Momo would surely become a sensation. After enjoying lunch with Su Momo, Yize prepared to leave. Su Momo felt reluctant, but she understood her man had his own matters to attend to, so she could only see him off. Once outside Suhebei, Yize purchased some supplements suitable for the elderly and headed to the hospital. On the way, a WeChat notification chimed. It was Xiao Suxin accepting his friend's request. Apologies. I was busy with work during the day and just saw your message. So arduous. Working during the day and live streaming at night as a side gig? It seems this sister is a bit short on funds. How delightful. He had an abundance of money. A lack of funds implied an opportunity for him. Yize browsed through her moments. She posted little, mostly just daily life. Take care of your health with so little sleep. I'll come support you tonight. They exchanged a few light-hearted words, and by the time Yize's car arrived at the hospital, Xiao Suxin returned to her work. Upon entering the ward, he found only his grandmother there, without any sign of her. "Grandma, where's Ruer?" His grandmother looked over, her face brightening with a warm smile. "Ah, it's little Zay and little Tian. Come, find a place to sit." Ruer went home to take a shower and get some clean clothes for me. Yize placed the items in the cupboard. "Grandma, remember to have Ruer bring you something to eat." His grandmother's gnarled, yet warm hand enveloped his. "Don't fret. Work must be tiring, right? Come, sit and chat with Grandma." "All right." Tian Feng sat quietly in the corner. Grandma glanced at him. Little Tian still speaks so little. Yize chuckled. "Yes, he is not much of a talker, even when he is with me. Hee, it's fine if he is quiet. Children like him know what is in their hearts." Tian Feng smiled back at Grandma. "Good boy, be more tolerant with Ruer. She has been through a lot growing up. If you two ever argue, don't take it to heart. It's never her intention." Yize reassured. "Don't worry, Grandma. We haven't had a quarrel yet." Once, his mother watched a funny video online and jokingly teased his father while he was washing his hair. She quietly approached with the shampoo and added a few pumps. His father was puzzled, wondering why the shampoo wouldn't rinse out that day. Eventually, his mother couldn't hold back her laughter. And only then did his father realize she was playing a prank. Zhang Ruer rushed to the hospital, pushing the door open to find this scene. The gentle autumn sunlight flooded the room, illuminating the image of Zhe Gus sitting by the hospital bed, sharing amusing stories that made Grandma laugh heartily. This moment etched itself deeply into Zhang Ruer's heart, a memory she would recall fondly many years later. "What is this? So much joy." They both turned to her in unison. "You're back?" Zhang Ruer nearly shed tears, desperately suppressing the sting in her nose. I'm back." She playfully punched Yize's arm. "Honestly, brother, you come to the hospital without telling me. Had I known, I wouldn't have rushed back." Yize grasped her small hand and placed it over his heart. It's my fault." Zhang Ruer's face flushed, and she pulled her hand away. "How improper." "Grandma is here." Yize shared a knowing glance with Grandma, chuckling. "Shy now, haha." Zhang Ruer was indeed flustered. She felt at ease privately, but with Grandma present, she felt bashful. After chatting for a while, Grandma fell asleep. Only then did Zhang Ruer turn to him. "Why are you here, brother?" "I have to be busy for 3 days, so I came to see you today." Zhang Ruer immediately adopted a forlorn expression. "Ah? Does that mean I want to see you for 3 days?" Yize playfully pinched her delicate nose. "Haha, I'll come to accompany you once I'm finished. Do remember to find a caregiver for Grandma. Otherwise, you will tire yourself out." "All right." Zhang Ruer nestled into his embrace. "Don't forget to pick up the car." "Okay, brother." Tian Feng went to the restaurant that Zhang Ruer adored to buy groceries, and the two of them savored a moment of warmth that belonged solely to them. Yize stayed with her until 10 p.m. before returning home. As he was leaving, Zhang Ruer kept insisting that he must come to find her once he was done with his tasks. She asked him repeatedly, and it took 3 iterations before she finally relented, leaving Yize both amused and exasperated. Upon arriving home, Yize opened the music app. Tomorrow he would see Ling. He must go to YU001 tonight to show his support, considering it a means to help her earn a bit more for her travel expenses. Chapter 54, Calling the Girl Wife? Then what should I be called? Today, Linger wore a form-fitting red dress, complemented by auburn eyeliner and fiery red lips, making her stand out among 5 people. She was beautiful, yet her beauty was strikingly aggressive. This resulted in an intense admiration from those who liked her, while those who didn't felt a strong aversion, leaving little room for neutrality. This was also the reason her popularity at YU001 had yet to surpass Ying Ying's. Unlike Zhang Ruer, who exuded a sense of protectiveness, Linger had a different allure. "Welcome, Water Brother," Linger exclaimed upon seeing him again. Realizing that her strategy to meet him in person had indeed paid off, Water Brother had continuously returned to her livestream. "Oh, another special effect to behold." "Not necessarily. Right? Water Brother gifted so much yesterday, he might not be generous today." "Impossible. I am a fan of Water Brother. I followed him to YU001. And he always gifts generously wherever he goes." "Wait, what? The big guy has his own fans now?" Yize was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't paid much attention, but upon glancing at his profile, he found his follower count had indeed surged to 100,000, up from the previous 30,000. Yesterday's champion had also contributed to Linger gaining a few more fans. Yize had yet to even make his move in the individual competition, but he had already amassed 30,000 points. Ying Ying's fans, having lost yesterday, were eager to reclaim their pride today. Initially, they felt discouraged upon seeing the influx of viewers, but upon reading the comments, they found the rationale compelling. Even if he was wealthy, there were limits, right? After all, he had scored so many points yesterday, it was unlikely he would perform as fiercely today. However, some dissenting opinions emerged within the group. Others had already accumulated fans. How could they possibly falter? How would they know unless they tried? Fine, let us give it a shot. If we lose, we'll deal with it then. They hadn't yet visited Su Xian's livestream, so there was no rush. When it was Linger's turn, just as she was about to click on the carnival, she noticed a new special effect. An Aurora Rendezvous worth 20,000 diamonds and a Cloud Dream worth 30,000 diamonds. The next moment, the camera swept past reindeer and luxurious cruise ships, focusing on a couple beneath the breathtaking Aurora. The Aurora represented a dream for many, with countless individuals wishing to experience it with their significant others. Linger gazed at the beautiful effect, her heart ablaze with excitement. Wow, a new gift. Let me see what it's called. Aurora Rendezvous. Thank you, Water Brother, for sending the Aurora Rendezvous. It's stunning. Following Water Brother to broaden our horizons. This new gift's effect is simply exquisite. I can't get enough of it. Excuse me, how many diamonds is this effect? 20,000 diamonds. Victory, yes. The Aurora Rendezvous is indeed a 20,000 diamond gift. Thank you, Water Brother, for bringing everyone to see the Aurora. Immediately after, another effect appeared on the screen. An airplane took off from the ground, soaring past the Eiffel Tower in France, iconic landmarks of the Aegean Sea, and hot air balloons across Turkey. Linger, wow. This is so romantic. Having just seen the Aurora, now I'm visiting 3 such romantic cities. Thank you, Water Brother, for the Cloud Dream. Wow, 2 new gifts. No wonder this gift is so romantic. It costs 30,000 diamonds. Water Brother casually drops 5,000 RMB without a second thought. I'm in tears. My monthly salary is only 2,800. These 2 effects were indeed delightful, and Yize was quite tired of the previous gifts. So he decided to send these 2 for the next few days. Other fans who admired Linger also collaborated to set her score at 110,000. Upon noticing that Water Brother had only sent gifts worth 50,000 points, Ying's fans became even more convinced that he had indeed drawn attention away from their efforts. The fan group buzzed with activity once again. You see, I told you, Water Brother must have run out of money today, so he sent new gifts to divert attention. That makes sense. Compared to the millions he gifted yesterday, 50,000 points today truly pales in comparison. Let us go. If we can surpass Water Brother, it would be quite an achievement for Ying. Ying, as the next performer, stood slightly behind Linger. As Linger's countdown finished, she took the microphone and began soliciting votes. Ying, adorable as ever, gifted Ying with a cruise ship 5 times. A dedicated fan presented Ying with the Aurora Rendezvous 3 times. Another devoted fan offered Ying the Cloud Dream 5 times. Ying's fans frantically showered her with gifts, and she let out a delighted scream, continuously thanking Victory for the gifts. The phone screen displayed gifts pouring in one after another. Let us not forget, Ying's fans are truly united. Not just united, they are quite powerful. Unlike me, who can only afford to gift 1 romantic campsite. Haha, well, I can only afford to give Linger 1 Porsche Panamera, regardless of what is gifted. Even a small heart is an expression of love. As the 3-minute countdown concluded, Victory's voice had grown hoarse from shouting so passionately. Congratulations to Ying for ranking first with 530,000 points. Yize arrived late. By then, the group of fans had already been eliminated, and YU001 had once more devolved into a battle between Linger and Ying. TSK, I should have come earlier. It's been ages since I last supported Linger. No. Tomorrow she would become mine. Perhaps I should refrain from competing. I'll just switch to another livestream to support someone else. When it was Linger's turn again, she said, Darling, we are a bit behind Ying, but we can make a comeback. Let us focus on surpassing the trailing points first. Anyone who likes Linger can send a shining star or a love rabbit. Yao Yao Ling gifted Linger 20 shining stars. Haha. Since I can't take you to see the Aurora or travel on a big plane, I can only bring you to see the meteor shower. Linger, wow. Thank you. Yao Yao Ling, for the meteor shower. Love you. Wait, calling the girl wife? Then what should I be called? Haha, what else could it be? Call me husband. Wow, I can't help but ship this. Tisk, let us not get carried away. What if Water Brother turns out to be a big guy? Haha. A Beauty and the Beast combination would indeed be quite wealthy. Linger, seeing the banter in the comments, smiled generously without a care. You are my good big brother. Yize laughed heartily, knowing that in the live stream, Linger couldn't say anything too flirtatious. He would let her off the hook for now. When she arrived tomorrow, he would engage her in a serious discussion about correcting her terms of address. Thinking back to how Zhang Rower had first reacted upon meeting him, he figured Linger would probably end up calling him husband on her own. Just the perfect opportunity to test the newly added stamina effects on Linger. Yize began a flurry of attacks with the gifts from the Aurora Pact. Far mountains and clear waters. Allow me to treat everyone to the aurora. Far mountains and clear waters gifted Linger 12, 352 aurora packs. Linger made a heart gesture to Yize. Thank you, Brother Water, for taking me to see the aurora 52 times. Oh dear, you even specially gifted 52 of them. No way. I must indulge in this as a gesture of respect. TCH, this big brother is quite greasy, ISNT, clearly has ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Yize's fans were immediately displeased. Are you overthinking it? Does gifting 52 have some special meaning? Exactly. If I gift you 438 hearts, does that mean you're a deadbeat? Seriously, what kind of quality do you all have? Resorting to personal attacks? Please don't wrong me. I'm not attacking anyone. Chapter 55, please blackout me. This time, Yize was truly astonished. He hadn't anticipated his fans to possess such formidable combat prowess. Before he could speak, the person was overwhelmed with retorts. Sheng-Yi, the troublemaker has been kicked out. We maintain a positive energy live stream here. No chaos allowed. Yize and Linger's fans were quite pleased that MC was so discerning. Far mountains and clear waters sent out a fortune bag in the live stream, encouraging participation. Brother Water is generous. 5 fortune bags worth 10,000 diamonds each. That's incredible. Ha ha ha. Good luck. Come on, good luck. Please blackout me. Linger, Brother Water is truly generous. We shouldn't pay attention to such clowns. Sheng-Yi also released a fortune bag worth 5,000 diamonds in the live stream, representing YU001. Sheng-Yi also gifted everyone a fortune bag, wishing everyone a good time. I hope you won't complain about the amount. This is out of Sheng-Yi's own pocket. After the commotion, Linger surpassed Ying with a score of 150,000, claiming first place. Ying's fans were left speechless. Wait, who said he was just throwing money around? My goodness, he previously gifted 30,000 diamond presents. And now he only gave 20,000 diamonds for 52 gifts. How is that not throwing? It's easy for you to say, can you produce that? So what? If we all come together to crowdfund once, it would be fine. They had already scored 530,000 points in the last round. And now they felt it would be a loss to give up. Thus, they decided to give it another shot. With no time to gather money for a large gift, everyone contributed according to their means. Love you, my shining star, Palamara, sending planes and various gifts. Ying understood that everyone was making an effort, feeling deeply moved. And her voice of gratitude grew louder. As the 3-minute vote collection time ended, there was a countdown of 5 numbers. While it was said to be 5 numbers, it would actually take 5 minutes. This was merely an excuse to give the host more time to rally votes and surpass the previous contestant. Ying had only used the countdown at the very end previously, but unexpectedly, it was utilized in the second round today. Sheng-Yi countdown 5. Ying, are there any family members who love Ying? Please help Ying. Just 120,000 points left. Eat, sleep, loving Ying, none left. Not a single drop. I'm out too. Bun round and plump. I still have 2,000 points. Let us use them all. Bun round and plump gifted Ying 20 shining stars. Ying, thank you, Bun, for the meteor shower. Sheng-Yi, countdown 4. Only 4 numbers left, my dear ones. Let us strive just a bit harder. Ying thoroughly enjoyed this stage and didn't want to clock out so soon. Ying's fans were also quite anxious. Oh dear, is there no kind God passing by? Ying is truly working hard and excelling. 555. I don't want Ying to clock out. The score reached 888, yet it was still insufficient. Ying remained determined. While Yize stood up to fetch a beer from the fridge, realizing that Ying had quite a talent for stirring emotions. However, it seemed their side was genuinely out of options. Sheng-Yi, countdown 1. Regrettably, Ying also understood that today was concluding as it was, bowing deeply. Just then, a grand dragon shot into the sky. It was indeed the dragon ascending to the heavens that Yize had gifted yesterday. 4 seasons like spring gifted Ying 5 dragon ascending to the heavens. Sheng-Yi, it's not over yet. Ying, thanks to Brother 4 seasons for sending 5 dragon ascending to the heavens. Ying's score rose to 11,828, 888, surpassing Linger by over 30,000 points. Hearing the sound, Ying quickly looked up, jumping in excitement. Thank you, Brother 4 seasons. I've truly received a ray of light. Long live Brother 4 seasons. Yize slowly revealed a smile, taking a hearty sip of beer. Exactly, this is how it should be. Otherwise, it would be too dull. Ying was granted a second chance, and it was now Linger's turn to take the stage. Far mountains and clear waters gifted Linger 123 Cloud Dream. Linger, thank you for my Brother Water's Cloud Dream. Sheng-Yi, the combo continues. How many more will Brother Water send? Let us eagerly anticipate. Keep up with Brother Water's pace. Hehe, since Brother Water supports Linger so much, as one of Brother Water's fans, I'll support too. Linger, thank you to my loving fans, as well as Brother Water's supporters. Without you, Linger might not be able to continue standing on this stage. I am truly grateful to you all. Yize timed it perfectly and sent 52 cloud dreams just as the countdown was about to end. Brother Water struck again with another 52 combo. Congratulations to Linger for once again claiming first place. 4 seasons like spring, quite impressive. Far mountains and clear waters. Oh, it's nothing really. Ying took the microphone, yet her heart was racing and lacking confidence. It's rare for a big brother to send large gifts during their first visit to the live stream, and she was uncertain if Brother 4 Seasons would still contribute. Judging by the levels, Brother 4 Seasons was not low either, at level 71, just 2 levels below Brother Water. However, the noble level on the musical note software does not always represent the actual strength of a big brother. There are also instances of people buying high-level accounts to pose. After 4 seasons like spring remarked on the strength, he fell silent, and Ying sighed inwardly, abandoning her hopes. Shang-Yi. Well then, Ying is still 527. 112 points behind Linger, rounded up, that S1, 530,000 points. Ying wore a face of despair. Huh, so much. My goodness, I miscounted a digit earlier. Thinking it was 153,000. How can we compete with this? The gap is too vast. Let us not chase after it. Just give me some face value points. 4 seasons like spring. Don't be so negative. Where did that hard working you go? Right. We can't give up. Family, let us push a bit harder. Looks like the big brother wants to lend a hand again. Wow, a god of wealth has descended. Ying is saved. 4 seasons like spring gifted Ying a carnival 353. Thank you, Brother 4 Seasons. You're so cool. Ying was overly excited, suddenly shouting and startling Yize. He scratched his ear. TSK, it's so noisy. If only he could mute the other side like a broadcaster. After finishing a can of beer, he felt a bit bored with just drinking beer, but when he reached for another, he discovered there were actually snacks in the fridge. Salt-baked chicken gizzards, peanuts, Korean-style mixed vegetables, and a platter of marinated delicacies. Such a delightful array. It seems that Auntie, noticing the beer in the fridge, had thoughtfully prepared these treats in advance. Oh, how considerate of her. With a contented heart, Yize opened another bottle of beer and made his way to the dining room to continue feasting. As Linger took the stage, Yize casually tossed a peanut into his mouth and embarked upon a whimsical dreamlike barrage. This time, he decided to send 66 gifts. After all, 66 signifies good fortune. Having finally found a worthy opponent to spar with, he was determined not to scare them off with excessive generosity. Wow, Brother Shui still has gifts to spare. It seems Linger is destined to triumph tonight. That's debatable. I think Brother CG has quite the strength as well. As other fans gradually contributed a total of 10,000, Linger's score soared to an impressive 7 million points. Many small streamers might not even receive such gifts in an entire month. Yet, Linger amassed this fortune in a single day, and the personal competition hadn't even concluded. Chapter 56, Telling Stories to Lull to Sleep. At this moment, in a villa in City A, Du Jingyu glanced at the profile of the user known as Far Mountain and Clearwater. To his surprise, there were no works under their name. This individual piqued his interest. Since their arrival, he had been closely monitoring the barrage of comments. And this Far Mountain and Clearwater had generously gifted Linger a staggering 10 million. Today, they still had the means to contribute over 4 million more. A newcomer, having barely played for a few days, had already garnered their own fan base. Curious about their age, he decided to probe further. If this person truly possessed remarkable prowess, a face-to-face meeting could indeed be worthwhile. After all, collaboration might be on the horizon. One individual's capabilities are limited, so why not earn together? Unbeknownst to Yize, who was blissfully enjoying his beer and dishes, CG Ru-chun sent a gift of 12,366. Oh, they've caught up. The exchanges are lively. Yize chuckled upon witnessing the back and forth. How intriguing. Whatever he sent, the other party matched. Far Mountain and Clearwater gifted Linger a whimsical dream of 12,388. CG Ru-chun gifted Ying a carnival of 12,388. Far Mountain and Clearwater gifted Linger a whimsical dream of 123,100. CG Ru-chun gifted Ying a carnival of 123,100. Far Mountain and Clearwater gifted Linger a whimsical dream of 123,150. CG Ru-chun ceased his gifts. There was no need for further contributions. Du Jingyu had already gauged the other's strength and deemed it unnecessary to invest more. The prowess of Far Mountain and Clearwater was unfathomable, primarily dabbling in the realm of leisure within the livestream. CG Ru-chun, Far Mountain and Clearwater. We may be strangers, but shall we follow each other? Yize smiled at this. The current environment indeed left much to be desired. Previously, he had struggled to find employment. Now, with newfound wealth, it seemed he had attracted attention in the live streaming realm, likely for similar reasons. It might not be about introducing him to a romantic interest, but merely a desire to connect. However, this CG Ru-chun certainly seemed more intriguing than the mysterious figure in Roair's livestream. Well then, let us see what he truly wishes to convey. Far mountain and clear water, sure. Yize, in a rather pretentious manner, replied with a single word. CG Ru-chun, great, brother, you're straightforward. The two followed each other. The audience in the live stream was bewildered. How had a fierce competition transformed into a handshake of camaraderie? Indeed, the world of the affluent is beyond my comprehension. Perhaps this is the mutual appreciation of the wealthy? With their handshake of peace, Ling Air also achieved a resounding victory. Ying Ying's fan club was left in utter disarray. What could they do? They couldn't compete. A new wealthy patron capable of challenging her had chosen to extend an olive branch. Why was it that Brother Shui's presence made it so difficult for Ying Ying to secure first place? No worries, Brother Shui would eventually have his off days. Even if he appeared daily, Ling Air would still have a day off each week. They consoled themselves with this thought. Ling Air went to change her outfit in preparation for the upcoming solo performance. Yize also received a message from CG Ru-chan. Hello, I'm Du Jingyu. Engaged in the hotel business in City A. It would be great to meet in person sometime. We often host charitable events and auctions in our circle. You're welcome to join. Charity and auctions, these were indeed appealing. Although he approached life with a carefree attitude, having the means to do good was now a possibility. There remained many impoverished regions in the country, not to mention his hometown, City M, was far from affluent. Finding a weekend job that paid $3,000 could be quite the challenge, let alone one that offered social security benefits. The salaries of civil servants were also quite limited. He recalled a saying, in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In prosperity, one should benefit the world. He couldn't deny that the proposition intrigued him. However, Yize remained vigilant. What if it was a scam? He decided to search for Du Jingyu's name, discovering that he indeed was involved in the hotel business. Notably as the heir of the famed Roma Hotel in City A. Who would have thought that the heir of a grand hotel enjoyed live streams? City A, Yize, investor. CG Ru-chun. Haha, what a coincidence. We are from the same city. Would you mind exchanging contact details? Yize, sure, go ahead, I'll add you. Du Jingyu, unperturbed, promptly shared his WeChat ID. Ling Air had returned, dressed anew, and Yize chose to watch her dance first. She performed a full version of the grand swing dance. With her enviable figure, the dance only heightened the allure. Moreover, to tantalize the audience, her attire was exceptionally fitted. Yet, one could still discern her curvaceous form through the snug fabric. Ah, finally a splendid sight. Tomorrow would not only offer a feast for the eyes, but also a feast for the hands. Upon completing her dance, Yize sent her a magnificent rocket. Far mountain and clear water, I'll pick you up after work. Thank you, Brother Shui, for picking Ling Air up after work. Once again, heartfelt thanks to everyone who supports Ling Air. After expressing his gratitude once more, the live stream for YU001 concluded for the day. Notification, this transaction of 14.83 million yields a rebate of 148.3 million, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank account. At last, Yize opened WeChat and added Du Jingyu. The profile picture was indeed his own, and the name was straightforwardly Du Jingyu. His moments were filled with posts related to hotels and charitable endeavors. Du Jingyu engaged him in a brief chat, promising to invite him to the next charitable event. After enjoying a few glasses of white beer and a satisfying meal, he ascended the stairs for a quick shower. Comfortably reclining on his bed, he entered Su Xian's livestream. To his surprise, the online viewer count exceeded that of the previous day, reaching over 800. Upon spotting familiar IDs, Su Xian immediately welcomed him warmly. Hearing her gentle voice enveloped Yize in a sense of bliss. Far mountain and clear water sent a whimsical dream of 5. Notification, this transaction of 150,000 yields a rebate of 1.5 million, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank account. Upon witnessing the dazzling effects of the gift, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. This splendid present was unlike anything she had ever encountered before, and she was utterly oblivious to its value. With such extravagant flair, it must surely be worth over 10,000 diamonds. Grateful for the generous gift from her benefactor, she wished him great wealth. Just upon entering, she was dazzled by the brilliance of the new gift's effects. A gift worth 30,000 diamonds. Just like the carnival, he gifted 5 of them in one go. Mom, I saw a grand gift before bed. Will I win the lottery tomorrow? As Su Xin scanned the barrage of comments, she realized this man was indeed exceptional in his generosity. The first ethereal dream was bestowed upon her by her benefactor. She expressed her gratitude for his benevolence and wished him smooth sailing and abundant fortune. Alas, I yearn for your first time as well, but regrettably, your purity is no longer intact. I must content myself with receiving the first gift instead. Far Mountain and Clear Water. Can I request something? Certainly, please go ahead. Far Mountain and Clear Water. Tell us a story. Su Xin. Very well, dear ones in the live stream. Close your eyes as I weave a tale to lull you to sleep. Chapter 57. The Luggage Snatch. Linger had come well prepared this time, equipped with an array of black and white stockings, including fishnet varieties, and even clothing that perfectly accentuated her figure. Informing her teammates that she had matters to attend to at home, Linger set off. Her arrival in City A was known only to the upper management of the company. Rather than dissent, they wholeheartedly supported her decision. Countless streamers struggled to find even a modest benefactor, yet Linger had secured a formidable ally. To not grasp this opportunity firmly would be foolish. While there were many affluent patrons on the platform, few could afford to spend millions daily. Some seasoned tycoons had retreated to family life, yet the current Water Brother was undeniably the leading figure on the platform, a fact they had yet to witness in their years of existence. At 9:30 a.m., Tian Feng drove Yi Zhe to the airport to pick someone up. Dong Shishir's flight was scheduled to arrive at 10:20, making their departure perfectly timed. Today, Dong Shishir donned a black trench coat, complemented by ultra-short shorts and Balenciaga stockings. Her upper attire a snug V-neck, short-sleeve top. Her fiery red lips paired with sunglasses reminded Yi Zhe of an old film, Charlie's Angels. As Dong Shishir disembarked, her nerves intensified. Water Brother, I've arrived. Yi Zhe, uninterested in small talk, immediately initiated a video call so she could recognize him upon meeting. The moment Dong Shishir saw his face on the screen, her body tensed up. What should I do? I'm not ready. Yet, she couldn't tee refuse. She certainly didn't want to leave a poor impression before they even met. Closing her eyes momentarily, she resolved to take the plunge and answered the call. As the screen revealed a handsome face, particularly those striking peach blossom eyes, she exclaimed, Water Brother? Yi Zhe anticipated her reaction, chuckling. What's the matter? Are you mesmerized by my good looks? Dong Shishir's cheeks flushed, yet she feigned confidence. Ah, yes, Water Brother is simply too handsome. I'm completely enchanted. Yi Zhe laughed heartily at her response, reassured her that she would have ample opportunity to express her admiration later. Now that you know what I look like, let us go retrieve your luggage. Understood, Water Brother. After ending the call, Yi Zhe waited patiently outside for her arrival. Meanwhile, Dong Shishir's heart raced with excitement. Oh my. She had braced herself for an older gentleman, yet Water Brother was not only youthful, but strikingly handsome. Fortune was indeed smiling upon her. It was clear that such a dashing and generous person wouldn't be easily forgotten. She adjusted her attire, determined to make a memorable impression that evening. Confident that her previous relationships had honed her conversational skills to perfection, she quickened her pace, eager to meet Water Brother. Once she spotted him at the luggage claim, her infatuation deepened. His prominent nose was unlike any she had seen on men before. Approaching Yi Zhe, she exclaimed, Water Brother. Yi Zhe smiled at her. Why the rush? Were you so eager to see me? Yes, Water Brother, you're absolutely right. She added, when we're not in the live stream. You don't need to call me Water Brother. You know my name now. All right then, call me Zhe Gu. Tian Feng stepped forward to take her luggage. But Dong Shishir was oblivious to his presence and eyed him warily. Stealing luggage? Yi Zhe chuckled. Yes, my man. Yes, just helping with the bags. Dong Shishir realized her blunder. Her face flushed crimson. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, your person. Wealthy individuals truly live differently. Even their outings require bodyguards. Naturally, with Zhe Gu's wealth, he ought to have someone to protect him. After all, the world is chaotic, and additional security is always prudent. Tian Feng nodded slightly as he took her luggage from her hands. Freed from the burden, Dong Shishir latched onto Yi Zhe's arm, deliberately pressing her soft form against him. Zhe Gu, where are we headed now? Feeling the warmth of her touch, Yi Zhe found himself momentarily distracted. However, the time was still early. He decided to wait until evening for a more sumptuous meal. Are you hungry? Dong Shishir shook her head. Not really. I had something before boarding. All right then. Let us take a stroll. Sounds great. When she finally laid eyes on Yi Zhe's Rolls Royce, her understanding of his affluence became vividly clear. In her mind, only true tycoons drove a Rolls Royce. Envious glances from those around them confirmed her thoughts. My goodness, a Rolls Royce. This person is extraordinarily wealthy. Indeed, not only was he affluent, but both of them were also stunningly attractive. It was almost unbearable. Stop staring, stop staring. Looking will only make it harder when we can't afford it. Dong Shishir, having always been beautiful, was accustomed to the attention. Yet this was the first time she felt so proud. Thank goodness for her cleverness. Otherwise, such a lavish man would have belonged to someone else. Once seated in the car, Dong Shishir felt a bit out of sorts, glancing around and exploring the luxurious interior. There was no comparison to this extravagant vehicle. It was simply too comfortable. Yizhe observed her behavior without comment. It was perfectly normal for someone experiencing luxury for the first time to react this way. He found her authenticity refreshing. Though she had yet to receive her salary, the generous tips from Yizhe meant that once she was paid, she could finally own a car of her own. She had long had her eye on the newly released SU7. The first batch of SU7s was nearly depleted, yet their owners remained unscathed. After obtaining her driver S license, she hadn't driven a car, so she needed something safe. The only downside was the lengthy wait for delivery. The trio arrived at the National Trade Center, a city's premier luxury shopping destination, where the atmosphere exuded opulence. The fewer crowds also ensured a more refined service. In the past, Yizhe would never have considered visiting such places, yet now he found himself able to go anywhere. As Dong Shishir entered the mall, she was instantly captivated by the opulence that surrounded her. Was Zeej really taking her out for a leisurely stroll, just to indulge in luxury goods? Yizhe, observing the starry gleam in her eyes, smiled and said, "Feel free to browse, by whatever catches your fancy, without concern for the price. Haha, after all, the more expensive your purchases, the more I earn." This audacious declaration swiftly won Dong Shishir's heart. Overjoyed, she leapt up, exclaiming, "Really? Wow, Zeej, you're so cool. Let's go shopping." The first floor was adorned with brands like Hermes, LV, and Balenciaga. Without hesitation, Dong Shishir made a beeline for Hermes, and Yizhe indulged her. He appreciated her straightforward demeanor. Chapter 58, Out of Stock. Upon stepping into the Hermes store, Yizhe was momentarily taken aback. Truly, Hermes lived up to its reputation. The sales associate was stunning. Uniquely, she exuded a cold beauty, her delicate features striking. With slender eyes that conveyed an air of aloofness rather than the usual sales flattery. She appeared quite slender, her face seemingly even thinner than Zhang Roer. Yizhe quickly glanced at her profile. Name, Xiao Qingying. Age, 25. Attractiveness level, 92. Purity, 100. Indeed, not only did she meet the criteria, but she also surpassed the 90-point threshold. The ethereal quality she possessed was unforgettable, and her purity was unequivocal. As a sales associate at Hermes, Yizhe was skeptical that she harbored no ulterior motives. Given her flawless demeanor, she likely had her sights set on something grand. However, he was uncertain about her true appetite for luxury. As Dong Shishir dashed towards the bags, Yizhe snapped back to reality and gently pulled her back before she reached her destination. Noticing her bewildered expression, he softly whispered in her ear, "If you go straight for the bags, she'll just tell you they're out of stock." Huh, why? Because Hermes requires a purchase quota. Some bags have a ratio of 11 to 115, but popular models generally require a ratio of 12 or 125 to acquire. What? That's so expensive? During their conversation, a young woman entered, arm in arm with a middle-aged man. The woman, carrying an LV bag, possessed a certain allure, while the man, slightly balding, had a prominent black mole at the corner of his mouth. They headed directly to the bag section, and the woman disdainfully commanded, "Bring me a mini Kelly too." Another sales associate politely replied, "I'm sorry, but we currently have no stock." The woman's voice rose slightly, "No stock? What about the Birkin 25? Also out of stock?" Her dissatisfaction grew. "How can everything be out of stock?" The sales associate's smile faded somewhat. "Madam, how about we move to the ready-to-wear section? Or perhaps the accessories section? You could browse there for a bit." "So it's all about purchasing quotas then?" "Madam, we do not operate on a quota basis. However, our Hermes bags cannot be purchased separately. They must be checked out with other items." "Isn't that still a quota?" "I apologize, madam, but we do not adhere to that concept." Dong Shishir, observing the exchange, couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was clear they were requiring a purchase quota, but were unwilling to admit it. Fortunately, Zeej was well informed. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have fallen upon her. Incidentally, she had learned about Hermes's unspoken rules during a shopping trip with Sumomo. "Thank you, Sumomo, for sparing her from humiliation." For a moment, she felt a bit disinterested, saying, "Brother, how about we explore other places? There's a cold beauty here." Yizhe, however, had no intention of visiting other stores. He certainly had the means. "No worries, since we're here, I'll make sure you leave with a bag from this place." The woman continued to argue with the sales associate while Dong Shishir joyfully planted a kiss on Yizhe's cheek. "Zeej, you're the best." She yearned to repay him at that very moment. Xiao Qingying, expressionless, observed the interaction from a distance. She was too far to hear their conversation. But since the couple's arrival, she had not taken any action, merely watching the spectacle, likely resigned to not purchasing anything. Refocusing her attention, Yize turned towards Xiao Qingying. Please lead us to the accessories and ready-to-wear sections. Xiao Qingying's voice was crisp and clear, perfectly complementing her appearance. Certainly, please follow me. Dong Shishir exclaimed, Zij, look. This scarf is quite lovely. Turning to Xiao Qingying, she asked, could you wrap it around me? Of course. Dong Shishir, with her beauty, complemented the scarf beautifully. Yize remarked, then let us choose a few more. Although aware of the purchase quota, Dong Shishir had little understanding of it and didn't select many. Ultimately, she chose a beige scarf, one brown harness, and an orange equestrian-themed scarf, each priced at 100. All right, please wrap these up. Xiao Qingying's smile grew more genuine. Certainly. Sir. Yize added, let us look at some other items. Feel free to choose anything you like. Reflecting on the lavish spending she had witnessed during the live streams and the Rolls-Royce rides, coupled with Yize's repeated encouragement, Dong Shishir grew bolder. She selected a Kasuke Teta Q scarf for 150, Kiera 40 high heels for 950, and various bracelets, rings, and earrings totaling 750. As for women's apparel, she found nothing appealing, so she refrained from purchasing. However, Yize spotted something he liked in the men's ready-to-wear section, a wool coat priced at 700, and after having Xiao Qingying wrap it up, he noticed a crocodile leather jacket behind it. The weather wasn't too cold, making it a suitable choice. Is that jacket available in my size? Xiao Qingying paused. Yes, sir, but that jacket is made of crocodile leather and is quite expensive. Are you sure? Yize raised an eyebrow. Expensive? How expensive could it be? Just a small target? How much? 1020,000. Xiao Qingying replied honestly. To his surprise, Yize didn't even blink. All right, wrap it up. Now, Xiao Qingying's smile was genuinely sincere. Very well, sir. There's also a pair of crocodile leather shoes that pair wonderfully with that jacket. Would you like to see them? Yize recognized her interest and decided to explore further. Show me. Xiao Qingying, gloved hands revealing a pair of shoes, said, these shoes are also made of crocodile leather. They would look even better when worn together. All right, wrap them up. This time, Yize didn't even inquire about the price. Xiao Qingying confirmed. These shoes are over 800,000. Are you sure you want to wrap them up? Yes, confirm it. No more chatter. Dong Shishir watched in astonishment. Zij had selected just 3 items, and it was already 2 million gone. She had intended to save him some money, but now that thought seemed utterly absurd. Not deterred, Xiao Qingying felt fortunate. She had encountered a true, affluent individual today. The earlier couple left empty-handed, grumbling and disgruntled. The service staff were overwhelmed, particularly when faced with inexperienced customers who dared to approach Hermes without prior knowledge of the necessity for a purchase quota. With a resigned sigh, I wondered how Xiao Qingying was faring. She recalled that the 3 customers she had just attended to had also lingered for quite some time with little progress. Likely first-time visitors as well. As she drew near, she overheard the request to wrap up a purchase, and upon seeing the items being prepared, her spirits soared. Goodness! The extravagant purchase of over 800,000 yuan for a pair of crocodile leather shoes had indeed been made. Xiao Qingying had struck an incredible stroke of luck by being the one to assist them. How infuriating! Chapter 59. The Beauty's Change of Countenance. Even the typically composed Xiao Qingying began to exhibit a different demeanor, exuberantly urging the onlookers to enjoy a cup of coffee. Sir, may I ask your esteemed surname? Yi. Very well, Mr. Yi. After such a lengthy visit, you 3 must try our exquisite coffee made from Italian beans. Yize found amusement in the transformation of the beauty before him. Meanwhile, Dong Shishir felt an acute sense of competition. This girl appeared strikingly attractive and exuded a different charm than her own. It was infuriating. Why did a sales associate have to be so alluring? And she was even smiling at Yize? How vexing it was that such a handsome and wealthy man was so sought after. As the coffee was served, Yize found little distinction in flavor. Anything drinkable sufficed. However, he maintained a calm demeanor as he strolled towards the furniture section, contemplating whether to change the style of furniture for Mo's recent video shoots. Dong Shishir affectionately linked her arm with his. Zego, are you still considering furniture? Just browsing. Xiao Qingying chimed in with enthusiasm. May I inquire about the style of your home? I can certainly provide some recommendations. The style was inconsequential. He merely needed to change the furnishings for Mo. He preferred to keep some mystery, maintaining an air of aloofness. Having selected a cabriolet armchair, a small multifunctional table, and a cellular armchair, he inquired, how much for these? Mr. Yi, the total for these 3 pieces is 415,000 yuan. All right. Add the folding desk in the back as well. Certainly. That brings the total to 877,500 yuan. That will suffice. Tian Feng, who stood behind, was unperturbed, while Dong Shishir was already in disbelief. Wait, for that shabby furniture? It doesn't even look particularly special. Yet 4 pieces cost over 800,000 yuan. Hermes could easily charge more, yet they offered 4 items for that price. Xiao Qingying requested assistance from other staff members to package the selected items and, with a smile, addressed Yi Zhe and Dong Shishir, "Please hold on for a moment." Upon her return, she held a Birkin 25 and a Kelly 25, inquiring of Dong Shishir, "Madam, do you fancy either of these bags? The Birkin and Kelly are our signature products." Dong Shishir was utterly astonished. So, the couple who had previously inquired about stock were not truly without options. They simply lacked the financial means to purchase. She gazed at Yi Zhe with admiration and gratitude, thinking, "Oh my, Zhe Gu is simply wonderful. He bought so many items just to get me a bag." Yi Zhe responded, "Then I shall take both bags. I will switch between them." In truth, his expenditures could afford him even more bags, but many other styles were either out of stock or unappealing in color. So Xiao Qingying prudently withheld them. "Mr. Yi, may I have your contact information? This way, I can inform you of any new arrivals." Yi Zhe was pleased to hear this. "Yes, certainly." Other sales associates were enviously astounded. Was the expenditure truly this high in a single visit? Xiao Qingying's commission for the day would be remarkable. After calculating, she stated, "Mr. Yi, your total expenditure is 350 yuan. Her slender eyes sparkled with allure. "Please proceed with the card." The POS machine printed the receipt, and Dong Shishir had already adorned herself with the Kelly bag, exclaiming, "Brother, this color suits me perfectly." "Indeed. Shishir looks beautiful. Everything suits you." Dong Shishir raised an eyebrow at Xiao Qingying, as if to say, "Did you hear that? My man just complimented me." Given Yi Zhe's lavish spending, it was clear he was purchasing for her. As Xiao Qingying regarded Dong Shishir, her expression returned to its initial coolness. She remained indifferent to the others' provocations. The way they addressed one another suggested a lack of marital ties, presenting her with an opportunity to pursue a potential romantic interest. After all, with Yi Zhe's wealth, perhaps he was merely involved with her as a fleeting dalliance, and Dong Shishir might just be a gilded cage. Dong Shishir, feeling her ire rise as Xiao Qingying ignored her provocation, chose to avert her gaze, for Yi Zhe remained at her side. "Send the other items to Tsuehua Garden and the 4 pieces of furniture to the address in Suhebei." "Understood, Mr. Yi." Dong Shishir, eager to leave, tugged at Yi Zhe to depart. Upon seeing the delivery addresses, Xiao Qingying discerned that they were indeed affluent. Both locations were in villa districts, and even the villas in Suhebei were worth over 100 million, not to mention Tsuehua Garden. Tsuehua Garden was a coveted location, virtually unattainable. Next, she pondered how to capture his attention. Her demands were modest. 30,000 yuan monthly would suffice. She would dedicate herself to serving him, indifferent to any external affairs he may have. "Beep, your total expenditure is 350 yuan, of which 650 yuan is eligible for rebate. Rebate of 500 yuan has been issued to your industrial and commercial bank card. As expected, the funds for my own clothing purchases had been offset." His own garments were the significant expense, but it mattered little. He was flush with cash, unconcerned about prices or balances in his account. He then took Dong Shishir on a shopping spree, spending another 200,000 yuan on various jewelry and clothing items. "Beep, your total expenditure is 203,000 yuan. With a rebate of 12,030,000 yuan issued to your industrial and commercial bank card." Dong Shishir grew increasingly exhilarated as they shopped. Yet Yi Zhe had already spent a considerable sum on her today, prompting her to rein in her shopping desires. "Brother, shall we go for a meal?" "Sure. What would you like to eat?" "I want to have hot pot." "All right, then we shall go for that." In the car, Dong Shishir nestled into his embrace, while Yi Zhe, with a mischievous intent, teased her waist. "No, not here." Tion Foam, perceptive to the moment, raised the partition. The soundproofing of the Rolls-Royce was exceptional, ensuring that even if they engaged in more intimate acts, as long as they were not too excessive, he would remain blissfully unaware. As Dong Shishir willingly offered her lips for a kiss, they became lost in each other until Yi Zhe's phone rang. It was a call from Su Mo, her voice brimming with excitement. "Zhe, my video has gone viral." The enthusiastic voice of the campus Belle reached Dong Shishir's ears. Oh, Yi Zhe indeed had other women outside. It was uncertain how many he had. As she seized the moment while Yi Zhe was on the phone, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, prompting her to take out Xiao Yi Zhe and indulge in it. Maze, what's the matter?" "Nothing. I just accidentally bumped into the corner of the table. You really should be more careful." Dong Shishir's onslaught grew increasingly fervent, and he found it ever more difficult to endure, yet he did his utmost to conceal the mischief brewing within him. "Congratulations, darling. I always knew Momo would excel." Su Momo, flattered by his praise, blushed. It's all thanks to sure US excellent filming. And I didn't cut out the part where you surprised me. Although you didn't appear on screen, our viewers are raving about our celestial romance, unaware of the underlying currents. Su Momo reveled in the joy of both love and career prosperity. Really? Then once I finish up, I must watch the video you sent. Alright. Is Ace busy right now? A bit. Then I won't disturb you. Chapter 61. The first time as a Casanova, still unfamiliar. As they descended, the breakfast prepared by the aunt had already cooled. Wait a few minutes. I'll warm it up. Sure. While the aunt reheated the meal, Yize glanced at his phone and discovered that Yuzi had messaged him the previous night. It seemed he hadn't visited Yuzi's livestream for several days. He had been too occupied during the day to catch any streams, and by night, Yuzi was often absent. Their schedules never seemed to align. Yuzi must be missing him, and he felt somewhat guilty. After all, it was his first attempt at being a Casanova, and he was still inexperienced. I've been a bit busy. Our streaming times haven't matched well. Yuzi replied instantly. It's fine. I just couldn't sleep last night and wanted to chat with Shui Gu. Why don't you rent a place off campus? That way, you could stream at night, and it's closer to school, saving you the hassle of commuting to the company. Yuzi felt a surge of delight. This could indeed resolve their issue, just as she was elated. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Her streaming wages hadn't been paid yet. She didn't have the funds to rent a place. Her savings only covered a month's rent, and most houses near the school required a 6-month lease. Alright, I'll start looking for a place these days. And once my salary comes in, I'll secure it. She quickly sent a determined cat emoji. Yize chuckled at this. It seemed Yuzi had a particular fondness for cats, which suited her adorable nature perfectly. Transferring 50,000. Didn't you miss me? Hurry up and rent a place. Yuzi felt a pang of anxiety and quickly clarified. No, Gidge, I didn't mean to ask you for money. I know, just accept it. After some reluctance, she finally accepted the transfer just as Yize was about to lose his temper. Observing him smiling as he replied to messages, Dong Shishir realized they must be from another woman. How coveted he was. She immediately sought to assert her presence. What is making you so happy? And nestled closer to him. Yize didn't hide anything. He wasn't a sycophant. And his kindness towards women stemmed merely from the good traits inherited from his father. Since she had become his, he was willing to pave the way for her. But any attempts at interference would not be tolerated. Dong Shishir, sensing his openness, felt a blend of love and resentment. It was clear he was giving her a choice. If she couldn't endure, she could simply walk away. If she could, she might as well enjoy everything he had to offer. A sigh escaped her lips. If he were an ordinary top supporter, she was confident she could win his heart. But Zhe Gu was different, though their time together had been brief. His wealth had already surpassed her expectations. For someone of his caliber to even engage with small streamers like her was a mark of humility. What kind of women wouldn't he be able to attract? Celebrities were also within his reach. So, she dared not be overly confident. Better to be obedient while Zhe Gu still held interest in her. After a while of being close to Yize, their brunch was ready. Suddenly, Dong Shishir got up and whispered something to the aunt in the kitchen. Yize, curious, did not inquire further, simply watching her with a smile. He decided not to ask. He would find out eventually. The aunt's cooking was delicious, and Dong Shishir savored every bite, relishing the perks of wealth. No need to step outside. She had a wonderful cook at her service. After finishing her meal, Dong Shishir pondered what to do. She wasn't quite familiar with the pastimes of the affluent. However, surely there were some ordinary activities that Zhe Gu hadn't experienced either? If Yize were to hear her thoughts, he would surely find them amusing, as he had only recently come into wealth himself. Previously, he had been an ordinary person, and as a self-proclaimed bookworm, he hadn't engaged in much fun at all. Thus, when Dong Shishir proposed watching a movie together, he readily agreed. Shall we watch it outside or at home? Dong Shishir's eyes sparkled. Does Zhe Gu have a home theater? Yize nodded. Indeed, there is a study, billiards, gym, and a cinema. Dong Shishir immediately perked up. I went to bed too early yesterday. I didn't get a chance to explore. Yize took her on a tour of his home. Can Zhe Gu play billiards? Not really. I've only played once, so I'm no expert. I can teach you after the movie. Dong Shishir's face lit up with a radiant smile. Sounds good. Upon entering the home theater, Dong Shishir exclaimed once more. This home theater was magnificent, rivaling the VIP rooms of cinemas. As they entered, the aunt knocked on the door. Come in. The aunt wheeled in a cart filled with snacks, the top tier featuring brewed tea and sliced fruits. The lower two tiers boasted snacks from various countries, while the bottom tier was stocked with assorted beverages to prevent them from growing weary of tea. Dong Shishir couldn't help but admire the aunt's thoughtfulness. Sweetly expressing her gratitude, Thank you, Annie. No need for thanks, she replied, kindly closing the door behind them. It was indeed Yize's first time watching a movie here. He usually preferred to watch films outside or lounge in bed at home while catching live streams. What genre do you want to watch? Dong Shishir cast him a flirtatious glance. How about a horror film? Yize concurred. It is said that watching horror movies is one of the quickest ways to heighten intimacy between two people. Dong Shishir selected a highly discussed film titled The Curse. Yize had never been particularly interested in movies before and had no strong concept of what to expect. After all, horror films were merely fiction. How frightening could they truly be? It was all just a matter of scaring oneself. He was actually looking forward to the moment Dong Shishir would snuggle into his embrace during the scary scenes. The home theater featured a large sofa that could accommodate multiple people, adjustable just like cinema seats to stretch out one's legs. He extended his long arm, pulling Dong Shishir into his embrace as they began watching. Dong Shishir obediently rested her head on his shoulder, playfully grasping his other hand. At times, she teased him with gentle scratches on his palm, while at other moments, their fingers intertwined. As Yize inhaled the woman's alluring fragrance enveloping him, he immersed himself in the film. During the first half, he felt little more than the occasional goosebumps. Yize mused, indeed. However, as the film progressed into its latter half, a terrifying scene unfolded, sending a jolt through his entire being. He gasped in surprise, burying his head in Dong Shishir's shoulder. A moment of silence enveloped the air. After a brief pause, Dong Shishir embraced him, gently patting his back. She murmured soothingly, "Oh, don't be afraid. I'm here." Yize's face flushed crimson, the fear that had gripped him dissipating as he abruptly wriggled free from her embrace to sit upright. "Are you comforting a child?" Dong Shishir gazed at him with a playful smile in her fox-like eyes. "Oh, aren't men just oversized children? The internet says we should care for them like kindergarten teachers do." Chapter 62. Renting a House. Observing his blushing cheeks, Dong Shishir boldly poked him, exclaiming, "How adorable." Yize felt that his previous actions had severely undermined his masculine dignity, his face reddening once more. This only made Dong Shishir find him even cuter, and she leaned in to kiss him. Yize, indignant, seized the initiative, attempting to reclaim his pride. They kissed passionately, oblivious to the horror film playing in the background. After a moment, Yize finally released her to continue watching the movie. However, this time he had learned his lesson, grabbing a plate of fruit to nibble on. Whenever something terrifying appeared, he promptly closed his eyes, only reopening them when the sounds became less frightening. Dong Shishir noticed this and felt that the once seemingly unattainable Yize had become more relatable, the distance between them seeming to lessen. As the film approached its climax, the most terrifying part, Yize had already shut his eyes tightly. Although Dong Shishir felt no fear, she feigned terror and nestled into his arms. At that moment, Yize felt that he had finally regained some semblance of pride. He stroked her hair, attempting to soothe her emotions. "Oh, what is there to fear? It's all just fiction." "Humph, I told you. How could one not be frightened?" Dong Shishir chuckled helplessly, hidden from his view. Linyu had no classes today, but also refrained from live streaming. Having accepted the money from Shui Go, she planned to rent a place nearby, as it would be considerably more convenient to purchase equipment and stream directly from her own apartment. While dining with her best friend, she mentioned her plans to rent. "You should have moved out ages ago. It would save you from any unpleasantness with your roommate." Linyu shrugged resignedly. "Yes, you're right. So, my dear friend, if you have some free time later, would you care to accompany me to view some apartments?" She said this while playfully shaking her friend's arm. "Accompany you? Sure. But you must treat me to bubble tea." Linyu tapped her friend's forehead. "What a deal. Not only will I cover your bubble tea, but I'll also take care of your dinner." "Wow, Yuzi, you're simply too generous." They chatted animatedly as they made their way to a bubble tea shop off campus. Halfway there, her friend Wancheng suddenly exclaimed, "Wait. Almost fell for your trick. Isn't it too early for you to be renting a place? Where would you get the money?" Lin Yu's face flushed. "Shui Ge gave it to me." "Shui Ge? The one who's your top supporter? What is going on? Spill the details." Lin Yu recounted Shui Ge's words, and after a moment of silence, Wancheng said, If I may suggest, you shouldn't be upset. Shui Ge has showered you with gifts in your live streams, and is now paying for your rent. What will happen when you meet? Aren't you worried he might be a sleazy guy or an old man?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment. "I doubt he is an old man. He has been in my stream for quite some time, and he doesn't give off that elderly vibe. As for meeting, I have considered it. But we don't live in the same city, and he hasn't mentioned anything about meeting in person. In fact, I haven't even experienced the situation where other streamers receive requests for photos from their top supporters. So, for now, it's not an issue." Lin Yu understood that he was now affluent and unlikely to confine himself to her live stream alone. Rather than worrying about the prospect of meeting Shui Ge, it was wiser to guard against others trying to steal him away. She wondered if other streamers had taken any action. After all, Shui Ge was quite the cash cow now. She didn't disclose the exact amount of Shui Ge's donations, merely stating he was her top supporter. So her friend's concerns were entirely reasonable. Knowing that her friend was looking out for her, Lin Yu felt a warm sense of gratitude. There was a well-known national housing agency not far from the school, where many students sought accommodations, and it had favorable reviews. Just as they were about to enter, Linyu was jostled hard by someone from behind. Frowning, she turned to see a young man apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I was in a rush. Please forgive me. Can we exchange contact information? I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight as an apology." The speaker appeared to be a fellow student, young and bespectacled, exuding a courteous demeanor. Linyu, not wanting to be unreasonable, accepted the apology and replied, "It's fine. I'm not hurt." She then pulled Ruancheng along toward the agency. However, the young man persisted, "No, no, no, it's my fault, and I must treat you both to dinner. Let us exchange contacts. After you're done, just let me know what you'd like to eat." No matter how Linyu and her friend tried to decline, he remained insistent, even showing them his student ID and identification card. Finally, Ruancheng whispered to Linyu, "Wow, I thought he looked familiar. He is apparently a top student from the class next door." Realizing he was indeed a fellow student, Linyu became less resistant and reluctantly added him on WeChat. The young man then smiled. "Thank you for giving me this chance to make amends. I'll see you tonight. I have to get back to my tasks." Linyu waved her hand in impatience, dragging Ruancheng into the agency. Just around the corner, the young man, who had hurried off to attend to his business, smiled at the WeChat notification from the girl on his phone. Inside, a staff member approached them, greeting, "Hello, young ladies. Are you looking to rent a house?" Linyu nodded. "Yes, I'd like to rent a place near the school." "Certainly. Many students from the nearby school rent from us. What kind of place are you looking for? A studio or a two-bedroom? An elevator building or a walk-up?" The walk-up buildings are older, closer to the school, and near a street filled with snacks. However, the property management and security are nearly non-existent, making it a bit chaotic. The elevator buildings are newer, not as close to the school as the walk-ups, but they offer better property management, with Shui Gu providing a generous sum of 100,000 yuan. Covering a full year's rent was more than feasible. Thus, renting a place with a better environment was preferable. "Let us go with the elevator building, 2 bedrooms. All right, this way please. I'll show you some photos of available properties on the computer. You can select the ones that interest you, and I'll take you to view them one by one." Linyu and her friend began to browse, ultimately selecting 2 apartments they particularly liked, one of which was a loft. "You have great taste. Both of these apartments have been meticulously decorated by the landlord, but they remained unleased due to their higher prices." Linyu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what are the prices for these 2? The loft is 3,000 a month, and the other one is 2,500 a month. Both require a minimum 6-month lease." Ruancheng gasped, "That is so expensive." "Yes, the prices are indeed on the higher side, but the furnishings are all complete, making them ready for immediate move-in. If you find the prices unsatisfactory, you might consider exploring a few other options, as their cost-performance ratio remains quite commendable." This is a typical strategy of theirs. After all, girls tend to fixate on what they perceive as superior. Once they develop a fondness for something, their interest in other properties naturally wanes. Linyu remarked, "It's fine. Let's just focus on these 2 properties for now and see if I am content with them." Chapter 63. What's the matter? I was accommodating. Yet you still seem upset? After watching a film, Yizhe and Dong Shishir ventured into a nearby billiards hall. Dong Shishir raised an eyebrow at Yizhe, saying, "Zij, I'll teach you first, and once you've mastered it, we can have a friendly competition." Are you taking advantage of a novice?" "Of course not. I've already mentioned that we can compete once you learn, and there will be a reward for our match." Intrigued, Yizhe inquired, "Oh, what sort of reward?" "That's a secret for now. We'll discuss it after the lesson." "Very well." Dong Shishir demonstrated the stance, her left leg forward and right leg back, leaning slightly. The room was comfortably warm, and today, she wore a crop top that revealed her midriff, paired with an ultra-short leather skirt. Her black stockings clung tightly to her legs. Once she assumed the position, it appeared as though the skirt could scarcely contain her curves, captivating Yizhe's attention. The proper weight distribution involves aligning one's feet with the line to the goal, while the other foot should be shoulder-width apart. Dong Shishir continued explaining the key points. But after a considerable time, she noticed Yizhe's lack of focus. Turning around, she caught him staring at her figure. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully smacked his arm. "You're not paying attention. That calls for a penalty." "A penalty for what?" "For the night. You won't have any say?" Yizhe chuckled, thinking this foolish girl was mistaken. He wouldn't have to lift a finger, making things easier for him. How could that be a punishment? It was clearly a reward. He pretended to feign disappointment. "Ah, so this is how we're playing? Humph, now you know my prowess. Don't you? Come on, let us continue the lesson." "All right." Dong Shishir then taught him several more stances for holding the cue. After the lesson concluded, she finally allowed Yizhe to try his hand at the game. Picking up his cue, he assumed a proper stance and struck the cue ball with precision. Bang! The cue ball successfully pocketed the solid 4 ball. Dong Shirshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible, Zeg. You're amazing. It's nothing. Were you really a novice before? Of course, why would I lie? I've hardly engaged in such pastimes. Had he not been so handsome, one might have easily labeled him a bookworm. However, in Dong Shirshi's ears, this sentiment took on a different meaning. After all, with his wealth, he likely had little time for such frivolities, perhaps engaging in elite education or golfing instead. As Yize adjusted to the game, Dong Shirshir observed that he no longer resembled a beginner. They then initiated their competition. So, what exactly is this reward you mentioned earlier? With a blush, Dong Shirshir whispered a few words in his ear, causing Yize's captivating eyes to widen in disbelief. Wait, can we really play like that? As the match commenced, Dong Shirshir took the first shot, sinking several balls and maintaining her grip on the game. Consequently, Yize lost without even having touched the cue ball. His earlier excitement dissipated. Hey, you can't do that. If you keep playing this way, how will I earn my reward? In the second round, Yize insisted on breaking. Dong Shirshir nodded in consent, allowing him to proceed, which pleased him. With a forceful strike, he aimed for perfection akin to Dong Shirshir's previous shot. Indeed, he executed it well, pocketing 3 balls, 2 of which were solids. For the sake of tomorrow's reward, he had to ensure she had no chances. In the second shot, Yize pocketed another ball. Dong Shirshir watched anxiously. Her nerves heightened at the thought of the penalty should she lose. She nervously bit her lip, hoping for a mistake on his part. As long as she was given a chance to play, she could stage a comeback. In terms of billiards, she was undeniably confident. She eagerly awaited, only to watch Yize sink the black 8 ball. Stunned, she exclaimed, "No way, Zeg. You're incredible. Didn't you just learn? How could you clear the table so easily?" Yize smirked, downplaying his achievement. "I'm just modest. I've always had a knack for learning." With both players capable of clearing the table, the importance of who took the first shot in the third round became paramount. Observing Dong Shirshir's anxious demeanor, Yize smiled, displaying gentlemanly decorum as he said, "You should go first in this round." Dong Shirshir was taken aback, expecting him to suggest a game of rock, paper, scissors or some other method for deciding. She was pleasantly surprised that he would willingly let her go first, feeling elated that he appreciated her skills. Yet, a twinge of annoyance surfaced. Was her reward not enticing enough? How could he choose to forfeit? As she pondered this, she shot him an irritated glare. Yize, bewildered by her sudden anger, thought, "What is going on? I was being considerate, yet she is upset?" Indeed, the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. It's a conundrum. Whether to yield or stand firm yields no clear answer. Beep. Random task triggered. Win this billiards match. Task success rewards 3 task points. Failure results in a 3-day penalty to nurture the stomach. What? My beautiful companion in my arms. The system is quite merciless with its penalties. If little Yize cannot regain his confidence, how will he face the world? If he truly has to nurture his stomach for 3 days, what if that leaves a lasting shadow? This is no trivial matter. Just moments ago, after he suggested that Dong Shirshir break first, the random task appeared. How perfectly timed. As Yize hesitated whether to try rock, paper, scissors, Dong Shirshir flawlessly executed her break. He wanted to shout no, as he envisioned the grim outcome of defeat. All his energy seemed to drain away, and he slumped dejectedly to the side. Sigh. It's better to not see it than to see it and not have it. Alas, if worse comes to worst, he could always return to Ling tomorrow and hide away for a few days. Soon, Dong Shirshir approached the black 8 ball. If she pocketed it, victory would be hers. She glanced at Yize, noticing something was off in his expression. Could it be that he regretted his earlier decision? Perhaps he still held affection for her? In that moment of distraction, she miscalculated her shot. The cue barely grazed the black 8, nudging it slightly. Yize's eyes lit up with excitement. Fortune was smiling upon him. Now, the opportunity was within his grasp. Suddenly feeling nervous, he wiped his sweaty palms and approached the billiard table. Taking a deep breath, Yize bent down. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Dong Shirshir watched in disbelief as Yize pocketed ball after ball, ultimately sinking the very black 8 she had just misplayed. At that moment, Yize abandoned all notions of composure, throwing his cue to the ground, his fists clenched in triumph. Yes, I did it. Dong Shirshir was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. It turned out that Zegu placed such significance on this punishment. The last vestige of regret in her heart dissipated. Chapter 64, A New Technique in Striking. Task completed. 3 task points have been allocated. Yize opened the panel. Name: Yize. Age: 24. Health: 56. Currently in a subhealthy state. Energetic: 60. Seems somewhat lacking in vigor. Intelligence: 88. Categorized as clever. Physical strength: 60. Barely passing. Appearance: 78. Somewhat handsome. Task points: 8. Upon noticing the 8 task points at the bottom, Yize felt an immense sense of joy. With just 2 more task points, he could purchase health candies from them all. Seeing Yi Zhe in high spirits, Dong Shishir felt equally elated. Zegu, come here. I have more techniques to teach you. At her words, Yi Zhe approached and playfully pinched her cheek. Are you hiding something? Dong Shishir relished this intimacy, feeling as if they were an ordinary couple. No, I'll teach you right now. With that, she teasingly glanced at him, her cue stick deftly unbuttoning the top button of his casual shirt. Yi Zhe stared at her, intrigued to see what new tricks she had up her sleeve. Before he could react, he found himself pushed onto the billiard table. Zegu, let me teach you a new striking technique. She leaned over him, saying, first, we need to find a pivot point. She tapped his chest, like here. As Yi Zhe felt her warmth, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, only to have her brush them away. The support must remain still. The sound of the cue ball colliding with others echoed above them, followed by the sound of a ball sinking into a pocket. Dong Shishir leaned down and pressed a kiss on his lips, a reward for the support. Just as she lifted her head, a dizzying whirl caused the one lying on the table to transform into herself. Regaining control, Yi Zhe deepened their kiss. Thank you for the demonstration, master. Now let me have a go. Using the peak of the mountains as his pivot, he aimed at the ball. Dong Shishir looked at him alluringly. Listening to the sound of the ball sinking into the pocket above, the mountains were also fondled by her. Not bad. With the support, striking is indeed much easier. With that, she embraced him and carried him to the bedroom. Lin Yu and her friend had just finished viewing a house. The photos appeared quite appealing. Yet the loft fell short in reality. The other property not only had decor that aligned more with youthful aesthetics, but it also spared them the hassle of climbing around their own home. With 2 bedrooms, she could convert one into a streaming room. Ruanqing also deemed this house superior to the loft, and the rent was more affordable. Upon returning to the real estate agency, Lin Yu signed a contract, securing this 2-bedroom apartment. Holding the keys, she felt a sudden wave of stability wash over her. After sending the photos to Shuegu, the two prepared to purchase some streaming equipment. After paying the rent and agency fees, Shuegu still had plenty of money left, which was just enough to cover the equipment expenses. Since it was a tool for her livelihood, Lin Yu opted for high-quality items, a computer, a ring light, speakers, and a sound card. By the end, they had so much gear that they decided to have it delivered to their address. The 2 sisters then ventured to a nearby supermarket to procure some essentials and returned to tidy up the apartment. Initially, Lin Yu intended to hire a cleaning service, but Ruancheng persuaded her to save the money, arguing that it could fund a lavish meal for both of them. After Ruancheng finished mopping the floors, wiping the sweat from her forehead, she exclaimed, "If I had known it would be this exhausting, I might as well have hired a cleaning service. I must treat myself to an entire cow for dinner tonight." Lin Yu, who was mopping nearby, chuckled. "All right, go ahead and feast to your heart's content." As their conversation concluded, the delivery and installation team from Digital City arrived. Lin Yu guided them into the streaming room. True to their expertise, the professionals set everything up in less than an hour. They adjusted the lighting according to the room's ambience, allowing Lin Yu to open the streaming software and fine-tune the lights, enabling her to start streaming immediately. The results after calibration left Lin Yu immensely satisfied. She had not anticipated such a stark contrast between the pre- and post-adjustment states. Before calibration, the overall lighting appeared dim, necessitating a boost in beauty parameters to compensate. However, since Lin Yu was already quite attractive, increasing the beauty settings had made her look somewhat artificial. Now, such issues were completely eradicated, and her contentment was palpable. After bidding farewell to the installation team, all that remained was to buy some decorations, such as dolls and furniture, for the streaming room the next day. Ruancheng tugged at her hand. "Hurry, it's finally done. Let us go eat. I'm about to faint from hunger." "All right, let us go now. What do you want to eat?" "I want to try the new seafood buffet in the city." "Absolutely, let us set off." In the elevator, Lin Yu's WeChat notification chimed. She pulled out her phone to find a message from the boy who had bumped into her earlier that afternoon. "I've just wrapped up my work. How about you? My friend just gifted me a few vouchers for the newly opened Shaolu Seafood City. If you don't have any dietary restrictions, would you like to join me?" Lin Yu frowned slightly at the message. What a coincidence. Just as Ruancheng had mentioned it, he brought up the same restaurant. Noticing her frown, Ruancheng leaned closer. "What's wrong? Who is it?" Lin Yu showed her the phone, and Ruancheng exclaimed, "Wow, what a coincidence. Let us just go together. It'll save him from worrying about it." Ruancheng opened the boy's moments and discovered a photo of him registering for school, confirming that he attended the same institution as they did. "You see, some of our classmates have liked his post." Lin Yu glanced at the phone and indeed saw familiar classmates' likes, which eased her anxiety a bit. She exhaled a sigh of relief. "All right, then let us go with him." She replied to him on her phone. "Sure, let us meet at the restaurant entrance." "Okay, my name is Chao Jun. See you soon." Chao Jun smiled at the message that popped up on his phone. Coincidence? Merely a product of design. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes. 40 minutes later, the trio met smoothly at the restaurant's entrance. Throughout the journey, Chao Jun displayed a humorous and witty demeanor, causing Ruan Chung to laugh heartily. Lin Yu too. Couldn't he help but reveal her dimples occasionally? Chao Jun gazed at her intently. So, you have dimples, Yuzi? You look truly lovely when you smile. Lin Yu's previously upward curving lips slowly fell. She wasn't quite accustomed to unfamiliar people calling her Yuzi in real life. Ruan Chung, carefree and oblivious, responded, yes. Our Yuzi's dimples are utterly charming. The conversation flowed delightfully, and they learned that Chao Jun's family conducted business in the neighboring B city. Just as Ruan Chung was about to share details about her own family, Lin Yu discreetly grasped her hand beneath the table, causing her voice to falter. Lin Yu smiled as she took the conversation. Our families are quite ordinary, and we cannot compare to yours. Chao Jun, unfazed, chuckled and deftly shifted the topic. He was already well acquainted with Lin Yu's circumstances. The meal progressed pleasantly, with the seafood quality at the restaurant being commendable. Chao Jun even added Ruan Chung on WeChat. After dining, the trio returned to campus, and Chao Jun escorted the two to the entrance of the girls' dormitory before parting ways. As Ruan Chung ascended the stairs, she chatted with Lin Yu. I sense that Chao Jun is evidently interested in you. Lin Yu playfully tapped her on the head. All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry and wash up for bed. Aren't you tired? Chapter 65, The Imperial Edict. That evening, Su Momo nervously opened the music app on her phone. Upon seeing the notification of 99 private messages, she exclaimed in excitement. Initially, she had merely intended to experiment with creating short videos. Given the current popularity of vlogs showcasing a day in the life of sophisticated girls. However, Su Momo never anticipated achieving such remarkable success. Over the course of yesterday and today, she had uploaded only 2 videos, and her follower count had skyrocketed to 50,000. Each video garnered thousands of comments. Despite having realized her burgeoning fame yesterday, witnessing it now still filled her with elation. Lying in bed, Su Momo perused the comments. So, Enwa pinching me was merely casual, but when she pinched Momo, it was meticulous craftsmanship, right? Momo was undeniably beautiful. But didn't they notice that her home was equally stunning? Indeed, it appears to be a villa. Furthermore, the decor is incredibly cozy. Wow. This woman not only resides in a villa, but her unboxing videos showcase Hermes furniture? What? Are you saying the furniture within is from Hermes? No wonder my roommate constantly rolls his eyes at me. I had no idea about brands when he was showing off. Su Momo couldn't help but smile at such comments. Of course, not all remarks were devoid of jealousy and skepticism. It's all staged, right? Who knows if she's just another fake socialite renting a villa to shoot videos. That face looks modified. Which hospital? Recommendations, please. Isn't this too fake? Isn't the ultimate goal of visiting Hermes to buy bags? Where are the bags? A thought struck her. Right. Why did Ace suddenly buy Hermes furniture for me? Is it to surprise me with a bag? She shook her head, dismissing the possibility. It was unlikely. Hermes bags often face shortages. Perhaps he had purchased the furniture and would notify her when the bags arrived. Su Momo continued scrolling through the comments and was astonished to find a classmate's remark. I can't believe I saw our campus beauty making a video. I can attest that she's naturally this stunning. Not only is her family wealthy, but her boyfriend is also handsome and affluent. This comment amassed an absurd amount of likes and replies, as the classmate frequently responded to inquiries from netizens. Su Momo reflected on the serendipity of having a classmate clarifying things for her. She clicked on the classmate's profile, which was entirely empty, leaving her unable to discern their identity. Nevertheless, she sent a private message of gratitude. After reading the comments, her emotions fluctuated wildly. Positive remarks brought her joy, while negative ones inevitably dampened her spirits. Ultimately, she reassured herself that such experiences were a necessary part of the journey. Even illustrious stars have detractors. For someone like her, merely making short videos, encountering critics was perfectly normal. With this thought, she felt considerably better. However, she still took screenshots of a few comments to send to Ace, accompanying them with a crying emoji of a little girl. Yizhe and Dong Shishir exited their room once more, and night had fallen. Yizhe observed the woman gracefully descending the stairs and winced, relieved that she was only staying for 3 days. Otherwise, he would be utterly drained. Upon reaching the dining table, he glanced at the spread and then at the woman next to him, who wore a mischievous smile. His vision darkened. No wonder she had been whispering to the maid earlier without informing him. She had been waiting for him. The table was laden with an array of nourishing delicacies, soft-shelled turtle, oysters, chives, sea cucumber, and even a bomb pot. Goodness, if I consume all of this, I might just end up with a nosebleed tonight. At the table, Dong Shishir kindly served him food. No, thank you. You enjoy your meal. I can manage on my own. Oh, come on, Zay, don't be so distant with me. In the end, Yize merely sampled some oysters and lamb, sending the rest to Tian Feng, who spent the night restless, nearly generating sparks from his thumbs. After the meal, Yize promptly suggested that Dong Shishir choose a room for herself. He adamantly refused to share a room with her again that night. She would undoubtedly not let him off the hook. Has Zay grown weary of Shishir? He actually suggested I go to another room. Yize directly placed a finger over her lips. Enough. Don't try that with me. Be a good girl and go to bed. After returning and taking a shower, he noticed numerous unread messages on his phone. He felt akin to an emperor with concubines, each possessing unique traits, as he whimsically selected whom to engage with each day. Every concubine employed various tactics to capture his attention. Spotting Su Momo's message, his heart ached for her. Although he recognized this was a phase she had to endure, he still felt remorse. Su Momo had yet to sleep, so Yize decided to call her, offering words of comfort. The reason he refrained from sending videos was that he had previously mentioned being on a business trip to another city. A video call would reveal the familiar background of his bedroom, thereby exposing everything. Su Momo was actually feeling better. Sending screenshots to Yize was merely her way of seeking affection. However, hearing his gentle voice soothing her, warmth flooded her heart. Ace was truly so tender-hearted. They chatted for a full hour, and upon hearing her yawns, Yize finally coaxed her to sleep. He still had imperial edicts to review. Unexpectedly, this girl, Yuzi, was quite proactive. Not only had she rented a house, but she had also arranged her live streaming studio. Yize gazed at the professional equipment and suddenly recalled that Lin Yu had sought a media company for streaming due to the inconveniences at school. Yuzi, did you sign a long-term contract with the company? No, I was initially just part-time. The guild I joined is quite lenient with newcomers. Contracts are determined based on performance after a month of streaming. However, since you arrived, my commission has increased from 40 to 45. The supervisor wants to sign a contract with me, but I haven't had the chance yet. Yize clicked his tongue. Even with a 45 commission, the company still took 5 as profit. From what he understood, the guild had yet to provide her with substantial support. As for the increase to 45, all high-earning streamers received that rate. Some even received more, with the company offering rebates to top contributors. The company had not mentioned any rebates to her, nor had any contracts been signed. Now that she had a streaming venue, there was no need for her to continue relinquishing that 5. If you have time in the next few days, discuss terminating your contract with the guild. Let me know when you're available, and I'll have a lawyer accompany you. Although Lin Yu might not fully comprehend the situation, she is acutely aware that Brother Shui would never wish her harm. Moreover, her primary source of livelihood stems from Brother Shui's generous tips, which far surpass the meager contributions from others. Thus, she dutifully obeys him. Chapter 66, The New Bodyguard. The following day, Yize discovered a soft warmth enveloping him, momentarily believing he was still ensnared in a dream. He pinched the object beside him, the sensation remarkably tangible. Upon opening his eyes, he found it was indeed Dong Shishir. It was unclear at what hour she had stealthily entered his room. However, after a night of recuperation, Yize felt significantly better than the previous day. Noticing Dong Shishir was peacefully asleep, he chose not to disturb her, opting instead to take a shower in the guest room before heading downstairs. Yize summoned Tian Feng to join him in the gym. Ever since he had consumed the endurance candy, he had exclusively relied on Dong Shishir for physical training. This marked his first visit to the gym for an official workout, a perfect opportunity to gauge his progress in fitness. He selected the bench press once more, maintaining the same weight as before. As long as he found it easier than last time and could increase his repetitions, it would signify improvement. Last time, he had struggled through 30 repetitions, nearly exhausting himself. This time, he completed 30 with only a hint of fatigue. Remarkable. The effects of the candy were truly astonishing. He had begun to anticipate the emergence of random tasks each day. After 45 minutes of exercise, Yize was drenched in sweat. He finally understood why so many people cherished working out. The exhilarating sensation of perspiration was undeniably pleasurable. Tian Feng, too, was sweating profusely, not solely from the workout, but due to the constant tension of safeguarding his boss. Today's exercises consisted primarily of anaerobic activities, and if his boss were to slip up, it could be disastrous if he failed to protect him adequately. Wiping his brow with a towel draped around his neck, Tian Feng took a moment to rest. Zhang Rower had been discharged from the hospital yesterday, and a caregiver had already been arranged, alleviating his worries. Nevertheless, he felt it prudent to assign her a bodyguard as well. All of his women deserved equal treatment. Yize inquired, "Are there any capable female bodyguards available in your company?" Tian Feng stiffened, realizing his boss intended to assign a bodyguard to another woman. "Yes, we have several skilled individuals, all of whom have military backgrounds. When we are not engaged in missions, we dedicate our time to training and sparring." Yize nodded in agreement. He was quite satisfied with Shiryu's assistance to Su Momo, who, even when not venturing out, would actively help her with various tasks. The success of her recent short video was, in no small part, due to Shiryu's involvement in its production. He held a favorable view of Tianfeng as well, appreciating his diligence and discretion, as he never pried into Yi Zhe's interactions with others. He exhibited a commendable sense of responsibility as a bodyguard. All right, have your boss send a female bodyguard here for an interview, Yi Zhe instructed. Tianfeng eagerly replied, understood. Ah, and by the way, ask if there are any female bodyguards willing to travel out of town. If so, have them come as well. Absolutely. The request for a traveling female bodyguard was naturally intended for Dong Shishir, considering the potential danger she might face alone in another city. Although he had contemplated finding someone directly in her city, he felt it was unreliable without having seen them in person. Encountering a bodyguard as ineffective as the first one he had hired would be tantamount to throwing money away, providing no real protection. Upon exiting the gym, Yi Zhe returned to the guest room to shower and donned a light blue striped shirt and linen trousers. He found Dong Shishir still asleep in the master bedroom and took a moment to admire her serene visage from the sofa. The aggressiveness she typically exuded seemed to vanish along with her makeup, revealing a youthful and innocent appearance. Her eyelashes were beautifully curled, and the morning sunlight cast delicate shadows upon her face. Her skin was flawless, with soft, downy hair glistening in the sun, making him yearn to reach out and touch it. Perhaps sensing a gaze upon her, Dong Shishir's eyes fluttered open after a slight movement beneath her eyelids. Still in a daze from sleep, she failed to notice Yi Zhe sitting nearby. She felt the coolness of the bed beside her, realizing it had long since lost its warmth, prompting her to sit up abruptly. However, her swift motion caused her to lose her balance and tumble forward. Yi Zhe rushed over to catch her, averting the impending mishap. Feeling the familiar embrace, Dong Shishir regained her composure. Upon noticing Yi Zhe dressed in a casual yet stylish manner, her heart raced. She greeted him with a radiant smile. Good morning, Zhe Ge. Yi Zhe returned the smile. Good morning, little lazybones. Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. Shortly after they had finished breakfast, Tianfeng entered the villa with 2 female bodyguards in tow. Ah, those who have served in the military indeed operate with remarkable efficiency, Yi Zhe mused. Dong Shishir observed the newcomers with curiosity. They appeared resolute and exuded a sense of integrity, prompting her to think little of their presence. Both bodyguards were of similar height, likely around 172 centimeters. With their backs straight and poised. Hello, Mr. Yi, they greeted. Hello, ladies. Who among you is available for long-term assignments out of town? One of the short-haired women stepped forward. I am. Single? Yes, I am single and identify as anti-marriage. I do not plan to seek a partner in the future. Very well. For the first month, your salaries will be identical. However, I will reimburse your housing costs while you are away. Just send me a copy of the rental agreement. Understood. The 2 women responded in unison. Yi Zhe gestured toward Dong Shishir. You will accompany her and ensure her safety. Dong Shishir's eyes widened in realization. The short-haired woman before her was the bodyguard that Zhe Ge had arranged for her. Brother, I shouldn't encounter any danger, right? The short-haired bodyguard felt a pang of anxiety at the girl's words, though she masked it well. She worried that she might not be needed after all. Yi Zhe replied. You think you're not in danger? Have you forgotten what time you finish work each day? Oh, right, she acknowledged, recalling that she often worked late, returning to her dormitory close to 1 in the morning. If she were to participate in personal competitions, particularly against formidable opponents, her hours would extend even further. But I live in the dormitory. Move out. You should rent a larger place, and you can live together. I will reimburse the costs. Yi Zhe increasingly felt this was a sound plan. If Dong Shishir rented the apartment, the system would even provide her with a rebate. The reimbursement for the bodyguard's expenses would come directly from his own funds, and while he was currently affluent, it was unwise to squander money. After all, who in the world would ever complain of having too little money? All right, it's settled then. By the way, can you cook? The short-haired bodyguard nodded, yes. Yi Zhe was even more pleased. Perfect. You can prepare meals for her, saving her from having to manage that after long days at work. Given the increase in responsibilities, he decided to raise her salary by an additional 20,000 yuan. With the dual role of personal protection and cooking, she was practically taking on the duties of a housekeeper. An extra 20,000 yuan hardly seemed excessive. Dong Shishir was genuinely astonished. She had believed that, knowing Zhe Ge had more than one woman, her own significance was not particularly special. Thus, she had been working diligently these past few days, aiming merely to be remembered by him, hoping he would frequent her live streams more often. Unexpectedly, the other party genuinely cared for her well-being, considering her personal safety and dietary health. Every day after work, she merely snacked to satiate her hunger. Sometimes, when it got too late, she would forego dinner altogether after her nightly routine. Consequently, her stomach was no longer as resilient as it once had been. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she embraced Yi Zhe's arm, exclaiming, "Darling, you are truly wonderful." Chapter 67. The Internet Beggar? Yi Zhe pinched her cheek lightly, replying, "Well, it's good that you understand." He turned his attention back to the short-haired girl. "You have today to pack your belongings, and you can also terminate your lease. Tomorrow, you shall accompany her without delay. Is that sufficient time?" The short-haired bodyguard, lacking family or friends, was surrounded only by colleagues from the bodyguard company. Immersed in training daily, her possessions were minimal, making it entirely feasible to pack and vacate within a day. "Absolutely." Yi Zhe expressed his satisfaction further. "Once you finish, seek out Tian Feng. You will be staying with him tonight. Aunt Gong, please prepare a room for her at your place tonight." "Understood." Meanwhile, another girl with a high ponytail, having observed the arrangements, felt overlooked, perhaps having been passed over. However, she remained undeterred. It hadn't been long since Yi Zhe required a third bodyguard. Perhaps this time, her rejection would soon lead to another opportunity. Yi Zhe retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Rower. The call was answered promptly. "How rare of you to remember your little sister." Hearing her familiar tone, reminiscent of a character from classic literature, Yi Zhe shook his head helplessly. Beside him, Dong Shishir's instincts were on high alert. The voice on the other end was not as subdued as she expected. This signified that Yi Zhe had not one, but two women in his life. Clenching her fists, she contemplated her previous frequency of communication with him. This simply wouldn't do. She needed to reach out to him more often. "Where are you?" "You'll be working tomorrow. Are you busy today?" "Yes, I've hired a bodyguard for you. And I've given her your number to make contact." The high ponytailed bodyguard exchanged glances with her short-haired counterpart, excitement bubbling within them. She, too, had been employed. "Long live Yi Zhe." Zhang Rower offered no resistance, accepting her brother's kindness with gratitude. "Thank you for your affection, brother." "Indeed. When will you be back?" "I miss you." "I'll return tomorrow. I must get back to work now." After ending the call, Yi Zhe instructed the bodyguard to save Zhang Rower's number. "All right. You may go meet her. Today is merely an introduction. The formalities will begin tomorrow." "Understood, Yi Zhe." The two women departed the villa, each heading towards their respective destinations. The bodyguard company's group chat buzzed with excitement. "How did it go? Who got hired?" The short-haired bodyguard replied, "Both of us." "Really? That is fantastic. Congratulations. But aren't you off to another city? Shall we gather for a farewell before you leave?" "Sure." The owner of the bodyguard company chimed in. "Yi Zhe is truly our benefactor. Make sure to give your all in the new city." "Rest assured I will." Today marked Dong Shishir's last day with them, and Yi Zhe wished to take her out to explore the sights of City A, for it boasted numerous attractions. He couldn't solely act as a tour guide for just the first day of shopping at the International Trade Center, leaving everything else unexplored. However, Dong Shishir was reluctant, dismissing the idea of sightseeing as easily accessible online. She preferred to stay at home, enjoying intimate moments with Yi Zhe. "Darling, why not let the ants have a half-day off?" Why?" Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "I can cook. I'll prepare lunch and dinner for you." Recalling the reward for winning at billiards yesterday, a smile graced Yi Zhe's face. "Aunt Gong, Aunt Jean, you both can take a half-day off today to spend time with your families." Their immediate response was to decline, fearing they had failed to meet his expectations. "Oh no. That's quite unnecessary." Yi Zhe reassured them. "We'll manage lunch and dinner ourselves. Tian Feng will be in the yard, so you needn't worry. Your positions are secure." After receiving his assurance, Aunt Gong and Aunt Jean gratefully tidied the accommodations for the female bodyguard before departing. Understanding that this was Yi Zhe's way of allowing him and Miss Dong some private time, Tian Feng discreetly returned to his quarters in the yard. Su Momo's vlog had been gaining significant traction, making it easy for residents of the same city to stumble upon her videos. One of the ladies who often played mahjong with Su's mother became aware of the situation. While losing to Su's mother yet again, she casually remarked, "I must say, Mrs. Su, you are quite fortunate." Noticing the tone, Mrs. Su sensed trouble but opted to remain silent. The other lady persisted. "Your daughter is becoming increasingly beautiful and has garnered some fame online. Is that so?" "I always knew Mrs. Su had good fortune. Her husband is impressive. And so is her daughter." Mrs. Su was left bewildered. "What fame online?" Mrs. Liu, feigning surprise, exclaimed, "Oh, Mrs. Su, you didn't know your daughter is a blogger making short videos?" The grandeur of her residence was evident. "What? Making short videos?" To her, that was no different from being an internet beggar. Wasn't her daughter's boyfriend a wealthy man? How could he be so generous early in their relationship and yet allow her to expose herself like this? Mrs. Su's hand faltered as she played. She recalled her daughter mentioning that her boyfriend was involved in investments, which often entailed high risks alongside high returns. Could it be that he had lost everything? Was her daughter now relying on her for financial support? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Surely, he had intended this from the start. Otherwise, why would he have been so generous? Feeling as if she had unraveled the truth, Mrs. Su found herself increasingly uneasy. The money she had won in mahjong now tasting bland. However, she couldn't leave just yet. If she did, those old women would surely concoct tales against her. With a feigned smile, she replied, yes, my daughter has always been curious to try new things. My husband and I initially disapproved. But since she excels at everything she attempts, we decided to let her pursue her interests. It appears she is trying her hand at the internet this time, and is doing quite well. Besides, the house in Suha Bay is indeed magnificent. I no longer need to worry about her dating. Just a few days into their relationship, and he gifted her this villa, with the property deed in her name. The other ladies at the mahjong table, all with similar modest backgrounds, were taken aback by the revelation of Su Momo's affluent partner. Immediately, their tone shifted to one of flattery. Momo has always been a fortunate child. This only infuriated Mrs. Liu further. What was meant to be a moment of spite for her had turned into a means for Mrs. Su to bask in glory. Internally anxious, Mrs. Su maintained her composure and continued to engage in pleasant conversation with the others. Finally, when the game concluded, she hurried to her car and immediately dialed Su Momo's number. Su Momo, you need to come home right now. I heard you've become an internet beggar. Chapter 68. If there's nothing urgent, please refrain from contacting me. Su Momo. Before she could utter a word, the call was abruptly disconnected. Su Momo set down her phone with a sigh, feeling truly suffocated by her family. At times, she mused that a life in a humble household would be preferable. Even without wealth, the affection of parents would be a blessing. However, now contemplating this was futile, as it could not alter the reality of her situation. Sure you, let us return home, she said. Sure you nodded, replying, all right. On the way, she noticed her employer's foul mood and thoughtfully turned on the car's music. Su Momo smiled at her gratefully. Upon entering the house, a slipper flew towards them. Sure you, seeing this from behind, swiftly stepped forward to deflect the projectile, preventing Su Momo from being struck. Su's mother, upon noticing the unfamiliar woman accompanying her daughter, grew even angrier. Who is she? Another unsavory acquaintance? So you return home with a shield, do you? The harsh words made even the stoic Sure Yu furrow her brow. I am the bodyguard hired by Mr. Yi to protect Momo. Su's mother scoffed. Mr. Yi? Your boyfriend? Why do you need a bodyguard at home? Is there some kind of danger? Su Momo calmly pulled Sure Yu onto the sofa, gazing at her mother, who resembled a madwoman, and said, I see you remain unaware. The greatest danger in this home is, in fact, my parents. What? We raised you, and this is how you repay us? Su Momo, unwilling to engage in such discussions, retorted, why did you summon me back? Fuming, Su's mother hesitated to act aggressively with Sure Yu present. I ask you, is it not your boyfriend who lost money in investments? Is that not why you are pursuing that internet venture? Her voice dripped with disdain. I knew he was only nice to you for ulterior motives. Perhaps he even intends to borrow money from your father. Su Momo was vexed. What absurdity was this? Ace has plenty of money. You should be grateful if you never need to borrow from him again. Su's mother continued her tirade. You mustn't be foolish. Sure Yu remained silent, realizing why Miss Su had opted to live away from home. This environment was hardly conducive to emotional well-being. Mother, did you call me back without even watching my video? Su Momo pressed. Why should I watch your video? All I know is that you nearly brought shame upon me today while playing mahjong. You should stop making videos and return home. If that boyfriend is unreliable, I can introduce you to someone suitable. Su Momo shot back. In your eyes, I am merely a pawn in family matchmaking. With Ace, I am free. He allows me to pursue my passions without demands. Furious, Su's mother began to speak, but Su Momo interrupted. Perhaps you should watch my video before you judge. The notion of being an internet beggar is preposterous. Also, Ace will not go bankrupt. He just acquired a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Your petty business ventures are beneath his notice. If you believe I bring you shame, then do not contact me again. Without waiting for her mother's reaction, she turned and left. Su's mother trembled with rage, speechless. Su Momo had always been meek and compliant at home. This was her first act of defiance, leaving her mother momentarily stunned. How audacious! To speak to her mother in such a manner, and to bring a bodyguard home. Wasn't she doing all this for her own good? What was wrong with being a wealthy lady? Hadn't she lived that way for years? Su's mother collapsed onto the sofa, furious, hurling her cup to the floor. The housekeeper, frightened, stood by, silent. Su's mother glared at her. Do you not see the broken glass? Hurry and clean it up. Are you dead? Just standing there? The housekeeper quickly retrieved the necessary items to tidy up. Su's mother's irritation only grew as she observed the housekeeper's trembling demeanor, and she stormed upstairs, slamming her door with a loud bang. Seated in the passenger seat beside Sure Yu, Su Momo rolled down the window, taking in the scenery outside. Today, she had finally done what she had longed to do but feared doing. Her hands still trembled, yet her heart felt inexplicably liberated. At last, she had bravely expressed her true feelings. All thanks to Ace. Without him, she might still be trapped in an endless cycle of blind dates with arrogant men, putting on a facade of marital bliss for the sake of their parents. Her parents embodied this very dynamic, and she had seen enough of it. Determined not to repeat their mistakes. Although she felt guilty for her earlier words, a lightness filled her heart. After the housekeeper left, Dong Shishir cozied up to Yizhe, performing a dance meant solely for his eyes, and afterward, they playfully teased each other. Suddenly, Yizhe's phone buzzed. It was a message from Shiryu. Since Shiryu had become Su Momo's bodyguard, she had never reached out to him. Anxiety gripped him before he even read the message. Had something happened to Momo? His phone, an older model gifted by his parents years ago for his academic success, felt heavy in his hand. Watching the spinning circle on the WeChat screen heightened his anxiety. He called Tian Feng, instructing him to wait at the door while he changed clothes. Dong Shishir, confused by his sudden urgency, asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Do you need my help?" Yizhe pressed a kiss to her forehead, reassuring her. "It's nothing. I'll be back shortly. You can entertain yourself, maybe watch a movie." Once outside, he saw Tian Feng already waiting in the car. He slid into the passenger seat and instructed, "Take me to Suhabei." Understood. As they drove, Yizhe opened Shiryu's message. After reading it, his furrowed brow relaxed. It seemed Su's mother was upset about her short video career, mistakenly believing it to be a sign of failure in her investments. Thank goodness it wasn't anything serious. Since she had quarreled with her family and was likely in a foul mood, he decided to buy her a gift. Girls tend to feel a little better upon receiving presents. "Let us head to the nearby mall," he said. "Sure," replied Tian Feng as he turned the car towards the shopping center. Yizhe planned to buy a diamond necklace, recalling the ad slogan, "A diamond lasts forever. A single gem to cherish." What girl doesn't adore diamonds? Upon arriving at the mall, Yizhe headed straight to the jewelry store. The sales assistant, upon noticing his designer attire and the renowned watch on his wrist, greeted him with a bright smile, recognizing him as a wealthy patron. Today's first sale was riding on him. As Yizhe scanned the display of necklaces, he found them somewhat underwhelming. They appeared too diminutive. If the diamonds were so small, the necklace would overshadow them, relegating the diamonds to mere embellishments. "Do you have larger diamonds? Perhaps some pink ones?" With a beaming smile, the sales assistant responded, "Please hold on for a moment, sir. I will fetch some for you." Yizhe settled onto a high stool, waiting. Just then, a couple entered the store, the man adorned in designer labels, while the woman wore scant fabric that would reveal much with the slightest bend. Another salesperson approached, inquiring, "What type of jewelry would you like to see? Necklaces, rings, or perhaps something else?" The woman did not respond immediately, but instead turned to her partner, asking, "Darling, may I choose freely today?" The man removed his sunglasses, tucking them into his collar, and replied, "Of course, indulge yourself. Today, I shall make you happy." Overjoyed, the woman embraced him passionately, oblivious to their surroundings. After a moment, she began to peruse the jewelry on display, but after scanning the selection, she seemed dissatisfied, pouting slightly. The salesperson responsible for attending to Yizhe emerged, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. "Thank you for your patience," he said, as he unveiled the cloth. The diamonds sparkled brilliantly under the lights. "Sir, this is a 10-carat all-natural diamond ring, exuding both luxury and contemporary elegance. This is the only pink diamond necklace in the store, featuring a 12-carat all-natural pink diamond, beautifully retaining its heart shape as designed by the jeweler. Additionally, we have this full-circle sugar diamond bracelet and a full-circle fancy-shaped diamond bracelet." The salesperson continued to present the exquisite pieces on the tray. Yizhe found himself quite pleased with the selections, envisioning 3 individuals, each obtaining one. Just as he was about to request packaging for his chosen items, an excited female voice interrupted him. "Wow, the jewelry on the tray is stunning. Darling, I want it." The man beside her chimed in. "Which one caught your eye? Just buy it. It's your birthday, after all." "I want that pink diamond necklace," she declared. Yizhe raised an eyebrow, sensing a challenge for the jewelry. "I apologize for the interruption, but I was just about to say that I'll take the pink diamond necklace," he asserted, turning to the salesperson. "Also, please wrap up the 2 diamond bracelets." The salesperson, taken aback, stammered, "You mean, you want all 3 pieces?" Yizhe nodded affirmatively. "Yes, please package them. I'm in a hurry." The salesperson eagerly agreed, "Of course, sir." However, the man beside them grew displeased, scoffing, "How pretentious. You're trying to buy 3 pieces at once? Can you even afford them? My girlfriend also wants that necklace." The salesperson found himself in a difficult position. Indeed, this gentleman mentioned it first. "Perhaps you both might consider this ring?" Yizhe interjected, I'll take that ring as well." If the man was going to be arrogant, Yizhe thought it only fitting to solidify that perception. "Are you doing this on purpose? Are you looking to provoke me?" The man retorted. "My girlfriend expressed a desire for that necklace. Didn't you hear? Yi Zhe feigned innocence. I did hear, but I arrived first. And the items were brought out for me to view. I found something I like, and I see no issue in purchasing it. The man's expression darkened as he assessed Yi Zhe's demeanor. Don't think that just because you are wearing designer brands, you can act superior here. You didn't even inquire about the prices before deciding to buy everything. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Yi Zhe met his gaze with indifference. I didn't ask the price because I have the means to purchase it all. The man proposed, how about this, since we both desire it? Let us bid on it. The highest bidder wins. Yi Zhe scoffed. You must be joking. I have no need to bid for something I can buy at retail price. Do you think this is an auction? The man's frustration escalated. Just then, Tian Feng, a tall figure, stepped forward, arms crossed over his chest. Glaring at the man's tirade ceased abruptly as he assessed the stark contrast in stature between himself and the imposing Tian Feng, swallowing hard. Wait, are you two together? You brought a bodyguard with you? Yi Zhe, uninterested, thought about the limited time he had with Dong Shishir, who would be leaving after 3 days. He had to hurry back after visiting Mo. Please wrap it up, he urged. The salesperson, snapping back to reality, nodded eagerly. Certainly, sir. The man, discontented but cautious, followed Yi Zhe, mocking. If you can afford all that jewelry today, I'll crawl around the store. He was convinced that Yi Zhe could not possibly have the funds for such a purchase. Yi Zhe glanced back. Fine, if you wish to crawl. I shall grant your wish. Good luck buying it first. The woman quietly asked the attending salesperson, how much is that pink diamond necklace? Though slightly disappointed it wasn't her sale, the salesperson smiled and replied, pink diamonds are rare. This one, graded fancy light pink, is priced at 6 million. What? 6 million? Just for that? Indeed, and if the color grade were higher, the price would be even steeper. The man who had just quarreled with Yi Zhe gulped. 6 million? He couldn't afford that. He barely had over $1 million in his account. How could pink diamonds be so costly? Thank goodness this arrogant man bought it. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing if his girlfriend had insisted on purchasing it. Wait, could this person truly afford it? Hello, sir, your total comes to 32 million. I'll pay by card. Only when he saw the POS machine gradually printing the receipt did he begin to believe that Yi Zhe genuinely possessed such wealth. Sir, may I have your name? Your purchase qualifies you for VIP status at our store, and we can offer you a satisfactory discount on future visits. My surname is Yi. Understood, Mr. Yi, please hold on. The man's mind raced, connecting the dots. The Yi family of City A, could it be the illustrious Yi family? Cold sweat broke out as he realized he had provoked someone from the Yi family. After completing the transaction, Yi Zhe smiled and waved the receipt. Now, shall we commence your performance? Tian Feng stepped forward once more. The man, filled with regret, wished he could turn back time and avoid provoking Yi Zhe. Given Yi Zhe's status, he dared not act out and instead knelt on the ground, crawling while smiling ingratiatingly at Yi Zhe. Unbeknownst to Yi Zhe, who merely thought the man was quite flexible in his demeanor, other salespeople and passers-by gathered around, some even recording the spectacle on their phones. The woman, oblivious to the Yi family's significance, was mortified to see her boyfriend crawling on the ground, and as she overheard the murmurs around her, she felt utterly humiliated. Unable to bear it any longer, she covered her face and fled. The man longed to chase after her, but felt the weight of Yi Zhe's gaze and refrained. Yi Zhe, feeling no inclination to engage further, found that his wealth had indeed broadened his tolerance. Are you not going to pursue her? The man, filled with gratitude, thanked Yi Zhe and hurried outside. As he ran, he felt relieved that Yi Zhe was merely a moderately wealthy unknown and that the latter did not recognize him or wish to hold him accountable. Otherwise, he might have been crushed like an ant. As for his embarrassment, it mattered little. Avoiding trouble was what counted. Chapter 70. Let us call her Xiaomei. Tian Feng willingly took the packaged jewelry and returned to the car. Ding, your total spending of 32 million has earned you a rebate of 302 million, which has been credited to your industrial and commercial bank account. After starting their relationship, Yi Zhe had heard from Mo about the family's circumstances. It was indeed suffocating. She was now filming short videos from home, even with Shiryu and a nanny present. Occasionally, solitude may still linger. Let us visit a pet store. Tian Feng glanced at Yi Zhe through the rearview mirror. All right. The proprietor is indeed a gentle soul. Although there are a few too many women around, his kindness towards them is commendable. Tian Feng navigated to the address of a pet shop. The owner sat listlessly at the door, as business on weekdays tends to be rather slow. Taking a bite of his apple, he noticed a long Rolls-Royce Phantom gracefully approaching from a distance. He chewed with increased vigor. A long Rolls-Royce Phantom. How many men dream of owning such a vehicle? When might he possess a Rolls-Royce himself? While lost in thought, the Phantom came to a halt before him. Tian Feng exited the driver's seat and respectfully opened the door for Yi Zhe. Ah, how splendid it is to be wealthy. One need not even open their own car door. When he becomes affluent, he too will hire a chauffeur. The man who stepped out of the car was quite handsome. Wait, could these two be visiting his shop? The pet store owner immediately set aside his apple and wiped his hands on his clothing. Welcome. Are you here to choose a pet? Yes. May I inquire who will be the caretaker? Do you prefer a toy dog or a larger breed? Yze pondered, considering Mo's petite stature. If they were to adopt a large dog, walking it when it matured would blur the lines of who was walking home. A toy dog. Please. Is it a female caretaker? In that case, I recommend a Maltese, a Yorkshire Terrier, or a Schnauzer. Yze perused the selections with the owner, finding both the Yorkshire Terrier and Maltese to be quite adorable. He had previously seen affluent young women on social media with these breeds, as their long fur allowed for a variety of charming outfits and delightful accessories. Even the dog's hairstyles changed daily. Just as he was deliberating, a small Maltese joyfully spun in circles, its bright eyes fixed on him. Quite spirited and evidently healthy, Yze remarked, pointing at it. I'll take that one. The pet store owner picked up the little pup. Perfect. It happens to be a female, which is more manageable for a woman. Male dogs tend to exhibit territorial behaviors, marking their territory indiscriminately. A female, however, does not present such concerns. Sounds good. Aware of their affluence, the pet store owner eagerly promoted additional pet supplies. Here we have a selection of clothing and accessories for the puppies. You might consider purchasing a few. Sure, let us buy some for Mo. And she can select her favorites later. Consequently, under the proprietor's guidance, Yze chose 5 adorable outfits and an array of toys, along with a dog bed, food, and other supplies, necessitating 3 trips back and forth for Tianfeng. Yze cradled the puppy in the back seat, satisfied at last. There is no sorrow that a charming puppy and exquisite jewelry cannot mend, especially since he had accumulated a delightful buff. The vehicle swiftly made its way to Suhebei. Tianfeng knew without a doubt that Su Mo would be in the greenhouse. The climate-controlled environment ensured that various flowers flourished continuously, and the selection was ever-changing. These delicate blossoms were well cared for by Su Mo. Upon entering the greenhouse, Su Mo's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing her visitor. She hurried to Yze. Aren't you supposed to return tomorrow? Yze embraced her. Yes, I returned early, but I can only stay for a while. Su Mo felt a surge of emotion. Despite his impending departure, the fact that the first thing he did upon returning was to see her filled her with joy. She tilted her face up to him. I feel so happy. Yze gently pinched her cheek. Why are you sitting here in a daze? Did something unpleasant happen today? Su Mo shook her head. No, I was just lost in thought. Yze sighed. Mo was truly too well-behaved, unaware that children who cry receive milk. If something is troubling you, please tell me right away. I will always be your best listener. Su Mo nodded, hugging Yze tightly, as if drawing strength from the embrace. Yze took her hand. Come and see the gifts I brought you. Su Mo's eyes sparkled. You brought me gifts? Let me see. It's a secret. He guided her to the living room sofa and instructed her to cover her eyes. No peeking. Haha, what could it be? So mysterious. With great anticipation, Su Mo obediently covered her eyes. Yze retrieved the pink diamond necklace from his pocket and gently placed it around her neck. Feeling the coolness against her skin, Su Mo opened her eyes. She looked down at the necklace. Wow, it's beautiful. I love it. She rushed to the mirror, admiring it even more. For the first time, she found pink to be so lovely. But the surprises were not yet over. Tianfeng entered with a cardboard box. Yze set it on the sofa. Come, let us unwrap your second gift. Su Mo excitedly approached, and the moment she opened the box, her eyes met those of the little creature inside. In that instant, her heart melted. She lovingly lifted the puppy out and looked at Yze, tears streaming down her face. The grievances she had endured at home had vanished without a trace. Yze pulled her onto his lap. Why are you crying? Su Mo's voice trembled. I've always wanted to raise a puppy, but my mother wouldn't allow it. After coming here, I considered getting one, but I didn't know if you would approve, so I kept quiet. I never expected that today you would surprise me with a puppy. I couldn't hold back my emotions. Yze stroked her silky hair. I told you, here with me, you need not worry about such things. I only want you to be carefree, whatever you desire. I will wholeheartedly support. Knowing you felt wrong today, I hurried back to accompany you. Now, dry your tears, and let us name your puppy. Su Mo wiped her tears. Let us name her Xiaomei. Yze chuckled. The name chosen by the school's Belle was indeed simple. All right, from now on. You shall be Demei, and she will be Xiaomei. Tianfeng, ensure you carried the pet supplies into the house, one by one. Su Mo was entirely liberated from her earlier discontent. Wow, you even bought so many accessories and outfits for Xiaomei. I will dress her up beautifully every day. Yes, I selected a few outfits. From now on, let Demei choose Xiaomei's clothes. Su Mo snuggled contentedly against him. Darling, I love you so much. And I love you too. Chapter 71, A Bountiful Harvest. Under the setting sun, Su Mo joyfully chased her new family member in the yard. Yize watched the scene with a smile that could not be contained. Sure, you stood nearby, capturing the girl's laughter on film. With some editing. This will make for splendid material. After spending a considerable time with Su Mo, Yize finally rose to leave. Once I finish my tasks, I shall return to keep you company. Although he felt reluctant to depart, Su Mo obediently escorted him to the door. Today had already been filled with joy, and she did not wish to impede Yize's endeavors. To earn such a considerable sum of money undoubtedly requires a significant expenditure of energy. Dong Shirshir is unaware of the hour at which Yize will return, so she must occupy herself in the meantime. Within the expansive confines of the villa, she finds herself utterly alone, lightly brushing her arm. A house of such magnitude can indeed feel rather daunting when one is by themselves. On his way back, Yize reclines in the car, his eyes closed in contemplation. Sumu assumes he has suffered a setback in his investments. Likely unaware that he has not even viewed the video made by Mo, and upon hearing some gossip, she angrily summoned her. Alas, he initially aimed merely to relish life and engage in charitable acts. It seems, however, that possessing a business enterprise is imperative, otherwise, one risks being underestimated. Yet, the contemplation of what kind of company to establish remains a matter for further consideration. His university major bears little relevance to business management, and he has no intention of overexerting himself in this regard. How splendid it would be if there were a woman adept in management. Lost in thought, he arrives at his villa. The moment he hears a noise at the door, Dong Shirshir, who has been waiting on the first floor, dashes towards him like a little cannonball, exclaiming softly in his ear, "Husband, you're so slow. I felt quite frightened all alone in this vast villa." Yize playfully lifts her chin. "Oh, is there something that frightens our Shirshir? After all, our Shirshir is unafraid even of horror films." You've discovered my secret." She retorts, "That is different. Have you eaten yet?" "You've returned just in time. I've just prepared steak." Caught up in his busy schedule, Yize feels his stomach grumble upon hearing that dinner is ready. At the table, he discovers not only steak, but also roasted chicken and salad, with the steak cut into perfectly bite-sized pieces. As he savors a piece of steak, he finds it cooked to perfection, neither too rare nor overdone, and delightfully tender. Noting the eager anticipation in her gaze, he generously praises her efforts. Delicious. Dong Shirshir beams with delight. He, of course. Who do you think made it? After their meal, Yize presents her with an ornate box, a gift for you, since we left our Shirshir waiting alone in the villa for so long today. Upon opening it, Dong Shirshir gasps to find a diamond-studded bracelet. Yize stands and fastens the bracelet around her wrist, under the soft glow of the lights. It sparkles brilliantly. "It's so beautiful. I adore it. Thank you, Zegu," she exclaims. Yize raises an eyebrow with a teasing smirk. I recall someone calling for something different yesterday." Dong Shirshir, her figure alluringly close to him, whispers in his ear, "Husband." He realizes she is indeed enchanting. Even the simplest words can be laden with allure. Tonight, he must engage in a playful contest with her. After a day of rest, he feels invigorated, ready to embrace the challenge. Dong Shirshir has a flight at 10 in the morning, yet she finds herself unable to rise. The slightest movement causes her back to ache as if she had been run over by a vehicle. She was utterly exhausted yesterday. Initially, she managed quite well, but eventually, she found herself overwhelmed. Despite her pleas for mercy, her partner showed no signs of relent, only intensifying his efforts. Having returned revitalized from his exercise, Yize enters the master bedroom to find Dong Shirshir leaning against the wall, lost in thought. "What are you pondering? Hurry and take a shower and eat, or you'll miss your flight," he urges. She shoots him a reproachful glare. "Isn't it all your fault?" Yize sheepishly rubs his nose, acknowledging that he is indeed the instigator. He scoops her up and carries her to the bathroom. "All right then, as punishment, I shall wash you." Dong Shirshir, apprehensive of his intentions, quickly pushes him away. No, I'll be ready shortly. You should wait for me in the dining room." "Very well," he concedes. Dong Shirshir's bodyguard has already packed her belongings. A single suitcase suffices. However, one suitcase proves insufficient for all the gifts Yize has bestowed upon her. She arrived with a small suitcase, yet now she finds herself lugging a larger one to accommodate everything. In high spirits, she boards the plane, feeling that her trip to a city has been quite fruitful. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruer's leave of absence has come to an end, and she is set to return to the company for a live broadcast. Unlike before, she is not alone. A tall bodyguard with a high ponytail accompanies her. Distinguished by her athletic build, the female bodyguard is named Lulu. Upon Zhang Ruer's arrival, her colleagues quickly gather around her. "How is your grandmother? Is she well?" "Yes, she is fine. The surgery was a success," she assures them. I thought you wouldn't be able to return to work and would have to care for her at home, they express. Zhang Ruer smiles. No need for concern. I have arranged for a caregiver. Her teammates nod in relief, grateful that all is well. Zhang Ruer is undeniably the most beautiful in the team. The success of their unadorned group is largely attributed to her presence. Without her, their live streams would surely lack the same fervor. After inquiring about her grandmother's condition, they turned their curiosity to the identity of the woman accompanying her. The first order of business for Zhang Ruer upon arriving at the company is to inform her supervisor about having a bodyguard accompany her to and from work. The supervisor, surprised, smiles knowingly upon learning that it was arranged by Shui Ge. Well done. Ensure you keep Shui Ji close, he advises. Zhang Ruer replies with a smile, yes. However, when faced with her teammates' inquiries, she simply explains that the bodyguard is a distant relative who will be accompanying her to and from work from now on. Having exhausted their questions, her teammates reluctantly drop the subject, though inwardly they scoff. So what if she has a big brother? What is the big deal? Whether he can keep her close is still uncertain. During her absence, Shui Ge hasn't appeared in the live stream at all. Perhaps he has already forgotten about her. With several days away from work, the company has introduced new choreography. Zhang Ruer arrives early, eager to learn the new dance to avoid any embarrassment during the evening's live broadcast. After bidding farewell to Dong Shi, Yize finds himself in a moment of reflection. He has been quite thoroughly drained, and this morning, Zhang Ruer mentioned that today marks her return to work. Naturally, he intends to be supportive. It has been days since he visited Xuxin's live stream. Perhaps he will stop by after Ruer's broadcast concludes. With some time on his hands, he contacts a law firm in Sea City, requesting that a lawyer accompany Yuzi tomorrow to negotiate their contract termination. If the other party cooperates, that would be splendid. If not, he instructs the lawyer to teach them a lesson. As for the live stream, he and Yuzi share the same sentiment. They will address it after the contract is successfully terminated. Chapter 72. A woman who inspires both love and frustration. In the afternoon, Yize indulges in a refreshing nap. After dining, he opens the music app. Speaking of which, he has yet to watch the video posted by Supreme Mogul. Searching for her ID, he clicks on the first video, which opens with a glimpse of his beloved waking up. Next, he watches her draw back the curtains to bask in the sunlight, stretching luxuriously before heading off to freshen up. The meal she prepared, meticulously planned with the help of their housekeeper, appears incredibly appetizing in the video. During the day, the young lady tends to flowers in the greenhouse, while in the afternoon, she plays the piano indoors. There are even clips of him delivering flowers and cake, though only her voice and partial figure are visible. As he watches the entire video, he is enveloped in a sense of serene bliss and the gentle demeanor of the young lady. The quality of the filming, editing, and Supreme Mogul's own presence is nothing short of exceptional. Indeed, it appears that Mogul is exceptionally suited for this short video. Yize perused several other clips, and in the latest one, Mogul, adorned with the necklace he gifted her, radiantly styled Xiao Mei. Unconsciously, a smile crept across his lips as he glanced through the comments, which were predominantly filled with envy and well wishes. Supreme Mogul had released a total of 3 videos, amassing an impressive 180,000 followers, with commendable likes and comments. Yize quietly boosted the viewership of these 3 videos, propelling her further along her journey. Lin Yu received a phone call from someone claiming to be a lawyer dispatched by Mr. Yi, who would join her tomorrow to terminate her contract with the company. They exchanged contact details and arranged a meeting time and place for the following day. This sensation was both unfamiliar and reassuring. Aside from her mother and her current close friend, Shui Ge had become the person who cared for her the most. In her heart, Yize was no longer merely her top brother. Although they had yet to meet, he had already woven himself into the fabric of her life. The salary she was about to withdraw was a reward from Shui Ge, and the rent for her apartment was also provided by him. Now, with the contract termination underway, Shui Ge had even arranged for a lawyer to assist her. Once the holiday arrived, she contemplated visiting Shui Ge. Alternatively, could she invite him to her place? After all, she had rented an apartment, and his visit would spare him the need for a hotel stay. She was well aware of what might transpire during his stay, yet she remained willing. However, there were also concerns. Ever since she added Chao Jun to her WeChat, she had noticed a significant increase in their encounters at school. Despite being in different classes and fields, they crossed paths in elective courses, at the library, in the supermarket, and even in the cafeteria. Each time they met, Chao Jun greeted her warmly, yet she couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that accompanied these encounters. Even Ruan Chung remarked on the frequency of their meetings. She began to distance herself from Chao Jun, but he seemed unfazed, continuing to greet her with enthusiasm. Tomorrow would mark the termination of her contract, and she reassured herself that their encounters would likely diminish once she became busier. That evening, Lin Yu was scrolling through the Info app when she stumbled upon a live stream. Intrigued, She clicked in to see if there was anything she could learn. The streams varied widely, yet the third one recommended on the homepage caught her attention. Titled Where the Lights Dim, it was intriguingly devoid of beauty filters or makeup, showcasing participants in their natural state. On either side of the screen, two girls engaged in a dance-off, with the winner granted the privilege to apply makeup in front of the camera. How competitive the live streaming world had become. Just as she pondered this, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared on screen. The woman's eyes sparkled like water, and simply standing there, gazing into the camera, seemed to tell a story. Clad in a flowing white garment, she exuded an ethereal charm that elicited a protective instinct within Lin Yu. As she took the stage, the comments began to flood in. Roair has finally returned. It's been so long, I've missed her. As the music played, Zhang Roair and her fellow dancer began to move gracefully. Lin Yu found herself captivated. Who said girls only adored handsome men? In truth, they were often more enamored with beautiful women. She even contemplated sending a gift to this enchanting girl named Roair, although she had never before spent money in someone else's livestream. Just as she hesitated, she noticed a familiar ID. Yuan Shan Jianshui has gifted Roair a Carnival 12,320. Yuan Shan Jianshui? Shuige? Could it be her Shuige? Or was it merely a coincidence? Curiosity piqued. She clicked on the top-ranked profile, confirming it was indeed her Shuige. Enraged, Lin Yu swiftly closed the gifting page. It turned out to be a love rival. Just moments ago, she had nearly been swayed into gifting her competitor. She had always wondered why Shui Ji's noble status varied each time they met. Perhaps it was all for this girl named Roair. Now, looking at Zhang Roair, she realized she embodied the very archetype of the delicate, fragile flower found in novels. After glancing in the mirror, Lin Yu suddenly felt her sweet demeanor was lacking. Did Shui Gu perhaps prefer this type instead? TSK, during Roair's absence, Shui Gu hasn't shown up even once. The moment she returns, he rushes to support her. Goodness, is this not true love? At this moment, I wish to sing. If this is not love, what is there to lament? So, had Roair taken a few days off? Wait a moment. Could she have been spending all that time with Shui Gu? The more Lin Yu pondered, the more plausible it seemed. This could explain why neither of them had been present during her absence. Shui Gu must have been showering her with gifts for days, and they were likely in close contact privately. The thought of Shui Ji's tender care made Lin Yu sit up straighter. Who could resist a man like him? No, she must act on her thoughts from earlier. Once she terminated her contract tomorrow, she would have Shui Gu come to visit her. With this determination, Lin Yu continued watching, eager to uncover the allure of this girl and to see just how much Shui Gu would shower her with gifts. Was it not said that the amount a man spends on a woman reflects his level of affection for her? She could hardly contain her urge to compete with Roair. Unbeknownst to the girl on stage, she had already become the center of Lin Yu's focus. After a minute and a half, Roair emerged victorious, stepping forward to apply her makeup. Today, she had been busy practicing her dance. And aside from a brief greeting to her brother that morning, she hadn't spoken to anyone. Surprised that her brother remembered to support her in the live stream, Zhang Roair felt a warm glow in her heart. A man so gentle and considerate was someone she could not let slip away. As Roair took the stage, Yize ensured her winning streak remained unbroken. With each round, he would send in 20 gifts, overwhelming her opponent's score until it was rendered invisible. Even if the opposing fans sent in more gifts, they never surpassed the 20 he had contributed. Her teammates felt a mix of nostalgia for the days when Zhang Roair wasn't around and they could secure first place, while also missing her presence in the live stream, which attracted Shui Ji's generous support. In short, Zhang Roair was a woman who evoked both love and frustration. Chapter 73, Foster Father. I bow to you. Zhang Roair's winning streak continued unabated, and she hardly needed to rise to dance. Each round began with Yize's 20 gifts ensuring her victory. Consequently, Zhang Roair leisurely sat, applying her makeup without a care. 9 consecutive victories, totaling 180 gifts, an impressive tally, and it seemed Shui Gu was intent on maintaining her streak. Typically, these group streams culminated in individual competitions for profit, meaning that Shui Ji's expenditures today would undoubtedly be substantial. Upon reflection, it seemed he might even spend more than he had in her own stream. Did this imply Zhang Roair held greater significance in his heart? What about her? Lin Yu felt a wave of discouragement wash over her, prompting her to exit the Yinfua app altogether. After a mere half-hour of despondency, Lin Yu swiftly regained her fighting spirit. However, she pondered, wait a moment. I've yet to meet Brother Shui, yet he is willing to provide me with funds for renting an apartment and even assist me in finding a lawyer. Lin Yu was convinced that she held some significance in Brother Shui's eyes. She began to eagerly anticipate the arrival of tomorrow, as once everything was resolved, it would coincide perfectly with the start of the broadcast. Brother Shui's presence would be just in time. Yize leisurely observed Zhang Roair applying her makeup. Truly, Those who are favored tend to be unrestrained. One could only imagine the frustration simmering within the hearts of the other teammates. Nevertheless, he found himself rather fond of Zhang Roer's demeanor. The PK segment was time-restricted. As long as the time did not run out, the teams would continue to rotate. If one possessed the skill, consecutive victories could be maintained indefinitely. As it was once again teammate Xiao Rui's turn to face Zhang Roer in a PK battle. Yize commenced by throwing in 20 carnivals right at the start, then watched as the countdown steadily ticked away. Zhang Roer was on the verge of completing her makeup, while the other teammates had scarcely begun theirs. Just as the countdown reached the final 2 seconds, Xiao Rui's fans sent over 21 carnivals. Upon witnessing the carnival effects appear on the screen, Yize immediately opened the gift bar, hoping to defend the tower. Yet it was too late. In those fleeting 2 seconds, he had not managed to locate the carnival gift before the countdown concluded. Xiao Rui swiftly ended Zhang Roer's 13-game winning streak. MC, congratulations to Xiao Rui for successfully breaching the tower. Unfazed, Zhang Roer relinquished her spot at the makeup station and stepped down. Oh, how could one forget that Xiao Rui's fans in this streaming room were equally formidable? If they wished to play the tower-stealing game, then let them find it impossible to do so. As others struggled against Xiao Rui, by the time it was Zhang Roer's turn to take the stage again, Xiao Rui had already achieved a 5-game winning streak. Should she manage to defeat Roer once more, she would secure her 6th consecutive victory. Ha ha ha, I love this. Xiao Rui, you're the best. How infuriating. If it weren't for Xiao Rui's earlier tower steal, Roer would have had an even longer winning streak. Stealing towers is also a form of skill. After all, without skill, one wouldn't be able to steal at all. The fans of both sides began to clash in the comments. This time, Yize maintained his focus on sending carnivals right from the onset of the countdown. Xiao Rui's fans grew anxious. The previous support had allowed Zhang Roer to attain a 12-game winning streak, all thanks to their collective contributions. However, in such a short time, they could hardly muster over 40 carnivals again, and it seemed they might face defeat once more. An ID named Iron Pot Man entered the live stream, accompanied by a special effect of a coin. Did I just see that correctly? Is that special effect behind him the one activated by 80,000 diamonds? Yes, you are not mistaken. It is indeed the one that costs 80,000 diamonds. Hee, now we're in for a show. Xiao Rui's fans erupted in excitement. Oh, Iron Brother has arrived. Iron Brother, please save Xiao Rui. Iron Pot, don't worry. At that moment, Yize's carnival streak had reached 38. Iron Pot bestowed upon Xiao Rui the Nebula Duke gift worth 12,340. Iron Pot started strong with 40 Nebula Dukes, a gift of the same value as the carnivals. Just as he thought victory was assured, he noticed the opponent's health bar still climbing. Iron Pot was taken aback. Why was this PK segment so fiercely contested? Shouldn't they wait for the personal match? Who doesn't have money? Iron Pot hastily matched the opponent's pace, continuously sending gifts. The numbers behind both competitors surged to 78 and 76, with Iron Pot lagging by 2, having arrived later. Yize raised an eyebrow. Oh, it appeared Xiao Rui had found herself a new big brother, and he was quite powerful. However, no matter how formidable he was, he could not compare to Yize. While both sent gifts, Iron Pot was spending money, whereas Yize was earning it. How could he compete with him? Yize accelerated his gift-giving, and the gap between them widened from 2 to 7. The MC grew anxious. There are only 10 seconds left on the countdown. Who will emerge victorious in this battle? Will Xiao Rui achieve her 6th consecutive victory, or will Roer triumph? At this moment, the live stream had surged to the top of the hourly rankings, with an ever-increasing audience. Are there really this many people? I'm not sure. I just got squeezed in here. I thought I was on a packed subway during rush hour. Did I see that correctly? Is the PK segment really this intense? I really like the girl on the right. She ignites my protective instincts. I still prefer the girl on the left. With an increasing number of participants joining the fray, the health bars on both sides fluctuated incessantly. Yize rubbed his chin. How bothersome. He amped up his speed. Unleashing the hand speed he had honed over 23 years of singlehood. If he were to lose now, it would not be his fault. The countdown concluded. The last 3 carnivals Yize sent fell to the ground. The victor was clear. Zhang Roer emerged triumphant. Brother Shui is amazing. Father Shui, I am your long-lost son. Don't you remember me? Adoptive father, I bow to you, my child. I heard you don't have any children yet. I'd like to take care of you in your old age, kneeling. All right. You're learning from old Gao, aren't you? The comments flooded the screen, leaving Yize both amused and bewildered. What on earth was all this? Some appeared older than him. Distant mountain sees water. Currently, I have no plans to raise children. Haha. 55, Daddy, do you not want me anymore? A heart once broken is like shards of glass. To the one above? You are shards of glass. My heart has been shredded to dumpling filling. Yize chuckled at their banter. The live stream notified. Distant Mountain Seas Water has released lucky bags in the chat. Hurry to grab them. Yize distributed 3 lucky bags worth 10,000 diamonds each within the stream, available for members of the fan community to seize. This indirectly helped to secure a wave of traffic for the stream. Distant Mountain Seas Water. Don't break. Claim your lucky bags and buy some tape to mend your hearts. MC Wow. A huge thank you to Brother Shui for the 3 big lucky bags. How generous. Wishing Brother Shui smooth sailing and prosperity. Let the good fortune roll in. 5,555. Brother Shui, you're truly kind. Oh, fantastic. My heart has been saved. Hehe, I got 50 diamonds. Pension secured. Not a loss today. The comments were lively, yet Iron Pot was seething with anger. Well, it seemed all the spotlight had been stolen by you. Not only had you won the PK, but you also distributed lucky bags to gain goodwill. I may have arrived late this time, but when Xiao Rue is next up, I will ensure she wins. Chapter 74, The Guardian of Su Xin. Teammates continued to take the stage and step down until it was once again Xiao Rue's turn to face Rower. This time, Iron Pot learned from his previous lesson and began sending gifts the moment the countdown commenced. Yize remained remarkably composed, perhaps in gratitude for the earlier lucky bags. The number of gift givers doubled compared to the previous PK. Everyone contributed gifts within their means, with some generous fans following Yize's lead and sending numerous carnivals. Zhang Rower swiftly depleted her health bar. After a brief series of victories, she had completed her makeup and was now dancing on stage alongside Xiao Rue. Her unique style captivated many, drawing them into her charm. It seemed that Zhang Rower possessed an enchanting allure that irresistibly attracted attention, despite Xiao Rue's youthful vigor. TSK. Does this Rower possess some sort of protagonist halo? Why am I constantly drawn to her? Haha. Buddy, you need to lay off those romance novels. You've become utterly infatuated. No way, that's just you. We are fans of Xiao Rue. In the live stream, over 10,000 viewers were engaged, with a significant number participating in the PK battle. The Iron Pot felt increasingly frustrated. Hey, why does my hand speed increase yet my score deteriorates further? With so many viewers in the room, did 3 lucky bags really buy your loyalty? With only 10 seconds remaining, Rower's score surpassed Xiao Rue's by over 300,000 points. Nonetheless, there was still a chance of being outscored. When the Iron Pot had just entered, Yize had noticed that the opponent's special effects were even more dazzling than his current dragon. Upon checking the store, it became evident that their special effect cost a staggering 80,000 diamonds, a full 50,000 diamonds more than his dragon. In the next moment, a silver-haired handsome man appeared, spinning a crimson lotus in his hands as he approached on a majestic koan. The words Guardian Deity Zhe glimmered in the dimly lit live stream. Yuan Shan Jian Shui gifted Rower with 320 Guardian Deities. It was Rower's first encounter with this special effect, and she gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. The MC exuberantly thanked Yize for his generous gift. Thanks to Brother Shui for the 20 Guardian Deities. When did the store refresh its gifts? What new gifts? They've been around for ages. Then why haven't I seen anyone send them? Because they're expensive. This gift costs 80,000 diamonds each. How much? Are you serious? That's insane. Before the special effect had even finished, the countdown concluded, and Rower successfully achieved a winning streak. The Iron Pot could clearly see the affection this individual had for Rower. The special effect of Guardian Deity Zhe was flaunted in a small live stream, and he had gifted 20 right off the bat. Alright, I can't compete with that. He spoiled her to this extent. I reckon he won't stand a chance against Yuan Shan Jian Shui today. He had wealth, but he wasn't foolish. It was wiser to lay low and wait for an opportunity to strike when he was absent. Hey, this isn't cowardice, it's strategy. As Xiao Rue took the stage each time, the Iron Pot only sent 2 Huazi. Rower once again achieved an impressive record of 18 consecutive victories. Brother Shui is too formidable, truly unbeatable. His skill is evident. I've never seen him fear anyone in a duel. Indeed, it's likely that Rower will win the individual competition. No doubt about it. Zhang Rower's 3 other teammates were envious. This supporting role was truly overdone. They were always watching Rower battle Xiao Rue. Does Brother Shui have any other affluent friends? Could they possibly come and support them? Without someone like Brother Shui, even a big shot like the Iron Pot would suffice. After helping Rower secure victory in the individual competition, Yize ventured into Xiao Suxin's live stream. During his absence from the stream, their communication had dwindled. Xiao Suxin was quite busy with her daytime job, and Yize had been preoccupied with deepening his conversations with Dong Shishir. Now that he had some free time, Yize decided to visit Xiao Suxin. Yuan Shan Jian Shui gifted 310 Guardian Deities. The moment he entered, he sent 10 Kuan, igniting excitement in the live stream. Oh my. I never expected my first encounter with this special effect would be in an ASMR live stream. This is supposed to be a sleep aiding stream. Why am I so energized? Upon seeing the familiar ID, Xiao Suxin's heart leaped with joy. Thank you, boss, for the 10 guardian deities. The boss was indeed her guardian angel. Her gentle words floated like feathers across Yi Zhe's heart. Ah, this older sister's voice is truly melodious. Even when she deliberately lowered her tone, it sounded beautiful. One can only imagine how enchanting her voice would be in everyday life. Yi Zhe felt a flutter of excitement. He glanced at her profile and discovered she was also from a city. Ah, it turns out that this beauty was so close at hand. He simply had to find an opportunity to meet her. Day in and day out, she worked hard, toiling during the day and then taking on side gigs at night. If he were to become her partner, wouldn't he that alleviate her burdens? It appeared that Yi Zhe had spent the least in her live stream. It was inevitable. She was merely running a sleep aiding stream, devoid of any PK nature. Consequently, the gifts received were modest, with the majority being merely 99 diamonds. Since Xiao Suxin had taken on a side job, it was clear she was in need of financial support. Coincidentally, Yi Zhe was currently at his most financially stable. Yuan Shan Jian Shui sent 12, 350 carnival gifts. Yuan Shan Jian Shui sent 12, 350 Duke of Nebula gifts. Yuan Shan Jian Shui sent 12, 350 Dragon Ranger gifts. Yi Zhe sent 50 of the 30,000 diamond gifts to Xiao Suxin. She was utterly stunned, her water funnel empty, unable to process the generosity. Xiao Suxin had been a supervisor at a publicly listed company in a city, poised for a promotion when she became pregnant. A medical examination revealed that she needed to rest due to excessive fatigue. Her managerial position was subsequently awarded to her rival. After finally giving birth and completing her confinement, she returned to work only to find her rival had made her life miserable, with even her former trusted aides switching allegiance. As if that weren't enough, her husband fell victim to a scam orchestrated by a childhood friend. Under the pretense of rekindling their old friendship, he secretly took all their savings and borrowed hundreds of thousands, investing in a get-rich-quick scheme. By the time he realized the money had vanished, his friend had long since disappeared. Unable to bear the shock, her husband chose to take his own life, leaving Xiao Suxin to care for their 1-year-old daughter. From that moment on, Xiao Suxin bore the weight of the family. Her parents helped with the child, but she barely had time to mourn her husband's passing, diving straight into hard work in hopes of finding an opportunity for a promotion. Gradually, she came to understand that it would take years. With a small child and significant expenses, as well as family debts, a single salary was far from sufficient. Her parents were just ordinary people. She was grateful for their assistance, but didn't want to add to their burdens. As for her in-laws, they severed ties with her after their son's death, stating they had no need for a granddaughter who might one day marry. By chance, she stumbled upon live streaming. Singing and dancing would disrupt her child's rest. So she opted for a sleep-aiding stream, embarking on a life of working by day and streaming by night. Fortunately, she streamed late, and since her company was busy, her colleagues were eager to return home and go straight to bed, meaning that now, 3 years later, no one had yet discovered her secret. In the live streaming room of Xiao Suxin, she surged to the top of the hourly rankings, attracting a throng of onlookers. What a revelation! An ASMR stream has claimed the top spot? Oh, it's just Shui Gu, then there's nothing to worry about. Basic skills, no need to overdo it. Goodness, I can hardly fathom the joy I would feel if I were the recipient of such gifts. Following Shui Gu truly allows one to relish the effects. In Chapter 75, titled Hello, I Am My Brother's Girlfriend, Yuan Shan Jian Shui generously gifted 530,000 soft sister coins upon arriving. Throughout the night, she garnered a staggering 2.65 million, leaving her astonished, even though she had already settled her debts this year. It is no wonder that many young ladies with charm are vying for positions across various platforms to livestream. Grateful for the boss's lavish generosity, Suxin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness today. She stood up and performed a deep bow. Yi Zhe, upon noticing Suxin's long, perfectly straight legs, was taken aback. They were not the emaciated sort, but rather had a pleasing softness that one could press into. He wondered how someone as slender as Xiao Suxin possessed such curvaceous legs. He felt he could spend an entire day admiring them. Ah, those beautiful legs. Legs for days. Suxin blushed at the barrage of comments, amused by the boldness of the netizens. She granted the boss a management position, expressing her gratitude for his support. When Yi Zhe checked the contribution leaderboard, he noticed he had indeed earned a managerial title, his second after Yuzu, and relished the power to remove others. What program would you like to request, boss? Yuan Shan Jian Shui. How about a bedtime story? I intend to sleep early tonight. The other viewers had little to say. well aware of the substantial amount Yuan Shan Jianshui had just contributed. Upon noticing Yi Zai's intention to sleep, the majority of the audience, having found little amusement, began to leave, though the viewer count had still increased by over 200. Yi Zai drifted into slumber, lulled by the soft timbre of Sushin's voice. Sushin continued her stream until 2:30 a.m., before wearily making her way to the bathroom. Without the stream's beautification filter, the faint shadows beneath her eyes revealed the toll of chronic sleep deprivation. Gazing into the mirror, she lamented that the years of toil had diminished her skin's radiance. Sighing, she realized she had long since forgotten that selfish man, though moments of sadness occasionally crept in during the weary hours of the night. Shaking her head, she resolved to retire early. Stealthily, she entered her daughter's room and pressed a kiss on her forehead before returning to her own chamber to sleep. The following morning, as Yi Zai descended the stairs, he spotted Su Momo busily working in the kitchen. Approaching her from behind, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "You're here." Su Momo turned. "You woke up just in time. My soup is ready. Didn't Tiyu come quite early? Why didn't Tiyu let Aunt Jun and Aunt Gong handle it?" With a playful wink, Su Momo replied, "Though the aunties cook splendidly. Sometimes I yearn to prepare meals for the one I cherish." Yi Zai buried his face in her neck, enchanted by her delightful scent. As Su Momo served the soup and breakfast, Yi Zai took the bowl to the kitchen, mindful of her not burning herself. The doorbell rang, and assuming it was Tian Feng looking for Yi Zai, Su Momo naturally went to answer. "Brother, look at me." Inside the door, Su Momo and outside, Zhang Ruo, froze for a moment. One beauty in an apron could not conceal her charm, while the other, clad in a new traditional outfit and holding a bouquet, was stunningly classical. "Who are you?" Su Momo inquired. Zhang Ruo, momentarily disoriented, stepped back to reassess the villa's exterior and garden. Indeed, that was her rival. She had suspected that with Shui Gu's exceptional qualities, she could not be the only one. Zhang Ruo brushed her hair back and introduced herself. "Hello, I am my brother's girlfriend." Su Momo's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just say?" At that moment, Yi Zai, having set the table, sensed Su Momo's delay and walked towards the door, puzzled. "Who's here? Why aren't you coming in?" Seeing Zhang Ruo, Yi Zai was momentarily taken aback, having completely forgotten that both women had exclusive rooms here. Zhang Ruo feigned a delicate demeanor. "I apologize. I was unaware that my brother had a beautiful companion. Did I interrupt you too?" Su Momo's eyes widened even further. She was indeed a white lotus. Aze Su Momo began, tears streaming down her cheeks. The pure and enchanting maiden, her eyes tinged with red from grievance, shed tears like pearls cascading down. Yi Zai was taken aback. Zhang Ruo, realizing her misstep, had thought her assertiveness would cause the other to retreat, yet the opposite occurred. The beauty's tears were far more alluring. Yi Zai swiftly embraced Su Momo, addressing Zhang Ruo. "Come in. Have you eaten yet?" Zhang Ruo smiled. "Not yet. Did Aunt Gong prepare something delicious? I should fetch my special bowl and chopsticks." "Where did you get special utensils?" "All the dinnerware in Yi Zai's home is identical." Zhang Ruo merely sought to provoke Su Momo. Naturally, Su Momo's tears flowed even more fiercely. Yi Zai, with a resigned glance at Zhang Ruo, led Su Momo gently to a room on the first floor. "Let me see why my darling is crying." Su Momo sobbed. "Aze, she claims to be your girlfriend. What about me? What am I?" The situation had unfolded too suddenly, catching Yi Zai off guard. However, he reasoned that they would inevitably meet, merely sooner than expected. "You are my beloved darling." Su Momo detected the implication in his words. Aze did not deny it, and the classical beauty had mentioned having exclusive utensils here. The thought pained her. Aze was hers. How had it come to sharing him with another? Yi Zai cupped her face, tenderly wiping away her tears. "Do not cry. You will forever be the most important woman in my heart." "But Aze, you are no longer just mine," Su Momo whispered. With a look of deep affection, Yi Zai kissed her forehead. "I am not an object, nor anyone's possession. I am simply myself. Each of us is an independent individual. And it is our love that binds us together, is it not?" Yi Zai began to employ his protagonist's ultimate technique, verbal evasion. Su Momo, her head spinning from her tears and love for Yi Zai, was swept away by his reasoning. With a tone of innocent inquiry, she asked, "Then do you love her too?" Yi Zai pondered for a moment. "Well, there is a certain fondness." This statement was not a lie. Indeed, he felt more pity and affection for Zhang Ruo. Hearing that Aze only liked her and did not love her, Su Momo's heart lifted and her tears ceased. "Do you love only me?" "Of course," Yi Zai replied, relieved to see her stop crying, naturally following her lead. At this moment, his mind was consumed by that classic line, "I am not a scoundrel. I simply provide a home for all the girls within my capacity. Would you like to experience it personally?" With that, Yi Zai leaned in and kissed her luscious cherry lips. He did not release Su Momo until she was nearly breathless. Did you feel it? Su Momo, her brain deprived of oxygen, stared at him and foolishly nodded. Chapter 76, A Duel of Two Women. Observing Su Momo's silly nod, the soft-hearted Yize felt his heart melt. He gently pecked her lips a couple more times and said, "All right, let us go out for some soup. It will get cold soon." Zhang Roer had been mentally prepared, yet she did not expect it to happen so swiftly. When she first met Shui Guo, his aristocratic status was already quite elevated, making it impossible for him to focus solely on her livestream. Witnessing the helpless expression on the other's face and Shui Guo's evident affection, Zhang Roer realized a crucial fact. The other woman likely knew Shui Guo long before she did, and she was entirely unprepared for the existence of others in his life. Hence, her reaction upon seeing her was so intense. Zhang Roer ladled herself a bowl of soup and sweetly sat in the dining room, waiting for the two to emerge. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately donned a smile and greeted them. "Come and eat. The soup is still warm." She aimed to seize the initiative. Su Momo felt a wave of grievance at such behavior, which seemed reminiscent of a hostess of the household. Even though her parents harbored ambitions of profiting from her, she had never envisioned sharing her beloved with anyone else. Yet, whenever she thought of A's, only the positive aspects surfaced in her mind. Without A's, she feared she would remain stagnant. She knew she could not lose A's. Su Momo was certain she was A's first woman. If there were to be a true mistress of this abode, it would certainly not be this classical beauty before her. With this thought, her heart ignited like a fierce flame. Su Momo smiled and said, "This soup took me quite a while to prepare, and A's was late getting up this morning. You arrived just in time to taste it." Zhang Roer sighed inwardly, realizing once more that a man like Shui Guo could hardly be expected to have other women relinquish their claims. Yize guided Su Momo to sit down, while Zhang Roer took her place opposite them. Just as Yize intended to introduce the two, Su Momo took the initiative. "Hello, I am Su Momo, A's university classmate." Zhang Roer was taken aback. While she had suspected the woman knew Shui Guo before her, she had not anticipated it would be this early. The bond of years spent in university was something a mere live streamer could hardly rival. Suppressing her disappointment, she forced a seemingly harmless smile onto her face. "Hello, I am Zhang Roer." The absence of a surname diminished her presence somewhat, but she did not wish to admit she was just a live streamer. During the meal, Zhang Roer discreetly observed Su Momo, noting her impeccable table manners, indicative of an affluent upbringing. This realization cast a shadow over Zhang Roer's heart, reminding her that her grandmother had relied on Shui Guo to overcome her hardships. Oblivious to the tension between the two women, Yize remained entirely unaware and presumed they were getting along splendidly. Su Momo said, "A's, you should try this." Zhang Roer chimed in, "Brother, this is delicious. You should have some too." As Yize gazed at the increasingly full bowl, he coughed and said, "Ahem, let us just eat our own." The two finally quieted down. After dinner, Yize called Aunt Gong and Aunt Jun to return and tidy up. Upon their arrival, the two aunts remained unfazed by the presence of two extraordinarily beautiful women, calmly setting about clearing the table. Yize watched with satisfaction. Had either of the aunts been overly talkative, they might have faced dismissal. After all, finding a diligent housekeeper who could cook well and maintain discretion was not overly difficult, provided the payment was adequate. Zhang Roer handed a bouquet from the sofa to Yize. "Thank you for your affection last night, brother. I arranged these flowers myself. Do you like them?" With a playful huff, she added, "I've done my research. Generally, men give flowers, but it's rare for them to receive them. She must be the first, right?" Zhang Roer deliberately obscured her words about last night's affection, recalling his mention of sleeping in this morning. The bouquet, predominantly featuring daisies, was light and harmonious in color, much like Zhang Roer herself. "Thank you, I truly adore them." Su Momo chimed in, drawing closer. "Sister, your arrangement is indeed exquisite. It's a different color scheme from the one I sent A's, but still beautifully appealing. Have you been studying floral arrangements?" Zhang Roer froze momentarily. Had she sent flowers too? How infuriating. She felt overshadowed. Where would she find the money to learn floral arrangement? Surviving alone consumed all her resources. Su Momo, with composure, accepted the flowers. "A's, shall I place them in a vase for you?" "Sure, that would be a great help, Momo." Indeed, having fresh flowers in the home added a vibrant touch to the atmosphere. What should the three of them do next? They couldn't just sit in silence, staring at one another. "Do you both have anything in mind?" Su Momo suggested. "A photographer I admire is holding an exhibition in a city. Shall we go and see it?" Yize nodded. "Sounds good. What about you, Ro? Would you like to join?" Zhang Roer, free from work during the day, eagerly agreed. She certainly wouldn't allow Su Momo to monopolize A's for too long. "Great, let us all go together." Though Su Momo felt a pang of regret not being able to spend time alone with A's, she was content just to be near him. She had become inseparable from A's and had no desire to part from him. thus reluctantly accepted the situation. After purchasing tickets online, Yizhe summoned Tian Feng to drive, seating Su Momo and Zhang Roer in the back. His extended Rolls-Royce featured a circular design in the rear, accommodating up to 9 people. With the partition raised, the back could easily host a small private party, complete with a starlit ceiling and a grand blue sky and white cloud backdrop. Meanwhile, the 2 female bodyguards drove Su Momo and Zhang Roer's cars behind, ensuring safety in case of an unexpected situation, given the crowds that day. The 6 of them arrived at the photography exhibition, attracting numerous curious glances. The trio in front, 1 handsome man and 2 stunning women, presented a striking contrast in styles, yet were equally breathtaking. Following them were another man and 2 women, all standing tall and serious, casting daunting expressions around them. Upon ticket inspection, the 2 women linked arms with Yizhe and entered, leaving the onlookers astonished. What extraordinary qualities did this man possess to captivate 2 stunning beauties simultaneously? Was he exceedingly wealthy? Su Momo felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, while Zhang Roer remained unaffected, accustomed to being watched during her nightly broadcasts. Soon enough, Su Momo's shyness dissipated as she became wholly engrossed in the photographic artworks surrounding her. Even the hand that was intertwined with Yizhe's unconsciously loosened as she turned her attention to the artworks, seeking to grasp the essence that the photographer aimed to convey. Chapter 77. Yuzu successfully terminates contract. The photographer hosting the exhibition is not particularly renowned domestically, yet enjoys significant acclaim abroad, having garnered numerous prestigious awards. He epitomizes the archetype of a photographic master whose brilliance remains unrecognized by his own countrymen. Thus, the opportunity for him to return to City A for this exhibition is indeed a rare occasion. Even the 2 novices, Yizhe and Zhang Roer, found themselves captivated. Through mere photographs, an entirely vibrant world unfolded before their eyes. Before long, both were immersed in the photographic works, in stark contrast to Tian Feng and his companions, who remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Hours slipped by unnoticed until Yizhe's stomach audibly protested, reminding them that they had yet to indulge in lunch. He led them to a French restaurant, and just as they arrived at the entrance, his mother's call came through. She instructed them to order freely while Yizhe stepped aside to take the call. After conversing for about half an hour, he returned only to find the 2 women engrossed in cheerful conversation, arm in arm. Yizhe shrugged. The saying that a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean indeed held true. Just that morning, they had appeared as if ready to clash. Yet after half an hour on the phone, they were as close as best friends. However, this was a positive development for him, and he chose not to comment. During the meal, Zhang Roer surprisingly refrained from her usual poetic musings, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere among the 3. Passers-by couldn't help but express their admiration. After their meal, it was already 2 p.m. With Zhang Roer having just returned, she realized she hadn't completed her dance practice and decided to leave early. This left only Su Momo and Yizhe, who accompanied Su Momo back to Suhebei. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had also concluded her meeting with the lawyer successfully. Upon seeing Lin Yu's striking appearance, the lawyer understood why the opposing party was willing to offer such a high price for her to assist in the contract termination. It is worth noting that their law firm is quite prestigious in City C, typically handling major cases. A trivial matter such as this contract termination would usually be delegated to interns, rather than being handled by a top attorney like her. However, the financial incentive was simply too compelling. As Lin Yu gazed at the stunning lawyer before her, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of awe, her hair impeccably styled and clad in professional attire, with fiery red lips that exuded an air of authority. Shiruyan spoke, "Let us go." Upon arriving at the office, the supervisor's heart soared at the sight of Lin Yu accompanied by a beautiful woman. He initially thought Lin Yu had taken a few days off only to return with a stunning addition to their team. With a beaming smile, he welcomed them inside and instructed his assistant to brew tea. "Lin Yu, who is this? Is she here to join our company? Don't worry, with your looks, you're bound to flourish. The company's resources will surely be directed your way." Lin Yu rolled her eyes at this, recalling how she had been similarly deceived. What resources? She had been left to fend for herself. Had it not been for the substantial gifts from Brother Shui that elevated her status, she would still be invisible within the company. Moreover, without a contract signed, how could there be any resources to allocate? Shiruyan presented her business card. "Hello. I am here today to assist Ms. Lin with her contract termination." The supervisor's smile faltered as he examined the card and listened to her introduction. He turned to Lin Yu. "What is going on, Lin Yu? Is there something troubling you at work? Why are you resigning?" Then, with a hint of intimidation, he added, "Wasn't your commission recently increased? Is there something you're dissatisfied with?" Lin Yu maintained a demure smile. "Thank you for the company's nurturing. But according to company policy, if one is dissatisfied within the first month, they need not sign a contract, so I won't be troubling you further." From there, Ruyan took over the conversation, systematically countering the supervisor's points from a legal standpoint, leaving him speechless. For every argument he made, she provided a legal rebuttal. Eventually, the supervisor broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the company indeed had a hands-off approach with newcomers and lacked contractual obligations. At that moment, he regretted his earlier arrogance. Rather than merely verbally increasing commissions, he should have formalized the agreement with a contract. Glancing at the lawyer's business card beside him, he was astonished that a seemingly manageable university student had managed to enlist the services of such a prestigious law firm. Half an hour later, Lin Yu's live-streaming backend terminated her contract with the guild, rendering her a free agent. Her commission from the previous month transformed into a straightforward 55 split with the platform, resulting in a significant financial windfall. Furthermore, as a free agent, she would no longer have to wait for the company to disburse salaries at the end of the month. She could withdraw funds from her backend at will. Already, her bank account reflected a substantial increase. With the matter satisfactorily resolved, Ruyan prepared to bid farewell. However, before departing, she kindly advised Lin Yu. Although today's proceedings went smoothly, be cautious in the future during your live streams. The opposing company may attempt to leverage the guild to undermine you, such as orchestrating a siege with their streamers or spreading rumors during PKs. Still enveloped in her joy, Lin Yu considered this possibility. All right, thank you, Sister Yan. Meanwhile, Yize, who was playing with Xiaomei, answered a phone call. Hello? Ruyan briefed him on the situation and the potential actions the opposing company might take. Yize nodded. Thank you for your hard work. It is our honor to serve Mr. Yi, she replied. After tossing a ball for Xiaomei to retrieve, Yize opened WeChat and, to his delight, spotted a message from Yuzu. Brother Shui, I'm free again. No more commission deductions from the guild. Haha, congratulations. Are you resuming live streaming tomorrow? I'll come to support you. Yes, my little streaming room is all set up and ready for my return tomorrow. Good. Not wishing to dwell too long on Yuzu, Yize remembered that Su Momo had learned about Zhang Ruer's situation and felt compelled to look after her. He was always generous with affection towards his woman. After chatting with Lin Yu, Yuzu made plans to dine lavishly with Ruansheng. Now, she was truly a little wealthy lady. Ruansheng was determined to indulge herself, even if it meant spending lavishly. In her delight, she transferred 200,000 to her mother. The phone rang immediately. Darling, how do you have so much money? Lin Yu reassured her. I participated in a competition at school and won first place. This is my prize money. Lin Yu chose to weave a benevolent fib. Lin mother, knowing her daughter's diligent nature and quick wit, harbored no suspicion. Our darling is truly remarkable. Is schoolwork quite demanding lately? Not at all, Mom. You, on the other hand, should take care of yourself and not overexert. I'll earn even more money in the future, so you can focus on your health. Lin mother had raised Lin Yu single-handedly, working tirelessly and exhausting her own health. I'm fine, but you, my dear, are you managing well with the money I sent? Don't be too frugal at school. Treat yourself to better food. Listening to her mother's loving admonitions warmed Lin Yu's heart immensely. Yes, don't worry, Mom. I'm doing just fine. I must go now. I have things to attend to. Chapter 78. Ling Er's Guild Competition. Perhaps today's events have left Su Momo feeling rather insecure. Upon returning to Suha Bay with Yize, she resembled a mere ornament, remaining inseparable from him until she noticed he had pressing matters to attend to, at which point she wisely retreated to await his return. After finishing a conversation with Yuzu, Yize pulled her back into his embrace. Su Momo was not too far away, and the contents of his phone call were discernible. What's the matter? Another romantic entanglement. Just lending a hand to a friend. Su Momo playfully pinched his thigh. I knew you were being dishonest. Oh, are you plotting to murder your own husband again? Su Momo crossed her arms over her chest. Who told you to be untruthful? The two engaged in a playful scuffle, with Xiaomei darting about their feet. After Dong Shishir returned, her teammates gathered around her. She had taken leave under the pretense of family matters, and her close-knit teammates were naturally concerned. After chatting with her teammates, her supervisor summoned her to the office. How has the relationship with Shui Gu progressing? Do you feel confident about clinching first place in today's guild competition? Dong Shishir smiled, displaying a determined expression. I am confident. The supervisor appeared quite satisfied. Good. But the main competitor from the male team is quite formidable as well. You know how powerful love votes can be. We must not be complacent. Dong Shishir nodded. I will be careful. The rewards for this guild competition are substantial. The top 15 will receive a week of traffic priority. The top 7 will enjoy half a month of traffic priority, while the top 3 will receive a full month of guild traffic. The first place will also garner a prize of 100,000 yuan and 3 exclusive highlight videos. Second place will receive 70,000 yuan and 2 exclusive highlights. And third place will earn 50,000 yuan and one exclusive highlight. Upon exiting her supervisor's office, Dong Shishir sent a message to Yize, "Hubby, will you come to the live studio to watch me tonight?" Meanwhile, Yize was still filming a video with Sumomo. In an effort to avoid monotony in their vlog, they were currently engaged in the game It Takes Two. Sure, you found an angle that concealed Yize's face while ensuring her own was captured. Both being academically gifted, their minds were quick, and they breezed through the initial levels. It wasn't until the 7th level that one of them occasionally fell behind. Yize was pleasantly surprised by the harmony of their collaboration with Sumomo and was keen to see how many levels they could conquer together. Thus, he continued to accompany her in the game. Sumomo felt a surge of happiness. Women often indulge in self-affirmation. In her heart, she believed she and A's were a match made in heaven. While Yize was enjoying himself, Dong Shishir noticed he hadn't replied to her message. But she remained unperturbed. This was a promise Yi Gu had made to her, and he would certainly uphold it. He was so busy that he must have neglected his phone. Besides, there were still 2 hours until the guild competition began, so there was ample time. 2 hours later, the guild competition officially commenced. The MC began introducing the staff in order, and the streamers had already lined up to greet the audience in front of the camera. Please welcome our little spicy pepper, Ling Er. Dong Shishir appeared in a stunning red mermaid gown, her hair styled in elegant waves. Initially, her figure could only be inferred. But as she finished her greeting and turned around, everyone was taken aback by the grandeur of her attire, revealing her beautiful back. Though her long hair obscured much of her figure, the glimpse of her fair skin dazzled the audience. Wow, Ling Er looks stunning today. Indeed, she appears even more alluring than usual. That back, I'm utterly captivated. With so many people present. Even though everyone took turns striking a pose before moving on, it still consumed a considerable amount of time. After 40 minutes, the first round of the competition officially began. Each participant had 1.5 minutes to score 30,000 points, with no upper limit. Those who failed to reach 30,000 would be eliminated. Ling Er was positioned in the middle and would have to wait a while longer for her turn. Dong Shishir suddenly felt relieved that Yi Gu was busy today. Otherwise, she would feel awkward asking him to remain in the live studio. If he grew bored and wandered off, what if some female streamer lured him away? A female streamer from another team leaned closer and whispered, "I truly envy you. You have Shui Gu doting on you. Ever since you started dating him. Our guild's overall ranking has skyrocketed to the top tier. Are you aiming for the top 3 this time?" Dong Shishir smiled faintly. It's not that remarkable. He's busy and doesn't come every day, so it averages out. I can't possibly compare with the top streamer. The other girl wore a somewhat gloating expression and lowered her voice to gossip. Have you heard? Our male top streamer was out with a rich lady yesterday for this guild competition and had quite the rough time. Dong Shishir, just back from a break, was unaware of this. Seeing her puzzled expression, the girl gleefully informed her. Apparently, the tool of choice yesterday was a steel wool ball. Oh, really? Dong Shishir was genuinely surprised. She had heard that some wealthy women had peculiar interests, but she had assumed they were merely playful. In contrast, she felt fortunate to have Shui Gu. Just thinking of how her teammates had excitedly admired her Hermes handbag today filled her with happiness. Not only was he handsome and considerate, but he also had no peculiar habits in the evenings. The girl's laughter was exaggerated. The top male streamer happened to sit across from them and shot her an annoyed glare upon hearing her laughter, which inadvertently included Dong Shishir in the reprimand. Dong Shishir shrugged. This was truly an unwarranted misfortune, as she had merely been a listener. However, she was not intimidated. She would let the final results speak for themselves. With just 2 more participants before her turn, she noticed that Shui Gu still hadn't replied to her message. A hint of anxiety crept in, but she reassured herself that the first round only required 30,000 points, and with the support of her other fans, she would surely pass. Her heart began to settle a bit, and she could only pray that Shui Gu would arrive in time for the second round. Dong Shishir set down her phone, took a deep breath, and preemptively stepped onto the stage to await her turn. Soon, it was her turn to shine. She flashed a charming smile. Hello everyone. I am YU001's Ling Er. It is an honor to participate in this guild competition. Back when I was still a newcomer, I could hear the cheers from the competition's live stream echoing from upstairs on competition days. Since then, I have anticipated my participation in the guild competition. Standing here today, I must thank all the family members who love Ling Er. Without you, I would not be here. As she began to speak, several fans showered her with gifts in rapid succession, choosing to send large rockets for a visually stunning effect. The MC's exuberant voice rose above Dong Shishir's speech. Thank you to Alice for the magnificent rocket barrage. Thank you to Little Panda for the magnificent rocket barrage. Thank you to Xia Jiujio for the magnificent rocket barrage. After expressing all she wished to say, Dong Shishir joined the MC in gratitude. Thank you, my darlings. Thank you, thank you.